Valhalla was considered one of the three best hunter institutes in the world. Every year, thousands of applicants tried to get in, but the acceptance rate was extremely low. Only 1 in every 500 managed to secure a spot. However, being accepted was no guarantee of success. Among all the admitted students, only 150 were able to graduate. Competition was fierce from the very first day, starting as soon as the entrance ceremony ended. From that moment on, different contests took place simultaneously, each one awarding valuable positions within the institute. While everything unfolded, instructor Lee Sang-cheol carefully observed the battlefield. Beside him, the Academy's director Yu Min-jun remarked that this year had an unusually high number of candidates. Lee Sang-cheol replied that this was common during the admissions of the so-called Han generation, and took the opportunity to ask if the director had come to watch his niece. Yu Min-jun confirmed and said his family had high expectations for her. The girl in question was named Yu So-yeon, considered a genius and a member of the influential Yeon family, one of the 5 most prestigious in Korea. In this society, learning about mana began early. Normally, children learned to sense and control mana by the age of 10, still in elementary school. By 13, they could already channel mana into their swords, and by 16, they faced their first official duel against someone from their own family. As expected, geniuses always won these matches. Curious, Lee Sang-cheol commented that he could look up the girl's record, but asked what was so special about her. In response, Yu Min-jun explained that to evaluate her, the family had made direct contact with the constellation guardian of the Yeon lineage. The revelation surprised even Lee Sang-cheol, as this type of communication was uncommon. In Korea, there were 5 great generations tied to 5 powerful families. Each of them had a constellation guardian, mystical entities that granted blessings or made contracts with talented hunters. Each guardian had a specific domain of power. The Yushin family was protected by the god of the sword. The Jangsan family possessed the god of spirits. The Jin Choi lineage was blessed by the god of martial arts. The Oseon family was guarded by the god of fists. Finally, the Dojeon family enjoyed the protection of the god of the bow. Those who received a guardian's direct blessing gained more power and talent than others. Direct contact with these entities was vastly different from receiving a mere blessing. It was almost like forming a contract with a high-level spiritual being. Lee Sang-cheol then remarked that they were indeed dealing with a genius, but noticed that Yu Min-jun's niece's fight had not yet started. The director was relieved to have arrived in time, noting that many reporters and guild representatives were closely watching that day. He asked for the girls' fight to be broadcast on the big screen, since he himself was a high-ranking instructor and wanted to follow it closely. Lee Sang-cheol joked that they were starting to treat him like an old man, but admitted that he was also curious to watch. The match to be shown was between 17-year-old Yu So-yeon and 17-year-old Kim Ju-hyuk. Lee Sang-cheol commented that the boy seemed far too calm for someone about to face one of the most promising candidates. Yu Min-jun replied that this calmness would not last long, as he would soon realize who his opponent was. Still, the instructor noticed that the boy didn't even seem to feel the presence of mana in the air, as if he didn't care. He was even yawning. A few seconds later, the fight began. After the countdown, Yu So-yeon was the first to act. She unleashed a concentrated burst of energy from her sword, using the sword power technique. Even though she was young, she demonstrated refined control over her mana and wielded the weapon firmly, which caught everyone's attention. But in the very next moment, something surprising happened and left everyone shocked. Kim Ju, still smiling, won the fight with ease. He seemed surprised by his opponent's low resistance and wondered if that was all she could offer. He found it strange that someone so weak was so highly regarded and began to doubt whether this was truly the distant future he had envisioned. That was when events from 300 years ago began to be revealed. At that time, in the Tower of Destruction, the martial king Kim Hyun-oh faced the King of Destruction, Brace. After an intense battle, Brace admitted it had been an excellent fight. Kim Hyun-oh, upon defeating him, acknowledged the same. Moments later, the system notified that the Tower of Destruction and its master had been defeated. The world's collapse had been prevented thanks to the completion of the mission in that tower. Even in victory, Kim Hyun-oh knew he would not survive. His body was shattered, gravely injured, and he understood he would never make it out alive from that collapsing place. Everything around him was falling apart, yet he accepted death with calmness. Since childhood, he had lived a hard life as a hunter, always chasing money and recognition. Now that he had achieved all of it, he was about to lose it all. He reflected that perhaps he should have brought his disciples with him, but concluded that, against someone like Brace, they would likely have died, and so he surrendered his life to God. However, he reincarnated. 300 years later, Kim Hyun-oh was reborn in the body of a 17-year-old boy named Kim Ju. The world had changed greatly since the collapse of the tower, and Kim Ju began to enjoy this new era. Even in a young and theoretically weak body, he still possessed all the knowledge of his past life. He thought he could finally live the peaceful life he had always dreamed of. But that peace would not last. One day, a system window appeared before him, informing him that the Tower of Destruction would reappear in 5 years. The news irritated him. He thought he had already defeated Brace, and figured he should have completely destroyed his body. Even so, there was no time for regrets. He knew that in this new era, the conditions to clear the tower would be easier, and that he would have another chance to stop the disaster. This time, without giving up his own life. The system also informed him that he had to recover his lost weapons and memories. And to do so, he needed to reach the Hall of Constellations, located in Valhalla. That was the reason behind his decision to enter the Institute. Now, it was already the 4th day of duels in Valhalla's entrance tournament, where the top 10 rankings would be decided. As usual, Kim Ju did not expect much of a challenge in his match. From above, instructor Lee Sang-cheol watched him intently. He knew Kim Ju was special, but also recognized the strength of his opponent. That day's opponent was Oh Se-hyuk, the eldest son of the powerful Oh family. Oh Se-hyuk was never brilliant in strategy, literature, or martial arts. However, he possessed a rare natural gift, a physically perfect body. Even with little training, he grew stronger at an absurd speed. His physical constitution was so extraordinary that it made him a genius just for existing that way. With minimal effort, he could surpass results that took others years of training to achieve. Even so, the first thing Kim Ju did when facing him was raise his middle finger in provocation. As expected, Oh Se-hyuk did not take that well and charged in with his fist technique, aiming for a direct fight. Kim Ju, analyzing the situation, knew that fighting hand-to-hand against someone with such a physique was practically suicide. He stood no chance of winning in a purely physical contest. But just because Oh Se-hyuk had a stronger body didn't mean he would win this battle. Kim Ju knew that martial arts were not only about brute strength. With that in mind, he executed a precise leg sweep on Oh Se-hyuk and then finished him with a single palm strike to the chest. As his opponent fell, Kim Ju reflected that true martial arts also involve observing and understanding the opponent's movements. No matter how strong someone is, if there is no harmony between technique, mind, and body, defeats like this become inevitable. Oh Se-hyuk was defeated with a single blow. Even in a young and physically weaker body, Kim Ju realized he would now have no major trouble hunting monsters. After the fight, he simply returned to his seat, while reporters and guild representatives watched in astonishment. It was hard to believe that Oh Se-hyuk, one of the most promising candidates, had been taken down so easily by an unknown boy. Among the crowd, the head of the Oh family, known as the current king of fists, Oh Chulshin, had also been watching the duel. He noticed that many were underestimating Kim Ju, but that blow had been far from simple. As Oh Se-hyuk's father, he knew his son had not only trained his body, but had also worked hard on martial arts and learned to use mana precisely in his fists. Even so, Kim Ju had managed to defeat him cleanly and directly. Oh Chulshan recognized that his son's mistake had been acting on impulse. He had channeled mana into his fists and charged at Kim Ju with full force, aiming for a decisive blow. However, the boy avoided any unnecessary movement, dodging just enough to step out of the attack's path. That control left Oh Se-hyuk completely exposed, and the finishing strike landed cleanly. It showed not only technical skill, but also speed that surpassed his opponents, even while the latter was going all out. To Oh Chulshin, that level of perception and reaction was monstrous. From that moment on, he began to seriously consider the idea of bringing Kim Ju into his own family. The next duel was about to begin, and the crowd's attention shifted to a new participant. All eyes, especially the male ones, were now fixed on the next fighter. Kim Ju found it strange that so many grown men, old enough to enlist in the military, were cheering so eagerly for a 17-year-old girl. His opponent was Choi Arin, daughter of the prestigious Choi Jin family. This would be the last-ranked duel of the day, and Kim Ju was her challenger. As soon as the fight began, Choi Arin remained still, simply observing. Kim Ju realized she was waiting for him to make the first move. Even though it was a simple gesture, the fact that she was trying to read the situation already put her above the other opponents he had faced so far. He began to approach slowly. When he reached a certain distance, Choi Arin finally drew her sword, wrapped in a powerful lightning aura. The crowd reacted in shock upon seeing that she had already mastered the Choi Jin family's unique ability, something rare for her age. With precision, she calculated speed and distance, preparing a strike that, if it landed, would cut Kim Ju in half. During training, Kim Ju had commented while standing beside her that if she kept showing with her eyes where she was going to attack, it would be easier to dodge her blows. Shortly after, she was nearly knocked down by a powerful strike, but managed to block it just in time with her blade. Even so, her entire body trembled from the weight and force of the attack. Without giving her a moment to recover, Kim Ju appeared before her in the blink of an eye, calmly placing his hand on the sword she was holding. Then he prepared another strike, mockingly saying that she would have to block this one too. The impact of the blow reverberated through the girl's body, sending her to the ground instantly. Even though he noticed his stance during the strike wasn't perfect, Kim Ju felt that, for now, it was enough. He knew he would only start training in earnest after a officially joining Valhalla. When the student rankings were announced, there were no surprises. Kim Joo held first place by a wide margin. As he left Valhalla to head home, he was surrounded by a crowd of reporters. Annoyed by their persistence, he lost his patience and told them all to shut up, using offensive words and gestures that sparked controversy. Shortly afterward, news outlets began running sensational headlines claiming that Kim Joo had snapped, flipped off all the journalists, and insulted each of them, including their families. Some even reported that he told them all to screw off and go to hell. The next morning, back at Valhalla, the reception ceremony for the admitted students was underway. As he walked through the venue, Kim Joo noticed that many people avoided even making eye contact with him. He figured he had probably drawn too much attention during the preliminary duels. Later, upon arriving home, he once again heard the system's voice instructing him to claim his weapons and memories in the 5th room on the right, on the 3rd floor of Valhalla. Intrigued, Kim Joo wondered what exactly that meant. Weapons and memories? He assumed it would just be a matter of going into the room and leaving, so he decided to deal with it later. Meanwhile, in Valhalla's virtual combat simulation room, one of the most experienced instructors, the former head instructor Kim Lee-gun, was reviewing the new class assignments. He found it odd that in the same room, 3 geniuses had been placed together. One from the Yu Xin family, one from the Choi Jin family, and one from the Oh Seon family. And on top of that, Kim Joo was also in the same class. The instructor, upon realizing this, began to break out in a cold sweat. Even so, he tried to remain calm and introduced himself to the new students. Soon after, he transformed the simulation environment, which now became a forest. It was part of his strategy to surprise and intimidate the students right from the first class. Using a bit of intimidation and killing intent, Lee-gun summoned monsters around the students. One of them, Seyuk, was startled when a goblin leaped toward him, but he was protected by a magic barrier. Seeing that the barrier worked as expected, Lee-gun called Kim Joo over to him. With a calculated expression, the instructor asked if Kim Joo would be able to handle all the monsters alone. He hoped to make him nervous and gain control over the class, even in front of so many geniuses. However, Kim Joo merely laughed to himself. Suspicious, Lee-gun asked again if he really believed he could take care of all those monsters on his own. Confident, Kim Joo replied that he could. The instructor accused him of bluffing and said that if it were true, he should try it. Kim Joo then asked if there shouldn't be some kind of reward for such a surprise test on the first day of class. Accepting the challenge, Lee-gun said he would give a prize if Kim Joo managed to defeat the monsters, any wish within his power to grant. Kim Joo accepted the condition, considering it rather modest for the instructor's level, but he made it clear that he wanted to use a sword, as he would not face so many enemies with just his bare hands. He then took the instructor's own sword, crossed the barrier while all the students watched in silence, and began the battle. The slaughter began immediately. Heads flew from side to side, necks were sliced effortlessly. Kim Joo felt the familiarity of combat return naturally. For him, it had been 300 years since he had last held a sword. Despite having gone so long without wielding one, Kim Joo noticed his performance wasn't bad at all. In his previous era, because of the monsters ravaging the world, people used any kind of weapon to survive. Even so, the sword had always been deeply familiar to him. During the fight, one of the orcs tried to attack him from behind, but Kim Joo easily dodged. That was when he realized that the creature's attack patterns were far too simple. Upon closer observation, he understood they weren't real monsters. They were just simulations, very well crafted, but still fake. As he advanced, cutting down creature after creature, instructor Kim Lee-gun watched in utter shock. The sword he had lent Kim Joo was an ordinary one, without any magical enchantments or enhancements. Even so, the boy handled it with astonishing speed and precision, slicing through everything with ease. Kim Joo's sword technique seemed to devour the monsters. Each strike appeared to drain their very presence, as if absorbing everything around them. This began to unsettle the other students. Seyuk, watching, muttered that the whole thing was insane. Arin, though puzzled, was clearly captivated. When Kim Joo finished off all the monsters on the battlefield, he looked directly at the instructor and demanded the promised reward. He wanted to be taken immediately to the room of Constellations. By the end of the day, after the official class was over, the students were dismissed. Exhausted, Kim Joo slumped into his chair. He thought to himself that he hadn't known such a class could be so long and boring. For him, the only thing that mattered was getting what he needed from Valhalla as quickly as possible. In his entire previous life, he had never stopped to be taught like this. He had never even set foot in a school. Even though he found it dull, he admitted to himself that he had obtained valuable information during the lesson, especially about the constellations. In his past life, the concept hadn't even existed. Now, the term constellation was used to refer to those who had achieved great power with the blessing of the gods. Most were associated with hunters, and the relics left behind by these beings granted special abilities to those who possessed them. Valhalla, located in Korea, was the third largest academy in the world, holding countless relics related to constellations. With this knowledge in mind, Kim Joo decided he needed to focus on his training, as his current body was still rather weak. But before he could retreat into isolation, Arin approached. She wanted to talk, but in her own way, in silence, simply through her presence. presence. Meanwhile, in the instructor's lounge, Lee Sang-cheol remarked that Lee Gun had been through a lot that day. The other instructor replied that it had been more of a humiliation than anything else. Still confused, he asked if Kim Ju was really just a high school student. After all, the boy had defeated 120 monsters in the virtual combat simulation room, all by himself. Lee Sang-cheol confirmed that it was indeed strange, since, as far as they knew, Kim Ju possessed no special powers. All that was known about him was that he was an orphan living in a small orphanage located in an extremely dangerous area. Lee Sang-cheol had conducted his own investigation into the boy and concluded that he wasn't a fraud. Someone pretending would never have tried to get into Valhalla, let alone cause a commotion during the opening ceremony. In addition, Lee Sang-cheol asked whether Kim Ju had shown interest in visiting the Room of Constellations. He explained that normally students were only allowed in after their first semester, but if the director were consulted, it might be possible to authorize access to the first floor early. Lee Gun was deeply grateful for this. However, Lee Sang-cheol stated that it wasn't a favor. After all, he was Lee Gun's superior, and it was his duty to take responsibility for his team. He also admitted that he knew little about the restricted area on the 5th floor of the Room of Constellations, but assured him that any student could freely move about the first floor. There would be no problem if Kim Ju went there a little earlier than usual. Even so, Lee Gun remained uneasy. He feared what might happen in the future, especially next year. Even if Kim Ju was a problem in his own right, his class also included 3 students from the 5 most powerful families, a difficult combination to manage. Lee Sang-cheol tried to reassure him, explaining that he too was concerned, particularly because there was also an exchange student from the Ventric family enrolled in another class. This alarmed Lee Gun. The student's name was Rockdil Ventric, a direct descendant of the family's most prestigious bloodline. Lee Gun felt slightly relieved that he was part of the new class. He was fairly certain he had heard that Rockdil Ventric had been expelled from another academy for causing trouble, which made him appreciate his current environment even more. Meanwhile, Choi Ah-rin was staring intently at Kim Ju Hyuk, and he noticed her persistent gaze. When he asked her why, she requested that he teach her swordsmanship, real swordsmanship. Kim Ju refused, saying he wasn't in the mood, and asked if that was all she wanted because he was leaving. Even so, Choi pressed the matter again, but he answered harshly, saying he had no intention of teaching anyone and told her to leave. Even as he turned his back, Choi Ah-rin kept her determined gaze fixed on him. The next morning, during class, Kim Ju was thinking about the limitations of his new body. He realized it wasn't particularly suited for martial arts, since he had no magical power, and controlling mana was very difficult. Still, he knew he could solve that problem if he found a certain specific item. However, for that to happen, he needed to start gathering mana within himself. That was when he was confronted by another student. As happens to every protagonist, eventually the school's little villain makes an appearance. This time, it was Rockdil Ventric, accompanied by his assistant, Yuria de Felix. Kim Ju asked who he was, and Rockdil was stunned that someone didn't know his family, thinking it was typical of a commoner to be ignorant of the Ventric name. Wasting no time, Rockdil got straight to the point, asking if Kim Ju wanted to become stronger. He explained that, in most noble families, members of affiliated branches had far more difficulty achieving power and wealth than those of the main bloodline. The Ventric family, however, was an exception. They possessed a constellation guardian called the Plague Mask, usually a being of class S or higher, that had chosen to protect them directly. The family had made a unique decision. They allowed a family member to sign a direct contract with the constellation, avoiding the risk of conflict. This contract strengthened even secondary line members, making them as powerful as those of the main line. Because of this, the Ventric family held enormous influence, especially in Europe. With that backing, Rockdil became extremely arrogant, but not everything was victory. He had been expelled from the British Academy due to a scandal, although his family always found ways to put him back on track. His new goal was to win over Kim Ju, who had stood out alongside him at the entrance ceremony. Rockdil said that if Kim Ju joined him, he could become even more powerful. But Kim Ju was not fooled. He called the other an idiot and made it clear that he knew Rockdil had only been trying to promote himself from the start. He said he wasn't stupid and had no interest in false promises. Annoyed, Rockdil called him a disgusting, rude brat. That was when instructor Lee Sang appeared and restored order to the room. He warned that this was not the British Academy, and that in Valhalla, everyone must respect the instructors regardless of lineage. This made Rockdil even angrier. He left the room saying that he would meet Kim Ju again. At the end of the day, as he left class, Kim Ju reflected on his routine. He thought that life seemed far too ordinary, waking up early, returning late, no time for himself like anyone else. He questioned whether that was really the point of being there, since people didn't follow a story just to see something identical to real life. Stories existed precisely to escape from it. Even so, he realized he hadn't made any progress that day. No advancement with the Hall of Constellations, no system missions. All he managed to do was get into trouble early in the morning. As if that that weren't enough, Choi Ah-rin appeared once again, insisting that he teach her swordsmanship. Kim Joo thought that saying no 80 times still wasn't enough to make her give up. Meanwhile, in Valhalla's most luxurious dormitory, Rockdil Ventric was out of control. In a fit of rage, he smashed everything around him. He was furious at Kim Joo, who, even as a mere orphan, had dared to humiliate him in class, something he would not forget anytime soon. Rockdil Ventric was seething. He ordered Yuria to call Desera immediately, because now he needed to deal with that boy. However, Yuria remained silent. Irritated by her lack of response, he grabbed her by the hair, demanding that she obey. Coldly, he asked if she still thought the eldest daughter of the palace family should remain useful, or if he should simply throw her away again. Terrified, Yuria begged him not to do it, but he threw her to the floor without hesitation. Then, he ordered her again to make the call, making it clear that he needed Desera there as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, in Kim Joo-hyuk's room, he was sitting in silence, meditating. He tried to gather mana, but upon exhaling deeply, he felt frustration. He thought that this body was truly garbage. He couldn't cast any kind of magic with it, which only made him more and more irritated. At that moment, he remembered Choi Ah-rin's persistence the day before. She had followed him all the way to the dormitory door, asking him to teach her real swordsmanship. To him, it was like having an infernal parrot repeating the same thing in his ear non-stop. Tired of it, Kim Joo-hyuk decided to put an end to her persistence. He said the price for a lesson was 10 million. He assumed she wouldn't be able to pay, and that would be the end of it. But Choi Ah-rin surprised him. She asked for his phone number, added his contact, and said it would be easier to transfer the amount that way. Without hesitation, she sent 100 million. When the transfer was confirmed, she calmly asked if he would now agree to teach her. Even impressed, Kim Joo refused. He returned the money immediately. He thought what had just happened was absurd. A student had sent him a fortune, as if it were nothing. But even so, he couldn't accept it. If he trained her, he would have to reveal secrets he had no intention of sharing. And, no matter how absurd the sum, he wasn't there for money. What he really wanted was to find what was in Valhalla and leave. With that in mind, he prepared himself. He needed to find the secret vault. It was already night when he walked through the forest near the academy. Kim Joo-hyuk had done research before joining Valhalla. He had discovered that most of the hidden vaults had been destroyed in the last 300 years, but there were still 4 possible locations left, all in the mountains of the region. He used a location spell based on the mana that flowed through the Earth's ley lines. After some time, he found a point of interest. He began digging, even while feeling the physical limitations of that body. He was so weak he seemed almost asthmatic. As he dug, he thought that if he had known it would be this much work to retrieve that vault, he would have buried everything in a shallower spot. But at the time, he had no choice. During the collapse caused by the Tower of Destruction, the world was on the brink of ending. There was no safe place to store his wealth. That was why he created vaults and hid everything. Now he could only hope they had remained intact. He dug for hours until dawn. Finally, he found the structure. Upon locating the lock, he used magic to craft a custom key to open it. When he stepped inside, his eyes lit up at the sight of the treasures still there. Looking at the stored items, he playfully wondered if his children had missed him. At least now he no longer had to worry about money. Among the treasures were all of his mana storage stones. Back then, he had infused each vault with magic, but now the time had come to recover everything. One by one, he absorbed the magical power from the stones and transferred it into himself. He knew he had to prioritize what to take. He thought it would be smarter to leave the gold bars, which were heavy, and take only lighter jewels. They would be easier to trade for money, if necessary. The next morning, he showed up to class exhausted. His whole body trembled, a result of the physical and magical strain he had endured all night. Kim Joo's muscles ached badly, all because he had done a bit of digging to recover the vault. The body was completely worn out, even from such a small effort. At that moment, Choi Ah-rin suddenly appeared, startling him as she once again insisted that he teach her swordsmanship. Kim Joo thought she was unbelievably persistent. He recalled the information he had discovered after reincarnating. Among the 5 most powerful families, the Jin Choi Ah-rin's family, was likely the only one specializing in traditional swordsmanship. This made him question why she was being so insistent with him. She could simply learn from someone in her own family or from more experienced masters. But Choi Ah-rin replied that she wanted to learn specifically from him. She said that in her entire life, she had never seen anyone handle a sword like Kim Joo. Even surprised, he asked if her father, the head of the Jin Choi family, wasn't more skilled with a sword. However, before she could answer, Kim Joo received a call from the instructor. He was summoned to the teacher's office regarding the matter he had requested earlier. Kim Joo said he was on his way. Before leaving, he told Choi Ah-rin to meet him at the training grounds at 6 o'clock the next morning. She seemed a little taken aback, and he teased her, asking if she had already given up. She replied that, of course, she would be there. Later, in the teacher's office, Lee Gun explained that he had a class soon, so he couldn't stay long. He informed Kim Joo that his request for access to the location had been approved, but he would only be allowed as far as the first basement level. Deeper floors were off limits. Kim Joo accepted the restriction without question. He only asked when he could go. Lee Gun said that if he was available that very night, access would be granted. This surprised him a little, as Lee Gun had expected Kim Joo to complain or make a fuss about not being allowed beyond the first basement. But contrary to expectations, he simply accepted calmly. That night, Lee Gun led Kim Joo to the location. It was Valhalla Academy's treasure, known as the Hall of Constellations. When they arrived, Kim Joo noticed that the place was extremely well protected, with guards stationed and advanced security technology. Lee Gun remarked that this showed just how important the building was. Its presence was one of the factors that made Valhalla one of the 3 most renowned academies in the world. In addition to physical security, the outer walls were fully reinforced with magical spells, making the place practically impenetrable except through the main entrance. Curious, Kim Joo asked how someone could gain access to the second basement level. He wanted to know if it would require doing something illegal. Lee Gun replied seriously. He said he wouldn't make anyone a criminal, but it would be enough to cause a student's expulsion. He also warned that the second basement was a dangerous place. There, the magical energy of the constellations flowed without any kind of containment. If someone came into direct contact with that magic, their mind would shatter instantly, driving them to madness. Kim Joo answered indifferently, acknowledging the risks. Insanity, expulsion, he understood it all. Lee Gun then wondered to himself why he was asking that right before entering. Could it be that the candidate with the highest score at the entrance ceremony was really considering something like that? He tried not to dwell on it and simply told Kim Joo he would have 30 minutes inside. After that, he would have to leave. Kim Joo said that was fine, but inwardly, he thought differently. To him, it didn't matter if he was expelled or lost his mind. What truly mattered was finding what he was looking for. Kim Joo had come to Valhalla with a single goal. As he descended a long staircase, he began to grow tired of the repetition, as if the steps would never end. When he finally reached the bottom, he found himself in a place that looked more like a prison, filled with vaults. It didn't seem to be the Hall of Constellations, which he had believed to be on the first basement level. Everything there felt far too ordinary, unimportant. Thinking he might be on the wrong path, he considered going even deeper. It was then that the system appeared, informing him that he had met the necessary requirements and would be transported directly to the hall. In the blink of an eye, Kim Joo found himself in another space. There stood Brace, someone he hadn't seen in 300 years. The reunion was anything but friendly. Without a second thought, Kim Joo punched him in the face, unleashing all the anger he had been holding in. It was far from a greeting. Even while taking the blows, Brace tried to talk. He insisted he needed to explain everything, but Kim Joo wasn't willing to listen. He kept attacking, saying that he usually didn't solve things with his fists, but would make an exception for that bastard. According to him, everything, his money, his honor, and years of dedication to training disciples had been lost because of Brace. Still, Brace persisted in showing him the place. He explained that this was an imaginary world, a space contained within a relic. What Kim Joo saw there was only a manifestation within this illusory world. Brace's real body had disappeared 300 years ago. When Kim Joo asked if he had been trapped inside that relic all this time, Brace confirmed it. He said that after becoming a constellation, he came to inhabit this space. With disdain, Kim Joo said it was garbage and landed another punch on Brace's face. Meanwhile, outside, Lee Gun patiently waited for Kim Joo's return. When he came out, the instructor asked if he had done anything strange. Kim Joo replied casually, saying he had just taken a little look around. In truth, he hadn't gone any deeper because, as he put it, he would have lost his mind if he had. Lee Gun thought it best to send him straight back to the dormitory. As he walked, Kim Joo reflected on his conversation with Brace. To him, it didn't matter if the other had become a constellation. What he wanted were answers. He wondered if Brace had been the one to create that transparent system window. But Brace claimed he had no idea what it was. Kim Joo even threatened to hit him again, but the other insisted he was telling the truth. Brace explained that after being killed by Kim Joo and with the destruction of the Tower of Destruction, he had been trapped inside the relic for 300 years, completely powerless. Kim Joo then asked who had sent the message to him. Brace said that he had also received a notification, stating that his mission was to make contact with Kim Joo and recover certain memories. According to him, a suspicious figure appeared afterward, and perhaps it was this person who had made him the new owner of the Tower of Destruction. Kim Joo asked if the former owner of the tower was behind it all, but Brace said he didn't know. He claimed that all memories of that person had vanished from his mind. When Brace asked what Kim Joo's notification had said, he replied that it told him to find a weapon and some memories on the third basement level. However, he added that he still remembered everything related to the tower. Brace refused. He said that Kim Joo had probably forgotten, but that the memories would naturally return now that he had reunited with the weapon. Confused, Kim Joo asked when that had happened. Brace then explained that the space they were in was actually the the inner world of the four weapons, known as the village swords, which had become sacred relics. He himself had become a constellation by using one of these swords as a relic. At that, Kim Joo exploded again, calling Brace a shameless bastard. That village sword had been his weapon in a past life, and now, inside it, there was a constellation called Brace. He had no idea how things had ended up like this, but he decided he was going to find out. Either way, now he could once again summon his former weapon. Even so, no matter how weak Brace might be, Kim Joo still hesitated to trust him since that man had once been known as the King of Destruction. Unfortunately, he didn't have much of a choice. The system itself ordered him to ally with Brace, whether he liked it or not. But before he could move on, Kim Joo was caught off guard. A gang of bullies appeared, blocking his path. The leader of that group was Lyric Sunrise, a second-year student who approached with arrogance and irony. He asked if Kim Joo wasn't going to greet his senior. But looking at the boy, Kim Joo thought he looked like a freshman himself, and didn't understand what he meant. Even in the face of a cold response, Lyric wasn't intimidated and provoked further, saying that if Kim Joo really was ranked first, a simple greeting wouldn't be enough. Then one of Lyric's gang members stepped forward to try and beat up Kim Joo in his senior's name. But what happened was the opposite. He was the first to be easily taken down. Out of patience for such provocations, Kim Joo called them all useless punks and dared them to come at him all at once. The first one who tried received a direct kick to the face and collapsed unconscious instantly. Watching the scene, Lyric noticed that Kim Joo was holding a sword and was startled. He hadn't seen the freshman with any weapon before. As he twirled the blade lightly, Kim Joo commented that it felt good to hold that sword again. It had been a long time since he last wielded it. With a confident smile, he said that if they kept stalling, he'd be the one to attack first. At that moment, Lyric remembered what had happened 3 hours earlier. He had been sent by Rockdeal, who had hired him to deal with Kim Joo. The offer was simple: beat up the first-year student and receive a nice reward in return. Despite his initial hesitation, Lyric accepted, thinking there was no reason to worry. To him, simply being a second year was enough to easily defeat a freshman, especially one who didn't come from any noble or famous family. At Valhalla Academy, students went through an important ritual in the second semester of their first year. They would enter the constellation room to form a contract with a guardian constellation. Those who succeeded were called contractors, gaining the ability to invoke the powers of the constellation that chose them. Knowing this, Lyric assumed that Kim Joo, having no constellation and no influential family background, would be easy to defeat. However, what he was seeing was the complete opposite. Kim Joo was defeating Lyric's entire gang without even unsheathing his sword. He was using only the weapon's sheath as a tool in combat, yet it was absurdly effective. One attacker tried a jumping strike, but Kim Joo's speed was so far superior that he was struck square in the forehead by the sheath before he even realized what had happened. Lyric was in shock. He couldn't understand how a first-year student with no constellation contract whatsoever was overpowering seniors so easily. He wondered what kind of sword technique this was. To him, Kim Joo seemed to have average, maybe even weak strength, yet his attacks were so precise that none of those hit could get back up afterward. With almost the entire group defeated, Kim Joo looked at those still standing and warned that he would crush them if they kept wasting his time. Lyric realized that his gang was retreating. No one else wanted to fight him. Furious, he ordered everyone to attack, but no one answered. Faced with the cowardly silence, Kim Joo mocked them, saying that even their boss didn't have the guts to act. Forced into action, Lyric tried to attack him directly, but was easily stopped. Calmly, Kim Joo asked why he had just stood there after being hit. Then, using the sword's sheath as leverage, he struck Lyric in the stomach so hard that the boy spat blood and didn't even realize when Kim Joo had gotten that close. Later, Lyric and his gang were all lying on the ground. To wake the senior, Kim Joo gave him a hard slap across the face and asked the reason for the ambush. Still dazed, Lyric said it was simply because they were seniors, but Kim Joo found that strange. It wasn't common for a second-year group, armed, to go after a freshman without a reason. He questioned whether Lyric was following someone's orders, suggesting he might be trying to protect that person by not telling the whole truth. Even so, Kim Joo said he thought that kind of loyalty was cute. In the end, he turned away and ordered them to clean up the mess before leaving, abandoning behind him an entire group defeated and humiliated. After being beaten, Lyric Sunrise still tried to maintain a facade of superiority. Even lying on the ground, he asked if Kim Joo really thought he could just go back to school as if nothing had happened. According to him, if that incident spread, Kim Joo would be expelled immediately. But Kim Joo showed no concern whatsoever. On the contrary, he said he didn't care about the consequences, because if the gossip really spread, the focus of the story wouldn't be the fight itself, but the fact that he, a first-year rookie, had humiliated Lyric and his entire second-year gang. Kim Joo made it clear that if the story got out, it would be far more embarrassing for the seniors. He then advised Lyric to think very carefully, because his reputation could end right there, in the face of everything that had just happened. Later, Rockdale was anxiously waiting for a call from Lyric, expecting to hear good news. However, when the contact finally came, it was nothing like he had imagined. On the other end of the line, Lyric said he was giving up on the job. He stated that from now on, he would keep his distance from Kim Joo. This shocked Rockdale, who remembered how confident Lyric had been just hours earlier when accepting the mission. Without understanding what had changed, he asked why. He suggested that if Lyric still had visible injuries, he could simply go to the administration and report Kim Joo. If he did that, Rockdale would still pay the promised reward, since the important thing was to harm Kim Joo, no matter the method. But Lyric refused. He said that even with the Rockdale family's backing, nothing would erase the humiliation they had suffered. They had been completely crushed, and no money or influence could wash away that shame. He then hung up on Rockdale, who was left furious. Irritated, Rockdale asked Yuria if she had managed to contact Desera Ventric. She confirmed she had. She said Desera wanted a face-to-face meeting, but that it would take some time since he was far away. Meanwhile, at Aripia Academy in Mexico, Desera Ventric asked if he was supposed to go to Korea. The goal was to deal with just one person, and the payment was already guaranteed. Desera was excited. After being kicked out of his home, he could no longer ask his family for money. But with Rockdale funding him, this was his chance to turn the tables. The next day at 6 in the morning, Kim Joo was impressed by the size of the training hall. As he was looking around, a voice suddenly came out of nowhere, asking what he was doing there. Startled, Kim Joo recognized Brace's voice and asked where he was speaking from. Brace explained that he was sealed inside the sword and questioned why Kim Joo was so surprised. Kim Joo replied that he wasn't exactly surprised. He had just thought Brace had gotten out of the sword, and he had already been preparing to beat him up and shove him back inside. Brace said there was no need to worry about that, but Kim Joo asked if he was sure everything was fine, since that sword was now a Valhalla-protected artifact. After all, they had stolen it directly from the Constellation Hall. Brace explained that he had already thought about that beforehand. He had swapped the real sword for a replica. This only made Kim Joo more suspicious, and he asked how Brace knew how to make a perfect replica. The answer was that, upon awakening inside the relic, Brace had lost all his strength, but was still able to create a replica, even without understanding how he possessed that ability. While stretching, Kim Joo saw Choi Arin approaching, and asked if she had really come. She replied by asking if he was finally going to teach her swordsmanship, but Kim Joo said not yet. The first step would be to improve her physical endurance. Choi Arin wanted to know why, and Kim Joo said that if she didn't want to, she could just leave. She, however, agreed to continue, and he told her to start with stretching and warm-ups. Kim Joo thought that by strengthening her endurance, it would be easier to absorb and control mana. Even though this was the basic foundation for any martial artist, he noticed that the current method, 300 years after his previous life, was very strange. Fighters of that era poured everything into mana and neglected endurance. Even Choi Arin, from one of the most powerful families, possessed a large amount of mana but almost no physical conditioning. When she finished stretching, Kim Joo began the real training. Choi Arin could barely keep up. They did push-ups, squats, deadlifts, and by the end she was exhausted, almost dead from fatigue. But Kim Joo said that was only the beginning. He told her to stop being lazy and get up, because they still had to run 20 kilometers. She was shocked and asked if, even after all that at 6 in the morning, there would still be class. Kim Joo thought that maybe Choi Arin was fine, even if a little shaken. The morning training had been intense, but in his view, it was worth it for physical development and mana control. However, looking at her more closely, he noticed she seemed like a traumatized soldier, with that distant gaze of someone who had seen horrors, the famous 1,000-yard stare. Right after that, the class instructor arrived to start the lesson. Her name was Lilia, and she was the supervisor responsible for the dimensional monsters subject. That day, she announced they would have a simple written test. She explained that although her role was to guide the students, it was also important for each of them to study on their own. The test would assess how much they knew about dimensional monsters and how to deal with each type of creature individually. Most students seemed to handle the test well, but Choi Arin was in so much pain that she could barely hold her pen. Still, she pushed herself to finish. When the test time ended, Lilia informed them that it would not count toward the overall ranking, but would serve as a baseline to measure the class level before the next lesson. She said it was merely a teaching tool to identify each student's readiness. She also warned that the following week, they would have their first practical lesson in the virtual combat simulation room. After she left the room, the environment fell silent. Then Brace, from inside the sword, interrupted Kim Joo's thoughts. He asked if Kim Joo was sure he could write those answers the way he did. Surprised, Kim Joo asked if he could see everything. Brace confirmed, saying that being sealed there, he had nothing else to do. Kim Joo asked if he could also read his thoughts, and Brace explained that he didn't read everything, but could hear anything directly related to him. Kim Joo then reflected that he had answered the test based on his practical knowledge from his past life. Everything he knew about monsters, he had learned by fighting them directly in real battles. It didn't take long for this approach to cause reactions outside the classroom. Later, in the teacher's lounge, Lilia was furious about Kim Ju's test. Outraged, she complained about the absurd answers he had written. Meanwhile, Lee-gun showed up with a coffee in hand and asked if those tests were from her class. Lilia confirmed and explained that, in preparation for the simulation class, she had asked students to study the most effective methods of killing monsters. Most, especially the students of Class A, composed of geniuses, had done well. But then she mentioned the name that irritated her, Kim Ju-hyuk. She said what he had written couldn't be considered a serious answer. Lee-gun asked if he had at least tried, and Lilia replied that it wasn't just a lack of effort, Kim Ju was mocking the entire subject. She declared that this couldn't be ignored. In the next class, she would show him his own answers and confront him to prove he was wrong. A week later, in the virtual combat simulation room at Valhalla, Lilia had already explained the instructions and handed back the graded tests. Then, she called for Kim Ju to step forward. She was visibly irritated and handed him his test, completely crumpled. She said that student Kim Ju had scored a 0 and asked if he had taken the test seriously. Kim Ju replied that he had, with conviction. Lilia then read aloud the first question on the test. What is the most effective method for dealing with the stone goblin? Kim Ju's written answer was straightforward. Hit it in the stomach. That left her disappointed. Next, she read the second question. When faced with 8 wild goblins charging at you, what do? His answer was, start with the closest ones, hit each one, and send them straight to hell. Lilia concluded that he wasn't taking any of it seriously. She explained that a stone goblin had B+ grade defense, which meant that an ordinary aura sword wouldn't be able to inflict any damage at all. But Kim Ju insisted that his method worked, and that a well-placed strike to the stomach was enough to defeat a stone goblin. Indignant at Kim Ju's arrogance, Lilia decided to give him a chance. Since the student was so confident in his answer, she would summon a stone goblin into the virtual environment. She said that if he could defeat the creature exactly as he had described, she would replace his 0 with the highest possible score. After finishing the written exam, Kim Ju simply nodded and headed to the training field. He took his sword and calmly walked toward the stone goblin that had been summoned for the next part of the test. While watching the scene, Lilia, the instructor, recalled something she had heard, that Kim Ju had once defeated 120 summoned goblins all by himself. Even with that reputation, she knew a stone goblin wasn't just any creature, and it was unlikely to die from a single sword strike. However, when the fight began, the result was surprising. Kim Ju struck the goblin with a firm thrust to the stomach. The monster died instantly, crumbling into dust, exactly as he had said it would. Even Lilia was shocked to see it happen just as he had described. Meanwhile, Yu-Su, one of the observing students, wondered how that was possible. He had killed the creature without using any magic at all, just a plain sword. The instructor, still confused, asked how he had managed to do it, but Kim Ju gave a direct answer. You just hit it in the stomach. According to him, that was its weak point. Lilia thought that to pull that off against a stone goblin, you'd have to be at least an A-class contractor. Still, she wondered if it was really as simple as he claimed. Confident, Kim Ju said he had given the right answer and asked where his upgraded score was, but Lilia replied that it still wasn't enough. Immediately after, she summoned a dungeon before him. From the portal, several goblins began to emerge. The idea was to use this situation as an example for the next question in the practical test. Lilia knew full well the risk. When facing a group of goblins, the first mistake could be fatal. If the front goblin used its scream ability, more would appear within seconds. Even with only 3 goblins in sight, she knew that at the first slip-up, 5 more would show up, and that's when rookies died. The ideal answer in such a situation was simple. If the fighter was strong, they should use magic to wipe them out quickly. If weak, the best choice was to retreat, create distance, and eliminate them one by one. But Kim Ju didn't bother with any of that. As soon as the first goblin prepared to scream, he killed it precisely. The second tried to react, but he struck it directly in the mouth with his blade. The third he took down with a clean slash to the throat, preventing any sound. His movements were so fast and precise that there was no time for an alert cry. He handled it all alone, without magic. With everything resolved, Kim Ju stated that this was the answer to the second question as well. The next day, he was at the academy working out with Choi Arin. They were on the treadmill, running side by side. Despite her tired expression, he continued the workout normally. When Choi Arin collapsed to the floor, exhausted and sore, Kim Ju asked why she was struggling so much with such light exercises. He wanted to know if she didn't usually train in her clan. Choi Arin replied that she normally didn't push herself this hard, which surprised him. She was from one of the most powerful clans on the continent, yet she didn't seem used to this kind of training. He asked how she expected to fight monsters if she couldn't handle basic training. Choi Arin explained, "Fmat, she used magic and relied on the power of the constellations." Kim Ju found that predictable. After returning to life 300 years after his time, he realized just how much the new generation of fighters depended on these external forces. In his view, that was far too dangerous. In a dungeon, if someone got caught in a zone with magic restrictions and couldn't use their constellation's power, they'd be completely defenseless. And if, at that moment, the constellation decided not to lend its power, death would be inevitable. He then asked Choi Arin if she really felt the exercises were helping in any way. She said yes, but also admitted she was only doing it because she wanted to learn swordsmanship from him. For her, that effort was part of the process. Kim Joo understood and asked if she was there just because he had told her to be. Choi Arin didn't know what to say. He then told her it was fine. Training for the day was over. Even so, he warned her that he wouldn't walk her back to the academy because he still had one more workout session to do. He asked if she wanted to continue as well, but Choi Arin, clearly exhausted, refused. She then left, leaving Kim Joo to train alone. When Choi Arin left, Brace asked if that was her real name. It wasn't. Even so, he was impressed that someone had endured his training without complaining. Still curious, he wanted to know why Kim Joo was being so lenient with her. Kim replied that, in truth, he was only returning the favor for her persistence. She had pestered him so much to learn his technique that he ended up giving in a little. Kim explained that he had never actually shown his swordsmanship to Arin directly, but he believed she had managed to pick up a bit of it just by watching during their fight. Brace found that impressive. If she understood something just from watching, then she was truly special. Kim started to think so too, and decided he would teach her a little of his skill. While thinking about that, Kim noticed that Sehyuk was nearby, training and lifting weights next to him. Surprised, Kim asked how long he had been there. Sehyuk replied that he had been there since the start, since his routine was always to train before classes. Soon after, he excused himself and left. Kim thought about him. Maybe it was because of his build, but the fact was that Sehyuk could train for so long that it was truly impressive. Brace, curious, asked if Kim was interested in that boy. Kim reflected that, like it or not, Sehyuk seemed destined to do better than those who focused only on magical power. Even so, Kim still didn't know what those damned constellations were capable of, and neither did Brace. Despite being a constellation himself, Brace had spent 300 years in isolation, doing nothing, and therefore knew nothing about the others. Perhaps Kim could learn more about them if he managed to complete the new mission that had appeared in his system tab. This mission involved recovering his old weapons and memories. For that, he would have to go to the center of the Great Valhalla Forest. He thought that if it weren't for this mission, he would have simply fled after retrieving his belongings. But for now, he had to stay in Valhalla, and do so quietly. He didn't want to attract even more attention or cause problems like the ones already chasing after him. Kim reflected that, in truth, he had gone easy on the bullies who attacked him. If he had fought seriously, he would have cracked their heads open, just like he had done with Brace. But now, until he completed this mission, he couldn't leave Valhalla. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, in London, inside the Ventric mansion, decorated with plague masks on every wall, the guardian constellation and co-owner of the estate, Adelia Ventric, wanted to know what had happened to her butler. The messenger reported that the labyrinth on the outskirts of Reading had been cleared. Adelia thought that was great and asked if there was any other news. The butler mentioned that he was considering recruiting some talented men he had met along the way. On that occasion, there had been a survivor from the Robert clan. He and the others seemed to be A-class contractors. Adelia thought that if they were at that level, then they were worthy of receiving the Ventric family's blessing. But she said she wanted to test their abilities first. She then asked if that was all. The butler then revealed that there was one last message, and unfortunately, it was not pleasant news for his mistress. The butler then reported something about Rockdeal. He said he had heard rumors that Disra Ventric had been summoned to South Korea. Adelia did not like this news at all. To her, Disra was the black sheep of the family, and also the worst delinquent to ever walk the earth. He had committed several crimes using the Ventric family name. At 19, he killed 5 people inside the English Academy, all because of a simple argument. At 20, he was completely disowned. Adelia had believed he had been in hiding all these years. However, now that same Disra was going to meet Rockdeal in Korea. Because of this, Adelia ordered that Disra be placed under surveillance in the name of the Ventric family. She also sent a direct warning to Rockdeal. If he was caught doing anything suspicious, he would be removed from the family without hesitation. The butler concluded his report by saying that this was all for now. As he left, Adelia was left alone with her thoughts. She was outraged that so many people used powers they had not earned through their own merit, only to cause trouble. She thought that the kind of power so many sought was a one-for-all type, where in the end, everything ended up serving just one person. And ultimately, Adelia believed all of that was meant for herself, a certainty that came from her constellation. The next morning during class, Kim Joo reflected on his own body. He felt that it really was getting stronger with the workouts. On top of that, there was a natural talent for manipulating mana. It wasn't something comparable to a true genius, but still, this body was much better than the one he had before reincarnating. Even with a sedentary past, his physical condition didn't seem bad, which was strange. Kim Joo remembered that on the first day when he tried to perform mana circulation, he could barely finish it. He had less energy than a normal person, and his physique had been terrible since all he did was dig. He had almost fainted from lack of air. Even so, he thought a body shouldn't have been in that state without reason. He wondered what might have happened to it before his reincarnation, but decided not to worry about that for now. Suddenly, a note was passed to him. It was simple, just a "hey" written on it. Kim Ju was confused, not understanding the reason. At the end of the day, the last class was with Lee Goon, who announced that the students were now allowed to leave the academy grounds. To do so, anyone who wanted to go out had to submit an official request. Kim Ju saw this as a good opportunity, since he had already been thinking about leaving. Brace, curious, asked where he planned to go, but before Kim Ju could answer, Yu Su-yeon appeared. He thought, irritated, that too many girls had been chasing him lately. Then he asked what she wanted. Kim Ju replied to her note with a simple, "What is it?" and told her to get straight to the point, as he was busy with his own matters. That was when Su-yeon started stammering and rambling, talking non-stop without saying anything clearly. Faced with that, Kim Ju lost his patience and told her to just spit it out already, calling her crazy. Su-yeon, offended, asked why he was calling her that. Kim Ju, in turn, asked why she was getting on his nerves for no reason and insisted that she just say what she wanted. At that moment, Su-yeon remembered the scene where Kim Ju had killed the stone goblin with a single sword strike to the stomach. That was nothing like what was written in the books, and her pride hurt more each time she saw Kim Ju do such things so easily. Suddenly, Lilia, the instructor, appeared. She joined the conversation by asking if Kim Ju could explain how he had killed the goblin. He wondered where the hell she had come from and why she was interfering. He thought she hated him. Lilia was surprised by the question. She denied any feelings of hatred and said she didn't care about what had happened between them. She explained that she had believed there was only one correct way to kill monsters, but now that she had discovered another, she was willing to investigate it thoroughly. Then Lilia asked if Kim Ju wanted to become her assistant. He immediately refused, explaining that he needed to hand in his exit form. He rejected the offer without hesitation and told her he was leaving. Still, Lilia took him with her, leaving Su-yeon standing there speechless. The next day, Kim Ju was already outside the academy grounds, exactly as he had planned. On the previous night, Kim Ju was in his dormitory, researching the place he intended to visit. His goal was to find a trading forum where he could sell the treasure he had discovered in an old vault. Among the results, he came across information about a market considered promising. He read a post explaining how to enter this market, and found out that, after paying an entrance fee, users could trade practically anything. Although it was available to anyone in the world, the place was often associated with the black market because of criminals who took advantage of it. The reason such an unusual space existed was that it had been created by a guardian constellation known as the Secret Ruler. Since it originated from such a high-level entity, Kim Ju understood that even people of high standing used the market publicly, without hiding. Even though it was considered illegal, governments themselves avoided interfering. That explained why he had found the information so easily. Before completing his registration, he received a message from Choi Arin, full of crying emojis. She informed him that she wouldn't be able to train the next morning because she had to leave. Kim Ju also knew he would be busy, so he didn't worry. He just wished her a good trip, but ended up receiving another sequence of cheerful bunny emojis, which didn't make him very happy. Even so, he ignored it and finished his registration on the market's website. The next morning, Kim Ju went out looking for an old cafe. The access point indicated to enter the market, but upon arriving there, he realized the place wasn't just old, it was practically falling apart. Following the instructions, he went inside, headed to the right corner, and passed through a hidden door. Behind it, he found the market. The environment felt familiar, even though it was his first time there. The purple sky, the moon, and the clouds strongly resembled the night sky more than 300 years ago. The similarities stirred a strange feeling in Kim Ju, as if he had already been there before. Soon, a man in a leather jacket approached. He was one of the market's staff. He asked if this was Kim Ju's first visit, and whether he already knew how the market worked. Kim Ju confirmed he had a basic idea and paid the entrance fee. The amount was high enough to consume nearly all he had earned for placing first in the Valhalla event. Only about 30,000 coins were left, but since he was there precisely to make more money, he didn't mind. When he asked where he could sell jewelry directly, a staff member asked if it would be for an auction, but Kim Ju replied he wanted a quick sale. He was then instructed to go to the 3rd District Market, where many merchants bought practically any item. Among them, one of the most reliable and well-known for paying well was Merchant Morris. Before letting him go, the staff member made an important recommendation: to wear a mask. Due to the nature of the items being traded, most people in the market chose to hide their identities. Kim Ju thanked him for the tip and went on his way. In the 3rd District, he found Morris, who was examining some pieces when Kim Ju arrived, saying he wanted to sell his items immediately. Morris explained that it all depended on the objects, but he could quickly evaluate them if they were gold or jewels. Without wasting time, Kim Ju threw the items onto the counter, surprising Morris at first glance. The items presented were artifacts from the era of destruction, something extremely rare. All the objects Kim Ju carried belonged to that same era. Impressed, Morris began examining them, and was puzzled about how this boy had managed to gather so many relics of that kind. Coldly, Kim Ju simply reminded him that such questions were inappropriate in that place. The merchant agreed, acknowledging his mistake, and admitted he had been so distracted by the artifacts that he nearly compromised his professional reputation. Even so, he revealed that, as much as he wanted to, he didn't have enough capital to buy all those items. Kim Ju then asked where he could go to obtain a fair price for the pieces. Morris explained that the best option would be the auction house, although the process would take some time. On average, it would require 2 to 3 weeks due to high demand and scheduled bookings. After the sale, Kim Ju would need to return personally to the market for verification and then receive payment. Kim Ju found all of that absurd. Even so, he wanted to know how much the negotiation would be worth, since Morris had admitted he couldn't afford everything. Then, Morris showed him the approximate value on his tablet, but there were so many zeros that Kim Ju could barely comprehend the number. Morris explained that it was only an estimated value. If the artifacts were sent to auction, the story would be completely different. If he sold everything he had, he could get about 3/4 of that value. Kim Ju then accepted the proposed price. For him, it was more than enough. Morris, surprised, asked if he was serious. The reason for such a high price was simple. Artifacts from the era of destruction had enormous value, not only because of their age, but mainly because of the constellations. These entities began to appear at the end of the era and, for some reason, reacted positively to objects created during that time. There were cases where ordinary people, without any special power, managed to establish contracts with S-class constellations thanks to these items. This made the artifacts even more sought after and valuable. Kim Ju remembered a constellation related to alchemy that often appeared in front of such objects. Morris, upon making a second analysis, was absolutely certain that the items belonged to that era. The way mana flowed through them was distinct. The residual magic from the end of the era seemed to still be trapped within them. To him, it was almost unbelievable that he had managed to acquire 8 artifacts from the era of destruction for so little. Even unintentionally, it was his lucky day. However, the negotiation was interrupted by one of the market staff. Kim Ju, already outside on his way to the cafe, felt uneasy about the whole situation, but at the same time satisfied. He had obtained 2,500,000 won, which completely solved his financial problems. He never imagined he would earn so much just by selling 8 rings he had found inside a vault. And best of all, he still had many others stored away. At that moment, he received a call from an unknown number. It was Lilia, his instructor, inviting him to lunch. Kim Ju was confused and wanted to know how she had gotten his number. She casually replied that she was a teacher and simply ordered him to meet her at the academy's entrance. She said she would pay for lunch and hung up without leaving room for an answer. Since he was free, Kim Ju decided he would take advantage of the invitation and make her spend a lot on that lunch. Meanwhile, in the market, Morris questioned the reason for the visit of the guard who had approached him. The man replied with irony, asking if their relationship was really that bad. Morris explained that although they had met a few times, it was unusual for an ordinary merchant to have direct contact with the true administrator of the market. That man was, in fact, the Black Cat, the manager of the entire structure. The Black Cat remarked that he only treated Morris with familiarity because he liked him, and that he hadn't come for anything important. In truth, he had noticed that Morris had signed up to participate in an auction, something he hadn't done in a very long time. Surprised, Morris thought his anonymous participation was truly confidential, but the Black Cat explained that the real owner of the market was a constellation, not him. Still, he could access any information whenever he wished. Then, the Black Cat asked to take a look at the items Morris planned to auction. The merchant agreed, and as he handed over the artifacts, he thought it was the first time the manager had shown interest in something like this. After inspecting them, the Black Cat commented that they indeed looked like pieces that would fetch extremely high prices. The constellation associated with him, watching from the other side, was astonished at what it saw. The Black Cat confirmed that his constellation was extremely interested in those artifacts. Later, in Valhalla, Kim Ju and Lilia were at a pasta restaurant. While she ate with delight, he was distracted, observing the place and wondering how he had never noticed the existence of that restaurant. Lilia explained that, besides the school's cafeteria and the staff's dining hall, there were also also regular places like this one for the students. Kim Joo then asked the reason for the invitation. Lilia revealed that she wanted him to be her assistant. He replied that he wasn't interested, but she insisted, saying he should at least consider the idea. She said there would be many benefits, including financial ones, and that since she was paying for lunch, he could at least listen attentively. Kim Joo gave in and asked what those benefits would be. Lilia explained that he would receive a scholarship, other financial aid, and the opportunity to write an academic paper alongside her. If he accepted to write a paper with Lilia, Kim Joo would have the chance to officially register the 3 types of monster attacks he had developed. With that, his name would enter the list of the World Monster Research Association, and he would gain permission to leave twice a week instead of only once a month. Even with all that, Kim Joo wanted to know if that was all. Were there no other benefits? Lilia explained that he would also have the opportunity to work directly with her, which for her was a significant advantage. Kim Joo thought it sounded more like ego than a real benefit. Lilia, insistent, asked him to please accept becoming her assistant, but Kim Joo remained firm. He said he wasn't interested. He thought that if there were at least a decent reward, he might consider it. However, nothing there was tempting enough. His most urgent goal at the moment was to reach the center of the Great Forest, something only possible during the first-year performance evaluation. Faced with this, Kim Joo completely refused the proposal. He said he wouldn't be an assistant and wouldn't write any paper either. Then Lilia tried another approach. She asked if he wanted to exchange information, offering relevant data in return for what he knew about monster attacks. To draw even more of his attention, she mentioned that she had information about Choi Arin, the girl who was always around him. Kim Joo found it strange. He wondered if they really seemed that close. To him, he was only helping Arin with training and nothing more. He said he wasn't very interested and got up to leave. He had already eaten, and the benefits Lilia offered had no value for him. However, Lilia mentioned something more serious. Choi Arin was at risk of being disowned by her family. Even then, Kim Joo maintained his indifferent stance. He said he didn't care at all, but admitted there was something he was curious about. He wanted to know why someone as childish as Lilia could be so strict in the classroom. She explained that, as a teacher in the field of monsters and mysteries, she needed to be firm. If monsters were treated as a joke, the students' survival rate would drastically drop. Many of them didn't even know how to identify the most basic attacks. That was why she was strict. It wasn't just a matter of ideology, it was part of her duty as a teacher. Kim Joo listened, found it interesting, but still decided to leave. He walked out without sharing any information. In a way, it was impossible to deny that he was, indeed, very insolent. Meanwhile, at the main residence of the Choijin family, Choi Arin was gathered with her brother, before their father, the current leader of the True Story Guild and head of the family, Choi Jeonseok. The patriarch had brought the two together to speak about his intentions regarding the upcoming classification test. As children of the family, they would be responsible for carrying the clan's name and reputation. Choi Jeonseok explained that if they passed the test, they would have the chance to form a contract with the Cheong Woldo, one of the family's sacred relics, a symbol of the true successor. On the other hand, if they failed, they would be cut from the bloodline. He directly asked if the two still intended to participate. Both answered yes. The patriarch stared at them for a moment, and then gave his authorization. He said the test would be held in 3 weeks, and ordered them to leave and begin preparations. As they walked through the mansion's corridors, Arin's brother, named Jinjin, asked if she hadn't noticed the undertone in their father's words. When she declared her willingness to take the test, Choi Jeonseok's expression had changed. To him, it was absurd that she, an illegitimate daughter, wanted to become the head of the family. He said she would never be able to win the classification test. She hadn't even obtained the blessing of a constellation, while he already had a formed contract. In Jinjin's view, it would be better for her to give up, enjoy the family's wealth, and live with minimal comfort. Before walking away, he told her he would see her again in 3 weeks. Those words left Arin deeply shaken. She remembered her grandmother's words, who always told her she should become the head of the family in order to be free and choose her own path. The next morning during class, Kim Joo, as usual, wasn't paying attention. That was normal for him. Meanwhile, Brace mentioned that the midterm exams were approaching. Kim Joo, unconcerned, asked why he was so worried about that. Brace replied that the professor himself was talking about the matter right then. Kim Joo admitted that he never paid attention anyway. However, instructor Lee Goon emphasized that everyone should already be aware. In Valhalla, exams were extremely important. In both the midterm and the final exams, the students with the lowest grades were immediately expelled from the school. That's why everyone needed to be well organized and prepare for both the theoretical and the practical tests. Kim Joo wasn't too worried about the practical exam, but the theoretical one was another story. Either way, he needed to remain at that school until he reached the center of the Great Forest, even though he wasn't sure how to accomplish that. Thinking about this, Kim Joo approached Brace to ask for help, since he had probably already taken most of those classes. Brace confirmed that yes, he had already gone through most of the material. Then Kim Joo said he would take the test and just wanted him to check his answers and tell him if anything was wrong. Brace, however, thought it was a bit unfair, as if a constellation were helping someone cheat on an exam. But Kim Joo replied that, in any case, he would already be taking the test with someone whispering the answers to him, so it was better to just settle the matter quickly. As soon as class ended, Arin approached Kim Joo and asked if they could train once more that day. Kim Joo agreed, since he was already expecting it. In fact, he thought it was about time they had a more serious conversation. He explained that what he wanted to teach first wasn't fencing or martial arts, but how to hold a sword properly. On top of that, he realized it was also time to practice with his own weapon, so he called Arin to the training hall. Kim Joo wanted to know how long it had been since Arin had last used her sword. She replied that it had been about a month and a half, ever since she began strength training with him. Kim Joo asked if before that she practiced every day, and Arin confirmed it. Then she showed him her sword, and Kim Joo corrected the way she was holding it. He explained that the ideal was to focus strength on the ring and little fingers, gripping the hilt firmly. When she adjusted her grip, a powerful aura emanated from the blade. Arin was surprised, since she hadn't infused magic into the sword, yet the blade felt more stable and powerful. Kim Joo told her to attack him with everything she had. She enveloped the sword with energy, since that was how she executed her technique. At the moment she drew it, she realized she was much faster. Kim Joo acknowledged the improvement, but warned her not to use more magic than necessary, especially on her feet. So she repeated the attack without channeling magic into her legs. Kim Joo observed and praised the strike, but recommended that she rotate her body a bit more when finishing. Then, he counterattacked, leaving her arm trembling. He said they would repeat that without rest. Arin continued attacking, faster and faster, while Kim Joo dodged easily but felt proud of her progress. During the attacks, Arin could hardly believe her own performance. She thought she was much stronger thanks to the training with Kim Joo. They spent practically the whole day training until sunset. Arin ended up exhausted, completely drained. Kim Joo, however, seemed calm and said that was enough for today. The moment she heard that, Arin collapsed from fatigue. She reflected that her sword handling had become much faster and more precise. It couldn't even be compared to the skills she had during the opening ceremony. However, despite all this progress, she still hadn't managed to land a single hit on Kim Joo. That's why she asked him to teach her his sword technique, and also asked if they could duel next time. Kim Joo said he wasn't sure, but he thought dueling with her was useful, and that teaching her was fun, since she had talent. During the entrance ceremony, he had already noticed that she was familiar with his technique. In fact, she used a style similar to his own. Thanks to that similar style, Kim Joo believed that training with her was a good way to recover his own combat reflexes. If it had been 300 years ago, Arin would have been a worthy disciple of his. Arin then insisted on dueling again, but Kim Joo said he didn't feel like it today. She accepted without complaint, and he immediately said he was joking, asking if she would give up that easily. She smiled, recognizing that he was right. She thought to herself that if she continued following Kim Joo's teachings, she would become stronger and stronger. Kim Joo, a bit puzzled by her attitude, simply said that was enough for today. 2 weeks later, at Valhalla's stadium, Yoo-soo returned for the first time since the opening ceremony. She was nervous. Seyuk was also surprised at the number of people gathered there. Kim Joo questioned the reason for such a large assembly, and Brace, who paid attention in class, unlike Kim Joo, replied that the professor had explained it 2 weeks earlier. An instructor, Lee Sang, appeared to clarify everything. This time, the practical midterm evaluation would be a mission inside a dungeon. The students would form groups and enter an artificial dungeon. Several doors appeared around them. Lee Sang informed them that the students were free to choose their own groups. Ideally, each group would have 8 participants, but they could be formed with more or fewer members, since the evaluation would be individual. The group formation served only as a safety measure. The elimination criteria for that practical exam were simple. Any student who failed to complete the dungeon within the allotted time would be disqualified. The dungeon's difficulty was high, but as soon as Lee Sang announced the start of the exam, the 5 hours began ticking down on the clock. Soon, the students became restless. Many were nervous, running around and shouting to quickly form groups. The instructors had expected this reaction, but Lee Sang still had high hopes for certain specific individuals. Meanwhile, Yoo-soo was already organized and gathering her team. She thought she didn't need to choose anyone stronger than herself, since 5 hours was more than enough time for a group of 8 people to complete an F-rank dungeon. What really mattered was individual contribution. With just 6 well-chosen participants, she believed it would be possible to finish the dungeon efficiently. That was why she was the first to completely organize her group and enter enter the dungeon. Lee Sang watched and thought it was entirely expected of one of the 5th generation's prodigies. In contrast, another group entered the dungeon with 20 people. Lee Sang knew that when a team wasn't balanced, internal conflicts were almost certain. He was on the lookout for the 3 most common scenarios: groups that were too large, groups that were too small, or internal disputes. He also knew that after about 30 minutes, every student would already be inside some dungeon, ready to be evaluated. Kim Ju was a bit isolated, alone, and soon realized that Aaron was in the same situation. He commented that almost everyone had already entered the dungeons and asked what she intended to do. Aaron replied that she would do whatever he decided. Kim Ju was surprised by her attitude and thought that, ever since training, she had been blindly following him. He said he would go in alone, and when Aaron asked if she should do the same, Kim Ju answered that it didn't matter. To him, the dungeon didn't seem that difficult, and he believed she would also be capable of clearing it. Soon, a group approached Aaron, inviting her to join them and make the challenge easier, but she refused. She said she would go alone, just like her master, Kim Ju. One of the group members called her crazy, saying that she would be eliminated that way. Even so, Aaron stuck to her decision and entered without hesitation. Meanwhile, all the instructors and staff of the academy were monitoring the exam from the control room of the Valhalla Stadium. The groups were being evaluated based on individual scores, ranging from 1 to 3 points. Ligon, an experienced evaluator, knew this scale might seem extremely strict to those unfamiliar with the system, but in truth, it was a fast and precise assessment. In the past, when Ligon was still an active combat instructor, he had been considered a master of dungeon clearing. As a legendary contractor, he had a 99% success rate in raids, making him the ideal person to judge this type of test. Lee Sang, for his part, was satisfied with the overall performance that year. He believed the children of the 5th generation were doing well, as expected. However, what truly impressed him was Yu Su, who was leading her group with great competence. Yu Su positioned the tanks in the front line and the archers in the rear. She seized every opportunity to coordinate arrow volleys and then finished off monsters with precision. Her attack style was worthy of experienced hunters. She had assigned fixed roles to each member and even created defensive formations, with the center of the group protected, ensuring everyone made it out alive. Lee Sang believed it was only a matter of time before she reached the top. If not for the incident with Kim Ju during the entrance ceremony, her record would have been flawless. Lee Sang became curious about how Kim Ju was doing. They tried to locate him in the tracking system, but he didn't appear. This intrigued him, since that machine was capable of monitoring every student who had entered the dungeons. After further investigation, he realized Kim Ju had already finished the exam. In just 23 minutes, he had completely cleared the dungeon on his own. Lee Sang thought that was impossible for a mere 17-year-old student, even considering Kim Ju's performance at the entrance ceremony. So, he decided to watch the dungeon recording. The video showed a massive group of monsters charging at Kim Ju. He merely cracked his neck slightly before charging at them all alone. With every strike, he cut down a creature, slicing off goblin heads, dodging the orcs' blows, and decapitating them with ease. Everyone in the control room was shocked by what they were seeing. Next, Kim Ju reached the dungeon's boss. Lee Sang knew that Golem had been specially adjusted for the exam, with strength and durability equivalent to an enemy designed to face 8 people at once. Even so, Kim Ju defeated the creature with a single blow, severing its head. Lee Sang let out a deep sigh. At that moment, he was certain the first place of the exam would be his. Later, the other students began emerging from the dungeons. They were victorious, but all badly injured. The young prodigies looked at each other, exhausted and wounded, each bearing the marks of a real trial. Aaron was fine. She too had managed to clear the dungeon on her own. Kim Ju, however, came out unscathed. Soon the tests were concluded. Later, in the teacher's lounge, Lee Gun analyzed the results carefully. To the surprise of many, Areen placed second, despite having faced the dungeon alone. In the surveillance room, Lee Gun remarked that the results had been released. It wasn't exactly what they expected, but Kim Ju had taken first place. Lee Sang replied that, in truth, that was exactly what he had expected. He knew Kim Ju would be first. He just hadn't imagined he would finish the dungeon completely alone and without a scratch. Lee Sang commented that if that boy matured within the industry, Korea would have a great chance of regaining its former title as the #1 nation. Lee Sang reflected that perhaps he was so impressed simply because geniuses hadn't been seen so often in recent years, but now he was excited for what lay ahead. However, Lee Gun pointed out that the other big surprise of the exam was Aaron. Although Kim Ju's time was unbelievable, no one had imagined that Aaron would also manage to place second alone just like him. Lee Sang knew she was a quiet but very diligent student. Still, he had never thought she would achieve such a feat. If the exam had been a group evaluation, Yusu would have easily taken first place. However, since the scoring was individual, Kim Ju and Aaron ended up surpassing everyone else. Even so, Lee Sang remarked that he would would never recommend such an approach to his students. What Kim Ju and Arin had done was beyond the reach of ordinary students. They were truly exceptional. Lee Gun recounted that he had met Arin when he was still an executive at the Choyan Guild. At the time, she had seemed like just a model student, dedicated to sword training. But now he was impressed by her courage to take on a dungeon alone. He suspected that might have been Kim Ju's influence, but he preferred to set that thought aside and focus on finalizing the grades. The next day, with the results officially announced, Rockdill was furious upon learning that Kim Ju had taken first place. He asked Yuria if Dizera was already in Korea and ordered them to call him immediately. Later, in Seoul, Rockdill was preparing for an important meeting with Dizera. Meanwhile, already sitting with him, Dizera ate meat like a wild animal. Curious, he asked what that Kim Ju, or as they called him, Kim Ju, had done to make Rockdill so angry. Rockdill replied that, in truth, Kim Ju hadn't done anything special. He was just an arrogant rookie who thought too highly of himself. But the humiliation Rockdill felt made him so uncomfortable that he wanted Dizera to make him pay for it. He asked if he could kill him. Rockdill answered that the choice was his. Dizera remarked that this time would be different from the last. He would have to prepare the council carefully because of Yuria, with whom he had an old conflict. He had fought seriously with her family and had even been forced to eliminate some of its members. Rumors of that story had spread everywhere, but Dizera knew that the people of Valhalla were different. It wasn't enough to simply show up and cause trouble. One had to act strategically. Rockdill assured him he would do his best to create the perfect scenario for him. That way, Dizera would have nothing to worry about. With that, their agreement was sealed. A week later, Kim Ju once again left the academy. Brace found it strange and asked why he had been going out so often. After thinking for a moment, he remembered that if someone did well on an important exam, they were granted more opportunities to leave. That seemed to be the case with Kim Ju. He confirmed it, saying he couldn't waste the opportunity since he needed to find something he was still missing. He traveled to Suwon, searching for something specific, until a man approached him, saying it was an honor to finally meet him. Meanwhile, in the market of Area 7, the Black Cat was lost in thought until he was interrupted by a notification from his Constellations system. The message asked when the ring would finally arrive. The Black Cat replied that it was already on its way, undergoing standard procedures, and would arrive through the portal. Suddenly, the system warned that the ruler on the other side was beginning to lose patience. The Black Cat was surprised, as it was the first time he had seen his constellation react that way. Finally, the ring emerged through the portal. He thought that if he handed over the item to the constellation, perhaps it would calm down. But as soon as he presented the ring, he was flooded with messages. It kept repeating insistently that it was there, that it had arrived. Meanwhile, in a remote place in the mountains, Kim Ju confronted Dizera. He asked who exactly he was, but Dizera replied that it didn't matter. Kim Ju quickly understood that he had come with a purpose and asked what exactly he wanted. Dizera countered by asking what else he thought someone would be doing there, in such a remote place. Kim Ju then stated that the reason was to get rid of him. Dizera praised his intuition, but Kim Ju knew it wasn't intuition. Anyone who looked at Dizera's expression could tell he had come with malicious intent. But that wasn't all. Kim Ju had already foreseen this encounter days in advance. Dizera, on the other hand, called him arrogant. For a first year, he said, he thought too highly of himself. Then he lunged forward, warning that he hoped not to be disappointed. Kim Ju dodged the first strike with ease, which surprised Dizera. The tree behind him, however, was destroyed by the impact. Dizera remarked that he was lucky. Had he not moved in time, he would have been killed. Kim Ju replied that it wasn't luck. He had dodged because Dizera was slow. Even so, he acknowledged internally that Dizera was strong, perhaps even stronger than Oh Se-hyuk. The problem was that his current body was still fragile, so any direct confrontation was dangerous. So with a simple strategy, he began to run. Dizera, excited, said he loved a good hunt and wouldn't let him escape. But as Kim Ju turned, he asked if Dizera was really paying attention. Dizera barely realized when the boy closed the distance. The next second, he took a punch straight to the forehead. Immediately afterward, Kim Ju almost stomped him into the ground. If he hadn't dodged at the last second, he would have been crushed. Kim Ju commented that Dizera had been very lucky to avoid the strike and asked if he really didn't know what had just happened. After all, hadn't Dizera once been Valhalla's #1? Dizera, confused, began to question himself. What did that boy use to become so strong? He remembered his own history. As a member of the Ventric family, he had a special talent, an innate aptitude for consuming elixirs without side effects. By the age of 16, he was already stronger than many adults. His parents wanted to use him to elevate the family name, but he refused to live under their control. He killed his own parents and went his own way, convinced that he was strong enough to solve everything with money and power. Being expelled from the Ventric family wasn't a burden. In fact, it was freedom. That was why when Rockdill's request came with a generous offer of money, he accepted. But more than the payment, what truly interested him was Kim Ju. He had heard that he was the top-ranked student in Valhalla's entrance exam, someone completely out of the ordinary. He thought it would be fun to face him. However, now that he was standing before him, he felt fear. Dizera asked, almost in disbelief, what kind of drug Kim Ju had used to get so strong. After all, there was no elixir cheap enough that an orphan could afford. Kim Ju, irritated, shot back that he didn't use that kind of thing. He had grown strong through training, effort, and dedication, unlike certain junkies like Desera. Comparing Desera to Oh Se-hyuk was unfair. At least Oh Se-hyuk hadn't stuffed his body with substances. Desera was enraged by the insult. He thought he hadn't wanted to use it there, but now he had no choice. He drew a dagger infused with magic, feeling his power rise, but Kim Ju didn't wait. He landed another kick straight to Desera's face, hurling him against a tree trunk. Immediately after, another punch smashed into his face. Desera was almost begging for mercy, but Kim Ju had no intention of letting him pass out just yet. He called him a coward and said that if he had come only to fight, he might have forgiven him. But since Desera's goal was to settle things with him, he couldn't let him leave so easily. He had questions, and Desera could answer them even without teeth if necessary. Meanwhile, at the Valhalla dormitory, Rockdill believed that by now, Desera should have already eliminated Kim Ju. Knowing his brother, he assumed he had killed him. It was a nuisance having to clean up that kind of mess, but at least it hadn't happened on school grounds, a relief to him. He asked Yuria to arrange for a car. Suddenly, Rockdill received a call from Desera. He answered, asking if he had dealt with the boy properly. However, all he heard on the other end of the line were screams of pain. The one speaking on the phone was Kim Ju. With a mocking tone, Kim Ju said he bet Rockdill had no idea what was happening. From his reaction, he must have been speechless. He continued, saying he could try translating what Desera was trying to say between screams and groans. Kim Ju added that his brother had asked for 2 incense sticks to be burned in case he died there. And finally, he told Rockdill to wait for him because things were going to get ugly. Rockdill hung up in Kim Ju's face. The boy commented that guy was very rude and wondered what exactly he should do with Desera now. Later, Yuria served tea to Rockdill, who was visibly nervous and shaken. But it wasn't just anger. He was afraid. He had never imagined Kim Ju would be capable of defeating Desera. Now he had no idea what to do. Kim Ju knew he was behind everything, and most likely, Desera had told him everything, completely ruining his plans. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the news reached the Ventric family. Rockdill was in a panic. Everything had spiraled out of control. He tried to remain calm, recalling his humble origins. He thought no one could ever reach his true family, but as a precaution, he decided not to say anything else for the time being. He would simply observe Kim Ju from afar. Meanwhile, Brace asked if that guy had forgotten his brain before coming to fight Kim Ju. The boy replied that, at the right time, he would report him. For now, he would keep the information secret. There was nothing more he could do at the moment, and it wouldn't bring him any advantage anyway. Brace then asked why he hadn't just killed Desera. Kim Ju thought that if he had been the old Kim Ju, he would have done it without hesitation. But now, he was just a high school student, Kim Ju. If he did something like that, he'd only get himself into trouble. It was then that Brace mentioned something that had been bothering him. The magic of the dagger used by Desera seemed very familiar. If he had released a little more energy, Brace would have been sure. Kim Ju replied that he hadn't noticed anything special. He said that 300 years ago, monsters sacrificed animals like dogs and cows to perform black magic similar to that. Brace said Kim Ju didn't have the sensitivity to notice such things, calling him dense. Kim Ju told him to shut up and asked if that hidden side of the sword Desera had mentioned could be related to this kind of power. Brace confirmed that yes, it probably was. During the interrogation, Desera was unconscious, his mouth slack. Kim Ju remarked that maybe he had dislocated his jaw. With a snap, he set it back in place and asked who had given the order. When Desera stayed silent, Kim Ju threatened him. When he still didn't answer, all his fingers were broken. Kim Ju insisted he speak quickly. Finally, Desera confessed. The one who had given the order was Rockdill Ventric. Kim Ju recognized the name. It was the same person who had bothered him before, but he asked who exactly Desera was and why he had accepted that mission. Desera replied that Kim Ju would soon find out everything, but the boy broke 2 more bones for such an empty answer. That was when Desera revealed himself as a member of the Ventric family, working as an elite mercenary tied to secret commissions. He was part of a group called the First Species. Kim Ju recognized the name. He knew they were contractors. He asked if it was fun living as a mercenary, being nothing more than a paid thug. Desera asked if Kim Ju saw everyone as trash, saying that he was only strong by sheer luck. He explained that the constellation worshipped by the First Species was the so-called hidden side of the sword. Like other members, he too had a contract with that constellation. He said that if he had had 30 more seconds to charge his magic, the fight would have been completely different. Kim Ju disagreed. He sincerely believed it wouldn't have made any difference. He said that Desera talked too much, and if he had cooperated from the beginning, he might have let him go. But now, for spouting nonsense, his jaw would be broken, because at the very least, he was better off keeping his mouth shut. And so he did. After breaking Desera's jaw, Kim Ju returned to the city. He reflected that, as he suspected, everyone seemed to agree that the First Species were an evil group. But beyond that, he was irritated at not being able to find his notes. And Rockdill was still on his back. Kim Ju wondered how to utterly ruin that spoiled playboy. After all, in this modern time, he could use current resources. The first thing he did was record all of Disura's confessions. Now he just needed a place to publish them. He contacted instructor Lilia, who was very excited by the call. She thought he wanted to be her assistant, but Kim Joo said no. He wanted to know if she knew any journalists. If she helped with that, then maybe he would consider her idea. Not long after, the news exploded. Disura was arrested. The blame fell upon the Ventric family and directly onto Rockdeal. Many comments flooded social media, and Kim Joo was satisfied. He said this was what he called a modern war. Brace remarked that for someone who had lived 300 years ago, Kim Joo had adapted well to the current culture. The boy replied that at first it had been difficult, but he had worked hard to understand how things work. He read forums, watched the news, and learned how to stay informed. Now, as people say these days, he was plugged in. He just thought it was a pity. He'd only wanted to ruin Rockdeal, but ended up striking the entire Ventric family. In any case, the journalist Kim Joo had contacted was relatively well known. He had no idea that the story he shared would gain such massive repercussions. The situation spread so far that even the head of the Ventric family was forced to make a public statement. In her declaration, she expressed sincere apologies to the student who had been attacked and to Valhalla Academy as well. She made it clear that her words represented the official stance of the Ventric family. In her speech, she stated that the attack had been the result of Disura's rebellion and that according to his recorded confession, the mastermind was Rockdeal Ventric. For that reason, the family claimed to have no direct involvement in the incident. Even so, since the perpetrator had once been part of the family, even though he was currently banished, the head decided to personally visit the victim to apologize. She also mentioned that although Rockdeal Ventric, who was still studying at Valhalla Academy, could not be directly implicated in the crime, the family would take responsibility for the consequences. The family's own prosecution office would also launch an official investigation, promising full commitment to ensuring justice. This announcement left Rockdeal in complete despair. As soon as it ended, he received a direct call from his father, ordering him to return to England for a while until everything calmed down. It was a direct order, and Rockdeal obeyed, even though he was extremely irritated by the situation. The next day, the news spread even further. In one of the videos circulating about Disura, he himself stated that the Ventric family was right. He claimed that he alone was responsible, and reinforced it with several hollow remarks. To Kim Joo, it seemed obvious that he was only swallowing his pride out of fear of the Ventric family. Kim Joo also despised that family and wondered who exactly would come to make the personal apology. In the end, he didn't care much about it. Taking advantage of the early end of class, he decided to meet instructor Lilia. Before Lilia could say anything, Kim Joo made it clear he had no interest in becoming her assistant. Surprised, Lilia then asked why he had called her, since she was a very busy person. She even asked if this was some kind of date. Kim Joo, impatient, only replied rudely, paying little attention to hierarchy. At that moment, Lilia paused to reflect and realized how disrespectfully he treated her, despite her being older and his instructor. But he reminded her that they had spoken informally for quite some time and said he hadn't called out of boredom. In truth, Kim Joo was there to thank her for everything she had done for him. As a form of repayment, he offered some valuable information about how to deal with the monsters she was so eager to study. However, he also wanted something in return. He wished to leave the school that weekend. Lilia replied that it was easy. If he became her assistant, he could leave every day. But Kim Joo immediately refused, reaffirming that he would not take the position. Meanwhile, at sea in the northern Pacific Ocean, Disura was being transported as a prisoner. He was surprised at being treated like cargo and suspected he was being taken to the Tower Prison, an isolated facility created by an S-class Constellation located in the middle of the ocean. It was a place designed to completely nullify the powers of Constellation contractors, turning them into ordinary humans. But Disura didn't seem to care. His only focus was keeping his mouth shut and ensuring Rockdeal could remain within the family. If he managed to protect him, his own sentence would be reduced. 5 years to him didn't seem like much. However, inside the cell, a prisoner approached and commented on Disura's heavy expression. Then, without warning, he slit his throat. The assassin declared that the first species didn't need someone like him. When Disura's body hit the cell floor, the assassin vanished silently. Later, in the Ventric family mansion, Eden Ventric, Rockdeal's father, stood beside his son before the current family head, Adelia. She asked Rockdeal what he intended to do from that point on. Under pressure, he bowed and begged for forgiveness. Adelia, expressionless, said that apologies were not enough. She wanted a detailed explanation of what had driven him to commit such a cruel and foolish act. After listening, she questioned if all of this had really been just to deal with Kim Joo. It seemed absurd. She harshly scolded him, saying that he had acted on his own, insulting the entire Ventric family simply because his pride had been wounded. As a consequence of his reckless actions, the family's name had been tarnished once again. Adelia then asked what should be done with him. In tears, Rockdeal fell to his knees, forehead pressed to the floor, and swore he would do anything to restore the family's honor. Adelia declared that the only way to recover the family's honor would be to expel Rockdeal. At that, Eden protested, saying that such punishment was far too severe, but Adelia Adelia coldly asked if he preferred to be expelled in his son's place. Eden, lacking the courage to continue, remained silent. Adelia knew that, in truth, she would rather see Rockdill dead or banished from the family, but doing so now would make it clear to everyone that he really was the mastermind behind the attack. For that reason, she decided not to expel him yet. She ordered Rockdill to return to Valhalla Academy and keep his mouth shut. She said she would only make a final decision after meeting that Kim Ju in person. Grateful for not being expelled, Rockdill thanked her for her mercy. Adelia then turned to Eden and told him to take better care of the mediocre son he had. After that, she dismissed them. On their way out, Eden warned Rockdill not to act recklessly again. However, Rockdill replied that it was useless to pretend calm. The family head had made it clear that sooner or later he would be expelled. The only reason he was still within the family was because the media was watching everything closely. Once things settled down, he would put his plans into action. But first, he needed to deal with a specific person, and he made it clear that he expected his father's help in that. Eden, though reluctant, only asked that everything be done with extreme caution. A few days later, in Valhalla Academy's interview room, Lee-gun informed Kim Ju that the Ventric family head had arrived to meet him and apologized personally. But Kim Ju reacted with indifference, saying that the whole affair had nothing to do with him. He recalled that Adelia herself, in an interview, had already stated that the incident did not officially involve the family, but was the result of Disra's rebellion. Lee-gun confirmed that was true, but insisted that receiving the family head was still the right thing to do. He added that she was already in Korea and would soon arrive in the room. Kim Ju suspected that Adelia's visit was only meant to keep up appearances, and that the family was trying to handle the situation politically. Perhaps she had come because there was no other alternative, in the face of public pressure, but he found the whole thing extremely irritating. Lee-gun admitted that he and another instructor, Lee Sang, were also disturbed by the situation. According to the records, a Valhalla student had been attacked, and the assailant confessed he acted under Rockdill's orders. Even with the recorded confession, it seemed the Academy was more interested in protecting the Ventric family's reputation than defending its own students. Lee-gun said it was an attempt to cover up the truth. He concluded that, to guarantee the school's integrity, either Rockdill or the head of the Ventric family herself should be expelled. However, Lee-gun explained that the Ventric family had recently made a huge donation to the Academy. Much of Valhalla's funding came from powerful families, and the school would likely turn a blind eye to problems in exchange for money. Kim Ju understood the situation and replied that it was fine. He would speak to Adelia. Surprised by his calm reaction, Lee-gun asked why he was so composed. Kim Ju simply said he had always been that way. Soon after, someone knocked on the door. Lee-gun knew it was Adelia and wished him a good conversation. When Adelia entered the room, she politely greeted Kim Ju, saying it was a pleasure to meet him. They stared at each other for a few seconds until she, in a serious tone, offered a deep apology for the attack committed by Desera. Kim Ju answered simply, saying it was fine and that, at that point, Desera was already in prison. But Adelia changed the subject and mentioned she had heard of other problems involving Rockdill at the school. Kim Ju replied that it was just an isolated incident and that he no longer cared about it. He added that Rockdill had not been directly involved in the attack, so there was nothing more to say about him. Adelia, however, said her visit was not only for apologies. She explained that, although they had made an official statement right after the attack, neither the media nor the public was convinced of the family's innocence. She wanted to find a way to resolve this misunderstanding and asked if Kim Ju would be willing to help them in the process. He simply replied that he would not. Adelia said she already expected that answer, but insisted, saying that if he helped the family just this once, she would guarantee him full support until his graduation. She even offered to recommend him to a guild sponsored by the Ventric family, which would mean continuous backing even after graduation. She acknowledged Kim Ju's talent and said she was investing in the future of someone who would certainly become a prominent hunter in Korea. Faced with that, Kim Ju concluded they must truly be desperate, since they were offering so many advantages just to keep him silent. Adelia was visibly irritated by Kim Ju's response, but he was furious as well. What angered him most was the fact that the Ventric family was acting as if nothing had happened, trying to cover up the entire situation. He wanted no reward at all. He only wanted them to live carrying the shame because of Rockdill. At that, Adelia insulted him, calling him insignificant and asking if he had any idea who he was talking to. Kim Ju, unshaken, asked if she was finally showing her true face. It must have been difficult to keep up that act until now. Adelia then declared that she had gone to that disgusting school to make things easier for him and asked how he dared to be so arrogant. She even said she should kill him right then and there, since he was wasting a valuable opportunity. Kim Ju confronted her directly. He said she could try, but wasn't she the same woman who had declared that the Ventric family had nothing to do with the attack? So why was she here, throwing money and time at him, only to now threaten to kill him? Was that the true power she so proudly defended? Throwing money and violence when words didn't work? Kim Ju declared that even if she tried to kill him, she wouldn't succeed, not even with all the will in the world. Adelia stood up, furious, and said she would make him regret that day. She slammed the door as she left, but Kim Joo, firm, muttered that she was nothing more than a loudmouth in the end. She didn't have the courage or the power to do anything real. Brace, who had been present the entire time, approached and said he hadn't thought it necessary to intervene, but asked if Kim Joo really needed to have said all that. He admitted that Adelia did seem genuinely angry. Kim Joo, however, replied that the type of person he hated most were those bastards who thought themselves superior and expected to be worshipped. He knew exactly how Adelia would act from then on. She, like the rest of the elite, always tried to put everyone on a leash, and he despised that kind of people, including Brace himself. He stood up, remembering he had no more classes that day. He decided it might be a good time to train. Later, in front of Valhalla Academy's stadium, Kim Joo saw Ahrin standing at the entrance. However, he didn't know the man who was talking to her. It was Jinjun, who spoke in an authoritarian tone. He told Ahrin that no matter how much she trained at Valhalla, she would have no chance of defeating him. He said that if she still wanted to be part of the family, she had better give up on the selection test that would take place that weekend. He claimed he didn't want to see her humiliated by him, but Ahrin refused. Jinjun, surprised, asked if she was really rejecting her last chance. That was when Kim Joo intervened, calling Jinjun someone who understood nothing. He questioned why Jinjun was trying to stop someone who was working so hard. Jinjun, irritated, asked who Kim Joo thought he was to interfere and insult him that way. Kim Joo replied that he was tired of seeing arrogant people boasting about power they thought they had. He didn't care if Jinjun was the president of the world, a king, or held any other title. It made no difference at all. He stressed that this was a school, and Jinjun had no right to invade the campus and intimidate a student. He added that if Jinjun was finished talking, then he should leave immediately. He turned to Ahrin and asked if she agreed, and she nodded firmly. Seeing that he could no longer intimidate anyone there, Jinjun simply said he would see Ahrin at the test and walked away. Right after, Ahrin sincerely thanked Kim Joo, but he replied that it was nothing. Then, he suggested they go train immediately. However, Ahrin first wanted to make a recommendation. She said that the insult he threw at Jinjun had been far too mild. Instead of just telling him to leave, she thought he should have said that his mother was a Kim Joo, interrupting her, begged her not to continue. He thought Ahrin was even crazier than he had imagined. Laughing, the two of them went on to their usual training. A few days later in Shihyung, near a mountain, Kim Joo was once again searching for treasures. Although he had already found several relics, inventory stones, and other artifacts, he wanted more. Brace, observing, asked if that was still necessary, since he had already obtained so much. Kim Joo agreed, but explained that he wanted to recover all of his scattered notes. Perhaps something extraordinary was still hidden. If he managed to gather everything, the hardships he faced in his previous life could be overcome far more easily now. He even remarked that if he had met Brace 300 years earlier, he might not have killed him back then. Meanwhile, at the Choi Jin family estate, the press was gathered. It was the day of the family's selection test, which would determine the next successor. The duel would be between Ahrin and Jingjun. Only one would emerge victorious and be recognized as the official heir. Jeon Seok, after confirming that both were prepared, revealed the mission of the test: to find the double-edged blade hidden in the mountains. The competition had begun and the rule was clear. Whoever found the double-edged blade and delivered it first would be declared the winner. The method didn't matter, as long as it didn't involve killing anyone, since that was strictly forbidden. Ahrin dashed ahead, determined, and Jinjun let her go. For him, there was no rush. He knew that sooner or later she would find the blade, and when that happened, he would just need a single opening to take it from her. As he thought about it, he remembered the phone call he had received right after his argument with Kim Joo. On the other end of the line, an old man asked about the double-edged blade. Jinjun explained that he would have to take part in the selection test, which would delay the delivery. The old man then scolded him, saying this was already the second time he had brought up the test, and that he was falling far behind. Jinjun apologized, but promised that if he managed to get the blade somehow, he would keep his word. The old man confirmed that he would also keep the promise, since they had sealed the commitment before a constellation. It was an oath that could not be broken. That was why Jinjun knew he could not fail. This was his last chance. Meanwhile, Ahrin continued following the traces of magic left by the blade. She felt she was close. She estimated she would find it in about 15 minutes. However, Jinjun appeared to intercept her and hinder her search. He noticed she was using a magical tracking technique and wanted to know who had taught her that. Ahrin replied that she had learned it from Kim Joo on the same day of their argument during training. He had explained that she already mastered the technique of manipulating magic and converting it into lightning, and that now she needed to practice fine control, not just large explosions. Kim Joo had also taught her to relax her body, to use her fingers and toes to channel mana, to spread magical energy through her whole body, strand by strand, and then to feel it in the air, the ground, and all around. With that, Ahrin learned to sense even the weakest magic, the kind that doesn't leave the body, and to identify the traces left in the environment. If she practiced enough, she could even perceive the silhouettes of enchanted objects. That was how she developed this ability. Surprised, Jinjeon remarked whether Kim Ju was really that cheeky guy from before, and questioned if he was actually talented despite his foolish appearance. Arin answered that he was far stronger than any boy like Jinjeon. Then she asked why he was following her instead of searching on his own. He only replied with sarcasm. When the two clashed swords, Jinjeon noticed something unexpected. She was stronger than before. The impact was so great that he was pushed back. He wondered when she had become so powerful. To him, now he was in trouble. Meanwhile, Kim Ju was also using the tracking technique he had taught Arin. He was searching for his hidden notes and believed only one remained, located in Valhalla. When he finally found it, he realized it was in the same direction as the noises of the battle. There, an explosion of lightning indicated that the fight between Arin and Jinjeon was intense. Jinjeon was clearly at a disadvantage. He felt the pressure of the duel and mocked, wondering if Arin had been taking lessons on how to turn into a wild boar, given her raw strength. Arin challenged him to give up on the double-edged blade once and for all, but he mocked her, saying she was just an illegitimate daughter. Without hesitation, Arin channeled her thunder magic with even more precision, refining her magical aura. She applied everything she had learned from Kim Ju, spun her sword skillfully, and struck upward. The blow caught Jinjeon completely off guard, and the hilt of her sword landed squarely in the center of his chest, knocking him down. She was surprised to have defeated him with such a precise strike and thought it was time to claim the blade. But Jinjeon got up, asking if she really thought it would be that easy. He said he had warned her before. Her blessing was a joke. She would never be able to defeat him because he had a contract. Even if she had landed a hit while he was distracted, he would grant her that credit. But then, Arin accused Jinjeon of using dark magic on his sword and questioned why he was dishonoring his own family. He only answered with disdain and dodged her next strike. Then he lunged with full force and landed a heavy blow on her stomach. She fell to the ground, and he stood there staring at her, saying it was better if she stayed there. That was her place. Arin was gravely wounded. Her body could barely move, and blood was pouring from the open wound. Jinjeon approached coldly and said it was better if she remained quiet, because if she pushed herself too hard, she would end up bleeding to death. She gathered the strength to ask about what he had said earlier, if, when he spoke of a contract, he was referring to a pact with a malevolent constellation. Jinjeon confirmed it. He explained that, as part of an influential guild, he had been forced to seal such a contract just to keep up appearances. But deep down, now he was on the side of the devotees. Arin knew that name. The devotees were an evil group, the most dangerous in the world. She couldn't understand how anyone could submit to something so dark. She questioned whether it really brought any benefit. After all, what did he gain from it? Jinjeon proudly replied that, of course, he was enjoying it. He had power, superior abilities, and above all, he no longer needed to feel human emotions. It was then that he began to tell his story. He revealed that he had joined the Jinsa Guild at the age of 12. Since childhood, he had worked for the guild's family icon. At an age when he only wanted to play, he was forced to be molded into an example, since he was the eldest son of the Choijin family. It had never been his choice. He remained in the guild only because of his father's strict supervision. But during his teenage years, his repressed desires began to grow. That was when he met a devotee for the first time. This man invited him, encouraged him, and promised that if he joined their group, he would be able to fulfill all of his desires. Jinjeon believed that man knew his temperament well, especially his obsession with breaking others emotionally. To become a full devotee, he would need to fulfill one condition: obtain the family's relic, the double-edged sword. If Arin had given up on that quest, things would have been much easier for him. There would have been no need for a new selection test. Arin was shocked. She asked what he meant by second test. Jinjeon explained that 10 years earlier, the eldest daughter of the Choijin family named Ajin had participated in the first selection test. Arin recalled that everyone said Ajin had disappeared. That was when he confessed the truth. During that test, even before the quest for the sword, he couldn't control his impulses. He killed Ajin in the mountains. Afterwards, he ended up gravely wounded and failed the test. If that hadn't happened, he would have joined the devotees long ago. Arin, horrified, asked where her sister's body was. Jinjeon replied with sarcasm, saying that if she wanted to look for a body, she might as well give up. He reminded her that their mother's mental breakdown was due to seeing the face of the eldest daughter reflected in the youngest. And then he added that now he knew where the double-edged sword was. He told Arin to send a message to her mother and to her dead sister. Before he could cut Arin's throat, someone interfered. It was Kim Ju, who appeared and interrupted the attack. He glared at Jinjeon and asked what the hell he thought he was doing. Jinjeon replied that it was a family matter and that he shouldn't interfere. Kim Ju, outraged, retorted by asking what kind of insane family that was, and then shattered Jinjeon's blade with extreme ease, as if it were made of paper. Even weakened, Arin was surprised to see Kim Ju there. He explained that he had only come to that place to retrieve one of his hidden vaults, but ended up stumbling upon the situation. He said it was a convenient coincidence. He told Arin to step back and use what little magic she had left to heal her wounds. Jinjeon, still enraged, asked who he thought he was to suddenly appear like that. He reminded him that he was just that weird student he had met at Valhalla, and declared that now he would die right there. He charged forward with a quick strike imbued with lightning, but Kim Ju dodged easily as if it were nothing. Coldly, Kim Ju even gave him a combat tip. He said that when thrusting, one does not aim at a stationary target if the goal is to hit someone running. Then he struck Jin Jian with the sheath of his sword, knocking him down with force. The impact was so violent that it created a crater in the ground, and Jin Jian was left unconscious. Kim Ju then turned to Erin and asked if she was okay and if she could walk. But before she could answer, Brace sensed a sinister presence emerging, the same dark magic as before. Kim Ju understood instantly. Jin Jian was standing again, even after everything. He was using the power of dark magic to keep fighting. He was the typical villain who never got tired of being beaten. This time, Jin Jian used all the magic he had channeled into his blade to attack at full force. Even so, he couldn't move Kim Ju an inch. Kim Ju, watching the fight, noticed that Jin Jian had changed his stance and was now fighting even more aggressively. Jin Jian tried to adapt his strikes mid-battle, but Kim Ju blocked everything with ease. Jin Jian couldn't believe that boy was only 17 years old. He was being completely overpowered. With no other option, he decided to use his last resort. He didn't care about the side effects. He bit down on a crystal and activated a temporary contract with a constellation through artificial remnants. The result was terrifying. A massive wave of dark magic spread. The entire mountain trembled. Those below could feel the presence. On the horizon, a bizarre energy rose, and it was then that Yeonseok, the family leader, realized what it was. That was a magic sword, and its aura was intense enough to be seen from anywhere in the region. That place, where the battle was taking place, was exactly where the double-edged swords were hidden. Yeonseok, aware of the growing danger, reflected on the tradition that forbade interference during the test, but decided that this time he himself would go and check the situation in person. It was too dangerous to just keep watching. Kim Ju, staring at Jin Jian, said that he had let him complete that transformation just to see how far it would go. But in the end, all he had done was increase his magic in an unstable way. It was disappointing. Jin Jian, in response, claimed that it wasn't just an extra effect. It was the power he had received by sealing a temporary contract with a malevolent constellation, and he swore that Kim Ju would not leave there alive. The system then notified the dragon known as the One Who Slays All, recognized the sacred relic and activated a skill called Eye that pierces nature. But upon seeing inside Kim Ju, the dragon was completely terrified. It deactivated the skill in disbelief and then reactivated it just to confirm it was true. Fear consumed the creature. Jin Jun, not understanding, asked what was happening. The dragon, which was supposed to be the most aggressive creature, rejected the call of the artificial relic Jin Jun was using and fled, overcome with terror. All the magical energy that empowered him evaporated in an instant. Kim Ju, calm, simply asked, who else wanted to try now? Meanwhile, Han Nabal, the leader of the devotees, also known as the Dragon King, was far away when he received a system message. The dragon who slays all had spoken, warning that because of Han Nibal's direct involvement in certain actions, he could disappear from this plane of existence. Immediately, Han Nibal dropped to his knees, pressing his head to the ground as a sign of apology. The constellation harshly scolded him for distributing artificial relics so recklessly and ordered him to behave. When the message ended, Han Nibal grew pensive. He wondered what exactly had made the constellation so furious. He knew the dragon had mentioned an artificial relic, which could only mean that Jin Jian had done something very serious. But what exactly? How could someone instill fear in such a powerful constellation? He needed to find out. Meanwhile, Kim Ju had already returned to the dormitory, relaxed and satisfied for finally having found the Book of Divine Arts. That was the true purpose behind his search for the notes, a breathing technique that, according to ancient records, could raise magical power to a whole new level. Brace then asked what the difference was between this technique and the one he had used before reincarnating. Kim Ju explained that the old technique was trash, just a common breathing method bought in the market, which he had mastered and used until the end of his previous life. The problem was that, when he found the divine arts 300 years ago, it was already too late to change. His body had become addicted to the old technique, preventing him from efficiently absorbing new power. He remembered that during his fight against Brace, he had been beaten because his magic ran out quickly. But now, with a new body, he could start from scratch and train more intelligently. This was a real chance to strengthen himself. Brace then brought up another point. He wanted to know if the previous situation had ended well. After all, although Jin Jian had fainted, Aaron was badly injured. Kim Ju replied that he didn't know how she was. Since the moment he heard someone approaching, he left without looking back. In any case, he imagined things would work out. Brace pressed further, asking if he was sure he hadn't killed the boy. Kim Ju thought to himself that he had completely forgotten about the prohibition on killing. But in the end, when he examined Jin Jian, he realized he was still alive. Though gravely wounded, there were still traces of magic keeping him stable. Naturally, he rushed to help Aaron. When he got closer, he noticed people approaching quickly. Before leaving, he told Aaron that her family was coming and that she should not move. He asked her to just stay still and save her energy. He still had things to do. Before leaving, Kim Ju left a warning. If anyone asked, it was Aaron who had dealt with that idiot. In truth, he himself had lost a a great amount of energy, and that last attack had drained him completely. He needed to go. Arin only watched as he walked away. Kim-ju told her he'd see her later at school. He thought that once he mastered the divine arts, he would be able to reclaim the stones from his inventory, since last time he hadn't been able to absorb much power because of the limitations of his former body. For now, he just wanted to rest. Meanwhile, at the Choijin family estate, the patriarch was outraged because the press had followed the selection test. Several reports were published almost immediately. The news pointed out that the Choijin family was involved with an evil organization and used dark magic. The name of the devotees was directly associated with them. Jeonseok, the family's leader, acknowledged that the chaos was real. Jeonseok could hardly believe that there was a sinister infiltrator within his own family. To make matters worse, an official letter from the association was released, along with a formal statement addressed to him. On another occasion, when something similar happened to the Ventric family across the ocean, no measures were taken since there was no direct involvement. That was why they had remained silent back then. But now, Yeonseok knew that approach would no longer work. He inquired about his daughter, and one of the subordinates replied that she was being treated in the family hospital. The injury she suffered was extensive, but fortunately the bleeding had been stopped. No organs had been damaged, so surgery would not be necessary. Jeonseok considered this a relief. Then another member at the table commented that some news reports were mentioning Arin. In fact, many of them praised her as a brilliant young girl for having defeated one of the devotees. The press also exalted the academy and a student named Kim-ju. Jeonseok reflected on the fact that his daughter had acted against her own family, but even so, the reports seemed satisfied with the outcome. Another man present observed that despite the chaos during the selection test, the next head of the family was already determined, and those articles would help Arin solidify her position as successor. Jeonseok agreed. Deep down, he thought it was good that Arin now had a legitimate chance to prosper. Still, he did not believe she had defeated Jinjeon on her own. He recalled the moment when Arin explained that her brother had gone after her using dark magic and ended up defeated by her. Jeonseok felt there was something suspicious about that story. Despite her explanation, he sensed much more magic spread across the mountains than usual. When he asked how she had managed to defeat him, Arin simply answered that she had learned everything from Kim-ju. That made Jeonseok remember Kim-ju, the boy in the reports who seemed not to care about anyone, constantly defying authorities with his behavior. The next morning, already in Valhalla, Kim-ju noticed that Arin had returned recovered. He thought she would still be hospitalized, but she was already back and apparently fine. The most surprising thing was that she smiled and waved to her classmates, something completely out of the ordinary, as she never did that sort of thing. Kim-ju also remembered the message she had sent, saying she might not join training sessions because the doctor had forbidden her from physical activities. Considering how much she had bled, that made sense. He himself thought it was also good to take a break, since he needed to take care of a few things in the coming days. Soon after, Arin flooded his phone with emojis, and Kim-ju thought he'd had enough of messages. At that moment, Brace approached and warned Kim-ju about something important. The dark magic found during that event seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember exactly from where. It wasn't just forgetfulness. It felt as if something was blocking his memory. Kim-ju asked if it had anything to do with the bastard Brace had mentioned last time. Brace replied that maybe, though he wasn't sure. However, he believed that fulfilling the second condition might help unlock that mental barrier. The second condition was related to the center of the Great Forest. At first, Kim-ju thought that place was used only for performance assessments, but he discovered that the final practical exam would also be held there. Moreover, the students with the lowest averages on the exams would be expelled. With that, he concluded that all he could do was wait for the finals, even though he considered it a waste of time. On the other hand, he knew he needed this period to adapt to the new technique he had learned, and decided that, regardless, he would seek out the forest center on his own. Meanwhile, Professor Lee-gun entered the classroom to teach, but first made a brief announcement. He asked if the students were aware of the inter-school competition that would take place the following month. Kim-ju wondered what it was about, and Brace assured him that he had already been informed about it before. Lee-gun explained that Valhalla was selecting representatives for the competition, and the criteria would be based on the results of the bi-monthly exams. Lee-gun also mentioned that he had already called Kim-ju to his office, saying they had been meeting there often. Kim-ju replied that it was the professor himself who always summoned him. Lee-gun agreed, but said that this time the reason was his participation in the inter-school competition. Kim-ju didn't even wait for the full explanation and immediately refused. Then he asked what, after all, this competition was. Lee-gun replied that he had already explained this in class, but would repeat it. The three largest hunter training institutions in the world were Valhalla in Korea, White Lotus in China, and the Heroes in the United States. Each one chose some of the best first-year students to represent them in a competition. The tournament involved fights, labyrinth escapes, and other challenges. That was why they planned to send the students with the best performance in the practical exam. Despite all this, Kim-ju showed no interest at all. Lee-gun then mentioned that if Valhalla came in first place, all participants would receive scholarships. Kim Joo interrupted him, saying that although he understood there was money, benefits, and other rewards involved, he still had no interest whatsoever. Lee Goon asked Kim Joo if he would like to enter the center of the forest earlier than expected. He explained that this would be the location of the final exam. Since the inter-school competition would be held at Valhalla, the final mission would be precisely to enter the center of the Great Forest, functioning in the same way as the practical exam. Whoever completed the task would be excused from the final exam, but those who failed would have to try again. Upon hearing this, Kim Joo finally became interested. That made sense to him, and he decided to take part in the inter-school competition. Meanwhile, at the Ventric family estate in the United Kingdom, Adelia asked about the preparations. The subordinates replied that everything was going well, but that it would still take more than a month to complete. Adelia accepted this timeline and ordered them to continue at the same pace. Next, she wanted to know how Rockdill and the people at Valhalla were doing, and was informed that there had been no suspicious movements so far, but she would be notified if anything happened. However, one of the subordinates commented that although it was not directly related to the family, they had heard disturbing rumors. Apparently, someone was building a structure made of paper notes in the marketplace. Adelia was confused and asked what that meant. They explained that they didn't know exactly yet, but suspected the Black Cat was involved. Adelia thought it was very strange, since he had never done anything like that before. She couldn't understand what he was planning. At that moment, she received a direct message from the constellation of the Crowbeak Mask. In the 7th Market territory, the building made of paper notes continued to rise. The Black Cat said he would do anything his constellation ordered, even without understanding the reason. He asked what the purpose of it was, and the constellation answered that it was a gift for him. The Black Cat wanted to know who exactly it was for, but the constellation dodged the question and asked if he had already found the ring's seller. The Black Cat replied that not yet. He only knew the man's appearance and voice. Since the contact information had been registered on the day of the sale, he was searching the records to track him down. Even so, the constellation demanded immediate results. Back in the staff room at Valhalla, Lee Sang asked Lee Goon if he had already selected the team members for the competition. Lee Goon confirmed and showed the list. Kim Joo, Yu Seo, Sehul, Do Jung Jin, and Choyaha Rin. Lee Goon commented that, except for Jin, all of them were his own students. Lee Sang was surprised to see Kim Joo's name among the participants. Lee Goon explained that he had refused at first, but once he learned that the final test would be at the center of the Great Forest, he changed his mind and agreed to participate. The instructor remarked that Kim Joo was indeed strange, since most would hesitate at such information. Lee Goon suggested that perhaps he didn't even know exactly what the forest's center was. Lee Sang commented that it was likely he had been asleep during all the lessons in which this was explained. He also reflected that Kim Joo was at that school precisely because of the forest and also because of the Chamber of Constellations, located in the 3rd basement. Lee Sang then asked if he could gather all the selected students for special training. Lee Goon authorized it and assured him that he would clear their schedules. They wished each other good luck before parting. A few days later, in Valhalla's small auditorium, all the students chosen for the inter-school competition were gathered. Lee Sang, now acting as the general combat instructor, welcomed them and asked if they remembered him from the bi-monthly exams. He explained that they were there because of their participation in the competition and that training would begin that very day. He informed them that there would be a total of 3 trials. The first would be a duel between the students, similar to the entrance exam that they had all taken. The second would be a group battle, with Valhalla's 5 representatives forming a single team against the other school's teams. The 3 teams would fight simultaneously, requiring the leader to adapt quickly to the changes in battle. The third and final trial involved the center of the Great Forest. Since it would serve as the early final exam for the participants, Lee Sang could not reveal many details. He only said that the place was a natural labyrinth formed by giant trees. The main gate was heavily guarded, and any attempt to enter by air would be blocked. The only way in was through the official gate. Each group would receive their mission on the very day of the trial. He then began to explain the rules and format of the second trial, the group battle. Kim Joo kept wondering if that was really all the explanation he would get about the forest's center. If there was a magical barrier, he wouldn't be able to just walk in. Deep down, though, he already suspected it wouldn't be that simple. Later, Kim Joo raised his hand to ask a question. He wanted to know if there would be any problem with training alone. Lee Sang replied that it didn't matter. If he truly wanted to, then it was fine. Arin also said she would train alone, while the others decided to continue with group training. With that, Lee Sang concluded his explanation and said he would see everyone during practice. When everyone left, only Arin and Kim Joo remained. He thought that before the competition began, he would have fully mastered his new technique. He wanted to absorb all the mana he needed and enter the trial in his best condition. Any extra time would be devoted to strengthening his body. Arin then asked if she should join the group training. Kim Joo found it strange, since she herself had said she would train alone. Besides, he knew she shouldn't strain her body because of her recent injury. During a private conversation, Lee-gun had already made it clear that he was aware of her condition, but still needed to personally ask if she would participate or not. She only agreed because she knew Kim Joo would also be taking part. However, Lee-gun warned that her body was still not fully recovered. Arin said she would be fine. She thought she was already halfway to becoming her family's leader, and thanks to Kim Joo's example, she had found a new goal: to become stronger than him and help him achieve his objective, just as he had helped her. Kim Joo thought it was odd the way she suddenly stopped speaking and then simply smiled. He commented that she was weird, but made it clear she couldn't train too much. Most of her training would focus on mana control, light walks, and minimal activity. After finishing his own training, he would help her a little. Meanwhile, at night, in a remote location, a man was tortured and executed by two members of the Samsal assassin group, Lisa and Al. They had just received a new mission to eliminate another student, and the target was Kim Joo. Al questioned why Samsal was accepting jobs involving students. Lisa explained that the client had paid an absurd amount and wanted the boy eliminated during the inter-school competition. Al then asked why not do it immediately. Lisa replied that the school and dormitory security was extremely tight, reinforced by a powerful magical barrier. Al suggested that the risk would be even greater during the competition, since representatives of other schools would be present. But Lisa explained that, according to intelligence, the mission on the third day would take place at the center of the Great Forest, a natural labyrinth formed by giant trees. The student's task would be to cross it, and in that environment, there would be practically no one around. Only surveillance drones would be flying overhead, and aside from a few guards at the entrance, all instructors and teachers would be watching the mission from the monitoring room. Al commented that this meant they would have to hide inside the labyrinth, finding the mission a bit dull. Lisa, however, reminded him that the priority was to complete the job without failure. A month later, the first day of the inter-school competition finally arrived. The auditorium was packed, and Rockdill watched nervously. Earlier, he had contacted his father to inform him that he had closed a deal. He had hired the Samsal group to kill Kim Joo. Eden, his father, asked if he had really done that, and Rockdill assured him there would be no connection back to him. This time, he would make sure nothing could be traced to their family. The Samsal group had already accepted the mission. Eden remarked that he had heard of them before, a trio of elite assassins who operated like an unstoppable force when together. Even so, he warned his son not to do anything that would draw attention. Rockdill confirmed that Samsal had already responded, saying they would take care of Kim Joo during the competition. That was why he thought there was no need to stay and watch, and he called Yuri to leave with him. Meanwhile, the student council president of Valhalla, Shim Deok-woon, stepped onto the stage to make the official opening of the tournament. First, he announced the White Lotus School from China. Then, the representatives from the United States, from the Heroes School, and finally, the representatives from Korea, from Valhalla. The competition would last 3 days. The task on the first day would be an individual duel between the students. All representatives were instructed to go to their rooms and await the announcement of the match list. Shortly after, the senior instructor of the Heroes School, Jack Rover, appeared to greet Lee. Lee Sang commented that it had been a while since he had seen third place. Jack asked not to be called that, reminding him that Valhalla had not won last time. He declared that this year would be different. He believed the heroes would be victorious because they now had on their team the greatest contractor of all, the one, the only, known as the Destroyer, Logan. Jack enthusiastically pointed out that the son of that very Logan, the legendary Destroyer, was at the school as one of their representatives and was already dominating everything. He pointed to him and said that was Logan Jr. Lee Sang replied that he was curious to see what the boy was capable of. Jack explained that the boy had already contracted with the same constellation as his father. Lee Sang then asked if he could use the same kind of destructive power. Jack answered that, to some extent, yes, not with the same mastery as his father, but still extremely impressive. Jack also mentioned that he had heard Valhalla's students were standing out this year. He noted that Kim Joo had defeated and captured a villain, and that Choi Arin had done something similar. He considered it an interesting combination to face Logan Jr., since that boy was capable of defeating even adult contractors with ease. When the matchups for the first round were revealed, the very first fight announced was between Logan Jr. and Kim Joo. Student Council President Shim Deok-woon took the microphone to explain the rules. The rules would be the same for all matches. Whoever defeated their opponent would win. But even if vital points were struck, the arena system would prevent real damage. Instead, electrical impulses simulating the pain of the injury would be delivered. The system would remain active until the beginning of the next duel, ensuring safety for the competitors and allowing them to continue in the following stages. Kim Joo wondered why they used such an elaborate system. Brace, who stood beside him, replied that it was precisely to ensure the participants would be fit to compete in the other 2 stages of the competition. After that, the two fell silent, waiting for the countdown. As soon as the battle began, hand, Kim Ju took the initiative and launched the attack. However, Logan Jr. easily blocked his strike, asking if he really thought he was strong. Kim Ju replied that he didn't. He still had much room to grow. Logan Jr. commented that he was more modest than expected. While blocking his attacks, Kim Ju declared that whether modest or boastful didn't matter at that moment. He was there to grow, and he wanted to see how long Logan could withstand his blows. After a swift maneuver, Kim Ju landed a direct punch to Logan's chest, knocking him to the ground. Even so, he acknowledged that his opponent was tough. He had expected him to be knocked out, but Logan endured. Watching from a distance, Jack was impressed. He had seen Kim Ju in action during the admission exam, but he had no idea he was this terrifying. However, the fight wasn't over yet. Logan Jr. hadn't used his destructive ability. When he finally activated the power of his constellation, he missed the first strike, but even then, a small part of Kim Ju's hair was disintegrated. Kim Ju realized that the attack had cut his hair, something that wouldn't have happened if it weren't a real ability. He countered with a precise kick to Logan's abdomen, sending him to the ground once again. Kim Ju understood that if the blow had landed cleanly, the damage would have been far greater. Perhaps there was some hidden constellation ability behind it. Logan, on the other hand, felt on the verge of fainting, even after only taking 2 direct hits. He knew that if he couldn't land his destructive ability with precision, it would be useless, but he still had another plan. He unleashed the power of destruction on the arena itself, creating a massive crater. With the impact, fragments of rock were launched upward, attempting to block Kim Ju's vision. Even so, Kim Ju could predict Logan's every move. Whenever Logan tried to strike, he ended up being countered, and one of the stones even hit him square in the face. Kim Ju admitted that the strategy was somewhat clever, hide an attack by surprise. But since Logan used magic, it was easy to track his presence. The final blow was a direct punch to Logan's face, knocking him unconscious and granting victory to Kim Ju, the representative of Valhalla Academy. Jack was speechless, and Lee Sang remarked that this was why Kim Ju had been so calm from the very beginning. Kim Ju was a true monster. In the following duels, Kim Ju defeated a student from White Lotus, then another from the Heroes School, until he reached the final match. Against none other than Choi Ahrin, she commented that both of them had reached the final round, and that, in the end, both finalists were from Valhalla. It seemed that the victory for Kim Ju's academy was practically guaranteed. That final round didn't mean much beyond deciding the ranking, and the prize for the winner was just a scholarship, something Ahrin didn't care about. She even considered forfeiting. However, Kim Ju, though also indifferent to the outcome, thought she shouldn't simply abandon the fight. They were standing before an entire stadium, and it would be disrespectful not to display their skills. Besides, he wanted to see with his own eyes how much she had improved since the last time. For that reason, they decided to fight seriously. Kim Ju, knowing Ahrin was injured, chose to hold back a little. When she drew her sword enveloped in electric energy, he responded with the strongest punch he had at the moment. The result was predictable. Ahrin was brutally thrown to the ground, and there was no need to explain further. It was clear she never stood a chance. Brace, watching the scene, remarked that Kim Ju had been cruel since he had promised to consider her injury. Kim Ju, however, insisted that he had held back as he avoided hitting her abdomen. Her face hitting the ground, in fact, had been an improvised move that reduced the damage. Still, Ahrin's sword trajectory had suddenly shifted and nearly struck Kim Ju's stomach, which forced him to push her down with his fist. Even so, he admitted that he had grown stronger thanks to his training, but was also surprised at how much Ahrin had improved. Later, Lee Sang praised all the students for their performances. He explained that, thanks to the arena's protection system, everyone had come out unharmed. Some might have minor scratches, so he recommended a visit to the infirmary. Before wrapping up, he mentioned that he would talk about the setup for the next day's test. Kim Ju thought that was a waste of time. He was eager to head straight into the heart of the Great Forest, but now he would have to wait another day. After the meeting, Lee Sang asked if Kim Ju was curious about anything. He replied yes, especially about the group battle that would take place the next day. If he finished it quickly, he could move straight to the final trial. Lee Sang noted that such a thing had never happened before, and that he would need to check the rulebook. There were 2 important rules about this. The first stated that the inter-school competition committee only assigned 1 test per day to students. However, there were exceptions. The first exception said that if the task was completed before the afternoon, the student could proceed to the next stage with the professor's authorization. The second stated that if the area for the next test was not ready, or if the student wasn't in condition, they would need to wait until the next day. Kim Ju asked more about the professor's criteria. If he finished early, could he proceed immediately? Lee Sang confirmed, saying yes, as long as he went to the teacher's office. If everything checked out, he could start the next test earlier. Upon hearing that, Kim Ju left excited, with a psychotic look of joy in his eyes. Brace, noticing, asked if he was planning to complete the Great Forest trial in just 1 day, or rather in 1 afternoon. Kim Ju confirmed, saying it was a relief to discover this loophole in the rules. Brace wanted to know if this meant he would eliminate the students from other academies as quickly as possible. possible. Kim Ju, slightly annoyed, clarified that this was the second test. What he meant was the first one. Either way, he had no time to waste. The next day, in the arena prepared especially for Valhalla and Yazan academies, Principal Shim announced the second trial of the inter-school competition. It would be a group battle. 5 representatives from each academy would face each other in the mountains, a rugged and hostile terrain. Since the environment wouldn't allow an audience, the matches would be broadcast live. Valhalla's team was already getting ready. Yu, so worried, wondered when Kim Ju would show up. He arrived a little late and, without much concern, said he hadn't heard the alarm clock. Ro replied that he was 30 minutes late and asked if he hadn't heard what the professor had said. Kim Ju admitted he hadn't, since he had been distracted thinking about something else. Even so, he apologized and promised to take care of everything. Yuso insisted, reminding him that this was not an individual duel, but a group battle. Kim Ju said he knew that. Yuso then asked if he really thought it was right to go into the fight alone, and wondered if no one else had anything to say about it. The other 2 group members remained silent, but Arin asked to speak. She asked if she could go with him. Kim Ju refused, told her to stay, and she respected his decision. Yu, so trying to argue, said that it wasn't a complaint. Kim Ju, out of patience, told her to stop talking so much and save her energy. Moments later, the announcement sounded, informing them that the battle would begin in 5 seconds. Kim Ju got ready to head out, saying he had another test later and needed to hurry. He also said he didn't want any more chatter from Yu So, who talked too much, as he was focused on preparing for the Great Forest trial. Meanwhile, the White Lotus team was making its way across the rugged terrain. Suddenly, Kim Ju appeared at high speed, like a car. The enemy team was instantly on alert. 10 minutes later, the system announced that White Lotus had been eliminated. Logan, surprised, wondered if his group had already been defeated. He suspected it was someone from Valhalla, probably someone who had decided to act quickly to avoid being ambushed. The mage in Logan's group confirmed that he had sensed a magical presence coming from that direction. But the strange part was that it wasn't a group from Valhalla. It was just one single person. Alarmed, the 2 mages began channeling their energy to summon a magical shield, knowing that the confrontation was inevitable. Melissa had activated her enhancement magic. Ibella created a barrier to further reinforce the group's defense, while Logan prepared his destructive power. Even so, Melissa thought it was an overreaction. It was just one person. There was no reason to make such a fuss, but Logan corrected her. That person was Kim Ju. Another member of the group explained that Melissa didn't know about Kim Ju's powers because she hadn't watched the previous fight. She insisted that he clearly didn't have the level of a normal high school student. Melissa replied that Logan also seemed above average, but he countered, saying there was no comparison with Kim Ju. It was simply impossible. The first mage then said that even if Kim Ju's magic had disappeared from sight, they should maintain the defensive formation just in case. At that moment, Kim Ju appeared. He declared that he had finally found the group and descended with an overhead strike, slamming Logan in the face with the sheath of his sword. Without giving them time to react, he knocked Ubella down, despite her shield, and quickly dodged Melissa's magic, counterattacking with precision. The other 2 group members tried to flank him from behind, but were defeated just as easily. With that, all the heroes were defeated, and Kim Ju announced that he could now move on to the center of the Great Forest. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Principal Shim was in shock. He questioned how this had happened. Kim Ju had won the group battle in less than 23 minutes, with 20 minutes spent just exploring the terrain, and the remaining 3 minutes enough to defeat all his opponents. The principal remarked that this would completely disrupt the day's schedule. Lee Sang, however, mentioned that according to the rules, it was allowed to start the next trial on the same day, provided there was enough time. The principal then confirmed that the next stage was indeed the trial at the forest center, and asked them to discuss it. Lee Sang wondered if Kim Ju had asked about this possibility beforehand because he already knew what would happen. It was as if he were absolutely certain he would crush all opponents in the blink of an eye. It was terrifying. Later, Jack told Lee Sang that they still needed to talk with the White Lotus professors, but in any case, the defeated heroes had no objection to continuing with the next test. According to Jack, he had only been fully convinced of Kim Ju's strength after witnessing that group battle. He didn't think postponing the trial would make any difference in the result. Now he understood why Lee Sang had called Kim Ju a monster, so they decided together to talk with the White Lotus staff. Later, in Valhalla's restroom, Yuso reflected on the fact that she had taken no initiative. She had been chosen as the group's leader by the professor, but ended up doing nothing of importance. Moreover, she had lost in the individual matches of the first trial to Choi Arin, which perhaps was a reflection of the lessons Arin had been receiving from Kim Ju. Yuso began to realize that, at this rate, she would be left behind. She couldn't allow that to happen. She thought that if she set her pride aside, maybe she could learn something from Kim Ju. Then the official announcement arrived for Valhalla's team. The survival test in the labyrinth, originally scheduled for the next day, had been moved up to that very day. It was time to regroup for the final stage. Kim Ju then gathered the group and, before they set off, made an announcement. He said he would go alone to the center of the forest. From that moment on, everyone would be on their own. If they ran into trouble, they could call for him, and he would help if possible. Yuso thought he was making another individualistic move, but the truth truth was that they had already won the previous 2 trials. As long as they didn't score too low, victory was assured. Even though it was a survival test, the real focus was on the environment, not the monsters. So there was no reason for excessive concern. Later, at the labyrinth gate, Principal Shim explained that they had reached the final trial of the competition. Just like the previous one, the audience would watch everything through a holographic screen. Before starting, the principal explained how the challenge would work. The forest center, where the labyrinth was located, was unlike anything they had ever seen. It was a hostile environment where the rain never stopped. Although the monsters were low level, the true challenge came from the natural obstacles: the mud, the thick undergrowth, and the constant humidity. The evaluation criteria was endurance. When the students entered the labyrinth, their physical condition would be recorded. After 5 hours, the closer they were to their initial condition upon exiting, the higher their score would be. Combat between groups was strictly forbidden. Meanwhile, in an abandoned warehouse inside Valhalla, Lisa, Al, and Olia, the last group member, gathered together. She warned that some kind of magic seemed to be blocking access to the labyrinth's main gate, and that 2 people were guarding the place. Al said that wouldn't be a problem, and then Olia used a teleportation spell for all of them. At that same moment, in the monitoring room, all connections went down. The cameras stopped working. Li Sang warned that the students might be in danger, so all the teachers present decided to enter the center of the forest. When they arrived, they found the main gate completely destroyed. The guards were dead. Inside the labyrinth, the group of heroes realized that Ibella wasn't doing well. She was trembling from the cold, having gotten too wet at the entrance, and was now suffering from the low temperatures. Logan knew that if Ibella developed hypothermia, she would be eliminated. Even if the group couldn't reach first place overall, he at least wanted to secure a decent score in that stage. That's why he told everyone to keep their spirits up. They would build a simple cabin to protect themselves from the rain. Logan took charge and organized the team, assigning tasks for each member to gather materials. His own job was to level the ground and dig a hole for the structure. As he worked, Al appeared in front of him, the rain dripping down directly onto his bald head. Then Al remarked to Olia that this man wasn't the real Kim Ju. Olia explained that she had teleported to a moderately strong source of magic, and among everyone there, Logan was the only one she found. Logan grew suspicious and tried to figure out who these people were. Soon he discovered they were there to kill Kim Ju. A sphere of dark magic appeared, confirming that the group couldn't be trusted. Lisa stated that since there were witnesses, they had to eliminate Kim Ju no matter what. Faced with the threat, Logan fought back using his power of destruction, saying that place wasn't for them and calling them damned worm eaters. But while he was distracted, Al stabbed him from behind with a knife. At the same time, another strike came from the front. Logan was stabbed from both sides and collapsed. Watching the scene, Lisa asked if he had already been killed. Al replied yes, but said he would leave him to bleed slowly. At that moment, Ibella arrived and witnessed everything. Lisa questioned her presence, mentioning the problem of witnesses, but Al replied that it was fine as long as Ibella used a disguise. Meanwhile, Kim Ju, who was trying to complete his mission objective, received a system message. The notification warned him to be careful. The mission's conditions would only be fulfilled once he found a checkpoint called the House of Madagaya Hona. Kim Ju was puzzled, as all he could see around him were bushes and trees. Shortly after, he saw Melissa arriving at the location, finding almost all her friends fallen. Olia commented that this was a disaster. Lisa, now irritated with the situation, was annoyed by yet another witness showing up and wondered where all these people were coming from. Then, she noticed that the real target, Kim Ju, was there. Al deduced that he must have heard the screams and come over. He remarked that this was why he never killed his victims right away. Seeing so many people on the ground, Kim Ju asked the blonde accompanying him to keep the enemies busy while he treated the bleeding students. There was still time to save them. He noticed that the wounds seemed to have been deliberately inflicted, not to kill immediately. Kim Ju knew these assassins were nothing more than vicious wild dogs. Irritated, Kim Ju said they had ruined his mood and demanded to know why they were there and who had sent them. He offered them a painless death if they answered. Al mocked him, saying he clearly didn't understand where he was. He revealed that they were all trapped in a labyrinth surrounded by assassins, and that the only exit and the surveillance drones had been destroyed. Kim Ju replied that in that case, the teachers would notice and come. Al said it didn't matter, as they wouldn't arrive in time. It would take at least an hour to clear the entrance. Annoyed, Kim Ju asked if he really only had an hour inside that enormous forest soaked by endless rain. Lisa said she didn't know what he was muttering about, but declared that he was going to die. She attacked using a clone, but Kim Ju vanished in an instant and reappeared with a precise strike. He broke Al's nose and hurled him against a tree. Lisa and Alia didn't even have a chance to react before being knocked out instantly. Kim Ju asked the blonde to use her healing magic as quickly as possible. If she couldn't handle it alone, she was to run west, where Valhalla's group was. Melissa hurried and did what she could to help. When Al got back on his feet, he realized his allies were down as well. Kim Ju approached, observing their weakness. Before killing him, he asked one question. He wanted to know who the client was since he was the target. Al refused to answer, saying he wasn't some petty assassin assassin who would reveal that kind of information. Kim Joo found it odd, since the last assassins he had fought admitted everything right away. Even with a bit of fear, Al tried to take advantage of a distraction and attacked him from behind with a clone. However, Kim Joo dodged the strike without even looking. Lisa was shocked, thinking it was impossible for him to detect the attack. But Kim Joo retorted that Al was being a coward for attacking from behind, and asked if that was what he considered a true sneak attack. Kim Joo attacked again, aiming at the swordsman, but deliberately shifted the move to swing his elbow and smash the bald man's face once more. Then he warned that he would ask one last time who the client was. Al replied that this wasn't an assassin's joke. Kim Joo, out of patience, said he wasn't a joke either. In fact, Al was nothing more than a punching bag, and he would keep taking hits until he lost the will to resist. However, Kim Joo concluded that the punching bag wouldn't last long, because with one more strike, Al's body went flying through more than 50 trees. Later, the instructors arrived to assess the situation and found the hero course students being rescued by Valhalla's students. Jack, deeply worried, immediately asked if everyone was all right. Logan, injured, replied that he was struggling to move but that it wasn't serious. Lee Sang, observing the scene, wanted to know exactly what had happened there. Logan explained that they had been ambushed by 3 villains, 1 man and 2 women. Lee Sang suspected they might be assassins from the Samsol organization, more specifically the Yushin group, and then asked where the attackers were. The answer was right next to them. All the enemies lay unconscious on the ground. Logan said that Kim Joo had dealt with them all by himself. Lee Sang was surprised at how easily he had defeated them and remarked that Kim Joo had always been very strong. Logan admitted he had only managed to witness part of the fight before losing consciousness, but confirmed that Kim Joo had been incredible. The villains he hadn't been able to lay a finger on had been defeated without apparent effort. Logan admitted he had underestimated Kim Joo, thinking he was just another strong high school student, but he had been wrong. Jack tried to cheer him up, saying that Kim Joo was an outlier, an anomaly. However, Lee Sang reminded them that there had been 3 attackers, and he questioned where the 3rd one was. Melissa answered that Kim Joo had taken the woman somewhere else, and later brought her back, throwing her to the ground as if she were a sack of garbage. Lee Sang assessed that at least Kim Joo seemed to be fine. Kim Joo himself confirmed that he hadn't been hurt. With that, Lee Sang said they would go over the details later, once everyone was back at the academy. The teachers helped the injured students and sent them to the hospital. The students of Valhalla were tasked with reporting everything to the White Lotus. The student competition was officially brought to an end. Later, already back at the Valhalla dormitory, Kim Joo lay down and muttered to himself that it had been a complicated day. Brace suggested that maybe he felt that way because he had used too much magic while fighting the villains. Kim Joo agreed that he had spent a lot of mana during the battle, but stated that, even so, he had performed very well. In the end, he managed to complete his mission. He had obtained the pearl from the house of Madagaya. When he took the girl away, he hadn't been doing anything suspicious. He only asked her to get up once she regained consciousness and questioned her about what her ability was. Kim Joo still didn't know where Alia had been hiding, but he remembered that she had been talking about a target. That indicated she was part of Samsol, and he knew their groups usually divided into 3 roles: a frontline fighter, a secondary, and someone with support abilities. That was exactly the formation they had faced. To him, Alia was the one responsible for support, but she also seemed to have an ability related to assassination. That was why he wanted to understand exactly what it was. Trying to escape, Alia activated her teleportation skill and said she had no intention of revealing anything. However, Kim Joo interrupted the technique with just the palm of his hand. Alia, shocked, wondered how that boy had been able to block her ability like that. Kim Joo, in turn, said that now he understood everything. Her technique created a space that allowed her to move freely within it. That worked perfectly for what he wanted to achieve. He stated that he had a goal to accomplish and that, if Alia did everything right, nothing bad would happen to her. Kim Joo acknowledged that, thanks to her ability, he had been able to seize the pearl. However, Brace pointed out that he had not kept his promise of doing nothing if everything went well. He questioned why Kim Joo had gone so far with that woman. Kim Joo explained that when he asked her about her employers and partners, she hadn't answered anything. If she had simply confessed, nothing would have happened. Brace then began to doubt whether Kim Joo in his past life had truly been a hero, or if deep down he was still a villain. Kim Joo reflected that now that he had discovered that the 3 attackers belonged to the Samsol group, all signs pointed to their client being Rockdill, without a doubt that bastard. Kim Joo was trying to gather as much information as possible about the attack because he wanted to act quickly. Still, he thought that if Rockdill's family dared to repeat what they had done, he would have to deal with each of them one by one. Even so, the most important thing at that moment was that he had obtained the pearl. The next step would be to confront his lost memories by accessing them through dreams. Kim Joo asked if his mission now was simply to sleep. Brace confirmed, saying that apparently, yes. He believed that if Kim Joo recovered his memories, he himself might also recover his own, since he had received the same notification. Kim Joo accepted the idea, but wondered what lost memories meant, since he felt like he hadn't forgotten anything. Still, he decided to sleep. During his sleep, the first memory that came back to him was the moment of his near death. Before being crushed by his own tower, time had stopped around him. A strange creature appeared and observed him in that final moment. The creature promised to take good care of his name and the names of those he had protected in that world. When he awoke, Kim Ju was still confused about what he had seen and wondered what exactly that vision had been. He had just seen what had truly happened. Those were the memories he had thought he had never lost. He asked Brace if anything had come back to him as well. Brace said he thought so, and that it seemed to have been a tiger. The next morning in Valhalla's training room, Yuso was shocked to see Sehyuk present. She asked what he was doing there, but he shot the question back, asking what she was doing there. Yuso replied that her reason was similar to his, probably pride, but also a little envy of Kim Ju. Sehyuk insisted that his presence there had nothing to do with Kim Ju. He said he had always followed that training routine and directly asked the reason for her envy. Yuso admitted it was because she had lost to Choi Arin. In that duel, her strikes had no effect at all. Arin blocked them all, cut her spell in half with her sword, and even countered with a Thunderblade, destroying Yuso's 3 flying spells in a single strike. With a swift cut, Arin ended the fight. Meanwhile, back in Kim Ju's room, Brace commented that he really was a tiger, and not cute as Kim Ju had been thinking. Kim Ju asked how he remembered that. Brace replied that he didn't remember the specific details. Kim Ju concluded that Brace probably hadn't seen the bizarre creature he had seen. Then he asked if Brace remembered his original name or if he had heard someone call him, but Brace answered that he didn't really remember. At that moment, Kim Ju received a new system message. He was to go to the office of the Great Palace of Arala to see the truth with his own eyes. He thought that, once he finished his training for the day, he would ask Lilia what exactly that Great Palace was. At the academy, Yuso continued talking with Sehyuk. She said that Choi Arin had grown much stronger since the last time she had seen her at the entrance ceremony. Yuso believed this was due to Kim Ju's teachings, which was why she had been constantly training her magical power and her Digraman technique. But she had discovered that Arin also practiced physical training, something no one in her family ever did. Perhaps that was the reason for her explosive growth. Sehyuk replied that she should tell that to Kim Ju, not to him. So then reflected that she couldn't just say she would improve and still fail. If she truly wanted to evolve, she would have to face her feelings, even if it was embarrassing. She decided that she would talk to him directly. She wanted to know if he was training Choi Arin at that moment, but before she could ask, Lee Sang appeared and interrupted everything. He asked if Kim Ju was busy. Kim Ju replied that he hadn't finished his training yet, but wanted to know what had happened. Lee Sang said that as soon as he finished, he should come outside to talk. Some people said that this was the only moment they would be able to see him that day. Kim Ju understood the message. Yuso, frustrated, realized that she had been interrupted again and couldn't say what she wanted. She thought that the embarrassment was killing her inside. But without turning to her, Kim Ju said that if Yuso also wanted to train, she should get the full training routine from Choi Arin. If she performed well, he might consider the possibility of training her. But there were no guarantees. Later, Kim Ju asked directly who exactly wanted to see him, since they had said it was something extremely important. Lee Sang reflected for a moment and said that thinking about it, it could only be one person. Everyone was waiting in the small auditorium, and when they entered, they saw that the one waiting for them was Rockdill, looking terrible, haggard, like a zombie. He begged for help, asking them to save him. Kim Ju was shocked to see him there and asked what that guy was doing in that place. Lee Sang reacted with irony, as if he were pretending to be surprised, and stated that Kim Ju knew very well the reason. It was obvious that he himself had hired Il Shinja. Considering also that Rockdill was suspected of having ordered the previous attack, this was already the second assassination attempt, and in both cases he himself had been the target. The press moved quickly to exploit the situation. In no time, the headlines were full of stories about Il Shinja and the man who had caused the attack at Valhalla. Someone commented that, to be fair, Rockdill didn't deserve forgiveness, since his family would probably make sure everything was covered up again. However, a twist occurred. The Ventric family published an official statement declaring that Rockdill had been disowned and expelled from the lineage. Not only him, but also his father, Eden Ventric. Unlike previous times, the family made no effort to silence the media. Kim Ju concluded that now he no longer had protection. The only path left for him was prison, so he wondered how anyone could possibly help him. Even so, Rockdill insisted that he had one last chance. His testimony could be more valuable than any physical evidence. He begged, repeating please several times, asking to be saved. Kim Ju coldly replied that he wasn't willing to help at all. At this, Rockdill fell to his knees, asked for forgiveness, and promised never to touch him again, even allowing Kim Ju to step on him if he wanted. But Kim Ju answered that he wasn't interested in apologies. Then Rockdill wanted to know what he wanted. Was it money? Kim Ju refused again. In a desperate gesture, Rockdill even offered Yuria, treating her as if she were property. Kim Ju was revolted at hearing that, asking if people were objects to him. Rockdill replied that at that moment, that girl was indeed his possession, and told them to look at her neck. There was a visible spell there proving that she belonged to him. He went further, saying that if Kim Ju accepted, he could keep his property. Lee Sang recognized what it was, a taboo spell. strictly forbidden. This kind of magic sealed the will of the person, preventing them from acting against their master. It was such a complex spell that an ordinary person could never cast it. Surely someone had done it under Rockdeal's orders. Kim Ju was disgusted. He said that people like him had existed in this world for a long time. Filthy people who used taboo spells to sell human beings as objects. Indignant, he used his own magic power to pull and rip off the chains of the taboo from the girl's neck, breaking the seal. After that, Kim Ju asked the professor if he could punch Rockdeal. Ligun, the instructor, replied that a Valhalla teacher would never tolerate violence between students, but reminded him that this guy was no longer just a student. He was a suspect of crimes. And besides, Valhalla was no longer aligned with the Ventrix, so he could cover up this incident. Kim Ju stepped forward and told Rockdeal that he had heard it, right? Then he ordered him to grit his teeth, but it was useless. Even if he tried to resist, Rockdeal lost 4 teeth with the punch and fell straight to the ground. Later, Brace commented that for a moment he really thought Kim Ju would kill the boy. He also thought that if it had been 300 years ago, he would have crushed his head without hesitation. Among his former disciples, there had been one who was sold as a slave through a taboo spell. The memory rekindled his fury. He knew very well what it was like to be in that situation. Brace then asked if Kim Ju had ever been a slave himself. The conversation was interrupted when Yuria appeared running, calling out to him. She said that at the time, she had been so distressed that she hadn't managed to thank him, but now she wanted to. Kim Ju replied that she didn't need to worry about that. At that moment, she didn't need to bow to anyone. She could live however she wanted. Hearing that, Yuria began to cry. Moved. The next day after classes at Valhalla's cafe, Lilia commented that the Great Palace of Arala was in China. More specifically, it was hidden in a labyrinth within the property of the White Lotus Association. Kim Ju wondered if he would have to enter a labyrinth belonging to another school. Nowadays, it was illegal to invade the magical territory of another institution. He thought it was strange how, in the past, labyrinths were open places where even dogs and cows could freely enter. Now, being considered property felt very odd to him. Kim Ju wanted to know if there was any way to enter there. Lilia said that the White Lotus students had access, but almost let slip some confidential information and immediately fell silent. She said she would only reveal it in exchange for 3 pieces of information. Kim Ju, impatient, just told her to enjoy her coffee and took his leave. Faced with his reaction, Lilia gave in. She said she would tell him, but asked for secrecy. The Great Palace of Arala would be one of the stages of the world competition in the 2nd semester. This information hadn't even been shared with the teachers yet. It was confidential. Then Kim Ju wanted to know how exactly she had access to that kind of information. Lilia said she had a source, and that was all she could reveal. Kim Ju asked if the world competition was similar to the school competition. She confirmed it was. She explained that the school competition had been a contest between South Korea, China, and the United States, while the world competition was more like an Olympics, bringing together academies from all over the world to compete against each other. Kim Ju concluded that, in short, it was the same thing, just on a larger scale, and even more annoying for him. Still, he could only participate in the 2nd semester, which felt very far away. He wanted to know if there wasn't a faster way to get in. Lilia replied that she didn't know. She didn't have many connections with White Lotus, but if he helped with one small thing, she could reach out to her contacts. She asked him to accompany her to the World Monster Research Society, saying it would only be a one-day event and wouldn't take much time. A few days later, in North London, Tottenham, Kim Ju impatiently questioned what kind of one-day event this was. They had traveled from Korea all the way to London. Lilia casually replied that they were only going to spend a day there, so he might as well enjoy it. She said she had brought him on the weekend and even got authorization to extend the excursion. She asked why he was still complaining. Kim Ju commented that she was abusing her authority as a teacher, but wanted to know, after all, what exactly they were going to do there. Later, he was already inside an experiment room where he had to fight monsters. His task was simple: eliminate some creatures. The first enemy was a boar, which fell with a single precise thrust to the head. After about an hour, he was already quite tired and wondered why Lilia was doing this to him. She had said it would be just a few monsters, but he had already killed at least 10. The atmosphere also felt strange. Since they had entered the building, people had been staring at him oddly, shouting things at each other, and then turning their backs. He asked if Lilia had quarreled with them. She admitted she had. She said it was uncomfortable, but it was the result of those people being obsessed for decades with their monster theories and hunting methods. Suddenly, a single report appeared that contradicted everything they believed in. Kim Ju asked if that verification method wasn't outdated. Lilia replied that yes, it was, but it was still the safest, and it was a tradition within the association. He then asked why they didn't just test among themselves. She explained that they didn't want to. They were older scholars, stuck in their own ideas, and hated seeing their their theories dismantled. She said that monster hunting strategies were a way to maintain status and power, and that the current system was full of nepotism and useless figures in high positions. Kim Joo remarked that there were a lot of disgusting people in that place and asked if it was still necessary to submit to such bureaucracy. Lilia replied that without recognition from the society, a simple report was worthless. No matter how close they were to the association, their focus was only on the perfect hunting strategy. Then a woman suddenly appeared and approached Kim Joo, asking if he could take care of someone. Lilia, taking the opportunity, discreetly slipped away from the scene. Now alone with the woman, Kim Joo asked what she meant by taking care of someone. She then introduced herself as the president of the White Lotus Association, explaining that she was part of the Seoul family, the first to be founded in China after the era of chaos. Through this family, the academy was built, and many powerful contractors were trained. However, within the family itself, there was a genius, someone who could be called a natural disaster. Even at only 13 years old, he was already able to easily defeat experienced contractors. He stepped over his sisters, the members of his own guild, and even the head of the family was beaten by him. The president explained that, after realizing there was nothing more to learn in the outside world, the boy decided to lock himself in the family's training hall inside the White Lotus Palace. Kim Joo asked if she wanted him to deal with that arrogant kid. She confirmed. He said he didn't mind, but was still a little confused. If all she wanted was someone to defeat him, why not find someone stronger? There seemed to be better options. Even so, he recognized that the woman's magical power wasn't weak. She replied that he had good eyes. She had been using magic to conceal her true strength. She said there were two reasons she chose him. The first was that Kim Joo fought using only physical strength. The second was that the boy in the hall was 17 years old, the same age as Kim Joo. According to the president, after watching Kim Joo's recent performances, it was clear he was physically strong enough. If he, a 17-year-old student of the same age, were able to defeat him, his pride would certainly be damaged. That was why the president personally came to ask this favor. Kim Joo replied that fine, but made it clear that she wasn't asking him to do this for free, right? The president said, of course not. She was the president of an academy, and she couldn't just call people without offering compensation. Kim Joo then said he didn't want money. What he really wanted was to gain access to a specific place. Later, already in China, yes, he had gone from London straight to China, he stood before the White Lotus Association. Kim Joo commented that he hadn't expected her to bring him back so quickly, much less on a private jet. The president reminded him that he was free until Monday, so wouldn't it be better to settle this quickly? Kim Joo agreed, saying yes, fine. She, returning to the subject of payment, asked if he wanted the right to enter the Great Palace of Arala, a labyrinth they themselves managed. Since it wouldn't be too difficult for someone like him, they considered it fair. Before anything else, they entered to carry out the mission. People who knew Kim Joo were impressed to see him there, and he commented that he was curious about one specific thing. He felt that the White Lotus president didn't really care much about the competition, but even so, she wanted him to take care of that boy. The president explained that many people, students and teachers, had already tried to fight against the boy, but failed. That was exactly what she wanted him to realize, the limits of his own talent. Her main goal was to bring the boy down from his arrogance. Once that was resolved, she planned to lead the White Lotus to the top. Kim Joo, hearing this, thought that he hoped everything would fall into good hands. The president led him to a magic circle and explained that by stepping onto it, he would be transported directly into the secret training room. Inside, the boy was already waiting. Kim Joo entered without asking too many questions, but at the last moment, he wanted to know the boy's name. The president replied that it was Yen Lang, who had already asked who this Kim Joo was and whether he had been sent to get her out of there. She made it clear she wouldn't leave and told Kim Joo to get lost. Kim Joo thought it was strange for the kid to be so rude to someone he had just met, especially a guest. The first thing he tried was to greet Yen Lang with a punch to the face, but the blow was blocked, which surprised him a little. In response, Yen Lang countered with a palm strike to his chest, calling him a reckless idiot, and asking if he was really underestimating his opponent. Yes, he was. He had started in such a stupid way that he even admitted it himself. So he raised his head and said maybe they should introduce themselves first. Yang, who was watching, was shocked to see him completely unscathed. Then Kim Joo grabbed his fist, and Yang tried to defend himself, but almost broke his arm trying to block Kim Joo's strike. In fact, it wasn't a boy. The translation so far had referred to one, but it was clear now that it was a girl. Yen Lang asked who the hell he was. Kim Joo introduced himself as a simple 17-year-old student who had underestimated his opponent. Of course, that didn't make her happy. Her flurry of strikes, moves that would normally knock out any enemy inside the training room, were completely useless against Kim Joo. She thought this guy didn't resemble any of the previous ones, so she decided she needed to regain the upper hand and counterattack. But Kim Joo pursued her with his speed and asked where she thought she was going. His next strike hit directly, sinking into her chest. Even so, Kim Joo was impressed. In a split second, she realized she couldn't avoid his fist and pulled back to reduce the impact. He acknowledged that she wasn't that bad after all. He realized this when he purposely left an opening for her to strike at him. Not Not even his students from 300 years ago had shown that level of mobility. Yanlang was confused. How could someone who was only 17 be at the same level as her? But instead of being envious, she was excited by the thought that she could hit harder. Kim Ju then remarked, with some disdain, that she still had a little pride left in her, and maybe it was better to just knock her down once and for all. Meanwhile, the president observed everything from her office. Her secretary appeared and said that, although it was only a guess, he wondered if the boy would be all right. He doubted that a student from another school could do anything against someone from the White Lotus Academy. According to him, Kim Ju was being overwhelmed, and he wanted to know if he could really defeat Yanlang. He admitted it might sound rude, but not even the president herself had ever beaten her, at least not without using magic techniques. This fight was only physical strength. The president admitted that, yes, she had once lost to Yanlang. Even using magic, there was no guarantee of victory. The difference in magical power between the two was as thin as a sheet of paper. That had been a few years ago, and Yanlang was likely even stronger now. The secretary grew worried. He commented that this made it even riskier, since he knew student Kim Ju wasn't as strong as her. The president simply replied with a faint smile that perhaps this was exactly why she had brought him there. He had defeated dangerous people while still only a student, and had taken first place in an important competition. In any case, she trusted he wouldn't lose so easily to Yanlang. And to be honest, she didn't care if he lost. Inside the training room, Yanlang changed her strategy. She began attacking with claw strikes, her moves now more unpredictable. She managed to land a knee straight to Kim Ju's face, but the only thing broken was her own knee. Shocked, she asked if his head was made of stone. Kim Ju, ironically, commented that maybe it was. Her knee had slammed into his forehead with full force, which could only mean his forehead was harder than her knee. Yanlang began to realize that even when she managed to outmatch him with her attacks, he simply blocked everything. There were no openings. Admitting this was painful to her pride, but the truth was that Kim Ju's strength far surpassed hers. So she asked if he was fighting without using magic. He answered yes. After all, that was what she preferred, wasn't it? Frustrated, Yanlang ordered him to stop that nonsense and warned that she would use all her power too. Kim Ju grew excited when he saw her starting to gather magic. He asked if she was angry, because now was the moment to truly shatter her pride. When he unleashed his magical power, it was so overwhelming that Yanlang trembled to her very bones. Still, she decided she didn't need tricks anymore. She was ready to end it all with a single blow. When she came within a few centimeters of Kim Ju's face, she was sure she had struck him. She thought she had won, but he dodged with an agile, athletic move and said that this had gone on long enough. It was time to finish it once and for all. The next punch, right to her stomach, brought Yanlang down. Before fainting, she called him a monster. In the president's office, she and the secretary were completely stunned. Moments later, Kim Ju appeared carrying Yanlang in his arms. He said that, as requested, he had brought the girl out after defeating her. The president asked if he had really done it. She couldn't believe Yanlang was actually out of that room. She also wanted to know if he was hurt. Kim Ju replied that, unlike her, he was fine. When she asked if it had been difficult, he said she was indeed very strong, but admitted he was a little disappointed by the difference in skill. He had expected it to be more challenging. When Yanlang woke up with her head still pounding, she found herself face to face with Seol Yan, who remarked that it had been a long time since she had seen her outside that room. Even so, Seol Yan ignored her for a moment to take care of Kim Ju's payment. She said he could now enter the palace of Yahello. As promised, Kim Ju thanked her and said that was great, because he wanted to go immediately. Yanlang ended up staying behind with the secretary. He said she needed to be treated first, but Yanlang, still shaken, asked the name of the boy who had defeated her. She wanted to know who he was. The secretary answered that it was Kim Ju. Yanlang was shocked. That boy was one of the strongest people she had ever faced, and she thought to herself that she wanted to fight him again someday. Meanwhile, Kim Ju was already inside the palace of Yahello. He looked around and asked if this was really supposed to be a labyrinth. From what he had heard from Seol Yun, the place looked more like a castle. According to her, as long as he dealt with the monsters known as living armors, he wouldn't have any difficulty exploring the place. Kim Ju asked how long he could remain there. Seol Yun replied that it was approximately 5 hours. If he wanted more time, he would have to return the next day. For him, 5 hours was more than enough to calmly search for what he needed. So he moved forward, about to face a veritable army of living armors. But as always, he didn't even draw his sword. He never did. Even so, he defeated all the armors with ease. His goal wasn't to fight. He was searching for something. He had already passed through more than 20 rooms and still hadn't found what he wanted. That was when Brace gave him a hint. He told him to look at the door on the right. That one seemed more elegant than the others. It looked like a real office. When Kim Ju entered the room, he confirmed to himself that it was definitely an office. Observing the surroundings, he asked if the place really belonged to Alafori or to someone else. Brace told him to look beneath a painting on the wall, where the name Alafori Johnny was written. Kim Ju was confused and asked how the hell Brace could read that. Brace replied that he didn't know exactly why either, but he could. Maybe it was part of the information he had recovered last time. Kim Joo then decided to investigate the place thoroughly. In reality, he only needed to find the secret room. Since it would take too long to examine each item individually, he chose the faster way, by smashing everything around him. When he split the desk in half, he discovered a trapdoor leading underground. Seeing how dark the passage was, he muttered that it would be annoying. At that moment, the system informed him that the conditions had been met. Suddenly, he found himself before a woman. He looked around, wondering what this place was, realizing he had been transported. He wanted to know who she was. The woman replied that she would give him answers if he sat down. She introduced herself as a guide. She said she didn't have a real name, as hers had been taken. This made Kim Joo recall the memories he had recovered earlier, of that creature that made a habit of stealing people's names. Kim Joo asked what exactly that meant. How could someone steal a name? The guide explained that names hold power. Every creature builds its life upon the name it receives, and the defining achievements, whether good or evil, contribute to the greatest work of their lives, their name. She also said that the being who stole names absorbed the power contained within them. Kim Joo asked what happened to someone who lost their name. The guide stated that he was already familiar with that. Such people became constellations. But in his case, she explained, he was an exception. He was a reincarnation. Kim Joo thought it strange that the woman knew about his reincarnation, just as Brace did. The guide asked if he still doubted her. She said that the fact that someone had been reborn and received the system window was undeniable, and that even she was surprised when she saw the notification appear to her. He then asked if she also had a system screen, and told her to stop stalling and explain everything already. He wanted to know who the man was who had promised to erase the name of the Tower of Perdition. The guide explained that this man was the Lord of the Labyrinth, the one who had sent the tower to Earth in order to build a name and gain power. She said he honored his own name. Kim Joo thought it strange. How could someone send something like the Tower of Perdition to Earth? He believed that such a structure could only exist within a labyrinth he controlled. But then he began to realize. The guide confirmed it. The world he lived in, Earth, was in fact a gigantic labyrinth created by the Lord of the Labyrinth. He asked if she really expected him to believe that. The guide said it was his choice whether to believe it or not, but she had no reason to lie. Kim Joo wanted to know if the tower had been sent only so the Lord of the Labyrinth could build a name. The guide confirmed it. In times of crisis, she explained, it was easy to make a name. Everyone had the chance to stand out by slaying monsters, saving villages, or even committing atrocities. But not everyone could become constellations, only those who truly deserved it. Kim Joo thought that if that was the case, then his disciples had probably also become constellations. After all, they had all made a name for themselves during the Great Crisis. He acknowledged that it was irritating. No matter what they did, everyone was playing the Lord of the Labyrinth's game. The guide, however, disagreed. She said that the fact Kim Joo had reincarnated became a variable within that game. Maybe that gave the Lord of the Labyrinth a chance to lose, but Kim Joo thought he knew he was a reincarnate. The guide replied that he didn't. The Lord of the Labyrinth was not the one who had reincarnated him, nor the one who had given him the system window, and she didn't know who had done it either. Whoever it was, they were someone powerful enough to be deeply involved in everything. The guide stated that, in any case, they couldn't waste the opportunity. Then she summoned before Kim Joo a magical ring. The guide didn't have time to explain all the details at that moment, but made it clear that the ring would be a key element for the planned counterattack. Even as Kim Joo questioned her, not understanding the rush, she explained that she was being hunted by the Lord of the Labyrinth himself. Still, she assured him that the necessary condition had already been fulfilled, which would make it easy for him to find her again in the future, as long as he didn't lose the ring. As soon as she snapped her fingers, Kim Joo was transported back to the labyrinth's entrance. Back at the starting point, Kim Joo reflected on what had happened. He was frustrated, remembering the destruction caused by the tower, and how someone had stolen names, preventing him from living a better life. He had no idea of the true power of the ring, but at least it didn't seem to reveal his location. He then recalled the storage stones that had been left behind after the absorption of magical power before the great battle. This time, he intended to absorb them all. Even if his strength was still not comparable to that of his enemies, that temporary boost in power would already make a difference. Meanwhile, on a remote island in the North Pacific, Han Nibal, leader of the devotees, and known as the Great Dragon, was watching furiously as news spread of his 3 Yushin assassins being captured. After hearing the words of the constellation, he began to pay close attention to Kim Joo and discovered that he had been the one responsible for destroying his protege, Jin Jeon, who had been under contract with a malevolent constellation. Because of this, the eldest son of the Ventric family decided he also wanted to take part in the mission. Han Nibal, observing the situation, questioned whether those assassins were truly professionals, since not only had they been captured, but they had also spilled information. At that moment, the first-class leader, George, appeared before him. He noticed Han Nibal's unrest and deduced that the cause was Kim Joo's involvement. Indeed, Han Nibal confirmed this was what worried him. George also mentioned that he had lost one of his allies to Kim Joo. When asked if it was Disara, the one who had appeared in the news, he confirmed. He said he had given Disara a personal mission, bypassing the official channels channels of the organization. However, Asura had failed, revealed his identity to a mere high school student, and ended up defeated. The original plan had been to turn him into an informant for the Ventric family, but fearing he might leak more information, they dealt with him quietly on his way to prison. Soon after, Hannibal asked if George could eliminate the 3 captured ones. George replied that if that was his wish, it would be done, but he requested that Kim Ju be spared for the time being. That was because Ilgyo was watching his movements closely. Even Hannibal was surprised at such involvement. When George commented about the Ilgyo group, he explained that they were completely unpredictable. No one knew for certain what motivated them or what their true purpose was. Hannibal acknowledged he had heard of them before, and although he was satisfied that they had their eyes on Kim Ju, he made it clear that if they interfered with any of Ilgyo's objectives, they might just become enemies too. For now, he decided only to watch. Meanwhile, as Kim Ju left the Grand Palace, he was surprised by several hooded figures. Noticing their presence, Kim Ju warned that they were stepping onto territory belonging to the Valrala family and asked whether this was courage or stupidity. One of the men, visibly nervous, revealed himself to be a subordinate of the Ventric family sent directly by Adelia. He apologized, explaining that their purpose was only to confirm Kim Ju's whereabouts before acting. Adelia was involved in a plan that required contractors with abilities to create subspaces. The team had listed several individuals with spatial distortion powers, and since they would all be working directly with the Ventric family, there was no risk of leaks. She approved the preparations and asked if they were ready for the sanctuary's transformation. The subordinate confirmed, revealing that they had already prepared a storage stone filled with an immense amount of magical power. Adelia instructed her subordinate to first join the contact group and then lead the elimination group once the subspace was complete. When he questioned whether the preparation was truly to summon a constellation, expressing concern over involving just a high school student, Adelia rebuked him. She said he was merely being overly cautious, especially after the recent incident where a constellation, silent until then, had reacted unexpectedly. If they were to summon a constellation this time, she wanted to take the opportunity to question it directly about certain matters. At that very moment, in Valhalla, that same subordinate reflected that the constellation had reacted because of Kim Ju. He then ordered everyone to prepare to cut the space, and around Kim Ju they created a subspace. Faced with the situation, Kim Ju realized that although they were still in the Academy's territory, where attacking students would be a terrible idea, at least this time his enemies had used their brains. And so, he wanted to know who had come up with that plan. The Ventric family's butler was surprised at Kim Ju's attitude and asked how he knew their identity, but Kim Ju firmly replied that it was obvious. Among the enemies he had faced so far, there were 2 groups known for using dark magic and only one that didn't. By process of elimination, it could only be the Ventrics. The butler then removed his hood, as there was no point in hiding any longer, and the other allies also revealed themselves. They activated their powers and began their assault, aiming to defeat Kim Ju right there inside the subspace. Kim Ju reacted with contempt to their attempt. He found it pathetic that they were trying to kill him in the middle of Academy territory, and he remarked that it was dangerous since any student could end up wandering in. The butler replied that it didn't matter, as they were only following the direct orders of the Ventric family leader. To Kim Ju, that only confirmed she was a shameless coward. The group then launched their elimination plan, but Kim Ju, with a single shoulder charge, brutally knocked down everyone in the front line. At the same time, he easily dodged the butler's strike. Even surrounded, he avoided 2 back attacks with precision. He felt they weren't giving him even a moment to breathe, but still he maintained control. The butler, seeing him dodge his own attack, was shaken. He began to doubt whether this was really just a high school student. Without giving him a chance to think, Kim Ju unleashed one of his signature attacks. Pretending his hand was a hammer and his sword a nail, he drove the blade forcefully into the butler's chest. The butler, falling unconscious, belatedly realized he had underestimated his enemy. He had thought he wouldn't need to prepare against a student, but now he recognized the family leader had been right about him. With his opponents defeated, Kim Ju wondered if Adelia had finally appeared. Adelia, watching the outcome of the battle, was surprised. Most of the elimination team, including the butler, were stronger than the usual Ventric family contractors. Yet Kim Ju had defeated them all. She admitted that, because of this, he even deserved a bit of pride, since now he would have the chance to witness something rare. The Ventric family's sacred relic, an item ordinary people would never lay eyes on. But Kim Ju mocked the situation. He thought it absurd that anyone could feel proud of wielding some little dagger, especially from a family that ganged up to kill a teenager. Adelia ignored the provocation. She immediately lunged to kill him, but at that moment all the storage stones began to shine in a different color. The change even affected the sacred relic she wielded, making it tremble. Adelia quickly realized that this was the direct influence of the constellation. When the constellation manifested, time froze completely. Only Kim Ju was able to move. Adelia still retained her consciousness, but her body was completely paralyzed. The sanctuary's ability had been forcibly activated. Compared to her subordinates, her mind remained active, and she could still think, but she couldn't understand how Kim Ju was moving freely. Then Adelia's own system spoke to Kim Ju. The constellation of the Crow Mask called him Master. A moment later, the constellation materialized before him, and when she removed the mask, she revealed herself as a short-haired blonde girl with clear eyes. Kim Ju immediately recognized her. He remembered the time when she had still been a slave. What struck him was her gaze, eyes that seemed to observe all of humanity without attaching themselves to anyone. The girl coldly said he shouldn't pretend to understand her. She wanted to know what he truly knew about her. Kim Ju answered honestly, saying that he didn't know everything, but he had an idea. After all, he too had once been enslaved. When he was younger, without the strength to defend himself, he had been kidnapped by a trafficker. From then on, his life had been marked by chains, prohibitions, and taboos, exactly like hers. That was why he asked if she didn't wish to be free. The girl replied that if he had really been a slave, then he should understand better than anyone. In her situation, freedom was unattainable. She couldn't even dream of it. She didn't know how Kim Ju had managed to come in, but she asked him to leave at once. Kim Ju, however, explained that the darkest side of the taboo was precisely this. It could only be removed if the master released it or died. But even that second option wasn't guaranteed. In crueler cases, the taboo remained active even after the owner's death. From what he could see, hers was exactly that kind of case. She was still bound, even though he had already killed her old slave master. Hearing his words, the girl sorrowfully declared that in that case, there was no way out. She would never be freed from it. But Kim Ju insisted. He said there could be another way. Without hesitation, he reached for the taboo's chains and gripped them firmly. He began interacting with the magical components of the prohibition, injecting a spell opposite to the original enchantment's logic. As he applied it slowly, the control imposed by the chains began to weaken. Though Kim Ju was no specialist in that kind of magic and had no intention of being one, he knew the effects of the prohibition well enough, having lived with it long enough to understand it. He believed that only by deeply understanding what magical slavery truly was could one break it. Thus, when he completed the process, he succeeded in shattering the taboo's chains, setting the girl free. She could hardly believe it. For the first time, she felt truly free. Kim Ju told her that now she could live her life however she wanted. That prison had been destroyed. Then he asked what she would do from now on. He suggested perhaps she might want to search for her family or return to her homeland. The girl, however, replied that such a thing was no longer possible. When the trafficker had kidnapped her, he had exterminated her entire family. Hearing this, Kim Ju said he would make a brief trip. His plan was clear: crush the skulls of all the traffickers who bought and sold people like merchandise. And he asked if she wanted to join him on that journey. She accepted. She said she wanted to follow him. Kim Ju declared that from that moment on, she should treat him as master. He said he would teach her many things, and as her master, he would also give her her first honorific title. Calling her Mogil, he told her to leave that place, for he hated being there. But before departing, she asked what her master's name was. Kim Ju introduced himself, and then she replied with her own name. In that instant, Kim Ju remembered. One of his disciples truly had become a constellation. Even without recalling her true name, he knew he had known her better than anyone. The problem was that the damn Lord of the Labyrinth had stolen her name as well. Even so, Kim Ju remembered the nickname he used to call her. With a faint smile, he called her an idiot, and said it had been a long time since they last saw each other. Adelia, who was still observing the scene, couldn't believe the way he spoke to a constellation, but the girl herself didn't care. Before sharing the joy of reuniting with her master, she returned the sacred relic of the Ventric family directly to Adelia's hands. Calmly, she grasped the dagger's hilt and struck with precision. Adelia fainted immediately. The girl then turned to her master and asked what she should do with the others who were there. She asked if she should simply kill them, but Kim Ju said no. He had a much better idea. The next day, Lee Gun was utterly shocked. The Ventric family had given a direct sponsorship to student Kim Ju in the amount of 5 billion. He couldn't believe it. He asked Lee Sang how such a thing was possible. Lee Sang was also surprised. He said it was indeed strange for such a donation to be made at that particular moment. Lee Gun asked if it had anything to do with Rock Deal, since he had been the one who sent the assassins previously. Lee Sang considered the possibility. Perhaps it was an attempt to cover up the scandal with money. In fact, when Kim Ju was attacked by Desera, the Ventrix had also sent a generous sponsorship as a way of protecting Rockdale's reputation and that of the family. But now things were different. Rockdale had already been expelled from the family. If they hadn't officially severed ties with him, the scandal would have grown even bigger. Therefore, the question remained, what was the true purpose of this new sponsorship? Lee Gun said they still didn't know whether Kim Ju would accept the donation. Lee Sang said he would ask him personally. Later, Kim Ju casually replied that, of course he would accept it. After all, was there any reason to refuse 5 billion? Lee Gun admitted that it was a sound logic. And while Kim Ju was already preparing to leave, Lee Gun had one more piece of information. In addition to the personal sponsorship, Valhalla Academy itself had also received a considerable donation. According to Valhalla's regulations, Kim Joo now had the right to move into the premium dormitory, thanks to the sponsorship amount he had received. Even so, he said he had no dissatisfaction with his current dormitory. He wasn't thinking about that at the moment. As soon as he left, Lee Gun was confused. He remembered when Kim Joo had refused a previous sponsorship, even when they tried to please him in various ways. Now, however, he had accepted, and it seemed the only difference was the amount of money involved. In the end, the academy wasn't losing anything from it, so Lee Gun decided not to give it much importance. It didn't really matter to him after all. While walking, Kim Joo recalled what had happened. In his mind, he saw Adelia kneeling before him. In a nearly ironic tone, she asked if he intended to release her. Of course, that was just his imagination. She hadn't actually said that, but the thought lingered. He had understood that their constellation didn't care what he did with the Ventric family. The constellation of the Raven Mask had revealed that it had created the Ventric family for the sole purpose of serving him. That meant Kim Joo could do whatever he wanted with them. Adelia, upon realizing this, apologized repeatedly to the constellation. She asked if that old phrase passed down through generations, the Ventric family, all for one, actually referred to their master. The constellation confirmed it. It said it was obvious, and was surprised that Adelia had only realized it now. When Adelia questioned whether that seemingly ordinary student was truly the master of a constellation, the Raven Mask answered with conviction. Even with a different appearance, Kim Joo's magical power was exactly the same as that of her original master. Kim Joo felt they had already asked too many questions about him. He said Adelia should worry about herself. In his thoughts, he admitted that group had deeply annoyed him. Even killing them might not be enough. On the other hand, the prestige and power of the Ventric family were genuine. He could live comfortably, taking advantage of all that for himself. Leading the group personally, however, would be troublesome. So, he asked if Adelia had been doing a good job managing the family. She answered yes. 4 years had already passed since she had assumed leadership. They had managed to restore the family's power and make it even stronger. Kim Joo ordered her to continue managing everything, but now supporting all his activities at the highest level of the family. And if she messed up again, she knew very well what would happen. The constellation of the Raven Mask also supported the Master's decision. It promised to personally ensure that no such mistake would ever happen again. Soon after, the constellation began to fade. Its physical form was coming to an end. The Raven Mask explained that this space, where constellations could manifest directly, required an absurd amount of magical power. Dozens of deposits of magic stones would be needed to maintain her presence there. Kim Joo commented that now it made sense why those guys carried so many stones. The constellation agreed. She had already spent much of her energy using her abilities there, and therefore needed to rest. Kim Joo found it curious. He asked if even constellations had to deal with such restrictions, but she replied that it was fine. Just being able to see the reincarnation of her master in person was enough for her. Embarrassed, he asked her to stop saying things like that and go rest quickly. Before disappearing, the constellation revealed one last piece of information. Besides her, another of his disciples had also become a constellation. She said he would meet her soon. Back in the present, Kim Joo thought about this. He was curious about which other disciple had become a constellation. In fact, he wondered if all his former disciples might have reached that level. After all, he had already encountered two of them, the Raven Mask and that damned Brace. The meeting with Brace had been inevitable, triggered by a system notification. But the encounter with the girl of the Raven Mask had happened completely by chance. The most important thing was that, in this current world, there was an immense number of constellations. It didn't make sense for him to be able to meet all of them. Even so, something felt strange. He thought Brace was being far too quiet. He called out to him. Brace, in truth, was reorganizing his thoughts. His memories had been cut off the moment Kim Joo entered the secret room. Inside the mental world, he felt his master's presence leave as soon as he had entered that place. Slowly, however, fragments of memories were returning. Kim Joo asked if he had remembered the miserable existence he once lived. Brace replied with sarcasm. He said he couldn't see how he would remember something so trivial, but in truth, he had understood an important concept, the notion of a knot, something he somehow knew he was supposed to understand. After everything that had happened, Kim Joo returned to class as if nothing had occurred. During the lesson, he began reflecting on something important. He thought that the man known as the Lord of the Labyrinth was probably responsible for stealing Brace's original name and also for giving him a new one. Brace confirmed this suspicion. He said that when he received a name, he also received a power, the power of the Master of the Tower of Destruction. Kim Joo then wondered if the given name could also affect a person's personality. Brace explained that it could. When he held the position of Tower Master in the past, he became a stricter person, perhaps due to the influence of the name and the power he had received back then. Now, however, he was closer to his true self. Kim Joo was outraged and reflected on how someone could simply steal and give names to others as if it were something trivial. Brace admitted that he also didn't know exactly how it worked. Kim Joo remarked that since that world was like a labyrinth, perhaps names could be manipulated freely, like copying and pasting files on a computer. Confused, Brace asked what he meant by this world being a labyrinth, and Kim Joo replied that he really didn't know anything about what truly mattered. Later, Later, after class, Kim Ju told Brace everything he knew. He said it was frustrating to realize that they were just pieces on a great board. However, he also mentioned that the guide had told him they could still fight against it. For now, he would simply dedicate himself to becoming stronger. The next day, Kim Ju met the guide again. When he saw her, he was surprised and asked what was going on. The guide, in turn, noticed something in his hand and questioned what that silver object was. Kim Ju explained it was just a tray of food, joking that even though she had promised to see him soon, she didn't need to show up right at lunchtime. The guide apologized. She said she hadn't paid attention to that and asked if he had brought the ring, as agreed. Kim Ju confirmed that he had, and that he had kept it since that day. The guide explained that, from now on, that ring would be essential. Kim Ju, a little skeptical, looked at the ring and remarked that it didn't seem to increase attributes or have anything special. He wanted to know how that object could be useful. The guide replied that, for it to work, he just needed to use the ring and go through the labyrinth. He wanted to know if it worked with any labyrinth, but the guide clarified that it wasn't quite like that. Nowadays, there were almost no labyrinths naturally appearing. The ones that remained were under the control of entities or organizations. Furthermore, soon the Lord of the Labyrinth himself would create new ones, events known as monster ruptures, or calamities, as they are called in the modern world. Kim Ju remembered calamities well. When a labyrinth began to form, monsters appeared and the surrounding area was completely devastated. In his past life, these ruptures happened everywhere. There wasn't a single place in the world that hadn't been affected. After reincarnating, he had noticed that the world was calmer, and that pleased him. But now, worried, he asked the guide where these new ruptures would occur and on what scale. The guide replied that within approximately 3 months, the ruptures would begin. The scale was yet to be determined, but the location was already certain. They would take place in a country called Korea. Kim Ju, surprised, remarked that it was exactly where he lived. He wanted to know how to prevent something that was apparently about to happen. The guide recommended that he research more about her. She said she also had limited access to information, as she needed to avoid being detected by the Lord of the Labyrinth. He was the one who had created all of that intentionally. One could say he was preparing people to face the rise of the Tower of Destruction. Faced with this, Kim Ju asked if he already had what was necessary to clear the Tower of Destruction using the ring. The guide confirmed that he did. She said he had destroyed labyrinths even before this, and that now the ring would be a central element. She then asked Kim Ju if he had a specific reason to defeat the boss of a labyrinth. He replied that he did, because by defeating the boss, the labyrinth disappeared. The guide confirmed that this was indeed the fastest way, but she warned that this time it would not be so simple. He would have to use the ring and defeat the labyrinth's boss. And even if his world was a labyrinth, he would not be able to create something like a calamity or a Tower of Destruction on his own. That happened because of the name of the power he had received. She explained that, simply put, a labyrinth is created from a name, and within the components of that labyrinth, the power of the name is concentrated in the boss. If Kim Ju used the ring and defeated the boss, he would be able to absorb the name that the Lord of the Labyrinth had given to that creature. That would be the starting point for the counterattack. Kim Ju then asked if a single name would be enough, since the Lord of the Labyrinth had probably absorbed many names, certainly more than 1 or 2. How could he face him with just one? The guide replied that indeed a single name would not be enough to defeat him, as he would not even falter before it. But, as she had said before, the true goal of the Lord of the Labyrinth was to prepare everyone for the arrival of the Tower of Destruction. In fact, the key to the plan was not just to steal a single name, but to quickly clear the labyrinth. If the labyrinth disappeared before the Lord of the Labyrinth could use it, he would be forced to change tactics. This would trigger several events in the world, and that would be the perfect opportunity for Kim Ju to absorb several names from other labyrinths. He then asked if those names would become power for him, and what the real difference would be between him and the Lord of the Labyrinth himself. The guide was surprised by the question. She hadn't expected him to care about that sort of thing. But Kim Ju replied that he also had morality and fought for a just cause. The guide explained that, first of all, those people had never been harmed by him, and if a name were taken by the Lord of the Labyrinth, the soul tied to that name would be trapped, unable to become a constellation or reincarnate. It would remain imprisoned in a body without existence. Moreover, if Kim Ju used the power of an absorbed name, the bondage of the name would weaken, and the people originally linked to it could be freed. But if even then he was bothered, he could act however he wished. In any case, he would learn through his own journey. Kim Ju replied that now all that remained was to wait for the calamity. The guide agreed and said she would soon give him the exact date and location. Until then, he should form a team to face it. Kim Ju questioned if it wouldn't be enough to simply defeat the labyrinth's boss and destroy it. The guide explained that when the labyrinth disappears, the monsters inside it die, but those that had already escaped remain loose. That's why it was important to be prepared to face them as well. Right after that, the guide sent him back. He reappeared right in front of the cook, ready to place food on his tray. He was irritated that the guide hadn't explained everything before sending him back. On top of that, he found it strange that she had asked him to form a team. She had never requested such a thing before. Even before reincarnating, he used to gather his disciples to fight against calamities. But now, he would have to do it alone. And since he wanted to avoid collateral damage, maybe it would be better to take on new disciples as well. That was when he met Yen Lang in Valhalla. Surprised, Kim Ju asked what she was doing there. Yen Lang explained that after losing to him, she had spent some time reflecting on the reason for her defeat. Then she realized that he was simply stronger. That was why she lost. Kim Ju reacted with irony, saying she had taken far too long to understand something so obvious. Yen Lang said she had always thought of herself as similar to him, someone who mastered everything with talent, never having been defeated. But now she saw things differently. She realized the strikes that hit her weren't simple. They were refined body techniques polished by countless experiences. She had been furious when she lost, but after calming down, she understood that the true reason for her defeat was lack of experience. And, curiously, she felt stronger after fighting him. That's why she wanted to keep fighting him, until the day she could defeat him. She asked him to accept fighting her again. Kim Ju grew annoyed with her persistence and tried to walk away. He said he didn't want to be bothered with that kind of nonsense, and that he was leaving. Yen Lang insisted, saying she had traveled all the way from China just to find him. But Kim Ju replied that wasn't his problem, and suggested she use all that time to train, which would be a good idea too. She admitted she didn't know how to train on her own. She had received formal instruction until she was 6, but after that, she learned everything by herself. And even so, she managed to beat him in her own lunar year. Kim Ju then asked if she was talking about the time before the contractors' control. Yen Lang confirmed. She said that from the beginning, the contractors didn't like her, and that she had always acted alone. She was still excluded from the family's regular training. So when she asked for sparring partners to keep her skills sharp, they ended up sending adult contractors against her. That was how she managed to win. She said she felt relieved since there weren't that many. Kim Ju thought her story was very different from the version he had heard from the president. His impression had been that Yen Lang truly had talent and enjoyed fighting, but the image spread about her was of someone dangerous, as if she defeated anyone who crossed her path. He asked if it was mandatory for her to remain confined at the White Lotus Palace. She answered that it was enforced to some extent, but said that it didn't matter now. It was fine, because she considered Kim Ju far stronger than anyone else. By fighting him, she believed she could grow without depending on her family's teachings. She begged him to accept that. Kim Ju, however, found the whole thing very strange. How could someone who had been excluded from her own family and confined in a palace now be sought after again by Hoeju? He had no idea of that family's inner dynamics, but wondered if it wouldn't have been better for her to simply remain in the palace. Tired, Kim Ju said enough was enough, and that he wouldn't do anything there in the middle of the school. It wouldn't be discreet. He was already planning to head to the training hall, so if she wanted, she could follow him. Later in the academy hall, everyone was puzzled when Yen Lang suddenly appeared. Kim Ju just said he was going to get changed, and asked her not to do anything foolish in the meantime. That was when Akron approached, curious, and asked who that woman was that he had brought along. Kim Ju answered that she was actually a lunatic he had met at the White Lotus Palace. She had come all the way just to fight him, and he had agreed to do it only once. Aaron was surprised and asked if she had really traveled from so far just for that. He confirmed she had. Meanwhile, Yen Lang noticed Aaron's expression and asked if she also wanted to fight. Aaron replied she wasn't interested. Watching from afar, someone commented that, judging by her complexion and appearance, Yen Lang seemed related to the president of the White Lotus Association. They concluded she must really be someone exceptional. Later, already in Valhalla's training room, Kim Ju asked why there were so many people watching when they had agreed to train just the two of them. Aaron explained that she was there to keep an eye out and make sure no one tried anything weird near him. Another said he was just following Aaron, and Osyuk added that he was just crashing the scene. Yen Lang then got into position and told him to get ready, because she was much stronger than before. Kim Ju asked if he could use his full power. That was when he remembered his mission, to form a team to stop the disaster, the calamity. He looked at Yen Lang and asked if she wanted to grow stronger. If she did and he defeated her, she could become his disciple. Yen Lang was stunned. After all, the very reason she wanted to become stronger was to defeat him. Kim Ju replied by saying she had never heard that saying. Better to keep the enemy close than the allies. Furious, Yen Lang said she hated having a teacher, and that, for that reason, she would beat him right there. Her first attack was a strong elbow strike. Kim Ju blocked it, surprised by her strength. Yen Lang said he might have stopped the first blow, but he wouldn't be able to stop her this time. The amount of magical energy she released was overwhelming, leaving Aaron and Osyuk impressed. Osyuk commented that her concentration of mana was even greater than Kim Ju's during the last competition. Yen Lang increased her speed, determined to land a single fatal blow. Even if Kim Ju blocked, he he would still take heavy damage. However, Kim Ju simply copied her stance. He said he loved facing things head-on. When the two clashed fist against fist, Kim Ju absorbed the impact completely. Yan Lang began being pushed back. She thought he hadn't changed at all. He was even stronger than before. Kim Ju said that was the only strike he let through on purpose. From then on, he wouldn't give her any more chances. A well-placed kick completely broke Yan Lang's balance, and she ended up falling face first on the ground. Kim Ju calmly declared that he had just gained another disciple. She regained consciousness a few moments later and, still a little dazed, admitted her defeat once again. Kim Ju praised her endurance, saying she was stronger than he had imagined. He thought she would remain unconscious until the next day, but she woke up quickly. Yan Lang, still annoyed, asked if that was a compliment or a provocation. Kim Ju told her to stop talking nonsense and to obey her master properly from now on. Yan Lang said she intended to propose another fight, but this time without using magic, just like the last time. Even so, she claimed the result wouldn't change. She agreed to become his disciple, but reminded him that she wouldn't be the first. That was because Arin had already spoken up, saying that since she had received Kim Ju's teachings before Yan Lang, she already held that position. Kim Ju silently thought about how he had disciples in his past life as well, but said nothing. It would only be troublesome. Yan Lang asked if Arin was provoking her. Arin replied that she was and asked if the kitty was getting mad. Even more irritated, Yan Lang demanded to know if they were making fun of her, but Arin said no. In fact, she liked the nickname Kitty. She thought it was cute. Yan Lang, wide-eyed, responded that calling her cute again was reason enough for murder. Kim Ju watched the scene with a certain feeling of nostalgia. That interaction between disciples reminded him of the old days, even before reincarnation. It was a comforting feeling. He quickly ordered the kitty to stop the teasing. He said that indeed, Arin had received training first, so Yan Lang should respect her senior. But he also asked Arin to treat the new friend with respect. Arin was happy to be officially recognized as Kim Ju's first disciple, while Yan Lang accepted the situation, though clearly reluctant. Kim Ju then said it was time to stop fooling around. After that fight, and with the visible bruises on both of them, it was better to call it a day. Yan Lang asked Kim Ju where she was going to sleep. He, in turn, thought she had already arranged a place on her own. However, she explained that she hadn't. She had come on impulse at the last minute. After asking Kim Ju what she should do to have the chance to face him again, all he told her was to go to Valhalla. Without further explanation, she simply went, with no planning at all. Luckily, there was a dorm room the school had reserved for Kim, so he told her she could stay there for the time being. Later, Kim Ju was visibly exhausted, since both Yan Lang and Choi Arin had left him quite unsettled. This ended up interfering with his routine, which he wasn't able to finish as usual. Even so, with the presence of those two, it became clear that Kim Ju was, little by little, beginning to form his own team. Both Yan Lang and Arin seemed to naturally take on the roles of disciples. At that moment, Arin was still focused only on physical training and hadn't even begun fencing lessons. Besides that, she hadn't yet shown any special interest in Kim Ju. For now, the three of them would form an improvised trio, gathered with the goal of facing the great calamity that was drawing near. Suddenly, Adelia called Kim Ju. She wanted to let him know she was finalizing some pending matters, among them the donation funds he had requested, and wished to report everything in person before finishing. Kim Ju explained that he had already checked the records of the donation funds and scholarship that morning. He also took the opportunity to ask for search notices to be issued to the contractors, since, according to him, a calamity was expected to occur within 3 months. Surprised, Adelia wanted to know where he had gotten that information, but Kim Ju asked her not to question the source. Not even he knew for certain the extent of what was coming. He only felt that something very big was about to happen, and specifically in Korea. Even without fully understanding, Adelia agreed and said she would contact the most competent contractors to prepare. He emphasized that this matter had to be kept in absolute secrecy. Before ending the call, Adelia wanted to ask one more thing. She wanted to know if, when the Guardian constellation awoke, she could tell her that Adelia had done a good job. Kim Ju replied by asking whether the Guardian was still asleep or just pretending not to notice all the effort Adelia had been putting in. She then said she had tried to reach out but received no answer. Kim Ju recalled that the Guardian had entered a kind of special rest since she had used up a great amount of magical power recently. Even so, he promised that when he had the chance, he would talk to her about it. The next morning, Yan Lang was nearly dead from exhaustion because of the training, but Kim Ju acknowledged that she was doing much better than he expected. He had thought she would fall behind, but she herself stated that she hadn't come there to play around. Kim Ju noticed that although she was still at the fundamentals, she had solid energy and was physically very capable. Unexpectedly, a woman appeared. At first, Kim Ju thought it was the president of the White Lotus, but he soon realized it wasn't her. It was someone very similar, yet different. The woman introduced herself as Seol Yeonhwa, leader of the Seol family, and Yanlang's current mother. She explained that the true leader of the White Lotus Society was her younger sister, Seol Ryan. Seol Yeonhwa remarked that she found it strange her sister hadn't reached out when Yanlang left the palace as she had promised. She said she was there to take her daughter back, but Yanlang became furious. She said that in the past her mother hadn't cared about her, that she had been exiled and bullied by others without receiving any support, and now suddenly she appeared claiming to be her mother and wanting to take her away. Seol Yeonhwa answered that the rejection in the past had been by order of the family's constellation, and asked if Yanlang still didn't know that. Yanlang shot back that she had only recently learned about it, and not from her own mother, but from a servant. Seol Yeonhwa affirmed that, in any case, the constellation had now instructed her to call Yanlang back. It was a new chance to be acknowledged by the family's constellation, and she asked her not to bring shame. Yanlang replied that now she understood. Her mother didn't want to take her back out of her own will, but because the constellation had ordered it. She told her to leave since they were in the middle of training. She stated that they were in Valhalla, not in Seoul or the White Lotus, and asked her not to cause trouble. Seol Yeonhwa said she had come without bodyguards precisely to take her away without drawing attention. Then, she attacked her own daughter with a strike. Yanlang blocked and prepared to counter. Her mother said she wouldn't use gentleness to take her by force, and Yanlang replied that she wouldn't hold back either. During the clash, Yanlang remembered that the last time they fought, she had won, but Seol Yeonhwa blocked the punch with ease, saying that yes, Yanlang was stronger now, but she herself hadn't spent her time at the White Lotus, just idling around. Yanlang said she had trained hard, that she didn't want to be left behind in that empty, lonely place. Seol Yeonhwa told her that if that was the case, then she should return to the Seol family and learn properly now. She said this while knocking her daughter down. Yanlang wondered if her mother's skills had always been that sharp. Even so, she managed to hold firm and counterattack. Meanwhile, Arin asked Kim Ju if they shouldn't call an instructor to break up the fight, but Kim Ju replied that the leader of the Seol house was causing trouble in Valhalla, alone, without bodyguards, saying she wanted to take her daughter away, and asked what exactly Arin thought an instructor could do in a situation like that. Arin commented that it was still going to turn into a huge mess. Kim Ju answered that even if it did, he didn't like that woman. Arin agreed, saying that she had abandoned her own daughter and now suddenly came back just because she needed her. She remarked that it must have been very frustrating for the kitty to go through all that alone. While striking at Yeonhwa, Yanlang tried talking to her mother, asking her to stop that rebellion before someone got hurt. Yet Yanlang answered with a clean kick to her mother's stomach, but when she did, she realized her foot had been frozen. Yeonhwa explained that this was the power of the Seol family's constellation, known as the King of the Depths of Snow. It was likely that when Yanlang returned to the family, she too could use this power through a contract. Yanlang, surprised, acknowledged that her mother really was stronger than last time, but said she was only borrowing the power of a constellation. Yeonhwa asked what was wrong with that, claiming it was common sense in the world today. She said that if someone belonged to a family tied to a constellation, it was natural to use that power. She also reminded her of the time in the past when she pretended to fight using only physical skills in response to her daughter's demands. Then she asked if Yanlang had changed her mind now. Faced with silence, Yeonhwa decided to ask one last time if she would return home. Yanlang replied no. With that, Yeonhwa said she had no choice and quickly closed in. Since her daughter's foot was still frozen, she couldn't react. However, Kim appeared suddenly and delivered a kick to Yeonhwa's arm, interrupting the attack. Yeonhwa had said she would cut off her own daughter's arm as punishment, which led Kim to question whether that was really true. Yeonhwa answered that she was only educating her daughter and that it was none of his business. Kim then provoked her by asking if that kind of education was in fashion, since he had heard something similar recently. In the meantime, Yeonhwa was shocked as she realized the situation. She couldn't believe that Kim had blocked her strike and didn't seem to be affected by the freezing at all. His counterattack had caused great impact on her body, and Yeonhwa wondered if he had used a spell even stronger than the constellation magic she herself was wielding. Kim ordered Arin to take Yanlang away from there, but Arin said she could fight too, since this was a family matter after all. Kim, however, pointed out that she could barely feel her right leg, and before teaching anything to his disciples, he needed to act if they were in danger. That's why he told her to step back immediately. Yeonhwa was then confused to learn that Kim was Arin's master, since she thought he was just a high school student. She said she only wanted to take her daughter back, but now he was acting as if he were her master. Kim replied that he wasn't being influenced. He simply believed that his thoughts were aligned with hers. Yeonhwa noted that this was exactly the kind of common relationship between a master and a disciple. That was why she wanted to test whether this master's abilities were truly that great. Kim reflected that, despite Yeonhwa's cold appearance, she was just as violent as her daughter. The previous strike strike she had taken was a surprise attack, but now he had managed to dodge 2 consecutive attacks. During the fight, Manhwa used her magic to freeze part of Valhalla Academy. Kim noticed she could even release the ice, an impressive ability. He remarked that one of the few advantages of that school was its sports facilities, and asked her to remember to reimburse the damages afterward. Manhwa replied she would think about it if she managed to defeat him. Kim observed her movements and concluded that trying to dodge the next strike would be useless, as it would only increase the ice release. But he couldn't simply take the blow either, so he chose to interrupt it directly by kicking her wrist. The ceiling ended up frozen, but before she realized it, Kim was already close and landed a punch so strong she spat blood. Seeing that, Yanlang thought Kim had completely crushed her mother. Manhwa, impressed, admitted that it was truly incredible and finally understood why Yanlang accepted him as her master. However, she declared that regardless of that, she would still take the girl back, since that was what the family's constellation wanted. Even if she agreed to stay, Yanhua explained that thousands of people had received orders from the constellation and would come after her. She would only be the first of many. Yanlang asked if her opinion really didn't matter. Yanhua replied that, in all families established under a constellation, the constellation's purpose came first. That was the true reason for those families' existence. Frustrated, Yanlang questioned if she would have to fight her own family again, even without wanting to. She made it clear she hated that kind of situation. Faced with that, Kim asked what he should do to meet her family's constellation directly. Since they were saying they were acting under the constellation's orders and that others would come after Yanlang because of it, he concluded that the problem would be solved if he defeated the constellation itself. Yanhua thought that was absurd and asked if he even understood what he was saying. She explained that the only usual way for someone to meet a constellation was through its direct appearance at a sanctuary, which required an immense amount of magical energy. That kind of manifestation was rare. Moreover, no constellation would waste energy activating sanctification just because of a single individual, even if he represented a threat to the family. But Kim insisted, saying there was another way, by directly touching a sacred relic and accessing the constellation's mental realm. To everyone's surprise, Yanhua confirmed he was right. Despite being just a high school student, it was clear he was well versed in constellation contracts and sacred relics. Yanhua explained that if Kim touched the sacred relic of the Seal family, he would be transported into the mental realm of the King of the Snow Depths. However, that realm was the constellation's absolute domain, where it would be at its most powerful. Ordinary people could be crushed just by the pressure of that environment. Even so, Kim declared he was willing to do it. Yanhua called him crazy, but recognized he didn't seem to be joking. Still, she warned that such contact could not be decided unilaterally. An invitation would be sent to the constellation within a week. Until then, neither Yanlang nor Kim Ju would be attacked. However, Yanhua warned that if Kim were defeated in the mental realm and returned to the real world, he would lose his only opportunity to face the constellation directly. It would be an enormous risk. Yanlang thought the whole thing was ridiculous, but Kim firmly replied that, win or lose, he wanted to face it with his own hands. If he won, he would ensure Yanlang could live in peace forever, as he would take care of her. Yanhua declared that was enough for now. When everyone left, it was clear Kim was extremely irritated with the whole situation. A week later, he was in the mental realm of the Seol constellation, the King of the Snow Depths. A few days earlier, in the Valhalla dormitory, Kim had shown Yanlang the room where she would stay. It was a place the institution had offered him, but he had refused. Yanlang was surprised by the quality of the place, which looked more like the house of a wealthy family, and asked if she could really stay there alone. Kim replied that yes, she could. That was the upper dormitory originally reserved for him, but since he decided to use another extra room, it was authorized. Yanlang, a bit shy, asked why he cared so much about her. Kim replied ironically that if she went through painful training under his care, that feeling of gratitude would probably disappear quickly. He then took the chance to ask what her family's constellation was like. He wanted to understand what kind of entity it was. Yanlang answered that all she knew was that the constellation was strongly tied to ice, which was obvious, but admitted she had been away from the family for a long time, so she didn't know many details. She also said that, despite all the magical abilities, the constellation usually didn't interfere much in the Seol family's affairs. In fact, there were family members who didn't even know exactly who it was. Yanlang remarked that if Yanhua and the others came to attack her again, it would still be a family matter. That was why she asked Kim not to get involved anymore, and questioned whether he was caring so much about her only because she had become his disciple. Kim replied that this was indeed one reason, but he added that, personally, he couldn't stand that kind of arrogant behavior, where someone tried to oppress others with phrases like, "My status is superior, so you must obey me." That kind of attitude disgusted him. He then asked if he was being intrusive, and if it made her uncomfortable, he could step back. Embarrassed, Yanlang quickly denied it. She said that, in truth, it was the first time in her life she had received so much attention. She only wanted to say thank you. At that moment, Kim revealed a rare smile, something he almost never showed. Still, he found the whole situation strange. It was hard to understand why the Constellation was sending family members after Yen Lang to bring her before it. Yen Lang commented that there was probably no special connection between her and the Constellation. To begin with, Yen Lang had never received the Constellation's protection, unlike the other members of the Seol family, who always had. That was why she truly knew nothing special about it. Faced with that, Kim said that if that was the case, he would simply accept it for now and try to hear more stories with time. He asked Yen Lang to rest until her family arrived, since that day he would have to act as a guide. When he left the room, Yen Lang felt her heart racing. She had that warm sensation in her chest and couldn't even explain why. Later in Kim Ju's room, he made a direct call to Adelia, saying he needed a favor. He told her that he had fought against the head of the Seol family. Adelia, surprised, reacted with shock and wanted to know how that had happened. He explained that she had come to take her daughter back, and they ended up fighting. She then asked what the daughter of the Seol family was doing in Valhalla, but Kim replied that it wasn't relevant. He only said that because of the fight, the school's sports equipment had been destroyed, and asked if she could take care of that for him. Adelia said yes, that it was something simple to handle, and asked if there was anything else. Kim wanted to know if she knew anything about the Seol family's constellation. Adelia said that she only knew that this constellation usually didn't involve itself directly with the families, and that its external actions were quite passive. She didn't know much more than that. Then Kim asked if by any chance the Raven Mask had awakened. Adelia replied that no, just like the last time, there had been no sign or response. Reflecting, Kim found it strange, because although constellations were wise, he believed that perhaps the Seol family had never even seen the face of their own constellation. A bit embarrassed, Adelia asked if he wanted to know about the constellation's state, just to acknowledge the effort she herself had been making in recent times. Kim replied ironically, saying that she seemed more at ease talking to him, judging by the nonsense she was saying. She apologized, but he simply hung up on her. Right after, Brace commented that this wasn't typical of Kim, since he usually fought first and asked questions later, regardless of who the enemy was. Kim confirmed that he had always been like that. However, even as he grew stronger, his current body still wasn't fully adapted. In that state, it would be foolish to face someone without properly understanding the opponent's strength. He knew that in the constellation's mental realm, it could unleash its full power. But that made him wonder, if that were really true, why was Brace, who alone should have more power than any other constellation, still so weak inside his own mental realm? Brace explained that if the fight were to take place in that imaginary world, he could give a few tips. He said that strength in the mental realm had no relation to the physical body, but rather to knowledge and conviction. An ordinary person would feel the same inside or outside that space, but with Kim, it would be different. He needed to be aware of that. Kim understood the message. For him, there was only one solution: go to the temple and defeat the constellation. A week later, he went to the headquarters of the Seol family, located in China. There, Yuanhua received him, saying she was surprised to actually see him there. She thought he would run away. Kim replied that he was a responsible person and asked if he could already touch the sacred relic. Yuanhua guided him to the room where it was kept. Upon entering, Kim saw before him a snow-covered field with enormous mountains in the background. It was a completely different landscape. Yuanhua remarked that after returning to the heavens, she had begun thinking about what she would do if he lost. She concluded that maybe she could turn him into a slave of the family. Kim replied indifferently, telling her to do as she pleased, but to hand over the sacred glove. As soon as he touched the gloves, he was teleported directly into the mental realm of the constellation, the king of the snow depths. Upon arrival, the constellation asked who he was. Kim replied that he would only say his name if the other introduced himself first. When he saw him, he had the impression that this man wasn't a former disciple of his, yet still felt strangely familiar. The constellation asked again who he was, as he wanted to know if Kim was important enough to represent a threat to the Seol family. Kim said that apparently neither of them knew who the other was, so why not exchange names? The constellation accepted, but with one condition: he would only reveal his name if Kim survived the next attack. Immediately, he unleashed several extremely sharp ice shards against him. Kim, with agility, dodged them all as if it were nothing. The constellation was impressed. That attack wasn't something that could be avoided with simple movements. It required the use of magical power to enhance evasion, and that was exactly what Kim had done. Kim Ju had found someone interesting. The figure before him was a powerful constellation who stood up, declaring he wasn't just anyone. He said that he would even like to tell his true name, but he had forgotten it ever since being trapped in that place. Outside, he was known as the King of the Snow Depths, but his worshippers called him the God of Chaos. Those who feared him called him the Demon of Snow. He was also the guardian constellation of the Seol family. Meanwhile, Kim Ju had introduced himself in a simple manner, just with his name. The King of the Depths said he would remember that name and then summoned ice thorns to surround him. Kim quickly realized that his escape route was blocked by ice pillars and that an attack was about to come, not only magical, but also reinforced with stalactites. Knowing he couldn't handle that with bare hands, Kim Ju drew his sword while it was still sheathed, and even so, he was able to shatter the ice. Immediately afterward, he counterattacked with stalactites of his own. The King of the Depths was surprised, declaring that all the ice and snow of that place were under his control. Kim only responded with irony, using the distraction to attempt to strike. He nearly landed the blow, but the enemy managed to block at the last moment. Still, he acknowledged Kim's ingenuity, saying the idea was good, but that he was still weak. Kim Ju, however, provoked him, questioning if he was really sure of that, since the enemy's arm was trembling. He told him he could find out by taking another blow, and without the King of the Depths noticing, Kim landed a straight punch to his stomach. A classic simple strike, typical of Kim Ju's style. Shocked, the enemy recognized the attack filled with magical power. Looking closer, he also noticed the sword Kim carried. Then he understood. He asked if he was the martial god. Kim Ju confirmed, saying that was a nickname given to him by his disciples. The King of the Depths then realized who he was, the legendary martial god, Kim Ju. He didn't know him personally, but had once witnessed his power 300 years ago when he was surrounded by monsters. On that day, when he had already lost all hope, Kim Ju appeared, and with a single swing of his black sword, all doubts vanished, leaving only admiration. Even with a different appearance, the King of the Depths knew it was him. With that confirmed, Kim asked if he wasn't going to continue the fight. Faced with this, he decided to approach. The King of the Depths then declared that he had always wanted to fight against the martial god and would use all of his power. Meanwhile, in the Seol household, Yeonhwa's children were rejecting the idea of becoming heirs and taking the position of head of the house. At that moment, Yeonhwa herself appeared to tell them something important. At the same time, the King of the Depths conjured a rain of ice fragments over Kim, who managed to dodge and close the distance between them. However, the crystalline path created by the enemy managed to block him for a few moments. Even so, Kim broke through the attack and mocked him, asking if he was going to keep using such weak strikes. Provoked, the King of the Depths decided to reveal greater power. He created an explosion with a magical ice crystal and launched it point blank. Yet Kim still managed to escape. His clothes were a little soiled, but he was unharmed. He said the technique truly surprised him, but the enemy admitted that his intention had been to freeze him completely. Seeing Kim come out almost unscathed, he acknowledged that such was to be expected of a martial god. Kim replied that exaggerated compliments would only embarrass him. Till he reflected, it seemed strange not to remember the King of the Depths from his past life, considering how strong he was now. He supposed that he must have trained intensely within that prison, breaking past the limits he once knew. Now he was stronger than ever. Finding it all quite interesting, Kim commented that he wished he had met him sooner. The King of the Depths asked what he meant by that. Kim answered that it was only a compliment. The enemy accepted it, but declared that he would not settle for praise, and in respect for Kim's power, he would surpass him in battle. He created a giant frozen fist. Both attacked at the same time, but the faster one prevailed. The ice fist was shattered, and the King of the Depths was defeated. He admitted his loss with honor, saying he would never be able to surpass him. Meanwhile, Seo Yeonhwa was still observing Kim. She seemed as though she was about to speak to her daughter herself, but apparently it was the president of the association who had taken that initiative instead. They all looked the same, literally identical. Yeonhan thought it was all taking much longer than expected. Deep down, she knew Kim Ju possessed more magical power than he showed. That was why she considered the possibility that the constellation was merely toying with him. However, she saw an even greater energy emanating from his body. Despite that, Kim Ju seemed unscathed, even mentally. Then he finally appeared. Kim Ju calmly declared that he had defeated the constellation. One of those present questioned it in disbelief, thinking it had to be a joke, but the constellation system confirmed the truth. The King of the Snow Depths had declared his sincere respect for Kim Ju. Yeonhan could not believe it. It was hard to accept that the family's guardian constellation could have been defeated by a mere high school student. Hwa also refused to admit it. For her, it was impossible. Faced with their disbelief, Kim Ju suggested that if they doubted him, they could consult the constellation again. Then he approached Yeonhwa, gently touched her shoulder, and reminded her that she had said she would stop bothering Yen and Long if he won. Perhaps from that point on, some adjustments to that condition would have to be made. Later, Kim Ju was already on his way to find Yen and Long and was surprised to see so many people gathered. He asked why everyone was there, including Seo Ryan. She replied that she hadn't expected to see him again, and he too was surprised to find her in that place. Yen Long wanted to know if he had settled his matters, and he confirmed, saying he would explain everything on the way. The atmosphere atmosphere among those present was tense, with heavy stares. On the way, Yanlang commented that, given the short time since he had gone in, it seemed as though he had lost. She thought it must have been difficult for him and admitted she herself didn't believe she could have won. Then Yanlang asked what the condition would be if he had lost. Kim-ju replied that he would have to become a slave of the family. Shocked, Yanlang asked if that meant he now had to serve the Seoul family, but he only found her reaction amusing. He preferred to drag things out a little before revealing the truth. Yanlang said she should have stopped him. She already knew everything through her sister and her aunt. She knew her own mother, Manhwa, very well, and knew that she was a woman who had gone mad for the position of matriarch. From a young age, she had already shown ambition for the role. That was why her aunt, Ryun, had tried to advise her to abandon that greed. Even after becoming matriarch, Manhwa showed no sign of relinquishing power. She wanted to hold the position until the end of her life. She even saw her own children as obstacles that could threaten her authority. Yanlang said that, because of this, her mother had placed her under constant surveillance. In her case, Yanhua's fear was her daughter's talent. For that reason, she was isolated and watched by members of her own family. Yanlang had never intended to become matriarch, but that ended up happening anyway. Faced with all this, Kim-ju thought about letting her imagination run a bit longer, but in the end, he admitted the truth outright. He had defeated the Constellation. Yanlang thought that was a joke, but he assured her that he would never make that kind of jest. He explained that all the commotion had started because the Constellation had summoned Yanlang, which was already strange in itself. According to what Yanlang herself had told him, the Constellation had no interest whatsoever in managing the family's affairs. That's why, after defeating him, Kim-ju decided to ask directly why he had done it. He kicked the Constellation in the face to wake him up and said he knew she was still alive. He asked her to get up since he had a question to ask. He wanted to know why the King of the Depths had summoned Yanlang. The answer was straightforward. It had been a request from the current matriarch. Her youngest daughter needed to receive divine protection but kept refusing. So, believing she would listen to a Constellation, she gave the order. Kim-ju asked if that was really all. He said he had heard that the king himself had abandoned Yanlang in the past. The King of the Depths answered that it was the first time he had ever heard such a thing. He also stated that he had never heard that the matriarch's youngest daughter was named Yanlang. That was when Kim-ju concluded that the matriarch had used the Constellation merely to serve her own interests and ambitions. Yanlang was shocked to realize that her mother had manipulated not only the family, but also the guardian Constellation. She had ruined the lives of many people just to remain in power. To Yanlang, that was repulsive. Kim-ju then asked the King of the Depths to cancel the contract. Most likely that was already happening at that very moment. Yanhua, upon realizing this, was devastated. She was desperate. Her contract with the guardian Constellation, the King of the Snowy Depths, had been completely broken. Kim-ju remarked that from now on, Yanhua would not even be the family's matriarch anymore. That's why he told Yanlang not to dirty her own hands with the matter. But Yanlang, moved, replied that he didn't need to go so far for her. Even so, she thanked him deeply. Kim-ju calmly replied that it was no problem. Now that everything had been resolved, she could finally focus on physical training, since that was what they needed to do from then on. Meanwhile, a hooded man wearing a skull mask was watching everything from afar. He asked his master if he should continue following Kim-ju, but the Constellation answered no. Instead, he was to search for that person's enemy. At the secret base of those masked men, everyone seemed gathered for something important. One of them remarked that they were there because of the Constellation Lord's summons. A woman confirmed she knew that, but questioned the sudden change in orders. After all, it had been the Constellation himself who had originally ordered Kim-ju's death. Suddenly, that order changed to find his enemy and not kill him. She wanted to know who had first received and acted on the original order. The man in charge of pursuing Kim-ju answered. He explained that he had watched him for a while, but surprisingly had not found anything very relevant. The only solid piece of information he had was that Kim-ju had been raised in an orphanage without knowing his parents. Beyond that, there were no important records. However, after that, he continued following him and waited for new orders from the Constellation. Later, Kim-ju defeated not only members of the Seol family, but also the head of the Seol family. Because of that, the order to kill him was suspended. After even defeating the guardian Constellation of the Seol family, the new order was to find his enemy. The woman was astonished to confirm that he had actually defeated a guardian Constellation. At that moment, everyone present received a direct message from the Constellation, asking if the sacred stone was ready. Each one then took out their own sacred stone and placed it in the center of the table. They were consumed as the Constellation spoke. The next message asked if they had already identified Kim-ju's enemy. The hooded man confirmed that they had. 3 organizations with direct enmity against the student had been identified: Ventric, the One Believer, and the greatest race. One of them, blindfolded, observed that the one believer and the greatest race were evil groups. As for the Ventric, they were a prestigious family based in England, but unexpectedly, they had shifted their stance and now maintained a friendly relationship with Kim Ju. Another man commented that this had happened due to an agreement made between them. The woman remarked that, although there had been no hostile movement yet from these organizations, there was a rumor that an evil group called Ruling Business was targeting Kim Ju. Faced with this, the Constellation gave a new order: eliminate all of Kim Ju's enemies. The next morning, as the sun was rising, Irene told Kim Ju that she would not be joining the day's training. She explained that she needed to go to her hometown to retrieve something important. He accepted, thinking it must indeed be something serious if she had to go in person. He thought it would be great if she managed to bring something like a sacred relic, as there was a possibility that the constellation guiding Aren might also be one of his disciples. After fighting against the Seol family's constellation, Kim Ju checked the reliquaries the family had collected but found nothing special. With the calamity approaching and the threat of the Tower of Destruction, he considered each disciple a crucial piece. Even so, he recognized that his plans were facing considerable delays. He thought that maybe it was time to return to the White Lotus headquarters to try to recover some sacred relic, though he wasn't sure yet. Then, suddenly, the Black Cat appeared once again in Valhalla. He came only to speak privately with Kim Ju. Before leaving, the cat gave an instruction to the two girls present. They should fight each other. Yenlang, confident, said she would win easily. The other girl asked if she even knew who she was talking to. Yenlang simply replied that she would find out if she fought. Later, the Black Cat identified himself as someone from the market. Kim Ju said he had noticed that from the clothes and the mask, but asked if anonymity was still guaranteed. After all, if people like him started showing up there at the academy, responsibility for any rumors or information leaks would fall on the market itself. The Black Cat told him to calm down. He said he was only there to deliver a message. Then, he handed Kim Ju a letter, coming directly from the owner of the market, the constellation known as the Ruler of the Underworld. The Black Cat asked them to read the contents of the letter and go to the market if they managed to respond to it. That was because the letter had been delivered to several people, not just Kim, and the constellation was searching for someone capable of deciphering it. Not even the Black Cat himself knew what was written inside. He only said that if Kim could read it, he should go to the market, where the constellation would be waiting for him. After the Black Cat left, Brace showed confusion upon learning the letter came from a constellation. Kim thought that was exactly what had been said. When Brace asked what was written, Kim only replied that the letters were unknown to him, but he still knew he had to go to the market, mainly because the characters used in that letter were ones he had created himself. Later at night, outside the academy, Brace remarked that Kim had been going out frequently and no longer gave explanations. Kim reflected that this was the result of the agreement he had made with the teacher. However, Brace pressed on a matter that made him curious. He wanted to know what Kim meant by saying he had created the characters of the letter, and why he had done so. Kim thought he could just say it was part of his training, which was partly true, but he found it a little embarrassing to admit directly. Even so, he asked Brace to at least knock before entering his mind like that. When Kim arrived at the abandoned cafe, which now served as an entry point to the market, he found an iron door. He quickly realized that the place looked different from last time, probably because he had accessed a different district previously. Upon seeing the purple sky, he thought it must be related to the person he was about to meet. 300 years ago, the sky had also been purple, just like in that place. Soon, a market employee appeared and asked if he had come because of the letter. Kim confirmed, and the guide offered to take him to the right location. He also mentioned that Kim didn't need to wear a mask, since he would be guided through a secret corridor, not the main one. Thus, they headed straight for Market Area 7. During the walk, Kim wondered why the Black Cat wasn't there yet. Brace then drew his attention to the building outside the window, completely made of money notes. He asked if that had existed during his previous visit, but Kim replied that he didn't remember. At that moment, the Black Cat appeared, asking if Kim had brought a response to the letter. Kim said yes, although it wasn't exactly a response to the city. He then offered to translate the content of the letter. The Black Cat grew suspicious, thinking it might be a prank, since others had already tried to answer before, and all had been exposed as frauds. 3 individuals had attempted and only earned the wrath of the constellation. This time, however, Kim translated it correctly. The Black Cat thought the text really did match the original letter, though its content was extremely simple. It only said no. When the ruler of the underworld read that answer, he sent a series of messages to the Black Cat, confirming that Mr. Kim had been verified. Therefore, he should meet the constellation as soon as possible. Kim accepted the summons. The Black Cat grabbed his magic staff and asked Kim to touch the crystal, allowing him to be transported into the constellation's mental realm. There, he found himself before the ruler of the underworld, the constellation in question. Even though her appearance was different, she immediately recognized his magical power. Kim confirmed that it had been a long time since they had last met and called her Kuki. She in turn kneeled before him, declaring she was happy to see her master again. Kim found it strange and asked her to stand, but the constellation asked if he still remembered the characters. He said yes, for he had created those symbols for himself himself before everything had happened. At that moment, he remembered the time he had freed Kuki. They had already been together when he decided to take her in as a disciple, the future Crow Mask. Kim recalled that, upon accepting her as his disciple, he realized she knew neither any language nor any form of writing. At first, she only expressed basic intentions with head gestures and refused to learn any existing language. So, Kim had to create his own teaching system, inventing letters from scratch. He thought that once she became interested in writing, she would be able to learn the world's real languages more easily. Kim chose to invest in teaching Kuki how to write, and thanks to that, she eventually learned both to speak and to write. It was all because of her master. She then asked if he knew the content of the letter. Kim answered yes and said his response had been no because the question written in the letter was, "I miss you, master. If you meet me again, will you marry me?" That was why he had answered negatively, explaining that he had no time for such matters at the moment. He said they could talk about it later, since the world was as dangerous now as it had been 300 years ago. Kuki said she couldn't do anything if that was the case, but asked if he had noticed the building outside. Kim replied that yes, he had seen that building entirely made of money. She revealed she had built that structure exclusively for him and said he could live there from then on. Kim, surprised, refused the offer. Kuki, confused, insisted with several whys, showing some instability, and Kim quickly realized that she had worsened a lot during the time she had been away from his supervision. Knowing exactly what to do in such moments, he flicked her forehead hard and told her not to get too carried away. She then asked if he hadn't liked the gift, since money was what he had always wanted. Kim asked her if she really believed that was his greatest wish. Kuki remembered his past life, and Kim admitted that, indeed, at one point in the past, he had demanded to live in a building made of money, as tall as a mountain. When she asked if that was his dream, Kim said he didn't know if he could call it a dream, but maybe it was. He said that when the world was at peace, he would like to live buried in money, but there was still a long way to go before that could happen. That was why he declared that both she and another disciple needed to train and grow stronger, to face the calamities approaching the world. Only then could he achieve that wish in peace. Determined, Kuki thought that she would grow stronger no matter the cost, to fulfill her master's dream. She remembered that in her past life, she hadn't been able to complete that dream, but now that the world was relatively peaceful, she had built the building made of money as a gift. Kim asked if she had really built all of that, even before knowing he had reincarnated, and she confirmed that yes, she had. She said she had received a notification that her master would be reincarnated, and that if she hadn't received that warning, she probably would have gone insane. Kim thought she was truly insane. He said it wasn't the time for that sort of thing, since peace was drifting further and further away. Then he told Kuki everything he knew about the calamity. She reacted with frustration, saying that the Tower of Destruction would soon rise again, and right when her master could finally live in comfort. She was furious. Kim explained that he was doing everything he could to deal with it. He said he was living in Valhalla and refused to be separated from her at that moment. Kuki accepted, saying there wasn't much she could do about that, but asked if he could at least accept her hand. Then she handed Kim the great ring of the market owner. With this ring, he would have complete authority over the market's internal operations, able to handle transactions and financial matters in general. She assured him she would always be ready to help, and asked that he make good use of the gift. Kim thanked her, though he thought to himself that he had been receiving far too many rings lately. Later, after Kim had left, the Black Cat received a new message from Kuki. She said she wanted to buy the entire Valhalla Academy. The Black Cat, confused, wondered what her motive could be. Was it all because of Kim Ju? He reflected on the fact that the Constellation had so easily given the market owner's ring to Kim and wondered who that man really was. He then asked the Constellation what her relationship with Kim Ju was, and Kuki gave an enigmatic answer. She simply said he was the sky. To her, Kim Ju was the sky. Meanwhile, at a secret base of one of the evil entities, Logan, the Destroyer and Chosen, was in a frenzy. He slaughtered everyone before him, shouting about how Samzal had dared to attack his son. He had come there to kill everyone with his immense power. At the same time, members of a secret organization observed from afar, wondering why Logan had appeared. One of them concluded it was vengeance. After all, his son had been attacked. The group's mission was to eliminate the enemy leader. In the meantime, they left Logan in charge of handling the lesser opponents. When Logan turned around, he realized the others had already disappeared. Elsewhere, the leader of the One Believer, Hannibal, found himself immersed in total darkness. He remembered hearing about a possible invasion, followed by an explosion. When he regained consciousness, he realized he was in a completely dark world. In truth, he had been taken into the mental realm of a mysterious constellation. This figure, wearing a horned goat mask, tore out his heart with just a snap of his fingers. However, the constellation said he need not worry, because in that space no one could die unless they wished it. Then Hannibal's heart returned to its place, and he understood that he was facing the constellation of the Ingyo clan, known as Tugi. The magical power of that presence was immense, filled with a foul energy. The constellation acknowledged that Hannibal was quite knowledgeable, since he had identified the place they were in. Hannibal then remarked that he had heard a commotion near the base and wanted to know if the Ingyo clan members were behind it. He questioned why they were targeting him now. Tugui explained that the chaos outside was the result of Logan discovering his son had been attacked. Faced with this, Hannibal admitted he didn't know how to deal with such a dangerous man as the Destroyer. Even though the attack hadn't come from them, Tugui declared that he would kill everyone. Hannibal then asked if their real target wasn't Kim Ju, since it seemed they had shared that objective at the start. The constellation confirmed that yes, he had been the original target. However, he explained that the Ingyo clan chose their targets based on a specific criterion to eliminate those who boasted about being the strongest, regardless of their true strength. Still trying to understand the situation, Hannibal asked why the former chosen had been killed. Tugi replied that he had been arrogant and thought too highly of himself, without truly deserving that title. Hannibal protested, saying he had never claimed to be the strongest. Even so, Tugui declared that the clan had made a mistake in trying to harm someone who actually was worthy of the title of strongest. Confused, Hannibal realized that if he remained in that place, he would be killed. He began thinking of a way to escape the mental space, using the power of his own constellation. With that in mind, he summoned the strength of the dragon and launched a direct attack at Tugui. The constellation, upon seeing this, asked if he possessed a sacred relic, since spiritual concepts could be transferred within the mental realm. Even with all of Hannibal's power, the attack had no effect. Tugui vanished into the shadows and, reappearing behind Hannibal, stated that the strongest being in the world was his master. For that reason, he would never forgive anyone who dared touch him. Then, for the second time, he ripped out Hannibal's heart, making it clear that he would not allow him to die so easily. The next morning, in Valhalla Academy's dormitory, Kim Ju was watching the news. Reports stated that all the groups, including Ilshin and Ilgyo, had been eliminated. Brace, astonished, asked if Kim Ju had fought against those two groups. He confirmed that he had, saying he had even planned to deal with them later, but now he no longer needed to worry about it. Brace then asked if he was really thinking of leaving Valhalla. Kim Ju replied that he was, explaining that he had only joined the school because of his first mission. Now that he had fulfilled all the requirements of the notice, he no longer had a reason to remain there. He wouldn't leave immediately, but he intended to depart after the calamity ended. Meanwhile, in the office of Valhalla's president, Ilshin stood face to face with a black cat, the mysterious owner of the black market. Without mincing words, the cat made a direct proposal. He wanted to buy Valhalla Academy. Surprised, Ilshin asked if he was really the market's owner. The black cat simply confirmed it. The black cat asked the director if he knew about the market. Shin replied that he did, even though he had never been there personally. Still, he made it clear that he would never sell Valhalla Academy to someone so suspicious. In response, the black cat revealed a suitcase full of money. Shin, unfazed, said he had no need for it. He found it absurd to think he would abandon the school for money. He then asked the black cat if he knew the mentality behind the foundation of Valhalla. Shin recalled that in the days when he fought on the battlefield as a hunter, Korea was extremely vulnerable to monster attacks and the proliferation of labyrinths. While crimes committed by humans could still be handled by the police, monsters required another approach. The government began relying on guilds to deal with these threats and even formed its own team of contractors. However, since the selection of these members lacked proper criteria, the team's performance fell far short of expectations. Thus, Shin made the decision to create an academy that would properly train contractors. Today, he successfully manages Valhalla. Graduates of the academy serve as hunters in guilds and in other fields, contributing to society in many ways. Because of this, Korea currently has the fastest response in the world against monsters. Shin then asked the black cat if he understood the type of management being carried out at the academy. The black cat praised it all, saying he did not intend to change Valhalla's educational motto or its operational guidelines. He only wanted to be the new owner, nothing more. Shin did not believe such a proposal and questioned his sincerity. The black cat asked if the amount offered was insufficient and, without waiting for an answer, doubled the sum. Even so, Shin refused. Even when the offer was multiplied several times, he remained unmoved. However, time passed, and Shin, now 62 years old, decided it was time to retire. With that, he officially handed over the administration of the school to the black cat, asking only that he take good care of it. As soon as he sat in the director's office, the new owner remarked that he would have to change the sign. Soon after, he reported to the Constellation that he had completed his mission. He had bought Valhalla Academy, just as she had requested. Luminous responded by asking that the Academy's entrance be connected directly to the central space of the market, the organization's main building. She also requested that security cameras be installed everywhere. The black cat said there were already enough cameras, shadows. But Luminous insisted. She wanted an even denser coverage, so she could carefully observe the foxes who were keeping an eye on her master. Later, after class, Kim-ju spoke with Brace, who commented on the strange atmosphere at the school that day. The teacher seemed far too busy, and the time given for self-study was unusually long. Kim-ju asked if he had noticed it too and agreed it was strange. Soon after, Arin reappeared, returning from her hometown. She mentioned that she had spent the whole day in the classroom and asked if Kim-ju hadn't seen her. He replied that he had been sleeping. When he said he was going to train, Arin said she wanted to show him something. In front of everyone, Arin revealed her new sword. She explained that she had gone to her hometown to retrieve it. Kim-ju noticed that the weapon emanated an unusual magical power and remarked on it. Arin confirmed, saying that it was a relic of her family. Then Yuso recognized the sword and asked if it was the famous blue light sword, a relic of the Choi family, questioning how Arin had managed to obtain something like that. Arin explained that she had passed a test and was thus officially recognized as the successor of the Tor family. Yuso argued that it was unusual for such a powerful relic to be handed over to a high school student, but Arin replied that, with her father's permission, it no longer mattered. She then asked Kim-ju if he thought it was right for her to train with that sword from now on. He answered yes, that she could do whatever she wanted. But before that, he asked permission to touch the blue light sword. Yuso reminded him that it was a family relic tied to the power of a constellation and found the request strange. Even so, Arin allowed Kim-ju to touch the sword. Upon touching it, Kim-ju felt something strange. The magical power coming from that sword seemed in some way familiar. Suddenly, Kim-ju was pulled into the mental realm of the constellation of the sword, the former guardian of the Choi family, now known only as the Sword King. The constellation greeted him, saying it had been a long time since he last saw his big brother. Surprised, Kim-ju asked if he was that little boy from long ago. The Sword King, who was once called Dao Wang, confirmed that he had grown. He also commented that he wasn't even sure if he had ever formally introduced himself to Kim-ju. All he had ever done was challenge him with his sword. He explained that, after becoming a constellation, he ended up forgetting his original name. But Kim-ju replied that it didn't matter, because he would continue to call him boy. He thought to himself that the kid had always been interesting. And there he was, 300 years ago, the young man who had challenged him to a fight as soon as he saw him. At that time, the Sword King knew that Kim-ju was the strongest among all the adults around, and for that reason, he wanted to face him. As they talked, a masked constellation with the appearance of a crow appeared and asked if he should kill him right there. Kim-ju asked him to calm down and questioned the boy's insistence on fighting. The Sword King explained that he enjoyed dueling and had a clear goal: to develop a sword technique so powerful that it would allow anyone, regardless of age or gender, to become the strongest. He revealed that when monsters attacked his family, everyone died unable to defend themselves, as no one knew how to wield a sword. Since then, he dedicated himself to creating a style that would prevent others from going through the same. That was why he wanted to fight Kim-ju, to evolve even further. Though he acknowledged the boy's courage, Kim-ju said that back then, he barely knew how to hold a sword. Even so, he allowed him to call him Big Brother and accepted to be his opponent without holding back. In the present, Kim-ju remarked that back then the boy had been relentless, asking to fight at least once a week. The Sword King asked if he thought everything would have been different had he lost just once, but concluded that no, he would have kept insisting the same way. Still, he expressed his gratitude. Every piece of advice he received after a defeat helped strengthen his style, and that was how he developed his own technique, which he called the Invincible Sword. Kim-ju remarked that if the boy had become his disciple, he would have been constantly supervised. He asked if he had never thought about that. The Sword King replied that, although he had considered it, he could not follow that path. If he had been directly guided, his technique would inevitably have been influenced by his master and would no longer be entirely his own. That was why he chose to walk alone. At that moment, Kim-ju realized why Arin's sword, the blue light sword of the Choi family, felt so familiar. Dawang explained that, after becoming a constellation, he did his best to pass on his technique to the current contractor, in this case, Arin. Kim-ju noted that the swordsmanship had changed a little over time. The Sword King explained that, nowadays, the training of magical power usually takes priority over physical development. Therefore, if someone tried to learn his swordsmanship in its original form, it would place too much strain on the body. So, he made some adjustments to make the technique more accessible, though the style was still far from perfection. The Sword King commented that he never imagined Kim-ju would be reborn in the body of a high school student. Kim-ju also found the whole thing strange. Kuki, the constellation known among the others as the Lunatic, had received a notification about his reincarnation. He couldn't ask the idiot, as they called the crow-masked constellation, directly, but even Brace already knew about his reincarnation. He thought perhaps those notifications had only been sent to those directly connected to him. The Sword King said that this too was destiny. Then he asked if they shouldn't fight once more. Kim Ju accepted the challenge. He wanted to see how strong that boy had become. He admitted it had been a long time since he had felt so excited for a fight. Thus, the two used the full extent of their powers and crossed blades. After the duel, Kim Ju emerged from the mental realm with a faint smile on his face. He asked Arin to take good care of that sword, saying her Constellation was a good boy. He suggested that she practice swordsmanship often, keeping direct contact with him. Meanwhile, inside the mental realm, everything was destroyed. The Sword King, exhausted, couldn't understand how that was possible. He acknowledged that Kim Ju was absurdly strong. Elsewhere, at the Seol family's estate, Yanhua stood before the three elders of the family. One of the elder women remarked that, as she well knew, the position of matriarch was still vacant. That was why they had summoned Yanhua. They wanted to fill the role as quickly as possible. Another elder suggested that they were considering inviting her, the current head of the association, to take the position. However, he reminded her that, according to the family's tradition, the head of the association should not become the matriarch. They then asked if Yanhua had another candidate in mind. Whoever was chosen would need to be better than the last matriarch, a woman who used the power of the constellation only for her own benefit. Kim Ju had already made it clear that the use of magical power should be avoided. Since Arin's sword was a sacred relic, he thought it would be safer if she kept it sheathed. However, Yanlang stated that she didn't mind fighting with the sword unsheathed. Concerned, Kim Ju pointed out that she was fighting barehanded and, if she got cut, it could cause an accident during training. He preferred to avoid that kind of complication. Taking the opportunity, Kim Ju asked why Yuso was there. She replied that last time there were problems during training, so she wanted to stay until the end. Besides, she admitted she was curious to watch the fight. Yanlang had won the last match, but now she would face Choi Arin, who had grown stronger thanks to Kim Ju's guidance and the sacred relic. Yuso wondered if Arin would be able to defeat Yanlang. When the fight began, Arin warned that if Lang drew her sword, she would definitely get hurt. Annoyed, Yanlang told her to stop calling her kitten. The first blow came when Lang's fist clashed against the sword's sheath. The impact bothered her, but she tried to counterattack. Arin, however, dodged with agility and struck back with precision, exploiting an opening with a beautiful and efficient move. Even with the sword still sheathed, Arin's strikes were destroying parts of the training room, or rather, the magical barrier created to contain the impacts. Yanlang realized that the girl was stronger than she had thought. She wondered when Arin had become so powerful. Although she didn't know much about her opponent's abilities, she managed to land a direct punch to Arin's chest. However, the blow was blocked by the sword. Yanlang remembered having seen her fight Kim Ju a few times, and back then, she wasn't nearly this strong. Now Arin's movements were completely different. Then Arin unleashed a wide attack that, even with the sword still sheathed, grazed Lang and left a burn. Arin commented that at least the kitten was good at dodging. Yanlang then realized her movements were being anticipated, and that if things continued this way, she would end up defeated without being able to fight back. She decided her best chance at an effective strike would be through a counterattack. So she allowed Arin's next blow to approach, blocked it with her hands, and managed to land a clean uppercut that knocked her opponent down. When Arin tried to get back up, Kim Dil interrupted, saying it was enough. Both were injured, so they would receive treatment, and afterward he would personally review the fight. He thought overall it wasn't bad at all. After Arin signed the contract with Kiddo, she seemed to have communicated with him quite a bit. In a short time, her skills had improved impressively. Meanwhile, Yanlang, completely exhausted, collapsed on the ground. She thought it had been a close call. It was lucky she had deliberately positioned herself in the path of the sheathed sword. If she had faced the blade directly, she would have been taken down with no chance to defend herself. Yanlang admitted she had seriously underestimated Arin and that the girl was now much stronger. Perhaps it had something to do with the sacred relic. She remembered that her own family also possessed a relic. A few days later, Kim Ju announced that the training had come to an end. He then kept in touch with the guide, who informed him that she had found the exact location of the next calamity. It would be in the city of Sejong in 3 weeks. Kim Ju confirmed that this matched previous forecasts. He asked if the plan remained the same, to clear the labyrinth as quickly as possible. The guide confirmed, but he wanted to know what they would do about the monsters that might escape the labyrinth. She replied that, last time, she had suggested he assemble a team. She asked if he had already found someone suitable. Kim Ju said he had met several people and believed he had some candidates in mind. Then he asked why the guide didn't send contractors ahead of time. She replied that it could be useful, but since he was responsible for defeating the labyrinth's boss, he should focus solely on that. Kim Ju agreed and said they would reorganize. He intended to use the ring and move quickly through the labyrinth. Instead of destroying it, he would go straight through to reach the boss. He then asked what to do afterward. The guide conjured something with magic and handed over a crystal. She explained that it was a one-time use teleport crystal. If he imbued it with magic, he would be transported back. Kim Joo asked if it wouldn't be easier for her to just call him back. The guide answered that it was also possible, but due to limitations in her knowledge, she might not know exactly what was happening outside the labyrinth at that moment. Luminous planned to keep a close eye on the labyrinth boss's movements. Therefore, she advised Kim Joo to move quickly while the labyrinth was still clear. She told him to prepare himself because they would meet again in 3 weeks. The next morning, Kim Joo thought the first step would be to contact Adelia and position some contractors from the Ventric family. The people he had been observing so far weren't strong enough to become obstacles, so he believed it would be easier to act. Since the attack would occur on a weekend, just like today, in 3 weeks, he would also send a leave request. When he called Lilia, he got straight to the point and asked for time off. However, Lilia replied that she was in trouble. She revealed that she had been fired from Valhalla, which surprised Kim Joo. Even so, he simply said he understood, which left her outraged at his coldness. She asked why he was being so rude, but Kim Joo replied that she was probably fired because she deserved it. Offended, Lilia claimed that wasn't true. She said that even if she seemed clumsy, she always did her job right as an instructor. Her evaluations had always been excellent, and she published papers regularly. Despite what he said, Kim Joo found it strange. It wasn't common for an instructor to be dismissed mid-semester. When Lilia mentioned there had been a change of director, he grew even more suspicious. She explained that the information was still a secret among students and that she didn't know the reason behind it. Kim Joo found all of it extremely suspicious. He thought that without Lilia, his time off wouldn't be guaranteed anymore. He decided to pay a visit to the director's office to understand what was going on. He hung up on her and immediately received a message from Yen Lang asking why people were saying that Kim Joo had been expelled from Valhalla. He was surprised and thought there was a sequence of strange incidents happening around him. He decided he urgently needed to see the new director. When he arrived, he found the new chairman of the council, a black cat. Kim Joo had a bad feeling and asked when that cat had become the director. The cat explained that he was merely the apparent director. The true director was the constellation, Luminous. When Kim Joo asked if all orders were coming from her, the cat confirmed. He said that she had identified and eliminated all the intrigues threatening the master. He added that he had even received an order from Luminous to expel a student named Choi Arin. Kim Joo asked her to control herself. He said those people hadn't provoked anyone. They were simply teaching or learning, and it was outrageous to think they could be expelled because of it. Luminous, satisfied with his answer, accepted the criticism. Even so, Kim Joo questioned the reason behind the purchase of Valhalla. The black cat explained that it had been a sudden order from Luminous. He said he had heard that Kim Joo had refused to live in the luxurious building reserved for him, and that was why she bought Valhalla. Kim Joo confirmed that he was indeed living in the academy dormitory. The cat replied that Luminous believed if she bought the place, he might eventually agree to move there. Kim Joo asked if that was the only reason. The cat then revealed that one of the rooms in the Valhalla Academy had been connected to the market building, and that only those with permission could enter through it. He asked if there was anything else Kim Joo needed. Kim Joo wanted to know if he truly had full freedom over the school. The cat explained that he wouldn't interfere with teaching rights, but confirmed that Kim Joo could do as he pleased. With that, Kim Joo asked for a special favor. He said he wanted just a small thing. 3 weeks later, in the city of Sejong, Sehyuk stood before the calamity. Orcs, goblins, and golems were everywhere, destroying the city. Sehyuk thought he had only come because it was something related to his family, hadn't expected to find so many monsters. When he saw a woman being attacked by a goblin, he acted immediately, protecting her with a direct punch to the creature. He told her to run, but noticed more monsters emerging. Something felt off. These monsters were different from the ones he had faced in simulations. The real weight of battle sent chills through his body. He managed to take down that goblin, but began to doubt whether he could handle the rest. He thought he'd have to eliminate at least half of them. That's when Yen Lang and Arin arrived, killing the surrounding monsters. A few days earlier, the three of them had been introduced to the new director, the Black Cat. Sehyuk thought it all very strange, as there had been no official announcement about the change in leadership. The Black Cat thanked them for the compliment and said the transition had been carried out discreetly. He explained that he already planned to announce it to all the students, but they had discovered it a bit early. He introduced himself as the Black Cat, and Sehyuk seemed to recognize the name. Kim Joo explained that the reason the new president was there was because he had proposed the creation of a new department, and the president had approved it. It would be a special class, where students would have the autonomy to carry out activities outside of traditional classroom settings. He then asked if they would like to join the new class. Yen Lang remarked that it wouldn't really change much for her. Kim Joo said that training would continue as usual, but now they would have the opportunity to go out and hunt real monsters. Yen Lang liked the idea and accepted immediately. Arin said that, of course, she would go too. Wherever Kim Joo went, she would follow. Yuso, meanwhile, commented that she was a bit lost. First, the new president was the Black Cat. She asked if it was the same guy who owned the market. Kim Joo confirmed and asked if she knew the place. Yuso replied that at first, she thought it was just an internet rumor, but she hadn't expected it to be such an important place. She said she never imagined the owner of the underworld's black market would become the president of Valhalla. The Black Cat simply said it was something that ended up happening. Sehyuk questioned how Kim Joo got approval to create this new special class and whether he knew the president. Kim Joo confirmed that he had his connections. Sehyuk then reflected that he already knew Kim Joo was strong, but now he realized he had ties to the market owner. He thought Kim Joo definitely wasn't just an ordinary person. Soon after, Sehyuk said he would also join the special class. After all, who would say no to a class where you didn't have to study inside the school? The Black Cat then explained that while theoretical classes and written exams were exempt, there would still be some requirements. Students would have to take part in events like debates, practical tests, and public exhibitions to maintain appearances. In a way, the students of the special class would have the greatest privileges, but also the responsibility of representing the school. According to the Black Cat, the first students selected for the special class were strong enough to be recognized by everyone else. From the school's perspective, that wasn't a problem. However, he commented that separating the most powerful students from the rest of Valhalla could be harmful. That's why he hoped they would participate actively in public activities. In short, all the strongest students would be grouped in the new class, and if they stopped attending school events, only the weaker ones would remain visible, something that would directly impact the institution's reputation. The Black Cat said it would be great if they showed their strength in front of all the students. He stated that this wasn't just a request, but a direct order from the president of Valhalla. Upon hearing that, Kim Joo thought the Black Cat was finally beginning to take responsibility for the role he had been given. He asked the others if that changed anything for them, but the three agreed without hesitation to stay in the special class. Kim Joo was satisfied and announced that the class's first external activity would be to face a calamity. Shortly after, Kim Joo appeared with his team assembled. When he found Sehyuk, he asked what he was doing there. Sehyuk replied that it was Kim Joo who should be answering that. He said he had come to spend the weekend with his parents, who lived there, but ended up caught in the middle of the calamity. He asked what they were doing there as well. Kim Joo answered that they were there precisely to handle the situation and ordered Arin and Yen Lang to get ready. Kim Joo stated that everyone was prepared, and with his first strike, he eliminated nearly the entire front line of the monster horde. He commented that his attack was still quite sharp. Sehyuk, impressed, wondered if Kim Joo had always been like this. He noticed there were high-ranking demons among the monsters, creatures they had never faced in simulations. Even so, Kim Joo was cutting through them like they were mere obstacles. Right afterward, a messenger from the Ventric family approached and reported that they had located a labyrinth that seemed to be the source of the calamity. It was 5 kilometers away and surrounded by monsters. Kim Joo asked if the other agents had any new information. The messenger said they were evacuating civilians and trying to contain the damage. But Kim Joo asked Mojiri if the constellation hadn't awakened yet. Mojiri confirmed it had not. Kim Joo reflected that it had already been 3 months since the Raven Mask had manifested, and yet there was no sign of its return. Even so, killing the monsters wasn't very difficult for him. The Ventric family just needed to deal with the smaller enemies. He then sent word for the men of the family to stop playing hide-and-seek with their cloaks and start helping with the evacuation, treating the wounded as well. He said it would be a great opportunity to restore their image. Mojiri agreed. Before that, Kim Joo instructed Arin and Yen Lang to clear the path of monsters that were blocking the Ventric route. Then he asked Sehyuk to go to his family's house and guide the civilians to safety. Meanwhile, Kim Joo would head directly to the source of the calamity, the labyrinth. Mojiri pointed to a slightly elevated area where the labyrinth entrance was located. It was surrounded by a massive horde of monsters. Mojiri even suggested a tactical approach, but Kim Joo said that would take too long. He had a much simpler idea. Without hesitation, Kim Joo leapt straight into the direction of the monsters. Mojiri tried to stop him, thinking he was insane, but there was no way to hold him back. Kim Joo was the protagonist of that story, and with a single strike from his sword, he descended, annihilating all the monsters around him. Mojiri watched in astonishment, realizing she had never seen anything like it before. In her opinion, that kind of power was at the level of a constellation. Meanwhile, Kim Joo, as a precaution, had made a contract with Luminous to use her abilities. That was proving to be very useful, especially now that he needed to hurry into the labyrinth. Before proceeding, he put on the ring given to him by the guide. At the same time, in the Ventric family mansion, located in England, Adelia reflected on the new information that had surfaced regarding the calamity. It seemed that the Korean government was only now realizing the gravity of the situation without even having begun to respond properly. According to the latest update, around 50% of civilians had already been evacuated. Adelia also knew that Kim had gone straight to the center of the calamity without facing resistance, but she was worried about him since he had gone alone. She wondered if he really intended to destroy the source of it all. by himself. At that moment, the constellation finally awakened and asked Adelia how much time had passed. Adelia replied that around 3 months had passed since she fell asleep, but the figure wearing the raven mask only wanted to know where her master was. Adelia gave a careful answer, as the situation was delicate. She explained that he was in the labyrinth, eliminating every creature in his path. Meanwhile, Brace was watching Kim fight and thought that he swung his sword so naturally it was like he was playing at an arcade, despite slaughtering monsters in cold blood. Kim was almost startled by his presence, since Brace had been silent for a long time. Brace then commented on the wind style, saying Kim's disciples used that name when climbing the Tower of Destruction. Kim replied that the name was merely an arbitrary label for his sword style focused on monster hunting. He didn't think it was a grand name and considered Wu Xin style rather unfortunate. Still, Kim admitted that the labyrinth was bigger than he expected. If he continued facing the monsters one by one, he would lose too much time. So, he decided to activate his mana detection and search directly for the labyrinth's core, since the boss usually appeared next to it. Sensing the greatest mana concentration underground, he realized where to go. Using the power of his sword and his disciples, he cut through the ground until reaching the core and the labyrinth's final boss. When he finally arrived, Kim saw that the boss was a humanoid creature. He found it interesting, especially because he enjoyed spear duels. Comparing weapons, he knew he was at a reach disadvantage, since he used a katana. But that didn't matter. The goal was to destroy the labyrinth's core, and to do that, he needed to land a direct hit on the stone. He concluded it would be better to use a precise counterattack or a thrust rather than broad swings. As expected, the boss attacked first with a thrust, taking advantage of the spear's range. Kim assessed that it wasn't the best possible attack, and dodged right after the movement. He acknowledged that the blow wasn't bad, but still considered the enemy annoying. The boss kept a strategic distance, making counterattacks difficult. After all, that was a spear's main advantage. Then the boss prepared a powerful attack, but instead of aiming directly at Kim, he struck the ground, sending stone fragments flying at him to create an opening. Despite the strength of the attack, Kim managed to block it, but was thrown back. Brace watched the scene and asked if Kim was being pressured. Kim explained that he had done that on purpose, to separate himself from the core, and that now, instead of using Luminous's abilities, he would fight in his own way. When the boss lunged at him, it was a foolish move. In an instant, the boss was sliced into several pieces. After destroying the enemy, Kim used the ring given by the guide to absorb its magical essence. He believed he had absorbed the name of the creature as well, just like the Lord of the Labyrinth used to do. Right after, Kim asked Brace why he had criticized him earlier, saying he was under pressure. Brace apologized for it. Kim-ju warned that it was best to leave the labyrinth before it completely collapsed, but then he noticed that the boss had left the spear behind. He took the opportunity to claim it as his new weapon. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Labyrinth was speaking to his subordinate, who informed him that the calamity had ended. The Lord asked how long it had lasted, and the subordinate replied that it had taken only about 2 hours. Compared to the last disaster, which lasted 5 days, that was a big difference. The Lord commented that the duration had shortened significantly because now, instead of being reincarnated, individuals who received names were becoming constellations. He then asked if anyone had stood out during the calamity. The messenger replied that the labyrinth had vanished so quickly they were still trying to understand what had happened. The Lord accepted the answer and commented that sooner or later they would find out. Therefore, he decided to accelerate his plans, intending to spread even more names. He said the next disaster would be incomparable to the previous one, and that they would use a much more oppressive method this time. He was excited about it. They would feed even more off this event, and as expected, the news spread quickly. Kim-ju of Valhalla Academy was mentioned in headlines stating that he had ended the calamity, completely eradicating the source of evil. A man watching the coverage reflected with interest, wondering if that young man had really wiped out the entire assassin unit and still stopped the calamity. He considered it an admirable feat. That man was John, the lead alchemist of the Baekjung organization, and he saw a perfect opportunity to use Kim-ju's fame to his advantage. He believed that if they managed to kill the boy now, they could turn his death into a public uproar, creating a powerful narrative. Next to him, a masked man agreed that the plan made sense, but warned it would be dangerous if they weren't careful. John acknowledged this and remarked that the boy was clearly different from the Jew they had observed earlier. Back during the opening ceremony of the inter-school competition, he had been assessed as Class A, but now he was likely already at Class S level. Given that, John decided to act quickly. He ordered his men to gather and begin planning a surprise attack on Kim-ju. Later that night, Kim-ju was returning to Valhalla's dormitory, completely exhausted. He thought to himself that Now that he had fully absorbed the magical power from the storage stone, his available strength was much higher than at the start of the semester. However, he still felt he hadn't reached his limit. He understood there was a ceiling to the production of magic within one's own body, and that was probably why he was so tired just from stopping a calamity. He realized he still had a long way to go. Fighting the labyrinth boss had been far more complicated than he'd imagined. Even so, he knew that if he brought his team along, the next battles wouldn't be too difficult. He was now beginning to understand why so many modern people depended so heavily on constellations, individuals whose names became divine symbols and sources of power. Brace noticed that Kim Ju was distracted, deep in thought. He remarked that Ju seemed to be brooding over a lot, to which Kim Ju admitted that thinking about constellations always made him reflective. Brace then asked if, amidst all that chaos, they had seen or heard anything out of the ordinary. It was at that moment that Kim Ju finally met with the guide. She asked if he had managed to resolve the calamity. He confirmed it, explaining that he had defeated the boss quickly, but the crystal was destroyed before he could reach it. The guide said it wasn't a problem, since the crystal was disposable. However, she showed interest in the spear he was carrying. Kim Ju explained that it was the boss's weapon, and since the ring hadn't absorbed anything from it, he simply took it. The guide found that a bit odd, and decided to examine the ring. After a careful analysis, she confirmed that the boss's name had been correctly absorbed. She commented that now was when the real game would begin. The names would begin to spread, just like they had discussed last time. There was a real possibility that high-quality names would be reused. She said she would investigate further to find out which ones, but believed it was likely to be the names of the people Kim Ju had defeated in the Tower of Destruction. Kim Ju grew irritated at the memory, asking if those bastards would really come back. Just imagining them made him furious. The guide tried to ease the situation, saying that before the names were completely erased, they might still have a chance to face them again. That reminded Kim Ju of what she had said about names reappearing. Brace took the opportunity to comment that if those individuals were really in the Tower of Destruction, he probably knew them, since he was the former owner of the tower. But he confessed he didn't remember all of them. Kim Ju stated that the first floor was mostly just monsters. Brace agreed, saying it was unlikely those beings had meaningful names worth reusing. If the names were really going to be spread again, they were likely from individuals who lived on the higher floors of the tower. Kim Ju mentioned there had been a recent increase in annoying figures there, but said that if the Tower of Destruction was falling, then he was no longer one of the Labyrinth Lords either. Brace replied that he only became a lord because he was forced by a bastard, implying he never wanted the title. Kim Ju commented that he looked even more suspicious when he stammered like that, calling him a dumb lord. Brace denied being any kind of lord. Kim Ju, skeptical, said that if he repeated it 2 more times, maybe he'd believe him. Even so, something was bothering him. It was strange. If Brace's name had been taken, why didn't he have any kind of power? Normally, when someone lost their name, especially if they were a disciple of someone powerful or linked to a sacred constellation, there would still be some trace of strength. But Brace had nothing. He was a weak constellation with no kind of gift. Kim Ju remembered clearly hearing the moment his name was taken, and yet he was reborn without becoming a sacred constellation. People who knew him in the past still called him by his pre-reincarnation name. It was a mystery that he knew would only be solved with time. From that moment on, Kim Ju decided he would train even more consistently. Not that he hadn't been pushing himself before, but now everything was for the sake of finding the answers he sought. The next day after classes at Valhalla Academy, Sehyuk still couldn't stop thinking about Kim Ju. He was amazed by the devastating power he had shown. He couldn't deny it. And it wasn't just Kim Ju who seemed strong. Everyone around him was showing great improvement as well. Sehyuk thought that if he had also been trained by Kim Ju, he might have reached a similar level of power. Consumed by that thought, he went to the training hall looking for him. When he arrived, he didn't find Kim Ju, but saw Yanlang alone there. She looked visibly embarrassed, as she had been doing something a little awkward at that moment. To understand better, it was explained what had happened about 30 minutes earlier. Yanlang had done an intense cardio session. Afterward, Kim Ju handed her a towel and grabbed another for himself. The closeness between the two made it clear that things could unfold predictably. Kim Ju remarked that she had made impressive progress, recalling that on her first day, she could barely handle the training. Yanlang replied that she hadn't expected it to be so tough, but now she was getting used to it. Arin, overhearing, admitted she didn't like to say it, but since Yanlang was doing well, she'd better check on Yu So, who was nearly passing out, saying the whole thing was crazy and calling the training excessive. Kim Ju said Yu So already knew it would be hard. Yu So, gasping, replied that she didn't know it would be that extreme. Kim Ju then said that if it was too hard, she could always quit and return to her little room. But Yuso answered that she preferred to stay, saying that place was much better. She said she would try even harder. Seeing that, Arin showed some dissatisfaction. Kim Ju commented that originally their fighting styles should have been corrected during practice, but since everyone was too exhausted after stopping the calamity, it would be better for them to rest a little. Arin asked what he was going to do now. He replied that he would head back to the dormitory and focus on training his magical skills. Arin said she would do the same. Kim Ju told them there was no need for any of them to do that too, unless they wanted to. He informed them that next time they would begin training with upper body workouts, and that he would give them a heads up. Yu So said she'd leave as well, and asked if Yanlang was going to stay. Yanlang replied yes. She wasn't too tired yet, and wanted to keep exercising a bit longer. Concerned, Yu So told her not to overdo it. She then said goodbye, promising to see her the next day. Left alone, Yanlang began reflecting. She could clearly feel her progress and the strength she had gained since she began training with Kim Ju. During the calamity, she noticed that the monsters seemed weaker before her. However, Kim Ju was the exception. She had never seen anyone defeat creatures so effortlessly. It was clear that he had become even stronger, and that amazed her. She thought that at first she had become his disciple with the goal of surpassing him, but now she realized that Kim Ju was absurdly powerful. Although the training was difficult and often overwhelming, she was determined to continue. She began to question whether her reason for following him was really just about gaining strength. Perhaps it was also gratitude. He had resolved several of her personal issues, allowed her to use the dormitory free of charge, and had always been present. She started to believe she wasn't just there out of ambition, but also loyalty. However, she also recognized that even that didn't explain everything. Lately, she had been thinking about Kim Ju a lot, and whenever she thought about him, her heart would race. She knew it wasn't the same type of racing caused by intense physical exertion. It felt different. She tried to convince herself it was just from the workout. She didn't want to seem like a pervert, but the thought of him sweaty and muscular often distracted her. She tried to shake the image out of her head. That's when she noticed the towel he had used. She thought of picking it up to wash it, but ended up doing something else. Deep down, she knew exactly where this was going. It wasn't hard to imagine the scene that Se-hyuk accidentally witnessed. Yanlang was sniffing his towel, and the moment she realized she'd been caught, she knew he had seen her weakness. Her immediate reaction was to punch the poor guy in the stomach and run away, blushing like a shy schoolgirl. Meanwhile, Kim Ju, focused on training his magical skills back in the dormitory, received a call from Adelia. She apologized for calling at night, noting that in Korean time it was already quite late, but informed him that the sacred constellation had awakened. Kim Ju said it was excellent news and asked if she was available. Adelia confirmed she was and could arrange things. He told her she could stay where she was, managing the relics. It had been a while since he had seen his own students, and for now, that was enough. At the same time, Luminous was completely out of control. And it wasn't just mild irritation. She was having a full-on meltdown because of the security footage she had just seen. The Black Cat realized he shouldn't have shown it to her. The situation had begun about 10 minutes earlier in the president's office. It was already nighttime, and he reflected on how being the president of an institution was an exhausting job. He decided to check the school's surveillance footage one more time. That's when he made his mistake. The ruler of the underworld had ordered him to regularly check the security footage, but with a very specific focus, to monitor the girls getting close to Kim Ju. Upon accessing the gym camera feed, the Black Cat was shocked to see Se-hyuk lying on the ground. For a moment, he thought he was dead, but quickly realized he was just unconscious. Luminous, impatient, told him to rewind the footage, and that's when everything fell apart. In the footage, they saw the exact moment Yanlang punched Se-hyuk directly in the stomach, knocking him out, and then ran off. The Black Cat was confused, not understanding why she had attacked Se-hyuk so suddenly. Luminous ordered him to rewind a bit further. That's when they saw Yanlang alone, discreetly sniffing the towel used by her master, Kim Ju. She thought no one was watching, but Se-hyuk had caught her at that very moment. The Black Cat confirmed that's exactly what had happened. After being caught, Yanlang felt humiliated and lashed out violently, knocking the boy out. Furious, Luminous declared that she would tear that girl to pieces. The Black Cat realized he had made a serious mistake in letting her see that. He reflected that Luminous's outbursts were becoming more and more frequent. She had lost control many times in the past, even without any clear reason. But lately, her anger always seemed to flare up when the topic involved Kim Ju and the girls around him. That led him to question something strange. Was it really possible that Kim Ju had been the master of Luminous, the constellation? Because if that were true, it would mean he existed even before the constellations, which didn't make any sense, since they were supposed to have emerged long before Kim Ju was born. But there wasn't time to dwell on that mystery now. What mattered most was finding a way to calm Luminous's fury before something worse happened. That's when Kim Ju unexpectedly walked into the president's office. He noticed the tense atmosphere and asked what screen that was, and if they were really talking to Luminous. Upon confirming the situation, he suggested they use some ability to get out of there immediately. The Black Cat asked where he wanted to go. Kim Ju replied that he was thinking about going to the United Kingdom. Meanwhile, John, leader of the Bike Junk organization, had already summoned a meeting with his subordinates. Everything had been meticulously planned. They had prepared around 200 magic circles to block intruders inside Valhalla Academy. About 100 of them concentrated around the dormitories where Kim Ju lived. But according to John, that wouldn't make a difference. Magic circles wouldn't be effective against someone using constellation powers. One of the masked men commented that the leader's constellation, known as the alchemist who never changes, was absolutely essential for dealing with defensive spells. Once the leader neutralized all the circles, they could move straight in to attack Kim Ju. After that, they would cast a magical interference spell to isolate the area, while the rest of the organization handled Kim Ju's companions. John asked if they thought Kim Ju's teammates would resist the invasion. One of the masked figures answered yes, definitely. But he also said that if they managed to eliminate not only Kim Ju, but also his entire group, it would greatly boost the reputation of bike junk. Although they would be seen as cowards for attacking students, for villains like them, that kind of reputation was almost a compliment. The plan was simple: launch an assassination operation to eliminate Kim Ju and all his allies. But nothing went as expected. In the blink of an eye, everyone in the room, except John, had their heads cut off. A woman wearing a skull mask appeared, stating that she had intended to observe a little longer and wait for the right opportunity. However, after what she heard, she decided to act. She said she should have killed John and the others a long time ago. Another assassin, who had also been part of the ambush, revealed that the plan had always been to eventually eliminate John, following the will of the Constellation. But now, the timeline had been moved up. John was completely stunned. When the woman revealed her symbol, he recognized it immediately. It was the mark of the one-horned god. The message was clear: he would be killed too. He narrowly avoided the same fate as his allies by defending himself at the last second with a magical shield. The assassin attacking him noticed that it wasn't an ordinary shield. John didn't understand why they were trying to kill him, but decided it was time to show the true power of an S-rank constellation. As soon as he activated his sacred relic, an immense energy filled the room. However, the assassins were already prepared. One of them revealed that John's constellation was the immutable alchemist, which surprised him. Another assassin commented that he was actually quite well known. The relic John was using at that moment was an artifact from the Apocalypse era, a ring, and it was known that such artifacts housed extremely powerful constellations. One of the assassins asked if all that commotion had been for nothing, and the other confirmed that, in part, yes. Apocalypse-era artifacts were highly sought after due to their connection to those constellations. By coincidence, John had acquired one of those relics, and as a result, attained S-rank constellation status. This had caused demand for similar relics to skyrocket on the black market. Still, it was strange that he only allied himself with villainous groups. Not wanting to hear anymore, John tried to attack them all with magical chains, but the assassins narrowly dodged. He had already prepared for a situation like this. He had scattered magical circles throughout the mansion, activating traps that launched chains and spears at the intruders. Even so, he was shaken by their skill. These assassins were monstrous. They anticipated every move, and John couldn't even identify what kind of power or constellation they were using. Despite that, he believed he could still handle them. There were more than 200 magical circles installed in the mansion, and his special ability, Absolute Defense, was supposed to prevent any spell from hitting him. With his companions already dead, he decided to use a power he would have never dared to if they were still alive. He focused all his power and activated the magic circles, but nothing happened. The scythe-wielding assassin asked whether he had given up the fight, or if he just wasn't going to cast anything. John was confused. He was sure he had activated the circles correctly. That's when the blindfolded assassin explained that, upon arrival, he had detected all 1,200 circles. Each of them contained basic spells, and he had blocked all of them. John said that was impossible, that he would have noticed. But the blindfolded man explained that it wasn't neutralization, it was blocking, and that's why John had never felt it. The assassin added that this was the kind of skill they specialized in. In the next attack, the scythe assassin nearly killed John. Although he partially dodged, both his hands were cut. The wound was shallow, but it left him in shock. His absolute defense had failed. Immediately after, another assassin almost landed a strike on his face. Even so, John was still able to hold his own in close combat, which ended up surprising the enemies. He already knew they were strong, but didn't expect them to be so overwhelmingly superior. He was struggling even to defend himself, and with his defense ability failing, he felt there was nothing more he could do. He then asked if the assassins had ever considered he might have come this far. Even though he didn't fully understand why Baekjong had been killed, everything that had just happened was a massacre. Of the 100 members who had been with him, all were dead, except him. He said that if the problem was him acting like a villain, he could stop now, if that meant they would spare his life. But the assassin with the skull mask corrected his thinking. He explained that the reason for the execution wasn't because he was a villain, but because they had tried to kill someone who should never be touched. John paused. He thought about the assassination plan he had devised against Kinju and wondered if the assassins were protecting Kim Ju. In any case, he realized negotiation was no longer an option. He wouldn't be able to persuade them with words, so he used his final survival tactic. He unleashed a massive amount of magical energy and summoned his constellation. The immutable immutable alchemist responded to the call. John knew this was extremely risky. Summoning such a powerful constellation came at a steep price. Even so, it was his only chance. The immutable alchemist permanently consumed John's life force and mana in order to manifest. It was a total sacrifice, but in the very next moment, the assassins also received a message from their own constellations. It was an apology addressed to the immutable alchemist, saying they hadn't intended to interrupt his summoning. The message came directly from Dugui, the god of war. He warned that the alchemist had tried to harm the one who had benefited them all. The immutable alchemist, surprised by the revelation, questioned whether that story was really true. John tried to justify himself, saying that he had merely planned the assassination of a high school student named Kim Ju and therefore believed the punishment was unfair. But the immutable alchemist, his own constellation, called him an idiot and immediately terminated the contract. The assassins, seeing this, praised the decision. Now, the constellation itself declared that it would execute John personally. Meanwhile, in the United Kingdom, the Black Cat was explaining to Kim Ju that it wasn't possible to see all constellations at the same time. The only way to visualize them all simultaneously was through sanctification, but even that had its limitations. Each contractor needed to carry out their own sanctification, which demanded an absurd amount of energy. There was also the true divine contract, which could be activated by sacrificing one's own life force, but that method was considered extreme and highly unorthodox. Kim Ju then asked if it would be possible to summon two constellations at the same time by holding two different sacred relics. Adelia explained that this would be extremely difficult, as summoning a constellation meant the user's mind was transported to that entity's mental realm. This space was filled with sacred objects and reflected the constellation's essence. Two mental realms could not overlap. Furthermore, constellations were directly tied to their relics, and the stronger the bond, the harder it was to switch them. Even if holding two relics, the user's spirit couldn't split to enter two realms simultaneously. Kim Ju then looked at Brace for confirmation. Brace said yes and added that he thought Kim Ju already knew that. After all, it had been explained in the lessons he clearly wasn't paying attention to. With irony, Kim Ju replied that it would have been nice to have been warned earlier, as now he'd have to prepare to get beaten up in the spiritual world. Still, he explained to the other two that he knew it was impossible to summon constellations simultaneously. He just wanted to talk to one of them, which was possible. The Black Cat agreed, but then Adelia said she was having trouble focusing because multiple notifications were coming through, both from her and the Black Cat. It was Luminous, sending messages saying it had been a long time since they last talked. Adelia responded sarcastically, calling her a lunatic. The two began exchanging insults, calling each other cow and other censored names. Watching the scene, Kim Ju thought it was clear they still didn't get along. He believed he had raised them properly, but realized they hadn't changed at all. Desperate, he asked them to stop fighting. Shortly after, Kim Ju said he had spoken with the King of the Snowy Depths and with Balguang, the god of the sword, both of whom had gone through similar situations. The person who had once turned them into constellations had resumed their activities, and a new calamity was approaching. Kent explained that until he recovered his original power, he would need to borrow strength from Kim Ju's disciples, and asked if that was okay. The Crow-Mask replied that, to her master, it clearly was. Luminous also stated that her disciple was ready to help him. Kim Ju reflected that now only 3 disciples were missing. Before the Lord of the Labyrinth attacked again, he had to find them. He asked the Black Cat whether he had connected the academy to that place via a passage. With confirmation, he said he would return often. He wanted to use this time to better understand the contractors of the disciples, since they would be meeting frequently from now on. Meanwhile, the Black Cat and Adelia remained in the silence, with a slight tension between them. Still confused, Adelia finally asked if he was the same Black Cat who owned the market. He confirmed, but explained that due to current circumstances, he was acting as Valhalla's director. She asked why, and he replied that it was for the same reason the Ventric family now served Kim Ju. Adelia found the answer convincing and said she understood. At the same time, the group of assassins connected to Dugui contacted him again. They reported that most enemies had already been neutralized and that their next mission was to protect Kim Ju. The blindfolded assassin explained that to do so, they would need to stay close to the target, which might require revealing themselves to avoid suspicion. But Dugui said that wouldn't be necessary. They should only act at the right moment. Until then, they were to remain hidden. The scythe-wielding assassin asked if that meant simply following Kim Ju in silence. Dugui answered that they could reveal their appearance and identity when a specific word was spoken by that person. The chosen word was simply. When the assassins asked if he was sure that was the right word, Dugui firmly confirmed that yes, he was sure. The next day at Valhalla Academy, Kim Ju noticed something strange about Sehyuk's expression and asked what was wrong. But Sehyuk avoided the subject and said it was nothing to worry about. Instead, he asked to become Kim Ju's disciple. The request caught Kim Ju by surprise, and he rejected it, saying he wasn't interested. He pointed out that Sehyuk himself claimed that all the rumors about him were true, including the idea that he only accepted women as disciples to build a harem. Kim Ju was outraged at the accusation and wanted to know who was spreading such gossip. He explained that the two women who accompanied him were there by their own will, and that only one, Yen Lang, had actually been invited by him to be a disciple. He told Se-hyuk never to repeat that nonsense again. Se-hyuk defended himself, saying he wasn't the one who started the rumor. Kim Ju added that he was already looking after 3 people and didn't have time to teach Se-hyuk. However, he reflected that it was a real shame. He had been so focused on training his recruits lately that he'd ignored Se-hyuk's potential, which was great. He thought that someone like Se-hyuk by his side could help him grow even more. So, he decided that Yen Lang would be responsible for training Se-hyuk. Since both had combat styles focused on physical strength, Kim Ju believed they'd have good synergy. He said he would start his own strength training and give them time to get to know each other better. The two stared at each other for a moment until Yen Lang asked if Se-hyuk had anything to say. He just replied with something simple, and she, seemingly flustered, waited until he was unconscious and stepped on his face. She was probably unsure how to respond. Later, Se-hyuk thought that maybe she was embarrassed because he saw her wiping her face with a towel. So, he decided he would be more careful from now on. Meanwhile, Yen Lang thought to herself, relieved, that thank goodness he didn't see what she actually did at that moment. She then responded with, "That's right," and they agreed to be more cautious from now on. After that, Yen Lang began showing him her training routine. Meanwhile, Irene approached Kim Ju and mentioned that vacation would start the following week. She asked what he was planning to do. Surprised, Kim Ju said they hadn't even finished the final exams. Irene explained that the exams usually focused on physical abilities, but they were exempt from that part since they already had experience with labyrinths. They were excused from the practical tests and only had to take the written portion. Because of that, they were already entitled to vacation. Kim Ju acknowledged that it was true and said he would keep focusing on physical training, perhaps pushing a bit harder. Irene replied that she would do the same. She said that aside from the time they spent training together, she was free to do whatever she wanted, but she wanted to train because that was her wish. She wanted to become strong like him. Still, she mentioned she would visit her family a few times, as she needed to attend some important ceremonies as the successor of her lineage. Se-hyuk also declared that he would stay to train with them and asked if they were listening. A week later, in the United States, at the Hero Academy, the current president, Beck, was standing in front of an extremely terrifying weapon. A few days earlier, he had met with Logan, the father, not to visit his son, but to inform him that he had eliminated the villains who had messed with Logan Jr. Beck responded that he had heard something about that recently and asked if Logan had annihilated the group called Een. Logan confirmed and explained that, in the end, they weren't that strong. However, their leader was already dead, cut into multiple pieces. Beck suggested it might have been an internal conflict within the group. Logan said he didn't know for sure, but revealed that one of the reasons he invaded their hideout was to search for information about the Blood Lion, the mysterious villain group responsible for the death of Beck's father. During the invasion, Logan found a sword that caught his attention and brought it with him. It was known as the Sword of Light. Beck asked if that wasn't the same weapon that, in the past, had enchanted its wielder and caused a massacre within a guild before vanishing completely. Logan confirmed, saying that, for some reason, the sword had ended up with the Blood Lion group. However, he felt as if the blade was trying to speak to him. He assured Beck that he wasn't enchanted by it, otherwise he'd have already destroyed everything around him. He claimed to be completely sane, but admitted that the sword's constant whispers in his mind were starting to irritate him. That's why Logan had come to the academy, to ask Beck to store the Sword of Light in the institution's sacred artifact vault. Beck said that was possible, but had one question first. He wanted to know what the sword had been whispering. Logan said it kept calling out for its master. Beck remembered that, ever since he first came into contact with that sword, he had tried to store it in the vault, but other constellations reacted with extreme hostility to its presence. This made him think about the meaning of finding its master. Could it mean that someone was waiting inside the sword? Before he could reflect further, a deafening noise echoed from outside. A large explosion hit the academy, destroying several structures. Beck wondered whether it had been an accident. It wasn't class time, so there were no students in the building. But shortly afterward, a demon invaded his office. Beck wanted to know who that creature was. He imagined it might be the leader of the group attacking the school, but the demon claimed to be acting alone. Beck was shocked by the idea that someone had broken into the Hero Academy alone, bypassing all security and magical defense circles. He asked what kind of monster he was facing. The demon asked whether Beck wanted to hear his name or just die for daring to ask. But, feeling excited for having recovered his true name, he decided to reveal it. He said the human shell he was using belonged to Becker's nature, an evil organization organization Beck knew very well. The demon then revealed his true name, Hongwei. Beck found it odd, as it wasn't a common name in his country. He introduced himself as Beck, president of the Hero Academy, and recalled that in his youth he was known as the Bomber. Without hesitation, he landed a powerful explosive punch straight into Hongwei's stomach. Although he withstood the attack, Hongwei admitted that it was a bit surprising and said he also possessed similar abilities. Beck was stunned to see that his enemy was completely unharmed, as that blow would have been fatal to any normal person. Hongwei then counterattacked with a devastating strike, sending Beck flying out of the building and kicking him down with monstrous force. Hongwei remarked that Beck was resilient, very different from the other worms he had already defeated. Beck found it strange that no one had come to help him until he realized the demon had already taken out all the guards. Even injured, he stood up, determined to avenge his school. He used his bombing power again, this time on the ground, to create a diversion and launch his real attack. His blast struck Hongwei, but the demon remained unscathed, saying that it would take something much stronger to defeat him. Then he delivered a blow that burned Beck's flesh from the inside, slamming him violently into the ground. Still, Beck remained alive. Hongwei expressed some respect for his resilience. He said that even when he was Beck's constellation, he had never seen someone so tough. This made Beck wonder whether Hongwei really was a constellation. Hongwei confirmed it, revealing that he was known as the Tyrant of Destruction. Beck's destruction constellation, which had been following him, reacted in shock. Beck himself was stunned. A constellation had just manifested in the real world before his eyes. Hongwei declared he wasn't there to play. He was going to kill him for good. It was at that moment that Kim Ju appeared, interrupting the fight. He called Hongwei Hornhead and told him to stop bothering the elderly, saying he had come precisely to play with him. Beck recognized him as the Kinju of Valhalla. Hongwei asked if he also wanted to die, but Kim Ju replied that it was impossible. He had come specifically to defeat him. He remarked that the weird horns, vampire fangs, and red skin helped him remember who he was. That was Hongwei, the loser of the second floor of the Tower of Destruction. Hongwei was offended and wanted to know why he was called that. Kim Ju told him he'd remember once he lost again. Hongwei noticed that Kim Ju's mana felt extremely familiar, but decided to ignore it. He charged forward with an attack, but his strike was blocked by Kim Ju's katana, which nearly sliced off his fingers. In that instant, Hongwei recognized the sensation. He realized Kim Ju was the hero, and was shocked to learn that he had also reincarnated. Kim Ju responded with disdain, saying he never imagined that a loser like him had become a constellation. Hongwei said he didn't even know exactly what it meant to be a constellation. His name had vanished, and then people started following him, calling him that. Now, he had recovered both his name and his body, but upon facing Kim Ju again, he realized that the hero was much weaker than in the past. Kim Ju responded that this was obvious. After all, he was still just a high school student. Hongwei saw this as the perfect opportunity to kill him. He launched an explosive strike that embedded itself in Kim Ju's sword, attempting to land a sequence of attacks, but the hero managed to dodge them. Hongwei mocked him, saying he was like an insect, merely dodging. Kim Ju, on the other hand, wondered if that was really his limit. When he fought the constellation of the King of the Snowy Depths, the battle took place in the mental realm, where he could access the full power of his former self. Now, however, fighting a constellation physically manifested in the real world was a far more difficult challenge. Kim Ju realized that if he was already struggling against a mere loser from the second floor of the tower, then the higher-level enemies would be even worse. At that moment, Hongwei unleashed his most powerful attack, an explosion of immense magnitude that even impressed Beck, the president of the academy. He thought it would be hard for Kim Ju to survive that situation, but to everyone's surprise, Kim Ju not only survived, but was completely unharmed. With a single sword strike, he cut off Hongwei's horn and arm as if they were made of butter. The constellation, in shock, asked how he had escaped the explosion, but Kim Ju explained that he hadn't tried to escape. He simply cut the explosion in half. Still dazed, Hongwei sensed a different kind of mana, as if the boy had borrowed someone else's power. It scared him so much that he began to run, desperate to save his own life. He thought that he had just gotten his name back and couldn't die now. He had to survive to ensure his future. As he fled, Kim Ju criticized him, saying he was pathetic. After destroying a school and killing several people, now he was trying to run when facing death. He called him a loser, and without hesitation, finished off the red demon with a devastating aerial slash that split him in two. Right after that, Kim Ju used his ring to absorb Hongwei's name. Only then did he remember Beck, who was still lying injured on the ground. He went to rescue him. Beck commented that somehow he had managed to survive. Kim Ju said that his regeneration ability wasn't very good, so he would call for emergency services. Still surprised, Beck asked if he was really Kinju, the student from Valhalla Academy. Kim Ju confirmed and wanted to know how even the people from that school knew who he was. Beck said it was obvious. He was famous and took the opportunity to formally introduce himself as the headmaster of the Academy of Heroes. He also said that, despite the chaotic situation, he wanted to thank him for defeating the creature. Kim Ju explained that he had come for that exact reason and, in fact, had arrived late. He informed Beck that the rescue team was already on the way and since he had nothing more to do there, he would be leaving. He opened a portal and vanished shortly after. A little while later, Logan the Destroyer arrived at the scene and, seeing the chaos, asked what had happened. He said he saw in the news that the academy had been attacked and rushed over to check if everyone was okay. Beck replied that the rescue team had already arrived and that he would explain the details later. Later in the hospital, the surviving staff were recovering. Beck observed the environment and reflected that although many were seriously injured, most had survived. Thanks to Kinju, the monster was defeated quickly, and the damage wasn't even worse. After telling Logan everything, he heard the most inevitable question from him. Could a high school boy really have defeated a constellation? Beck said he wasn't sure if that creature was truly a constellation, but it had intelligence similar to a human, and strength far beyond normal. Even if it wasn't a constellation, Logan found it impressive, especially since Kim Ju was only 17 years old. He asked if Beck knew him. Beck said yes, he was the same boy who had defeated his son in a competition and had already captured several villains. Any high-level contractor had probably heard of him. However, facing a constellation was something entirely different, and Logan wanted to know how Kim Ju managed to win. Beck said that, at the final moment of the battle, he felt an extraordinary power being released. He believed it could be related to Kinju's contract. Logan asked if that meant the boy had finally made a contract with a constellation, even at just 17. Beck confirmed, saying the most interesting part was how accustomed he already seemed to be with using that power. He also commented that he sensed a magical energy very similar to the one he had previously detected in the black market. Logan became thoughtful and recalled that the constellation who created that place was the ruler of the underworld. Maybe that was the one Kim Ju had a contract with. Beck replied that he wasn't sure, but the magical energy did seem similar. He said Kim Ju had already returned to Valhalla Academy. Logan was confused. How could he already be back in Korea if he was just in the United States? Beck explained that he simply opened a portal and disappeared. It must have been a skill granted by the constellation he was contracted with. For some reason, Logan looked visibly irritated. He said that very few contractors were capable of teleportation because only a few constellations granted that power. He suspected that Kim Ju might be connected to the organization he had been investigating and said he needed to confirm it as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at Valhalla Academy, Kim Ju returned to the principal's office. There he found the Black Cat, who seemed to be waiting for him. The cat said he had received direct orders from the constellation to offer full support to Mr. Kim Ju. That's why he had been monitoring the entire battle. To make sure nothing went wrong, the Black Cat had created an alternate portal and watched everything through it. Kim Ju was disturbed to learn such a thing was possible, but the Black Cat explained that it was thanks to that very ability that they were able to detect the attacks in advance. Kim Ju acknowledged that it was true, and while reflecting, he recalled a recent conversation with the guide. She had explained that next week another name would appear, one that had been present in the Tower of Destruction when he brought it down. However, this time, the guide had little information, as the surveillance by the Lord of the Labyrinth had intensified. According to her, they were acting with extreme caution regarding any information leaks. The location of the new appearance would be at the Academy of Heroes in the United States. When she asked if Kim knew the place, he said he had heard of it and would gather more information on his own. The guide recommended that he only monitor the area and, if any constellation invaded, defeat it as he always did. However, she warned that it would be difficult for them to meet again, at least for a while, due to the increased surveillance. She said she would go into hiding and would only act again when the time was right. Before departing, she began explaining how the special ring he received worked. There were two ways to use it. The first was to convert the power of a name into his own. The second, to use the ability of the name directly. Both had disadvantages. With the first method, Kim wouldn't be able to channel the full power of the name, as only the Lord of the Labyrinth was capable of fully consuming names. With the second method, he wouldn't increase his own power, but he could use the constellation's ability exactly as it had been in life, without surpassing it. The choice was his. At the moment, Kim Ju's priority was to recover all the power he had lost as soon as possible, so he decided to absorb the power of the name directly. After doing so, he noticed a small, almost imperceptible difference, and figured it might still not be anything major. Shortly afterward, the Black Cat appeared and commented on the battle against Hongwei, asking if it had happened at the Academy of Heroes. He also asked if Kim had used the famous spatial slash and whether he could demonstrate it. Kim Ju replied that he also had a contract with the same constellation and, in theory, could use it. However, the Black Cat admitted that he wasn't as skilled as Kim in using the technique and asked if he could teach it his way. Kim Kim Ju suggested it might be better to ask the constellation directly, but agreed to teach him. They went together to a secluded area in the middle of the forest, a completely empty place where there was no risk of injuring anyone. Kim Ju explained that the first step was to concentrate magical power in the blade. Then, one had to rotate the waist and release the ability while the sword was still in the air. After the explanation, he performed the spatial slash, destroying several trees in front of him. With everything behind him devastated, Kim Ju ironically asked if it looked easy. The black cat thought that when the constellation had taught him the spatial slash, the explanation had been vague and confusing. He believed that learning directly from Kim Ju, known as the constellation's master, would make things easier, but realized the explanation was just as abstract. He thought, like teacher, like student, even though he was a little discouraged, he was quickly impressed to see that even a distant mountain had been cut in half. When he asked if that was also part of the spatial slash, Kim Ju confirmed, but admitted he found it odd. His intention had been only to cut the forest, and he had even adjusted his magic power accordingly. Even so, the mountain had been sliced. Perhaps it was a consequence of the new power he absorbed through the ring. Kim realized the impact was greater than expected, and now more excited, decided to end the training there. He said that next time he'd make sure to teach properly before the black cat ended up cutting more mountains by accident. Though he had been skeptical at first, Kim Ju admitted to himself that he had indeed become stronger, and that excited him. He thought that all those bastards from the Tower of Destruction would die and be absorbed by him. Meanwhile, in the Wheel of Reincarnation, a man in charge of distributing names around the world was closely watching a map. Another man approached, praising the way the names from the second level had been evenly spread. However, he asked why the other insisted so much on carrying that spear. The light-haired man responded that the other didn't need to know the reason, and reminded him that he also carried a weapon. The second man agreed, but commented that carrying a weapon wasn't the same as holding it all the time. The light-haired man replied that, to him, there was no difference. This irritated the second man, who thought to himself that this guy could only speak that way because he had been chosen by the Lord of the Labyrinth 300 years ago. He considered it an insult how casually he treated everything, and if it weren't for the Lord's favoritism, he would have already killed him. At that moment, they noticed that one of the names on the map had disappeared. The man confirmed it had, and that it had happened in North America. He assured that he had done everything according to the Lord of the Labyrinth's instructions. The other replied that he knew the names would disappear over time, but thought this had happened too soon. He said he would report the event to the Lord. Meanwhile, the spearman continued silently watching the map. Later, at Valhalla Academy, Logan went to the headmaster's office, where the black cat was, saying he had a few questions for a particular student. The black cat assumed that all this talk clearly had to do with Kim Ju and the incident where he defeated a constellation at the Academy of Heroes. Knowing the matter could drag on, he asked Logan to sit first. Logan went straight to the point. He said he knew there was a student named Kim Ju who had recently visited the Academy and defeated a constellation. He had a few questions, but mainly wanted to understand two things: how he knew about the attack and how he managed to defeat a constellation. The second question was how he had traveled to and from the United States almost instantly. He made it clear that he didn't want vague answers, as he knew very well that the school's headmaster was the Black Cat himself, the owner of the underworld market. The Black Cat replied that since Logan mentioned sensing the same energy from the market, he must already have an idea of the kind of ability that came from his constellation, the ruler of the underworld. When Logan asked if Kim Ju had made a contract with that constellation, the Black Cat explained that it was only a preliminary contract, not a full one. He said he understood Logan's position and his questions, but couldn't provide all the details. Even so, he knew exactly what Logan wanted to know, whether Kim Ju was involved with the bloodline. Logan confirmed. If the Black Cat was already aware of this possibility, then the conversation could be resolved quickly. The Black Cat said he had investigated the bloodline group in the past, during an issue involving the market. Initially, he thought they were just common villains, but ended up discovering they were indirectly connected to Logan. Logan, in turn, confirmed that the group had killed his father, and that, after growing stronger, he spent years hunting them down, eliminating any villain he found. But the group seemed to have vanished, completely off the map. The only concrete information he discovered was that all the members of the bloodline were contractors with spatial movement abilities. The Black Cat responded that he had also discovered that, but like Logan, he had been unable to locate the whereabouts of the group's members. He further assured that Kim Ju was not part of the bloodline. The teleportation ability Kim had used was a manifestation of the constellation he was contracted with, the ruler of the underworld, just a fragment of her power. He also explained that the ability to detect the constellation's attack at the Academy was part of the same skill set. Logan listened and asked if that was really all. He found it hard to accept such a vague explanation and insinuated that perhaps the entire Black Cat market was involved with the bloodline. The Black Cat considered the accusation exaggerated and said that although the black market operated independently, it wasn't like those villains who killed innocents to survive. Logan, however, insisted it wasn't a guess, but a logical suspicion. There were very few contractors contractors with spatial movement abilities in the world, and from that perspective, it was natural to suspect the market. He then asked why the Black Cat, the head of such a dangerous organization, would protect a mere high school student. He concluded that both were probably involved with the Blood Lion. The Black Cat sarcastically suggested that if Logan was so curious, he should hire a private investigator. He admitted he had a special relationship with Kim Ju, but emphasized that neither of them were part of the villain group. He warned that Logan was starting to cross the line, and that he had already been more than polite. He requested they end the conversation and suggested Logan leave. Logan, however, didn't want to back down after getting this far. He asked what would happen if he refused to leave. The Black Cat replied that Logan would have to die. Logan questioned whether he really had the courage to kill him, provoking him. But the Black Cat replied that of course he couldn't. After all, Logan was the strongest contractor in the United States. However, he warned that if Logan continued causing trouble inside Valhalla Academy, the ruler of the underworld herself would eliminate him. The Constellation then spoke directly to Logan, stating that if his curiosity had been satisfied, he should leave the academy immediately. If he insisted on provoking her, she wouldn't remain still. Logan, surprised, said that was absurd, but his own Constellation advised him to withdraw without causing conflict. With no other choice, Logan agreed, saying he'd let it go this time, but next time he wouldn't leave empty-handed. As soon as he left, the Black Cat sighed in relief. He thought that next time he would handle information control more carefully, and for safety decided to report everything to Adelia. Before dawn, Kim Ju was already training his magical power intensely. He realized that the new method was more effective than expected. He had acquired the equivalent of 30 days of experience in one go, but still felt his body was physically lacking. He knew that if he wanted to absorb more power, he needed to refocus on physical training. He then asked Brace if, by any chance, he had felt anything strange the last time he saw Hongwei. Brace said he hadn't, and asked if Kim Ju was suspicious of him. Kim explained that he only raised the question because of the brainwashing from the Lord of the Labyrinth. He said, "What if suddenly Hongwei went back to being the master of the Tower of Destruction?" Brace replied that at the moment, Hongwei had no power and showed no sign of it. However, he took the opportunity to ask if Kim Ju had felt anything strange during his time at the Academy of Heroes, because he himself vaguely sensed a presence within the school that greatly resembled Kim's energy. It was as if there were another person there. Kim Ju asked what Brace meant by powers similar to his. Brace explained that he shared senses and perceptions with Kim to a certain extent, and because of that, he was sure he felt something similar. Kim Ju said that if that was truly the case, he would return to the Academy of Heroes soon. Meanwhile, an unusual meeting was taking place among twisted and threatening creatures, all demons from the second floor of the Tower of Destruction who had recovered their names. One of them remarked that Hongwei had been stupid, drawing unnecessary attention and ending up dead right after 300 years of waiting. Another said he had probably underestimated the enemy and let his guard down. A third reminded them that anyone who died there would return to the upper plane and wander nameless again for 300 years. They were sent to cause destruction, but could do it more strategically and discreetly. A fish-shaped demon asked if there was anyone else in a special situation who they hadn't contacted yet. Someone answered yes, Hwacha, a strange guy who liked messing with bodies. The fish said he hoped Hwacha hadn't died early like Hongwei, but another demon informed them they had received a direct message from him. He said there would be a global competition soon, and that he planned to cause a commotion there. The next morning at Valhalla Academy, Kim Ju was training as usual with his disciples, including Arin and Seyuk. However, Yanlang didn't show up that morning. She had mentioned she'd be visiting her family, and would probably be away for a few days. Kim Ju found it curious, since he remembered her relationship with her family wasn't great, but he knew she'd return when she wanted to. He told everyone to take some time to rest. Arin immediately asked where Yanlang was, as they had planned to train together. Kim Ju explained that she was dealing with family matters, and reassured Arin that soon they'd all be training again. While the others got ready, Brace commented that Kim seemed strangely proud. Kim Ju replied that it was funny to think about, that even after reincarnating, he was still training disciples. At the same time, he felt a bit disappointed, wishing that his old disciples could gather like this and talk comfortably as they once did. Unfortunately, Constellations couldn't meet in such a way. Brace then revealed that in the past, this had actually been possible. He explained that once a mysterious door appeared inside his mental realm, and since he was imprisoned and powerless at the time, he decided to open it. On the other side, he found a massive gathering of constellations. He quickly left, afraid of being recognized. It seemed that all the constellations had entered through doors connected to their respective mental realms. He wasn't the only one surprised by it, but 2 days later, the door vanished, and that space seemed to cease to exist. Kim Ju thanked him for the information, saying it was very useful. He thought to himself that he would investigate this lead to the very end. Meanwhile, at the White Lotus clan, Seorion was surprised by the visit of Yanlang, who had been the one to initiate contact. Yanlang explained that she wanted to see the family's sacred relic. Seorion said it wouldn't be difficult and that they could go together to the main family estate. On the way, Yanlang asked asked what had happened to Yun Roas. Seorion explained that she had been forcibly removed from her position as matriarch after her contract with her constellation ended. Without the entity's protection, she was expelled from the family. Manhwa, another family member, had become matriarch by deceiving her constellation and subjugating the others with force. Eventually, the truth came to light thanks to Kim Ju, who helped expose everything. As a result, the family elders agreed to expel Yun Roas. Since then, the leadership and matriarch position remained vacant, as Seorion, being the head of the White Lotus Association, could not assume that role. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a disturbing sight on the horizon. A fire had engulfed the family's estate. Shocked, Yanlang asked what was happening. Seorion explained that although they were considered the #1 family in China, the status had only been maintained because Yun Roas had suppressed the other families by force. Now that she had been expelled, the other families were making their move to seize leadership. Yanlang asked if all of that was truly happening that very day. As she and Seorion broke through the gates to enter the estate, they were soon met with countless assassins and many family members lying dead. The assassins, upon seeing Seorion's distinctive hair, assumed she was the matriarch and blamed her for the downfall of their own families as well. Shocked, Yanlang questioned whether Yanhua had really subdued the other families in such a way, killing innocent people in the process. Seorion immediately denied it, saying it had never been true. Yanlang admitted she had never cared much about her family's affairs, but this was too much. Filled with rage, she charged forward to eliminate all the assassins. Her first strike clashed directly against an enemy's katana. The man was stunned to realize she had stopped his blade with her bare hands. In the next move, Yanlang's punch knocked out 2 assassins at once. With everyone in shock, she continued attacking mercilessly. Seorion, watching from a distance, was amazed by how much stronger Yanlang had become. She knew the girl had grown, but not to this extent. She wondered if this was the result of the kind of training Kim Ju had provided. While taking down another enemy effortlessly, Seorion thought that once things calmed down, they should indeed move forward with the plan to name Yanlang as the family's next successor. Elsewhere in the mansion, the eldest daughter of the family, Seo Iron, and the second daughter, Seo Pei, were struggling to survive. Seo Pei realized that the enemies had launched a coordinated ambush on all family members at once. The two had managed to buy time for the elders to escape, but Seo Pei was already at her limit and didn't want to die that way. It was at that moment that Yanlang and Seorion arrived, easily cutting through the assassins. Relieved, Seo Pei was overwhelmed to see her sister. Yanlang said that although they had a lot to talk about, they first needed to finish off the enemies. Seo Iron remarked that 2 of the family's strongest had come to save them, which was extremely motivating. As she spoke, she struck down another enemy. Reinvigorated, Seo Pei also took down 2 opponents with her sword, but then let her guard down and was nearly struck from behind. Yanlang had to intervene quickly to protect her. After fending off the enemy, she asked if her sister was all right. Seo Pei thanked her and got ready to continue the battle. The apparent leader of the assassins silently observed everything. He asked why his subordinates weren't fighting, and if they were just standing there out of fear. Annoyed by their cowardice, he exploded the head of one of his own men as punishment. Upon seeing the enemy's masked face, Seorion instantly recognized him. He was Jai Huang, leader of the Jiamu family. Jai Huang admitted that the mask was pointless, as Seorion had recognized him anyway. He confirmed that all those present were from the Jiamu family, and declared that he had come to take the position of China's top family. He said he had killed everyone in his path, spreading chaos as was customary in his bloodline. When questioned about his methods, he responded that this was simply how the Jiamu family operated, and asked if they had a problem with that. He then proposed a deal. If Yanlang, Seorion, Seo Iron, and Seo Pei agreed to become slaves of the Jiamu family, he would end the attack and retreat. Yanlang answered without hesitation. She said that she used to fear his family, but now she felt nothing but contempt. She told the bowling ball head to get lost. Jai Huang found the insult offensive, but admitted it made some sense. He confessed that he had feared the former matriarch, but now that she was out of the picture, he believed the Snow family was just trash. As he attacked, Seorion called him an idiot, saying he had no idea of Yanlang's current strength, which far surpassed that of the former matriarch. When they exchanged blows, Yanlang noticed something strange. The enemy seemed frozen, as if in slow motion. She could easily predict and track every one of his movements. She wondered if this was a result of training with Kim Ju. She knew he was incredible, and now she was reaping the rewards of that training. Within seconds, she defeated Jai Huang as if he were just another ordinary foe. All the Jiamu family members were terrified and immediately retreated. Yanlang, firm, said they were pathetic and had better run far away. Yanlang asked her sister to take care of the wounded outside. Then, Seo Iron turned to Seo Rion and said she now understood why she had recommended Yanlang as a candidate to lead the family. She fully agreed and said Yanlang had her vote. Seo Pei shared the same feeling, convinced that there was no one more suited for the position. Sometime later, in the celestial constellation chamber, Xiao Rian led Yen Lang to the room where the family's sacred relic was kept. Upon seeing it, Yen Lang was surprised. It looked like just a pair of gloves. Despite the simple appearance, she thought that maybe the relic could bring growth as rapid as Choi Aran had shown. Deep down, she wished to become even stronger. The more power she had, the more Kim Ju would observe her during training. She wanted to spend as much time as possible by his side. Noticing her niece's expression, Xiao Rian commented that she didn't believe Yen Lang had come there just to see the relic. She said there must be a specific reason behind the visit, something deeper than mere curiosity. Yen Lang confirmed she was right. She said she would return to Korea soon, and that she hadn't come just to look, she was after something more. Xiao Rian, with a compassionate expression, stated that she wasn't there to judge or reprimand her. Instead, she asked what the true purpose of the visit was. Yen Lang, a bit hesitant, revealed that she wished to make a pact with the celestial constellation. She wasn't sure how it worked, but she felt that this type of power was different from the one gained through training with Kim Ju. It was something she couldn't put into words. Xiao Rian said she had a suggestion and asked if Yen Lang would consider taking the position of the family's matriarch. Surprised, Yen Lang questioned how that would be possible, as she had never even considered it. But Xiao Rian explained that before anything else, it was important to understand the types of pacts that could be made with a constellation. Yen Lang replied that she knew of two, the protective blessing and the regular contract. Xiao Rian said she was partially right, but in truth, there were three variations. The third and rarest was the divine contract. Yen Lang mentioned that she had heard about it at Valhalla Academy. She knew that the regular contract could be made with multiple people, whereas the divine contract could only be established with a single person. Xiao Rian confirmed this and explained that the power of the divine contract was unmatched. That's why, when a family had a celestial constellation, it was traditional for the matriarch to be the sole bearer of such a bond. She then asked Yen Lang directly if she truly wished to become stronger. If that was her goal, becoming matriarch and forming the divine contract would undoubtedly be the fastest path. Yen Lang hesitated. She said she was only 17 years old and didn't know if she could take on such an important role. Xiao Rian replied that, since the position had remained vacant, the Snow family had been exposed to constant threats. The attack by the Jiamu family earlier that very day was proof of that. As a legitimate member of the family, she could no longer remain idle. That's why Xiao Rian said she wanted to name her as the new matriarch. She explained that her sisters were also in agreement, and Yen Lang, surprised, hadn't expected anything like this. Xiao Rian then assured her that she herself would take care of all practical responsibilities. At 17, Yen Lang should be enjoying her youth, not carrying the weight of the family alone. Still, she needed to become a symbol of strength and authenticity. For that reason, Xiao Rian asked her to accept the role. Given these conditions, Yen Lang accepted. Who wouldn't? She would officially become the matriarch of the Snow family. Xiao Rian considered it a wonderful decision. Now, Yen Lang could finally form the divine contract with the celestial constellation. Upon touching the gloves, she was transported to the mental realm of the King of the Snowy Depths. There, he simply observed her in silence, smiled faintly, and within seconds, Yen Lang returned to reality with the contract already sealed. A few weeks later, in the United States, at the Hero Academy, Kim Ju and Choi Aran were meeting. The international competition was about to begin, but Kim Ju was not particularly excited to be there. A few days earlier, during the school recess, Black Cat had called him to Valhalla Academy. Even during the vacation, he needed to ask for a favor. He started by asking if Kim knew that classes would begin the following week. Kim Ju, distracted as always, admitted that he didn't know and hadn't checked the date yet. Black Cat explained that, along with the return of classes, the international competition would also take place, an event very similar to the last tournament Kim had participated in. However, since this was a worldwide tournament, it would involve not only the three great academies but also selected students from various parts of the world. The system was similar to the school competitions aimed at first-year students. Each academy would choose its representatives to send. According to Black Cat, he only discovered this after taking the position of president. He learned that second- and third-year students were normally not selected, as they usually joined guilds for hunting training. Kim Ju thought that made sense, considering that this was a training school for hunters. The director commented that, since everyone there had the goal of becoming powerful hunters, being chosen as a representative could end up distracting some of them. On the other hand, first-year students participated in these competitions to attract the attention of guilds and recruitment companies. It was at this point that Black Cat directly asked if Kim would be interested in participating as Valhalla's representative. Kim quickly realized that this was the favor the director wanted to ask. Curious, he asked where the competition would be held. Black Cat replied that it would take place at the Academy of Heroes in the United States. Kim Ju was surprised, since he had heard that the academy had recently been attacked and destroyed. But the director explained explained that, thanks to Kim himself, the damage was not so severe, and the place was quickly renovated. Moreover, holding the international competition at that date and location was an old tradition. Without hesitation, Kim Ju agreed to participate. This surprised Black Cat, since he hadn't even given many details yet. Kim said that, in fact, he had already planned to go to the Academy of Heroes anyway. Brace, who was also present, suggested that perhaps it was because of the magical power Kim had sensed earlier. Kim confirmed. He believed that power might be connected to one of his disciples. Black Cat took the opportunity to ask if Kim would like to bring another student with him, since each academy could send 2 representatives. If Kim refused, the other chosen one would come from the special class. But since he accepted, the director wanted to know if he already had someone in mind. Kim Ju immediately thought of Yen Lang, considering she was probably the strongest, but remembered she was not officially a student of the academy. Given that, he decided to take Choi Arin, since she was in excellent condition at the moment. In the following days, Kim Ju reflected on the recent warning he had received from the guide, which led him to decide to take the abilities of the Crow Mask with him. That had been bothering him since the alert. The guide had suddenly appeared to warn that there was an urgent problem. She explained that the Red Demon had not been the only name to descend from the tower last time. In fact, all the names from the second floor had descended. Kim Ju commented that, before his reincarnation, this wouldn't have been a problem, but now the situation was more delicate. The guide stated that the names probably wouldn't cause trouble immediately. The Lord of the Labyrinth had likely instructed them to avoid mass killings, since that would harm the names, but she herself didn't know what they planned to do next. She said she might not even be able to warn him in time if something happened, and asked him to be very careful. Kim replied that maybe she shouldn't be telling him all that, and recommended that she also be cautious. He asked her not to do more than she was capable of, and to avoid being captured. The guide replied that it had been a long time since anyone worried about her, and promised to be careful before saying goodbye. Back to the present, Kim Ju remembered that, in the end, he quickly formed a contract with the Crow Mask, and acquired its abilities before coming to the competition. Upon arrival, Darren appeared and said she had been informed by the president that she was chosen as co-representative. She was very grateful for that and said she would do her best to meet his expectations. Kim Ju, calm as always, commented that it wouldn't be difficult and that it was enough to do everything in moderation, since they would win anyway. Meanwhile, the group from the Academy of Heroes was also present. Logan immediately noticed that Kim Ju had shown up, just as he expected. Now that he was there, Valhalla became a strong candidate for the title. Logan commented that he had unfinished business with that boy. Melissa, more gentle, said she only felt gratitude toward Kim for saving them from the assassins in the forest. Logan admitted he felt the same, but revealed that he actually wanted to use the competition as an excuse to talk to Kim Ju. He wanted to understand how someone could have become so strong like that. Shortly after, President Beck appeared, greeting everyone and saying it was a pleasure to meet each of the participants of the national competition. President Beck stood before the participants and explained that he knew many of them were anxious because of the recent attack on the academy. He himself still bore marks on his face from the incident, but assured them that the person responsible had already been neutralized and that all the damage had been repaired. Furthermore, he emphasized that the academy's security was the highest priority during the competition period, and asked everyone to remain calm. He then began explaining the details of the tournament. The international competition would last 2 days and 1 night. On the first day, the students would have the mission of completing a labyrinth. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Logan, known as the Destroyer, was watching everything closely. That was when Lanya, a rank 3 hunter, appeared and asked what he was doing there. Logan retorted with the same question. Lanya replied that she was working, since after the recent attack on the academy by a suspicious man, the officials had decided to hire hunters as additional security. She was one of those hired. Logan said he was there because of someone among the participants, someone who bothered him. But before they could continue, a strong tremor shook the place. A loud crash came from outside, and a horde of monsters began to emerge from underground, attacking the Academy of Heroes. When one of the guards warned about the attack, Lanya replied that it should have been reported earlier. However, the guard explained that the monsters had simply started coming out of the ground in large numbers, without warning. Without hesitation, Lanya jumped from the floor she was on, to face the creatures directly. She told the others not to panic, and ordered them to do everything possible to prevent the monsters from harming the students. With quick and precise strikes, Lanya eliminated several enemies. She then warned the guards that, although the monsters were weak, their sheer numbers were absurd and seemed endless. She suspected a calamity occurring nearby. She asked if there was any labyrinth close, but the guards denied it. That made everything even stranger, since such a massive number of monsters was not normal without a catastrophic event like an active labyrinth. As they were emerging from underground, it was likely that the situation inside the stadium was also dangerous. Meanwhile, Kim Ju, still calm, observed the situation and wondered what was wrong with those monsters. Soon after, it was announced that the competition was cancelled. All students and spectators were to evacuate evacuate immediately. The academy instructors were on their way to contain the threat. Beck reflected with concern. After a strange constellation had attacked earlier, now a calamity had emerged. He blamed himself for insisting on holding the competition despite knowing the risks. Jack tried to convince him to leave, but Beck ordered him to go to the entrance and help evacuate the students. He himself would face the monsters, eliminating as many as possible. Beck's power was devastating. He attacked in wide areas, killing multiple creatures at once. Kim Ju, watching from afar, understood how that man had been able to fight against the Red Demon. Even so, the zombies looked familiar and continued to appear endlessly. He realized that dealing with them in the traditional way would not be enough. Meanwhile, Choi Arin fought with precise cuts, decapitating enemies with a single strike. But she noticed that, even so, the monsters did not cease. Kim Ju told her not to waste her energy. They were dealing with an infinite flow of creatures. He explained that all the corpses buried in that land were being reanimated. Then he drove his sword still sheathed into the ground. Using the power of the crow mask, he melted all the monsters around him. That was his most effective ability for dealing with large groups. From above, Beck noticed the creatures disintegrating and realized that none of the instructors possessed that kind of power. He quickly understood that it was once again Kim Ju's doing. Still, Kim warned that it was only a temporary solution. The monsters would return. Aaron asked what they should do now. Kim Ju replied that he would go after the one responsible for all of this. Meanwhile, the demon behind the attack reflected on what was happening. He sensed that the ghosts in the stadium had disappeared, probably because of some strong contractor present. Even so, he believed he could handle the situation, unless he ran into the cursed one he so desperately avoided. It was then that Kim Ju burst into the demon's hideout, destroying everything around. He pointed directly at the enemy and asked if this was where he had been hiding all along. The demon, surprised, wanted to know how he had been found. Kim replied that he had sensed his repugnant magic and struck him with a kick to the chest. The demon, enraged, called him arrogant and counterattacked by summoning more monsters. But Kim Ju retorted that he only relied on numbers because he knew he couldn't win in direct combat. Without his minions, the demon panicked. He tried to flee, dodging Kim's blade, who, though frustrated, admitted that he was still good at escaping. Hwacha stood before Kim Ju, shocked when he heard his constellation name being mentioned. He asked how Kim knew, but by then Kim had already understood everything. The words, the magic, it all fit together. Hwacha was the martial god. Kim Ju confirmed it and called him a damned necrophile, saying it was too late for any conversation. Kim Ju's next strike split Hwacha's hand in half. The enemy was so terrified he could barely react. He tried to dodge, but soon lost his left arm as well. Kim asked if he intended to continue just dodging, warning that if so, he would end up the same way as Hongwi. Hwacha then asked if it had been Kim who defeated Hongwi, since he had suspected after the other name's disappearance. Kim Ju replied that yes, after all, Hongwi had shown up making a mess and practically begged to be killed. Taking advantage of the distraction, Hwacha summoned a large undead resembling an orc. He said they had descended into the world only to fulfill orders. Killing demons was a meaningless act. Kim Ju easily dodged the creature's blow and countered, questioning if that really made no sense. With his sword imbued with magic, he pierced the orc right in the stomach. Hwacha was stunned to see how Kim Ju could use the power of several constellations at once. Within seconds, the summoned orc was completely melted away. Hwacha collapsed to the ground, speechless. Before he could rise, his neck was cleanly severed by Kim. Even defeated, Hwacha acknowledged that Kim Ju was strong, though he claimed he was not as powerful as before. Kim agreed the enemy was resilient. Even back then, he kept talking even after losing his head. Hwacha said that holding on for so long was already beyond his limit. Soon his body would perish, but that didn't matter. His name would rise again, and he would return, along with Hongwi, whom Kim had killed first. Kim Ju asked if that was why he said it didn't make sense. He wanted to know where Hwacha thought Hongwi was now. Hwacha replied that he was up there, but Kim corrected him. Hongwi was inside his ring. Surprised, Hwacha asked if he had absorbed a name. Kim Ju explained that, as far as he knew, it was only an imitation of the absorption performed by the Lord of the Labyrinth. He didn't fully understand the mechanism himself, but it didn't matter. Hwacha would meet the same fate. Desperate, Hwacha was dragged into the ring while screaming. Kim Ju completely absorbed his essence. From afar, Black Cat and Adelia watched everything. She was impressed, saying it was unbelievable. Black Cat wanted to know exactly which part she was referring to. Adelia explained that Kim Ju had used the technique of the Crow Mask constellation. Normally, such abilities were never revealed to outsiders, but since they were now allies, she decided to share it. She explained that the constellation's ability was based on poison. The technique allowed magical power to be transformed into venom, which could either be injected directly or spread onto the target. The range and strength of the poison varied, depending on the contractor. Black Cat asked what would happen if an ordinary contractor used that ability. Adelia replied that the opponent would be poisoned and suffer great pain, but would hardly die immediately. The technique was usually meant for support, not for finishing fights. Even she, who had formed a genuine contract, needed to hit her enemy directly to cause serious internal damage. That was why seeing Kim Ju completely melting the monster like that was something far beyond anything she had ever witnessed. On top of that, he had only formed a temporary contract, and yet he managed to defeat the entire horde of undead without even touching them. Adelia confessed it was the first time she had truly seen Kim Ju in action, and she was deeply impressed. The crow mask, his constellation, confirmed it. It said that, although poison was its exclusive power, it was its master who had helped it refine and master the technique. In terms of application, Kim Ju was already on another level. Adelia agreed. She admitted that her perspective had been limited, and expressed a sincere wish. She wanted to ask Kim Ju a favor. She wanted him to teach her how to use that technique in the same way. Later, at the Academy of Heroes, the scene was one of destruction, but no corpses were in sight. Lanya was coordinating her team, ordering them to check the wounded and assess the damage. Still, she didn't know exactly what had happened. She was sure there was no labyrinth nearby, and yet hordes upon hordes of undead had suddenly appeared. She remembered the moment she faced the creatures with her own fists. At first, she was confident, but as more and more monsters appeared, she realized they seemed to multiply endlessly. She knew there had to be an origin for all of it, but she couldn't identify where it was. It was then that Kim Ju appeared. Lanya, not recognizing him, shouted and asked who he was. Someone replied that he was just a student. She ordered him to run away immediately, but it was Kim Ju after all. With a single attack, using the crow mask's venom, he melted all the undead around him as if they were butter. At first, Lanya was so stunned that she didn't recognize who he was, but soon realized that it really was Kim Ju, the most talked about student of the moment. He had solved everything at once, with impressive ease. She also noticed that right after his arrival, all the monsters simply disappeared. Soon after, Logan appeared, asking if everything was fine outside. It seemed so. Lanya replied that the situation was also under control there. Logan commented that when he arrived, the students from Valhalla and Beck had already handled everything. Lanya then asked if Logan was interested in a certain participant, hinting that it could be Kim Ju. He confirmed, saying she was right. Lanya asked if he would believe her if she said that Kim Ju himself had ended all the chaos. She explained that he had run straight into the horde of monsters, drove his sword into the ground, and melted them all at once. Logan, surprised, began questioning how that was possible. The ability to melt monsters didn't match the powers of the ruler of the underworld, with whom Kim Ju was supposedly contracted. He knew that. He also recalled the warning he received from Black Cat, who had asked him not to spread certain information. So, he simply asked Lanya where Kim Ju had gone afterward. She replied that she didn't know. Unable to do much else, Logan said he wanted to take the opportunity to ask Kim Ju something, but decided to leave it for another time. He commented that he would go inside, talk to Beck's people, and then come back. Lanya, intrigued, asked what he meant by come back. Logan answered that he was honestly curious about how the incident had been resolved, but that he had no intention of investigating it further. Still, Lanya found everything suspicious and said it was necessary to investigate Kim Ju's connection with the undead. Even so, Logan replied that he usually didn't interfere with what others did, but left a warning. If they investigated too much, they might end up dead. Lanya, startled, wanted to know what he meant and asked him to come back, but Logan just turned his back and left. Meanwhile, at the demon's base on the second floor of the Tower of Destruction, one of them commented that Hwacha had also been captured. A demon fish asked if it had already happened, noting that it was all too quiet, just like with Hongwi. A vampire remarked that maybe Hwacha had been overconfident, relying only on the undead. The fish, however, said he didn't care if that pervert died first, but thought it was troubling that both Hongwi and Hwacha had fallen so quickly. At this rate, the purpose of descending there would lose all meaning. They needed to regroup and stop acting alone. That was when two demons approached, saying they would bring chaos together and make the prestigious names of the academies rot. Meanwhile, Valhalla's students were heading back home. Aaron commented that, in the end, the competition had been cancelled. She was disappointed to return without having done anything. Kim Ju replied that they couldn't have done much anyway, so it was actually a relief to return early. He asked if there had been anything else unusual in the stadium. Aaron explained that the monsters had appeared shortly after, but they had managed to handle everything without major damage. They had completely stopped appearing sometime later. Kim Ju said that was a relief. However, Aaron asked if he had been the one to stop the monsters. Kim Ju answered that you could say so. When he saw one of the monsters, he thought it looked familiar and considered that it might be exactly what he was looking for. So he chased after it. Even so, he told her not to dwell too much on the matter, as it was nothing important. Aaron then asked where they were going. If they were heading to the airport, they would have to wait for the bus. Kim Ju explained that, since the tournament had been cancelled, it would be difficult to find a flight back. Because of that, it would take longer to return to Korea than it had taken to arrive there. Arin thought that, in fact, this was actually good, since she would have more time alone with Kim Ju. He then said he knew a faster way. He had received permission from the president to share this information only with the students of the special class. They entered through a very suspicious-looking door, which looked more like an old warehouse. But Kim Ju said that didn't matter, because he knew it was possible to reach the market from any country. Black Cat had explained that there were several entrances to the market scattered around the world. Kim Ju asked if that was like a portal. Black Cat replied that it could be considered that way, but since the entrances were very far apart, it was difficult to cross directly into another country. The most recommended method was to enter the market, go to the central tower in Area 7, and from there access the entrance connected to another country. If they used that method, they would have no problems. However, it was important that he share this information only with the students of the special class. And yes, Kim Ju could return directly to Valhalla through the market. At that moment, Kim Ju found the secret door to the market. Shortly afterward, they were already back in Korea, inside Valhalla. Kim Ju praised Arin's work and told her she could go ahead while he delivered the special class report to the principal. Arin replied that he had also done an excellent job, as always. When she walked away, Kim Ju looked at his ring again. He realized that was the third name it had absorbed, counting the first labyrinth boss. He noticed he was getting significantly stronger with each name he incorporated. He decided he would check this in detail later. First, he would go to Black Cat, but when he entered the principal's office, he also found Adelia there. He asked what exactly she was doing there. Adelia replied that she had greeted him respectfully because she had a favor to ask. That was why she had come in search of his guidance. Adelia explained that she and Black Cat had been observing Kim Ju's achievements. Upon hearing this, Kim Ju asked if they had been stalking him the whole time, saying that was a bit creepy. Suspicious, he asked if that idea had come from Black Cat, but he replied that, this time, it had been a suggestion from the constellation itself. Even so, right afterward, the ruler of the underworld sent a threatening message to Black Cat, saying that if he revealed anything, she would kill him. Despite this, Adelia mentioned that she had seen Kim Ju using the poison ability of the Crow-Mask constellation, and it had greatly impressed her. That was why she asked him to teach her how to use abilities that way too. Kim Ju replied that, the last time, Black Cat had asked him the same thing, and now even Adelia was doing it. He questioned why they didn't learn directly from their own constellations, since that was how he thought the learning process worked. He said that both Adelia and Black Cat had probably acquired their abilities naturally when making their contracts. He explained that the way to unleash abilities was, at its core, similar to his, but with one essential difference. He did not rely on borrowed mana. He enhanced his abilities by adding his own mana during activation. He noted that young people nowadays usually focused on increasing the amount of mana, but without proper physical training, which led to very poor control. For that reason, even if he taught them the method, their low capacity wouldn't be enough to keep up. Even so, Adelia insisted and asked if, despite her limited capacity, he could teach her. Black Cat also reinforced the request, saying he wanted help too. Kim Ju replied that, lately, he had been so busy that he could barely take proper care of his own disciples. However, since both Adelia and Black Cat were tied to his disciples through contracts, he would commit to giving them some attention. He said the first step would be physical training, and that he expected to see them in the training room the next morning. Before that, however, he told Black Cat they needed to discuss a plan for him to reconnect with his constellation. Brace, who was nearby, asked if that decision had anything to do with the familiar mana that Kim Ju had sensed in the building he had mentioned earlier. Kim Ju confirmed it. He said that, this time, the disturbance had been caused by Hwacha, so he had just dealt with him and left. He didn't even have the chance to enter the school building, but assured them that next time he would enter, no matter what. Meanwhile, at the Contractors Association in the United States, Logan was reviewing Kim Ju's file and wondering who the hell that guy was. He had requested information from the best private agency he knew, but even they didn't have much data on him. What they did know was only that he was a student who had resolved some important incidents. Other than that, everything was a mystery. The only concrete piece of information was that Kim Ju came from an orphanage. Even so, Logan didn't think it was right to reduce Kim Ju to a mere prodigy. He noticed that the boy spoke to Constellations as if he were an equal, as if he truly knew them. That made him even more intrigued. Moreover, he was concerned about the answer he had received from the Constellation when asking about the ruler of the underworld. He had asked the Destroyer if he knew that constellation. Since it seemed like she knew Kim Ju, the Destroyer confirmed that he did, but warned him to be careful with the fanatics of the Silent Moon. That shocked Logan, who then began investigating that group in the same way he had with Kim Ju, but again, he found very little information. The more he investigated Kim Ju, the more he felt like he was getting lost in a labyrinth. He simply couldn't understand who that boy was. It was at that moment that a new demon appeared before Logan, asking if that was the Contractors Association. Logan, suspicious, wanted to know why such a terrifying creature was spying on him through the window. The demon only asked if he wasn't surprised by his presence, and reminded him that Logan was known as Contractor Number 1. The monster's next strike was blocked, but it caused great damage. Logan realized that, despite its appearance, this enemy had considerable intelligence. He thought it could be the same type as the creature that had attacked the academy alone. He knew he couldn't underestimate it. Quickly, Logan noticed that the demon was gathering magical energy, so he said it would be better to block it immediately. When the two clashed with their attacks, the destroyer gained the upper hand. The demon admitted that Logan wasn't bad at all, but the hunter, as he advanced to deliver another punch, replied that he didn't want compliments from a monster like that. Logan's blow was so powerful it made the entire association headquarters shake. From the lower floor, Lanya jumped up, startled in her office, trying to figure out what was happening. All she knew was that the vibration was coming from upstairs, perhaps from Logan's room. Meanwhile, Logan reflected that he had landed a direct hit on the demon, but had no idea where it had gone. Soon after, he was nearly struck by another attack. He managed to block it at the last second, but was still thrown far away. He concluded that this monster was not of a common level. If it were a low-level one, he would have dealt with it easily, even if it were an incarnated constellation. The demon, known as Whitey, mocked him, asking if that was all the number 1 contractor could do. But Logan replied that he hadn't even used half of his power. He knew, however, that he couldn't unleash large-scale destruction, or he would end up collapsing the entire building. His power required direct contact with the enemy's body to work. He needed to destroy it from the inside out, but touching that demon would be no easy task. At that moment, Lanya appeared and asked what the hell was going on there. Startled by the noise, she wanted to know if Logan was all right, since the crash had been heard throughout the entire building. Lanya had come to see what had happened. Perhaps because it was still early, and she was the only association representative present in that building, she ran there alone. When she arrived, she was confused by the scene and asked who that being was. The demon said he had wanted to play slowly with Logan, but now that all the insects were showing up, he would have to deal with them all at once. Lanya ordered her subordinates to fall back. She tried to strike the enemy with her explosive attacks, but the demon dodged them all. When the two drew close, she used a precise blow, one that was hard to miss, but even then the demon managed to slip away at the last instant. He nearly crushed Lanya's head with his club, if not for Logan, who threw himself forward to protect her. Logan explained that the monster wasn't truly dodging the attacks. He was projecting an illusion of himself, and only revealed his real body at the moment of striking. The demon was surprised to realize that Logan could see through his ocular illusion. It tried to retreat and hide again, but Logan simply stomped on its foot, preventing its escape, and said it had better withstand the next strike. However, before he could completely destroy the enemy, Logan's body was paralyzed by another demon. This second foe remarked that, no matter how skilled they were, his companion Bekwi had been careless. This new demon, with dark skin, was Hukwi, known for the power of the petrifying eye. He declared that when he and his brother were together, defeating them was impossible. Lanya, shocked, asked if there were now 2 demons. Logan admitted he had no idea the second had been hiding from the start. Hukwi then asked who he should kill first. To ensure success, he immobilized Lanya as well, leaving the way open for Bayagui to strike whoever he wanted. But before either of them could act, Kim Ju suddenly appeared and split Hukwi's head in half, saying that killing sounded like an excellent idea. The action was so swift and brutal that even Bekwi showed fear. Logan, surprised, asked what Kim Ju was doing there. At that moment, both he and Lanya regained their mobility, since the demon paralyzing them had been slain. Kim Ju remarked that, ever since back then, it was always a problem when the 2 demons fought together. Hukwi used the petrifying eye while Bekwi tried to smash the victim's head with his club. That was why, the last time, he had also eliminated Hukwi first. He then asked Bekwi if he still remembered that. The demon, now visibly terrified, asked how Kim Ju knew his name and what he meant by before. Logan, still trying to understand, introduced himself to Kim Ju and thanked him for the help, even though he had no idea how he had gotten there. At that moment, Kim Ju remembered what Black Cat had said, that Logan was looking for him. He thought he had no obligation to get involved with this guy, but Bekwi interrupted, saying that it didn't matter who he was, questioning how he dared to be distracted in front of him. Even with the heavy strike that followed, both Logan and Kim Ju managed to dodge. Logan, attentive, asked if Kim Ju knew those monsters, and if he had any strategy to defeat them. That was when Kim Ju realized he had spoken too much in front of others. He recalled that, to defeat Bekwi, one had to act quickly enough to kill him before he turned into an illusion. And if his memory was right, when Hukwi died, Bekwi would soon flee afterward. and that was exactly what began to happen. Lanya, seeing the enemy run, asked if that coward was fleeing. Kim Ju replied that what they were seeing was only an illusion. His real body would soon appear to attack. He thought about emitting light to destroy the illusion, along with the real body, but he couldn't use his disciple's ability at that moment. He had decided to fight only with the power absorbed by his ring, which was why he had come without any temporary contract. He knew things could get messy, but he intended to cut down the entire building if necessary. It was then that a message reached Logan, sent by the Constellation of Destruction, asking if the martial god was there. Kim Ju commented that he had already suspected something, since he felt a very familiar magical power. He recognized the sender and spoke with X-Young, saying it had been a while. He asked if he was still around and, as time was short, suggested they make a temporary contract. He also asked Logan if he had a sacred relic. Jung confirmed he did and ordered Logan to hand it over immediately. Lanya, not understanding what was happening, only urged them to hurry, as Baekwi had already escaped through the window. Kim Ju then urgently requested the relic and, upon receiving it a bracelet, he didn't even need to get too close to the enemy. With a single shot of pure destruction, he completely incinerated the demon's body. Lanya, impressed, asked if that was Kim Ju's constellation ability, but Logan replied that was impossible. He said he had never managed to use that power, though he admitted the attack did indeed carry the power of his constellation. He was surprised at how Kim Ju had managed to wield a freshly contracted ability with such precision. He said that boy only kept surprising him more and more. Later, ambulances and firefighters arrived at the scene, while the injured received medical attention. Kim Ju stated that he was already leaving. He said he had fulfilled his purpose there, and wanted to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Logan asked if his purpose had been to defeat the monsters. Kim Ju replied that yes, one could say that, but that the whole thing was a big nuisance. He thought that if he left that place without saying anything, Logan would surely go to Valhalla looking for more answers. That was why he decided to handle the situation casually, just to move on. However, he also knew, from Black Cat's words, that Logan was the association's #1 contractor. Having someone like him on his side could be convenient in the future. Kim Ju then said that everyone was tired that day, and that they would leave that conversation for another time. When the right moment came, he would go to the Academy of Heroes and answer all of Logan's questions. He clarified that he would only do so because Logan was X-Jung's contractor, otherwise he wouldn't even bother. Then, he left. X-Jung's last message to Logan was clear. He asked them to let Kim Ju go that day and told Logan to treat him with more respect. Logan agreed, and Lanya remarked that she was about to hand the case over to the police, but she couldn't even find the monsters' bodies. She asked Logan if he knew where they were. He simply turned the question back to her, as if she hadn't seen it herself. After a while, the monsters simply turned into smoke and vanished. Lanya commented that there were all kinds of monsters in that world, and that it would certainly be a problem to prove anything to the insurance company. So she decided to recover the security camera recordings. While doing so, she asked if Kim Ju had already left and wondered what his true identity was. After all, the demons they had fought that day were not ordinary. They were far too powerful for any of them. Logan replied that they would soon find out who Kim Ju really was. Later, in a remote forest, Kim Ju spoke with Brace and asked if he thought the magical power he had sensed in Jung was the same power he had once felt in the heroes. Brace confirmed it was no different. This reassured Kim Ju, who explained that he had been worried all the effort he had put into establishing the Academy of Heroes as a meeting point with X-Jung might have been wasted. Fortunately, the plan still seemed intact. Even so, Kim Ju admitted that he felt a bit disappointed. The X-Jung he had encountered that day had indeed received his teachings, but was not a direct disciple. What he really wanted to know was the whereabouts of Sosimi. As soon as he mentioned that name, one of the assassins watching him appeared. Skull Mask, one of them, knelt before Kim Ju and declared that, as a member of the Ilgyo organization, it was an honor to meet their leader. But Kim Ju replied that he must be mistaken for someone else. The assassin insisted there was no mistake. Their constellation, called Dugui, had instructed that if Kim Ju ever uttered the keyword, he should reveal himself, and the keyword was none other than Sosimi. The instant the name was repeated, all the other Ilgyo assassins emerged from the shadows, saying it was a pleasure to finally meet their true leader. Kim Ju then asked if they had the sacred relic. They said yes and revealed a red glove. Upon touching it, Kim Ju was transported into the mental realm of the constellation Dugui. Before him stood a great throne and the figure of Mushinmun. Seeing the sacred symbol displayed there, Kim Ju remarked that it had been a long time since he had last seen it. He looked around and said he knew someone was hiding. He ordered them to come out immediately. Then, Dugui appeared before him. Kim Ju said that all that formality was unnecessary, because he knew who she was and she didn't need to bow. That was when he realized that place was their old martial school from 300 years ago. Dugui commented that, for them, Mushinmun had not only been a martial arts school, but a true home. Kim Ju replied that he hadn't known they valued that place so much. He thought about how the world 300 years ago was utter chaos compared to the present. Back then, there were bandits and monsters everywhere, and he and his companions had to protect people. Amid all the disorder, Kim Ju, who only knew how to hunt, managed to survive. He and his team made money protecting merchant caravans, taking jobs as hunters to eliminate monsters or clear labyrinths. It was a miserable life, but he had no complaints. To him, it was simple and peaceful. However, it was also a cruel time, when human beings were bought and sold as slaves. Even as the years went by, human trafficking continued. Often, poor parents sold their own children in hopes of making some money. Kim Ju hated it deeply, because he himself had been a slave in his childhood. That was why his favorite pastime became hunting down and beating slave traders. And he didn't just beat them, he hunted and killed them. In the process, he ended up taking in several children who had lost their families and trained them as disciples. That was when a small problem arose in his life plan. He had intended to work as a hunter while he was still young, save money, and retire in peace. He wanted to train a few disciples only to keep fighting the slave traders. But although being a hunter was enough to make a living, it was nearly impossible to save money while raising disciples. Still, since he had already gathered enough people, he decided to make use of their potential. At that time, there was a struggle for power between noble families and martial schools. So, he gathered his disciples, and they chose the name of the school, Mushinmun. The goal was to train disciples properly, and also guarantee benefits for everyone. Kim Ju acknowledged that, although he was strong, he had begun his journey learning incorrect techniques and did not possess natural talent. But his disciples were different. Under his guidance, they learned the correct techniques and showed remarkable talent. His plan was to train them until they were self-sufficient. Once they grew up, they could expand the school's influence on their own, which would bring him many profits. He thought he could live out the rest of his life reaping the fruits of that without having to work anymore. But things did not go exactly as he had imagined. His disciples grew and were about to expand Mushinmun's influence when the Tower of Destruction appeared, changing everything. Now, standing before Mushinmun once again, Kim Ju realized he was getting carried away by memories and apologized to Dugui. It had reminded him of the old days. Kim Ju wanted to understand what exactly Dugui had been doing since becoming a constellation. He also wanted to know how she had found him. Dugui explained that she had known of his reincarnation because she received a notification right after becoming a constellation. For Kim, that was already expected, since the same had happened with the other constellations. Dugui then told him that, after assuming her role, she chose a human who could act as her hands and feet, becoming her first contractor. After that, she created an organization called Ilgyo, composed of 4 members. The name was chosen to represent the respect and obedience she felt toward the one she recognized as her true master and leader. That was why she decided to eliminate anyone who dared to claim they were stronger than him. Kim Ju was shocked to hear this, and asked if she had really killed all those people. Dugui replied that it hadn't been done randomly. She carefully observed all those who received the title of the strongest, and the moment they proclaimed themselves as such, they were eliminated. When Kim asked how she had found him, Dugui replied that she had used the same method. This made Kim Ju reflect that, had he made a simple mistake in his words, he might have been killed by his own disciple. He felt relieved that his neck was still intact. Dugui continued, saying that they had eliminated all those who claimed to be the greatest swordsmen, including the John S., and had also destroyed an evil organization known as the Blood Hunters. Kim acknowledged that, without a doubt, they had killed many people. But Dugui believed that, thanks to this method, she had managed to find her reincarnated master again, for she was absolutely certain he was the strongest of them all. Unlike the others, however, he had always been humble and never boasted about his strength. Kim Ju simply remained silent, knowing that the truth always prevails on its own. With the 3 constellations gathered, Dugui asked if he had already found the other sisters. Kim answered with another question, wanting to know if she couldn't figure that out with the same means she had used to find him. Dugui explained that she knew the 4 sisters had become constellations, but they could only see each other through the eyes of their contractors. She was aware that the master was meeting people from the Ventric family in the black market, but she hadn't realized those individuals were contractors of her sisters. Kim Ju remarked that, in any case, Dugui's timing was perfect. Soon, he would need her help. For now, they could end the conversation. He intended to gather the sisters' contractors for a family meeting, which Dugui thought was an excellent idea. A few days later, in the Heroes Academy conference room, everyone was gathered. Present were Dugui's main contractor, Adelia, Black Cat, and Logan. Observing the group, Logan wondered silently what kind of meeting this was, since it involved the black market's owner, the head of the Ventric family, and one of Yu-Gi-Oh's assassins. When Kim asked if the assassin wouldn't sit down, he replied that he preferred to remain standing. Kim Ju admitted he didn't even know where to begin the meeting. Adelia pointed out that, since he was the master of the constellations they all served, it made sense for him to lead the gathering. Kim agreed and explained that he had finally pieced together what had happened after his death. He then told his story to everyone present. When he finished, Black Cat was astonished and asked if he was really saying that he was the martial god who had defeated the Tower of Destruction 300 years ago, saving the world. Kim Ju, somewhat embarrassed, admitted it was indeed him, though it felt shameful to hear it spoken aloud. Adelia confirmed that it made sense. There had indeed been a period known as the Era of Destruction, when a tower suddenly appeared and pushed the world to the brink of ruin. However, Black Cat said that records only stated that the tower collapsed after releasing a wave of monsters, without mentioning anyone being responsible for its destruction. Kim Ju asked if the constellations hadn't revealed that. Adelia confessed her constellation rarely spoke clearly, except when she was by Kim's side. Black Cat said that the ruler of the underworld only remembered entering the tower with her master, and nothing else. Kim Ju then concluded that his disciples had probably also lost parts of their memories, but now that they had found him again, they might recover them in time. He further commented that all the famous figures of that era had ended up becoming constellations. That was precisely why constellations began appearing after the Era of Destruction. Adelia asked if that meant all constellations were people who had died in that era, and Kim explained that not all, but most of them were. Black Cat then remarked that it all finally made sense, since constellations always reacted strongly to artifacts from that time. Kim Ju went on to explain that, as he had mentioned earlier, the one who created the Tower of Destruction was the true cause of the current calamities, and was also the one who sent the constellations. According to him, the tower would reappear in the future, but they still had about 4.5 years until that happened. That was why he was gathering his disciples, to stop it, and also to strengthen himself by fighting the demons that appeared. This time, he promised to destroy the tower for good, and minimize the damage, so the Era of Destruction would never return. Logan admitted that, despite all the reports and evidence, it was difficult to believe all of that. He said he had also learned from his constellation that Kim Ju had been known as the martial god 300 years ago, and that he had saved the constellation, granting it its first authority. Kim confessed he didn't remember it clearly, but Logan seized the opportunity and asked if they could train together. Kim Ju gladly agreed. Later, the two were already prepared for a sparring match. Meanwhile, Black Cat commented to Adelia that Logan was probably finding all of this too overwhelming. After all, discovering that a mere high school student was actually a legendary hero from 3 centuries ago was not something one could easily accept, even if it all made sense logically. With proof and testimony, it was emotionally hard to digest. That was why Logan seemed to be dealing with it in the only way he could, by facing Kim Ju in physical combat, to confirm with his own eyes whether he really was the martial god everyone claimed. The fight between Kim Ju and Logan began with full force. As the two exchanged blows in the stadium, the other contractors simply observed the battle intently. Elsewhere in the academy, in the director's office, the president of the Heroes Academy, Beck, could feel the impacts reverberating through the building. Hearing the booms from the stadium, he reassured himself, remembering it wasn't an invasion. Logan had warned him beforehand that he would have guests and told him not to panic if he heard very loud noises. Even so, Beck thought that while he trusted Logan, he couldn't help but wonder who exactly he had brought to cause such commotion. In the heat of the battle, Logan was under pressure. Fighting evenly against Kim Ju, he soon realized that this strength was not something one would expect from an ordinary high schooler. He understood then that Kim hadn't defeated monsters merely with the borrowed power of the constellations. After being forced back by a direct blow, Logan asked if he could start using his magic power as well. Kim Ju, surprised that Logan had been fighting until then without using magic, immediately gave his consent, making it clear that he himself would still refrain from using it. From that moment on, Logan's attacks grew far more intense. Even so, Kim was still quick enough to dodge them. However, he began to feel the weight of the fight. Without using magic, his physical body was nearing its limit. Even though he had absorbed the constellation's strength and grown more powerful in terms of magic, his body was still bound by physical limits, something he couldn't simply force to evolve. Still, considering he was facing the #1 ranked fighter of the United States Association, he recognized he was doing well. He decided to end that duel in a fair manner. Logan prepared a powerful finishing move, something he called the Destruction Punch. But Kim Ju, anticipating the motion, closed the distance, and asked if that was the martial art X-Young had taught Logan. He said it wasn't bad, but it lacked enough force to bring down an enemy with a single strike. Then, with precise body movement, Kim used the very same technique and slammed Logan to the ground. The impact was strong enough to knock him unconscious. A few minutes later, Logan awoke. Still dazed, Kim Ju commented that he had considered taking him to the infirmary, since he had taken so long to regain consciousness. Logan, however, said he was fine now. He admitted that Kim truly did seem like someone reincarnated, someone who had already lived and fought in another era. Kim Ju explained that he understood some people needed to see in order to believe. In fact, he mentioned that Logan's constellation, X-Jung, also had a similar personality. Logan then asked if he was gathering his disciples with the intention of preventing the destruction of the world once more. When Kim confirmed, Logan declared that he would also support his plans. The Ilgyo assassin observed everything in silence, thinking to himself that, even if it wasn't his concern, it was indeed an unusual combination. The leader of the Ventric family, the black market's owner, the top-ranked member of the Contractors Association, and on top of that, the entire Ilgyo group working together. Kim Ju, however, had a question for Logan. He asked if he had by chance seen anything that resembled one of his disciples, perhaps a sacred relic or any similar artifact. He revealed that the main reason they had arranged that meeting at the Heroes Academy was because the last time he was there, he had sensed a familiar magical energy. But now that he had returned, the concentration of magical power in the place was so high, it became difficult to pinpoint the exact source. Logan immediately remembered an artifact. There was a sword that seemed to be searching for its master, and it was likely what Kim Ju was referring to. Later, Logan went to Director Beck's office. He informed him that the guests had not yet left, and asked to access the secret room where the sword was stored. The director, curious, asked who these guests were. Logan replied that they were Kim Ju and his group, but he wasn't there because of the visit. He was there to retrieve the radiant sword he had left in the Academy's care. Beck admitted that sword had been causing him headaches. Opening the secret chamber hidden in his office, he revealed that it was no longer possible to store the Sword of Light there. The magical object was slowly destroying the space around it. Shocked, Logan asked if it was just an ordinary sword that had caused all of that. The director replied that apparently, yes. Logan then asked why the sword wasn't kept with the other sacred relics. Beck explained that he had tried, but the guardians of the sacred relics themselves had released their magical power to block the sword's entrance, as if they were afraid of it. For that reason, the director decided to bring it to his office, even knowing the building would not withstand that kind of energy for long. Besides its normal magical power, the sword also carried a sinister energy, something that deeply unsettled him. Beck commented that he had wanted to talk to Logan about it, but the timing of the visit had been convenient, since now he could finally rid himself of the burden. Finally, Logan asked if the director had heard the sword speak, as he had mentioned earlier, but Beck replied that since the sword had entered that state, he had heard nothing more. Logan calmly approached the Sword of Light, and when he grasped it, something curious happened. All the magical energy surrounding it diminished until it disappeared completely. Beck, who was watching, noticed it instantly. Logan said he didn't know exactly why that had happened, but decided he would take the sword with him. The director found it strange, since Logan had said he was in a meeting, but he replied that precisely because of that, the sword would accompany him. Beck, curious, asked what kind of meeting it was, but Logan only apologized, saying he couldn't reveal that for now. The director muttered to himself that, as always, Logan did things his own way. Indeed, Logan brought the Sword of Light to Kim Ju, who examined it and found it strange not to feel any trace of magical power within it. Logan explained that as soon as he touched the sword to bring it to him, its magical energy had vanished. He added that it had already been like that since it was brought to the Academy, after it had released its power. At a certain moment, according to him, a voice had even emerged from within the sword, asking to find its master. Kim Ju tried to focus, attempting to enter the Constellations' mental realm inside the sword, but he couldn't. He commented to Adalia that he didn't know why this was happening. Adalia explained that this was normal. To enter a Constellation's mental realm, its permission was necessary. If it refused, access was impossible. Kim Ju then asked Brace if he too felt the presence of Anne's familiar magical power. Brace confirmed that he did, although it was very faint. To deal with this, Kim began recalling something Brace had said earlier. He remembered the door that had appeared in the mental realm, the same one that led him to other constellations. Reflecting further, he realized that there wasn't just one door in that space, but several, each one behind a constellation, and that probably all of them led to the mental realm of where those constellations had come from. He deduced that, in the same way he had crossed one of those doors before, it should also be possible to enter the mental realm of the other constellations, simply by finding the corresponding door. The reasoning seemed sound, but when he tried to seek information about it from the others, none of them seemed to know anything. Neither the Mask of the Raven nor the ruler of the underworld had knowledge of these doors. Brace remarked that it was understandable, since it was a fleeting event that had happened a long time ago. It was possible that some constellations didn't even know of the existence of such passages. And above all, ordinary humans certainly would never have experienced anything like that. Kim Ju wondered if there was anyone in the world who might know more about this phenomenon. Then he remembered a specific person, and, realizing there was nothing more to discuss at the moment, decided to end the meeting. Before that, he wanted to clarify one last doubt. He asked what exactly was the name of the masked man from Ilgyo. The man replied that he had no specific name, since members were merely nameless protectors in service of the master. He said Kim could call him however he wished. Kim Ju then thought that, since this individual always appeared ahead of the other Ilgyo protectors, he would call him First Protector. He suggested that on that day, he should also speak more with Adelia and Black Cat, because he was sure Dugui would also want to talk with the other sisters. And so, the meeting came to an end. Several days passed before Gaia, the messenger of the Constellations, met with Kim Ju again. He told her he had learned that all the second-tier constellations had descended into the world. Because of that, he was on alert, absorbing everyone he encountered. Despite the risks, the ring he wore had made him much stronger. Then he asked Guia if she knew anything about a door that connected all constellations. Upon hearing this, Gaia remembered something important. She said he was probably referring to the arena. She explained that shortly after the creation of the constellations, the Lord of the Labyrinth had created a unique space. It was possible to enter this space through doors that appeared in the mental realm. The arena had been created precisely so that constellations could fight one another. According to her, even though they had lost their true names, constellations began to carry titles and nicknames such as Mask of the Raven or Ruler of the Underworld. These names, being tied to the constellation's own power, carried immense strength. The arena's purpose was to amplify the power of those titles. However, the arena disappeared soon after it was created. It seemed the Lord of the Labyrinth's plan had not gone as expected. Gaia admitted, in the end, that she did not know the exact reason why. Kim Ju reflected that it would be a huge problem if the Lord of the Labyrinth himself had created the arena and then shut it down. He wondered if there was a way to reopen it, but he knew that to do so, he would have to deal directly with the creator. However, Guia quickly explained that this was not the problem. According to her, the arena was not created by the Lord of the Labyrinth, but by another constellation. She revealed that this was the true reason she had summoned him that day. She had located that constellation, along with all the other second-tier ones. Kim was impressed and commented that, for the first time, they were having a truly serious conversation. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the hideout of the second-tier constellations, the Key Guardian, himself a constellation, questioned the others' hesitation. They were just standing around without acting, and at this rate, they would vanish without fulfilling their missions. Some remarked that even if they died, they could recover their names and be reborn above, returning afterward. But the Guardian disagreed. He said that wandering for centuries with nothing but a name, without a physical body and with consciousness still awake, was a terrible experience. In that state, they drifted endlessly around a cursed tree, watching spirits and hues transform into fruits. That marked the end of the cycle. In his case, he hadn't even become a fruit. He had lost his physical body immediately and wandered aimlessly. And now, after finally descending in physical form, he found himself unable to carry out his mission. The Key Guardian lamented that if only those two had succeeded, things would be different. Days earlier, they had all received the news that Hyukui and Bekui, the twin demons, had been killed. They simply had not been strong enough. With their fall, the situation had grown even more complicated. One of the demons, the one with stag horns, asked if everyone there realized that to exist stably, they needed to absorb magical power. Constellations could naturally sustain themselves when isolated, absorbing energy from the environment. But when large groups gathered together for a plan and did not act, the magical consumption increased. And with many in the same place, the available magic became insufficient. That was why the Lord of the Labyrinth had ordered them to gather in that place. There was a great floating magic stone buried beneath the island, which explained why they had not yet lost their energy. But that same stone had a limit. According to the demon, it might disappear within 2 months. These stones, if not fed with a constant flow of magic, eroded as they absorbed only what existed naturally. With so many constellations gathered, the consumption was beyond the rate of regeneration. Time was running out. The plan, therefore, was to obtain another great floating magic stone. But that mission had been the responsibility of the twin demons who were now dead. Now, the group would have to act directly against the Contractors Association. The Staghorn demon remarked that although it was unpleasant to spy on humans, a company claiming to cooperate with the association had recently been spotted after finding another great floating magic stone. The plan then was to invade the association, eliminate its members, and steal the stone. But the twins had failed. The Key Guardian thought all of them were fools. It was not just about the magic stone. If the twins had been defeated, it meant the enemy was strong enough to threaten them all. He thought that if he had stayed longer with those idiots, he would have lost his magic as well. He felt he had made the right decision by keeping his distance, at least until Kim Ju appeared right in front of him. Kim asked directly if he was the Key Guardian. The being even tried to flee, but Kim was faster and caught him with ease. He said he had only asked a question, and there was no reason to run. Terrified, the Guardian begged not to be killed. He swore that ever since becoming a constellation, he had never killed anyone. Trembling, he felt Kim Ju calmly place the blade of his sword against his neck. examining him. Kim thought this guy was even more cowardly than he had imagined. He was curious about his personality, which was why he didn't even use the ring to absorb him. At that point, he didn't think it was necessary. The key guardian explained that he had never done anything as a constellation, except for opening a door to the mental realm once in the past. Kim Ju said he had no intention of killing him, but that he needed a favor. He wanted to know if it had been him who created the arena, and if so, he needed him to open that door again. Later, the Guardian explained that he could not open that door alone. His magical power was extremely limited. Creating and linking the doors that led to the mental realms of all constellations within a virtual space was completely beyond his current capacity. To achieve it the first time, he had needed to develop an artifact that amplified his abilities and expanded his magical power. Even so, with that resource, he had barely managed to keep the connection open for a short time. Kim Ju asked if that meant it was impossible to repeat the feat now. He reflected that even if he absorbed the Guardian, it would make no difference. He could not use an ability that the original constellation itself was incapable of performing. The Guardian then remarked that he knew Kim was strong and proposed helping him gather a certain resource. If they could complete that task, they could open the arena again. Kim wanted to know exactly what he should look for. The Guardian answered that it was an artifact that had descended along with him. Meanwhile, in China, Yen Lang was facing a horde of skeletons all by herself. With ease, she punched the monsters down, muttering to herself that it had been a long time since she had warmed up like this. She reflected on how this was the power of a constellation. She hadn't even used her full strength in that strike, and yet half of the horde had already crumbled. She was still surprised at her ability to wipe out monsters so effortlessly, just as they had promised her. She thought how much she wished he were there to see it with his own eyes. After completing her mission, Yen Lang returned to Valhalla and sensed a certain tension in the air. There were new faces, carrying strange airs, and she asked if she had arrived at a bad time. Kim Ju replied that, in fact, she had arrived at the perfect moment. He mentioned that he had heard she had become the head of her family, and Yen Lang was surprised that he already knew. He explained that he followed the news from time to time. Yen Lang, a bit awkward, admitted that yes, her aunt had asked her to take the role of matriarch. Kim seemed genuinely surprised, since he hadn't thought she was interested in that kind of position. Yen Lang answered that people's feelings change. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she locked eyes with Aaron, who quickly provoked her, asking if the little kitten wanted to fight. Yen Lang replied that she would love to, since she had been needing a beating after so long. Before the situation could escalate, Kim Ju intervened and asked them to control themselves, as there was no time for that today. Kim then asked Yen Lang if she wasn't busy. She answered that, despite being the family head, her aunt handled almost everything. She focused on the physical and operational side, especially hunting monsters, while Solon took care of the bureaucracy. Kim remarked that, in any case, he was glad she was there, since they needed help at that moment. Aaron also questioned if he was really happy about her presence. Kim explained that they now needed to destroy labyrinths, and asked Yen Lang if she had already used her powers, since making the contract with her constellation. She answered that she hadn't yet. Then Kim told her they were planning to split the team into pairs, since there were many labyrinths to deal with. However, with her current magical power, it seemed she could handle one alone. After the contract, her energy had increased considerably. Yen Lang said she usually didn't pay attention to that kind of detail, so she hadn't even noticed the change. Kim Ju went on to explain that the monsters coming out of labyrinths were much more vulnerable to magical attacks than to pure physical strength. That's why it was important for her to train her magic as soon as possible. Since there were labyrinths in China, he suggested she take responsibility for that part. It would be a good opportunity to get used to her new abilities. Also, even if there wasn't a boss inside, there would likely be a magic stone in the center. Inside it, perhaps a relic was hidden. Kim instructed her to simply extract the relic and bring it back. Yen Lang thought that, if they were pairing up, Kim Ju would probably be partnered with someone else. Suddenly, she realized she was jealous, and wondered why she was feeling like that. Why would she be jealous because of this? Even without fully understanding, she refocused on the present, where she continued fighting monsters on the battlefield. Now, using the constellation's ice magic, Yen Lang decided she would reduce all the monsters to dust. Meanwhile, in the United States, Kim Ju, Se-hyuk, and Logan were exploring a new location. Kim commented that if they at least had precise coordinates, satellite images, or even a temporary structure, it would be easier to find the place using Luminous's abilities. Logan replied that probably very few people even knew that Labyrinth existed, so details about its location weren't recorded in any official documents. He believed the public only knew about the discovery of a large magic stone, made by the association. That's why the site was kept completely secret. Kim Ju, seeing all of that, confessed he felt a little guilty. They were offering him something extremely rare, one of the few great magic stones in the world discovered with much effort. Logan said Kim Ju didn't need to apologize. That was only a natural resource, and nowadays, that kind of energy could be replaced by artificial storage. Kim thanked him but explained that he wasn't after the mana stone. What he truly sought was the artifact that had fallen alongside the key guardian. The guardian explained that, unlike himself, the artifact emitted an intense magical energy. For that reason, he had left Kim a magical trace to make the search easier. He also asked him to find the great floating magic stone. Kim Ju knew exactly what that was. It was a massive storage stone that, once filled with mana, would float. However, if handled incorrectly, it could explode. The key guardian confirmed this and added that opening a door to the mental realm required an absurd amount of magic. He feared vanishing in the process. Kim reassured him, promising to bring not one, but two of those magic stones. Yet he quickly wondered why he had made such a bold promise. Getting even one of those stones was already proving incredibly difficult. Logan then announced they had finally arrived at the indicated location, but the group was met by a gigantic golem made of stone and sand. He asked if that was really a golem. Sehyuk replied it was far too big to be a normal one, and just one of its punches was enough to create a crater in the ground. Luckily, the three were agile enough to dodge its attacks. While analyzing the creature, Sehyuk realized that size wasn't the only dangerous factor in that enemy. The next strike of the golem came straight for Logan, who called it an ignorant monster. In response, he threw a single punch. Using one of the abilities granted by X-Young, he created an impact so strong it destroyed the golem's arm from within. Sehyuk was stunned. Logan had destroyed the golem's left arm with a single blow. He knew that was the power of destruction, but still found it hard to believe that the legendary #1 contractor was right there, fighting alongside them, and treating Kim Ju with respect. Sehyuk never imagined he would be part of a team like that. Although he had traveled to the United States without much planning, now he saw that it had been worth it. He was witnessing the power of true legends. However, Logan noted something was wrong. The blow should have destroyed the golem completely, but it was still standing. Kim Ju explained that, because it was so large, the impact had probably not reached the core. So, he decided to finish the problem by driving his sword straight into the golem's chest. Even so, not even his sword could pierce the creature's stone skin. The golem rose again, fully regenerating its destroyed arm. Kim Ju blocked the next strike and finally understood what was happening. That golem had absorbed the great floating magic stone. Kim asked if the association had placed an anti-magic spell to conceal its presence, and Logan confirmed. Kim explained that although such a spell could prevent humans from detecting the stone, it was ineffective against creatures born of mana. The immense energy of the stone was impossible to hide completely. The golem, by nature, was sensitive to any trace of magic. Most likely, it had been drawn to the stone's presence and was trying to absorb its residual energy to strengthen itself even further. The absence of other monsters in that region probably meant that the golem had killed them all to protect what it had absorbed. Kim Ju was impressed that a creature could grow so much from mere faint traces of mana. If he had known he would face something like this, he would have brought his disciples' abilities along. Still, he asked Logan to step back for a moment. Now, he would show him the true meaning of one punch. Meanwhile, in England, Adelia was paired with the black cat. She was a little breathless and complained that it had been a long time since she had exerted herself so much in battle. She commented that usually her family's retainers were the ones who handled monsters of that kind. She was tired. The black cat understood. He too was sweating a little, admitting it had been a long time since his last serious fight. He asked for a moment and removed his mask. For the first time, his face was revealed. Adelia was impressed. He was handsome, more than she had expected, and his eyes even gleamed faintly. The black cat, a little awkward, explained that it was hot, which was why he had taken off the mask, but said he would put it back on. Adelia asked if it wouldn't be possible for him to stay without the mask from now on. The black cat replied that yes, as the master of the black market, he needed to hide his face, but here he wasn't acting in that role. And, after all, they were colleagues. So he thought there was no problem between colleagues. Inside, Adelia had felt divided ever since she had been sent on that mission, but that moment made it all worth it. She asked if he could show his face more often. The black cat answered that he would consider it. That was when the crow mask appeared and asked if they could hurry up with that nonsense. The ruler of the underworld also scolded them, saying they should be fulfilling the mission instead of flirting there. The black cat agreed, somewhat embarrassed, saying yes, of course, they had been distracted for too long. Adelia nodded as well. Then both of them returned to the mission they were supposed to carry out. Meanwhile, Kim Ju was about to teach Logan what one punch really meant. When the golem tried to attack again, Kim showed what it was like to stand before a living legend, and at that instant, everyone around was left speechless by what he did. Kim Ju delivered a punch so powerful that it destroyed everything around them, literally disintegrating the canyon. Faced with that, he commented that such powers were extremely unfair. air. It had been a long time since he had unleashed a blow with such strength. Logan, watching the scene, was stunned. He had never imagined that the power of destruction could cause such a devastating effect. After that, Kim Ju returned the relic he had used and said it had been very useful. Logan, reflecting on the situation, realized that he still wasn't using his own abilities to their full potential. Curious and determined, he asked if Kim Ju could teach him to do something similar later. Kim Ju replied that it would be no problem, and said that the next step was to find another magic stone. Logan mentioned that the company next to the association had one, and they could simply take it. Kim Ju agreed, stating that if all went well, he would return one of them. With that, they went back to digging, determined to finally find that cursed magic stone. A few days later, Kim Ju personally delivered the magic stones to the Key Guardian. Not 2, but 3 stones. He explained that he had brought 3 as a precaution. 2 had been obtained thanks to Logan, and the 3rd with the help of the first protector. In addition, he delivered the artifacts necessary for the ritual's activation. The Key Guardian, surprised, remarked that he hadn't expected Kim Ju to gather everything so quickly. That was already enough to open an arena. He explained that, to be honest, the term arena had been coined by the Lord of the Labyrinth, but in reality, it was nothing more than a vast cavern. He then began the preparations to open the gate that would connect the mental realms. He thanked Kim Ju for the extra stones, though he said a single one would have been enough. Kim Ju, however, replied that each would have its own use. He then asked if there were other constellations that had descended to Earth under the Lord of the Labyrinth's command. The Guardian fell silent, hesitant. Kim Ju stated that if that silence was out of loyalty, he didn't need to keep it. He knew more than just the Guardian's location. With a firm look, he declared that he would use those stones against the enemy constellations that had arrived, and ordered the Guardian to hurry with the connection to the arena. Right after, Kim Ju summoned the first protector, who appeared, revealing himself as a tormenting spirit. He was ordered to gather the other protectors and shield Kim until the gates were open. They should also be prepared, so that he and Dugui would be the first to make contact. In a low voice, Kim Ju whispered that if it seemed the spirit was trying to communicate with other constellations, it should be killed immediately. Meanwhile, the demon fish was completely enraged. He shouted, demanding to know when they would leave that damned place. He believed that if they stayed there any longer, they would all die without accomplishing anything. He asked if there was any message from the Lord of the Labyrinth, but the answer was negative. He said that everyone was walking toward a meaningless death, and they could not allow that to happen. The vampire agreed, affirming that they couldn't just sit and wait. They needed to act, to get out of there and kill as many people as possible. At that moment, a voice contradicted them, saying that such talk was complete stupidity. It was none other than Kim Ju himself, who had been standing there for about 10 minutes. The most terrifying part was that no one had even noticed his presence or approach, leaving everyone in shock. Even so, some demons reacted, asking how he dared to speak with such arrogance, being only one human against so many gathered demons. Kim Ju explained that Sosimi's concealment abilities were indeed impressive, but that was exactly the problem. When he hid, no one could sense his magical energy. That's why everyone ended up talking nonsense without knowing who they were dealing with. But at the very least, they would remember the beating. It was time to wipe out those damned second-rate constellations. One of the demons shouted for everyone to dodge immediately, but even with the warning, some had their heads brutally severed. The antlered demon recognized Kim Ju. His appearance had changed, but now he knew who it was, the martial god. In the next instant, Kim Ju vanished once again. The demons desperately tried to locate him, but his presence remained completely hidden. After more heads rolled across the floor, the demons concluded that he was merely toying with them. The antlered demon then created a magical barrier around the building. The vampire, suspicious, questioned whether that would actually be of any use. Wasn't the barrier just trapping them inside with the enemy? The demon replied that it had no practical purpose. Even if they all died there, only their bodies would be destroyed, their souls would return. But in that case, they would fail to complete the Lord of the Labyrinth's plan. The very next second, he was almost slain by Kim Ju's blade, but the vampire managed to block the strike just in time. The antlered demon concluded that Kim Ju hadn't completely disappeared. It was a type of invisibility. Even so, he insisted that the barrier would prove effective. He also claimed the martial god was visibly weaker. The demon fish confirmed, saying he was in a new body and they knew he wasn't at 100% of his power. The vampire agreed, adding that if he were at full strength, they would all already be dead, not standing there talking. But the demon who said that had his head destroyed by Kim Ju's blade. However, it appeared that had only been a blood clone. Taking advantage of the distraction, all the demons launched their attacks simultaneously at the exact point where the clone had perished. The antlered demon, who had created the barrier, remarked that thanks to the protection around the building, they could unleash their power without restraint. After they had exhausted themselves by casting magic non-stop against Kim Ju, he commented that he liked the demon's choice of words, but he was already gripping him by the horn as he spoke. Kim Ju reminded him that the demon himself had said they would stop him, not kill him. He was impressed that, even with such such tiny brains, they had realized they could not kill him even in his current weakened state. As a reward, he decided to kill him painlessly. The strike he used was so powerful it killed the demon instantly, and even destroyed part of the building's structure. The other demons began to question whether the martial god truly was weaker. Kim Ju himself confirmed that he was. Back when he was at his peak, he would have taken them all down with a single strike. More than that, having to fight them one by one was a tiresome nuisance. That was why he had prepared a special gift for them. With a snap of his fingers, Kim Ju altered the reality around the demons. Suddenly, they found themselves surrounded by enormous floating mana stones. Kim Ju explained that these stones had once been widely used, as they made mana channeling easier. However, nowadays they were not so popular. It made sense, since once fully charged with magical power, striking their core was enough to make them explode. Upon realizing this, the demon fish panicked. Kim Ju, angered at having encountered those demons again after so long, declared that now, at least, they would never meet again. He used his power to guide the magic stones directly toward the demons, causing them to explode on impact. Meanwhile, Gaia watched everything with concern. She recalled her conversation with Kim Ju and confirmed that they were all gathered on that island. She could assess the situation in real time and noticed that the location was not much different from what had been indicated earlier on the map. Kim Ju replied that he would go there, but before that, Gaia asked if she could use the names he had absorbed. Kim Ju explained that he had absorbed the name Todos immediately to strengthen himself, so he didn't know if any remained. However, when Gaia picked up the ring, she sensed that one name was still left. She focused her power and asked if Kim Ju truly intended to face all the constellations. It would be problematic if many appeared at once. Gaia commented that she would use the absorbed names to cloud the eyes of the Lord of the Labyrinth, making his surveillance more difficult. Even so, Gaia remained uneasy about everything that was happening. She cast a spell around the demon sphere, trying to block its surveillance for a long while. However, she was caught infiltrating the enemy base. A guard with a spear confronted her, saying he had never seen her there before and asking what she was doing. Gaia was startled to have been discovered so suddenly. She tried to stay calm and said she hadn't done anything wrong, asking him just to look around, since nothing had changed. The guard replied that he didn't know how she had gotten there, but that this was not a place where just anyone could enter. He declared he would take Guya to the Lord of the Labyrinth immediately. She thought this was terrible. If she faced the Lord of the Labyrinth now, her actions would become extremely restricted. She needed to find a way out of that situation. So she proposed something. She asked the guard if it wouldn't be better to pretend he had never seen her. She said he was just a nameless constellation who had overheard something by chance. The guard firmly replied that it was his duty to protect that place and report any irregularity. Gaia acknowledged his loyalty but suggested he lower the spear for a moment. The guard, however, said it wasn't a matter of loyalty. He asked her not to presume anything about him. He hadn't volunteered for this, he had simply been given the duty along with his title 300 years ago. He said that, in truth, he hadn't had the strength to refuse the mission, so he had just accepted it and continued to fulfill it. The only phrase that still seemed lodged in his memory was, "Hold this weapon." Gaia then asked if he was confused about himself. The guard wanted to know how she knew that, and she answered that she had a talent for sensing such things. She asked if he didn't want to discover who he truly was. She reminded him that he had received that task suddenly, 300 years ago, and told him she could introduce him to someone who might know his identity. In exchange, she asked only that he not report what had happened that day to the Lord of the Labyrinth. The guard grew thoughtful. A few days later, the key guardian informed them that the gate was finally ready to be opened. Kim Ju looked at it and remarked that the door looked far too ordinary, then asked if it really led to the arena. The guardian explained that not exactly that door led to another door, and that one was capable of opening the arena. It was essentially an intermediate passage. The Guardian revealed that he had discovered this after much research. It was not possible to connect directly to the arena. Kim Ju asked if all their effort up until then had been in vain. The Guardian told him to calm down and made it clear that it hadn't. He explained that the space the Lord of the Labyrinth called the arena still existed, but its location was a little higher up, very close to the Lord of the Labyrinth himself. The Key Guardian had already explained that the arena connected only to the mental realm of the constellations. Therefore, he believed its location was higher up, near the territory of the Lord of the Labyrinth. Since the constellation's mental realm was also around him, a direct connection was possible. After the Lord of the Labyrinth and the constellations descended, it became necessary to use a passage to reach the Great Hall. However, with the help of artifacts and the Great Mana Stone, the Guardian had strengthened his abilities. Now, by opening the passage door, a new gate to the Great Hall would automatically manifest inside the constellation's mental realm. Kim Ju agreed to proceed, but the Guardian warned him that the passage distorted space-time. Because of this, many dangerous creatures inhabited the path. Kim Ju understood that the Guardian wanted him to escort him. He accepted the mission, and asked for the door to be opened. Before leaving, he left a warning for Adelia and the Black Cat. If a door opened inside their mental realm, they should not cross it. He also asked the first protector to deliver the same warning to Sosimi. As soon as the first door opened, Kim Ju observed the interior of the passage. It was a distorted and unstable space, and he admitted that the environment was unsettling. He told the Guardian that if he didn't want to die, he'd better stay close to him at all times. Then, the two set out toward the higher realm of the Lord of the Labyrinth. As he had already been warned, the path was filled with monsters. While they advanced, Kim Ju eliminated all the creatures with ease. When they were close to the end of the corridor, where the door to the Great Hall awaited them, a monstrous creature appeared to block their way. It was a kind of mutant werewolf, deformed by the distortions of the passage. Kim Ju had never seen such a creature before. The Guardian explained that this was a direct result of the influence of the distorted space-time. The monster had undergone severe mutations. Kim Ju commented that he had avoided setting traps so as not to tear the passage apart with his disciples' power. But he thought cutting that beast might be fun. The creature was very fast, and its fists were incredibly strong. Even so, Kim Ju dodged and slashed the enemy's arm several times. The monster ignored the pain and kept fighting. Its regeneration was fairly efficient, and Kim Ju acknowledged that the battle could drag on longer than ideal. However, with his next strike, the martial god transformed his technique into ferocious claws that shredded the creature's arm. Taking advantage of the opening, Kim Ju split the enemy in half with a decisive cut. The Guardian was shocked to see that creature stronger than any they had faced before defeated so easily. For the first time, he was certain that Kim Ju was more powerful than several constellations combined. Kim Ju then told him it was time for the Guardian to do his part. The Guardian channeled magic into his great key and opened the gates to the hall. At that very moment, similar doors opened in the mental realms of the Crow, the ruler of the underworld, the fighting spirit Sosimi, and also before Brace, the king of the Tower of Destruction. Over time, after their passage through the corridor, the world plunged into chaos. Kim Ju's disciples and allies knew about the opening of the doors, so they were not too surprised. But the other constellations were shocked to see the Great Hall open without warning. Kim Ju tried to access the mental realm using his Sword of Light after the opening, but failed once again. He still didn't fully understand why. Even if he managed to cross the entrance, the door would vanish as soon as he stepped inside. While his disciples gathered in the hall, Kim Ju could barely step across the edge of the mental realm. He asked the Key Guardian about the reason for this, but the Guardian replied that the Great Hall itself was repelling Kim Ju, since it had been created by the Lord of the Labyrinth. To understand the situation better, Kim Ju knew he would have to seek out Gaia once again. That bastard Lord of the Labyrinth was the greatest obstacle of his life. Because of him, he couldn't gather all his disciples in one place. On top of that, he had no idea who was sealed inside the Sword of Light. Even someone as cold as Kim Ju felt frustrated at not being able to see his disciples together again. The original plan was simple. Reach the Great Hall, find the door leading to the mental realm of the constellation sealed in the sword, and confirm if it belonged to one of his disciples. He believed that, since his disciples were able to enter the hall, there might be a way to use them as a bridge to achieve this goal. Later, already inside the Great Hall, the disciples finally reunited, but the atmosphere was heavy. Luminous arrived late, and the Crow immediately complained, asking how she dared speak like that to her elder sister. Luminous replied that she didn't acknowledge that elder sister story, since she had only entered the school a few weeks earlier, and Mushinmun didn't even exist at that time. The Crow grew irritated and threatened to make her taste the poison of the first disciple. Luminous, without hesitation, challenged her back. That was when Sosimi asked them to stop fighting, reminding them that it was not the time. They had a mission to accomplish, given directly by their master. Despite being timid, her words were firm, and the Crow admitted she was right. Luminous agreed as well. The Crow then asked if, under their master's orders, what they were supposed to do was simply eliminate all the enemies present there. Luminous thought the idea was excellent. A few days before that moment, there had been the first reunion between Sosimi and her sister, the Crow. It was Adelia who had reported that Sosimi had managed to find her way into the mental realm, and the Crow immediately wanted to know exactly how they had achieved that. Sosimi explained that it had been easy for her to move through the Great Hall because she had completely erased her presence. Moreover, she was familiar with the scent of mana from all her veterans, which helped her navigate that environment. When the order reached a certain point, she realized that the 4 siblings had become constellations. Therefore, she decided to use the other members as support to try to find them. Although she hadn't managed to locate them all, she had been able to discover some of their sacred items. Sosimi mentioned that she could only remember the scent of the Crow's mana, so she decided to search for her door inside the Great Hall. Meanwhile, Kim asked if they were already able to make contact with the crow. He then took the sacred relic of the Ventric and tried to access her mental realm, but he was blocked. He asked the crow herself if she had been the one responsible, but she assured him she would never do such a thing. She also admitted that she found it very strange, as if something was blocking her call. The last time she tried, she had no problems, so she began to suspect that some greater power was preventing contact, or perhaps even blocking Kim directly. Kim wanted to know if Sosimi also recognized the scent of the others. She replied that she believed they had all become constellations, but so far she had been unable to find them. If they were active and influential constellations, she surely would have already located them. Since that hadn't happened, she was in doubt. She had tried to track sacred items similar to the weapons the disciples once used, but with no success. Kim asked if she had already checked the Sword of Light. Sosimi answered that she knew of the item. It was a very powerful sacred artifact, but none of the disciples had ever used a long sword of that kind, so she hadn't considered it. Even if she tried now, she wouldn't be able to sense its mana. Still, Kim insisted that if there was even the slightest chance one of his disciples was inside that sword, then that disciple would certainly help him. Sosimi, however, reminded him that the Great Hall contained countless doors, and asked how he intended to find the door of the Sword of Light, especially if they couldn't even sense its mana. Kim replied that there was one way. They would have to defeat all the constellations in the Great Hall, one by one, and then pass through the door that remained. Simple as that. At that very moment, all of them were ready for battle. But before it began, Sosimi asked her sisters to wait. First, she wanted to make clear who their true master was. She then summoned the gates of Mushinmun, which surprised Luminous. She admitted she had no idea Sosimi could do such a thing and thought it was incredible. Her memories of the master began to resurface powerfully. Sosimi recounted that once, when she was in the Great Hall, she had tried to create a domain, just like she had done in the mental realm. She used her mana in the same way, and surprisingly, it worked. Now, before the fight began, she announced that she would reveal the name of the first constellation they would deal with. Since becoming a constellation herself, Sosimi had been keeping notes of every other constellation that spoke ill of the master, whether through contractors or in manifested form. She explained that she had never been able to confront these constellations directly, but that was about to change. The crow remarked that Sosimi was shy, but she was the only one who took care of such matters. Luminous then declared that they would first destroy those who had spoken ill of the master. When the others saw the gates of Mushinmun, they were confused. One of the constellations said that the martial god had been dead for 300 years, and that it made no sense to summon gates for him. In the very next instant, the crow crushed that constellation's head like an egg. Another constellation then recognized who they were, the disciples of Mushinmun. Luminous responded that they were not just disciples, but their master's very best. Her next strike pierced through the heads of 3 constellations at once, if not more. Sosimi realized that it was a variation of the dimensional slash and was impressed. Immediately after, she used her stealth to slice several necks. The crow, not wanting to be outdone by her sisters, stabbed her dagger into the ground. Luminous asked if she planned to kill them with poison. The crow answered that she only wanted them to watch. The poison began to spread, reaching the nearby constellations. Luminous noticed that it was possible to select the poison's targets individually, and the crow confirmed this, though she admitted it was a bit difficult. She then asked Luminous to look at the bodies of the defeated constellations. Their wounds were regenerating. It seemed that constellations could not completely kill one another. The crow thought it didn't matter. They could defeat them mentally, and so, the fight resumed. Amid the chaos, King Dao, also known as the Sword King, watched closely. He wondered if those women were disciples of Master Kim, since they were attacking constellations without hesitation. That was when the Fist King appeared before him, saying it had been a long time since he had seen his true form. The Fist King, guardian constellation of the O family, the same family as Seiyuk, appeared before the others. Dao commented that it had indeed been a long time since they last met. Curious, the Fist King asked why those constellations were fighting like that. Dao explained that those were Kim's disciples, and asked if he didn't know them. He supposed not, since they had never crossed paths, but he asked if he had at least heard of Mushinmun. The Fist King confirmed that he had. He knew the sect founded by the martial god, and Dao stated that this was exactly the matter at hand. Kim was the martial god himself. The Fist King admitted he had heard many stories about him, especially about how he had faced great calamities alone in his era. His disciples were considered incredibly powerful, but it was the first time he was seeing them personally. Dao commented that it made sense, since at the time, he had been trapped in that field. He revealed that he had learned the basic sword techniques directly from the martial god, and with that foundation, he created his own techniques and set out into the world to prove his worth. During that journey, he ended up encountering the first fool in a rural village. The Fist King scoffed a little, saying he didn't want to hear that from someone who only knew how to use a sword, but admitted he was surprised. While traveling, Dao had taught people to defend themselves from monsters. Meanwhile, the Fist King himself had already founded a martial sect and taught self-defense techniques with bare hands. That was indeed impressive. Dao asked him to stop with the compliments, as he was getting embarrassed, but he acknowledged that in the end, they had all failed. When the Tower of Destruction appeared, monsters invaded the villages chaotically. All they could do was evacuate the weakest. They fought against endless waves of monsters until they ran out of strength and died. The Fist King reflected that all those martial techniques had been created to protect people's lives, but if in the end they died, then, in a way, they had failed. Dao partly agreed, saying that even now, as a constellation, he still kept training in search of the perfect sword technique. The Fist King said the same applied to him. He had discovered that even after becoming a constellation, it was still possible to grow stronger. Moreover, he showed great interest in the disciples present there. King Dao asked if he was crazy, but he clarified that it wasn't that kind of interest. He simply wanted to face them. He had heard stories that they were disciples of the martial god, and for that reason, he wished to challenge them. When Luminous saw him approach, she asked who that strange fellow was. So Simi replied that he was the Fist King, one of the guardian constellations of one of Korea's 5 great families. She explained that they had never crossed paths, since he had never had a reason to seek them out. After becoming a constellation, however, he had grown even stronger as the guardian of the Osun family. Luminous remarked that in any case, they were already planning to defeat all constellations, but she asked why he had come alone. The Fist King said that he knew those girls were strong because they were disciples of the martial god. After he himself became a constellation, he had few chances to fight truly strong opponents. He thought this was the perfect opportunity. Luminous said that compared to their master, his power was nothing more than dust beneath a fingernail. So Simi added that the word strong could only be used to describe their master. The Fist King found it amusing to see someone angry after receiving a compliment, and asked if they were going to fight or not. He wanted to test the power of the martial god's disciples. Luminous said he was being arrogant, but the crow stepped forward and said she would handle him. She knew he wasn't just some fanatic. He knew exactly who they were. If they avoided the fight or tried to negotiate, it would stain the martial god's reputation. According to the master's teachings, she would win either way, but she wanted to demonstrate something specific, the martial god's very own fighting style. The Fist King liked her answer and said now they were speaking his language. Luminous remarked that against a brute like him, they could simply attack from a distance, but admitted that the crow was as stubborn as ever. So Simi confessed she was a bit worried. She didn't doubt the crow's strength, but she couldn't ignore the Fist King's power either. Since she was accustomed to fighting without swords, perhaps it would be better if she entered the fight herself. Luminous tried to reassure her sister. She said she didn't sympathize with the crow but knew she was strong. The crow's first strike came with a firm stomp on the ground, followed by a straight punch forward. The Fist King immediately recognized the technique as the crushing fist, but thought that given her size, even using the tremor step, the impact wouldn't be enough. He also noticed there was no magic involved in that technique, so he decided to block the attack directly. When the blow struck his arms, he felt no impact at all. It seemed easy, but the very next second, he was blasted backward with force, spinning in the air and accidentally punching himself in the face. The Fist King admitted he had been careless. The technique the crow used was the crushing fist, but at the last moment she reached her opponent and modified the movement into a short punch. Instead of using the advancing foot for the crush, she shifted the momentum to the other leg, using the ground as leverage to amplify the impact even further. She wasn't just using her own strength, but also the structure of the ground as an extension of her attack. The Fist King acknowledged, impressed, that her sense of martial application was extraordinary. At last, he felt like he was in a real fight. Having tested his opponent's strength, he decided to fight seriously. His next move was a direct explosion against the crow, showing the overwhelming power of a constellation belonging to one of the 5 great families. So Simi admitted that yes, that level of power confirmed he really was one of the great family's guardians. Just one of his punches had created an explosion strong enough to tear through the air. However, Luminous recalled one of the master's lessons. The more powerful the technique, the greater the opening it left behind. The crow, seizing that opening, landed a direct kick to her opponent's neck. He realized that in the end, the difference in size didn't matter. Even small, she was striking precisely at his vital points. The final blow was devastating. The Fist King was completely crushed and collapsed unconscious. Luminous, coldly, remarked that as expected, that man was nothing special. After dealing with that nuisance, they moved on. Brace, who had been watching from a distance, commented that it was pitiful. Nothing had been left for him. Kim then asked Brace about the situation inside the hall. He replied that he hadn't checked yet. Kim, irritated, reminded him that he had given him that task precisely because he himself couldn't do it. He asked if by chance Brace wanted to die. Frightened, Brace explained that it wasn't so simple. Kim's disciples were completely insane inside and would consider him an enemy the moment they saw him. He tried to justify himself by saying he only supervised the Tower of Destruction and had been forced into it. Even so, it was a bad situation, and now he felt powerless. Despite this, he gathered courage, opened the door, and was faced with a scene of destruction. He was shocked at the trail left by the disciples and told Kim that they were as incredible as ever. Most of the constellations had already been defeated. Kim calmly replied that everything was going well then, but Brace, upon closer observation, realized the girls seemed stronger than before. He knew constellations could grow stronger over time in training, but it was a rare phenomenon. Still, they were pushing past their limits. At that moment, Luminous encountered Brace and, with disdain, remarked that it had been a long time since she'd seen that trash. The crow reminded her that the master had ordered them not to touch Brace for now, and wondered if Luminous knew that. Brace, confused, asked if they knew each other, claiming he had never seen Luminous before, but Luminous insisted. She asked if he was sure he was only the supervisor of the Tower of Destruction. She clearly remembered him watching everyone from the top of the tower as if they were insects. Brace, still bewildered, said he didn't remember any of that. Luminous then said she really wanted to have a little chat with him, just like she had with the other defeated constellations. But since the master had ordered restraint, she only kicked him back into the room, warning him that they would remember that door. If he dared to come out, even if he couldn't be killed, she would make sure he was tortured. Brace, completely terrified, no longer responded. Kim even tried to re-establish contact, but received no reply. Meanwhile, Yanlang, Arin, and Black Cat crossed a portal and arrived on a completely deserted island. Yanlang, upon observing the scene of destruction, was astonished. The building was in ruins, the ground was cracked, everything looked like the aftermath of a war. Kim explained that it was almost exactly that. The reason he had brought them there was to teach the next step. Black Cat was there for a different purpose and, for now, would only observe. Kim remarked that both Yanlang and Arin had something in common. They had made a divine contract and had been following their training routines with discipline. Since they had reached that level, Kim decided it was time for them to make proper use of their constellation abilities. That day, he would establish a new benchmark. For that, he took out a sacred relic of the Choi family, an item resembling a great blade. Kim admitted he wasn't the type to get all serious while waving weapons around, but explained that a demonstration like this required seriousness. Even before drawing the sword, electric power was already leaking from Kim's body. Arin immediately recognized the attribute. Lightning, the trademark of the Choi family. With a single slash using that sacred relic, Kim split a mountain in half. He explained that it was somewhat different from the governor's ability, but it could serve as a reference point. Black Cat, watching from a distance, wondered if Kim had grown even stronger since the demonstration of the spatial slash. Kim then instructed Arin to understand the exact amount of mana needed and the precise timing to reproduce that technique. As for Yanlang, he would do the same and asked her to take the sacred relic. Yanlang commented that using ice was a bit inconvenient for her, but she would go ahead. They went into the building, and she noticed the ground was a mess, as if there had been an explosion. Kim told her not to worry about that and just pay attention to what he was about to show. His next move froze everything around. The ruins of the building were covered by a thick layer of ice. Kim said that would be her benchmark from now on. Yanlang was so impressed, she was left speechless. He had covered the entire building with snow, turning the local climate into a true winter. She commented that Kim was really amazing, but he replied that it wasn't like that at all. It was the power of her own constellation. With enough practice, she would be able to achieve the same feat. Yanlang promised to do her best to keep her standards high. Kim thought it was a good time to ask Black Cat about that subject. Meanwhile, after some time in the arena, Sosumi finally found the mental realm they were searching for. It was a scene of bloody, completely destroyed ruins. Luminous remarked that she knew he liked things in red and black. The crow also recognized the scent of the place as familiar, but said they still needed to confirm it. Soon after, Luminous found a passage. It was a narrow hole, but all of them could pass through. Later, while crawling through the tunnel, Luminous complained that if she had known she would have to bend down so much, she would have opened another hole from the start. She also commented that someone there didn't seem to have the same problem, being so short. The crow shot her a sharp look and asked if she wanted to die right there. But they all stopped shortly afterward, for they had finally found someone. It was the owner of that mental realm. Sosumi pointed to a red garment on the floor and told her older sister it could only belong to him. Luminous commented that it had been a long time since she had seen that little brother, and asked what had happened to his mental realm, now so black, red, and twisted. The young man replied that, of all people there, he was the least suited to judge. He asked how they had gotten there, since they too had become constellations. The crow explained that the great hall was open, and that it was through it they had arrived. The young man, who seemed to be a former disciple, confirmed that yes, it was the arena. He said it had been a long time, but at the moment he didn't want to meet anyone. He explained that he had fallen into despair after becoming a constellation. However, when he learned of the master's reincarnation, he felt hopeful. Even so, he couldn't find him for 300 years. Since it was very difficult to locate the master in the real world, he tried to use a sacred relic. He ordered everyone who had possession of the relic to search for him. But instead of obeying, they all went mad with the power it contained. The crow explained that this happened because his will and power were far too strong. Normal humans couldn't withstand that level of energy. The young man said that just when his hopes were rising again and someone appeared who could withstand his power, that person left him locked in the basement. From that moment on, he decided to rot away in silence. The crow then told him he shouldn't be surprised by their presence, since they were there precisely because the master had ordered them to find him. After all, the sacred relic was in their hands. On hearing this, the young man asked if the master had truly returned, and his first reaction was to kneel and slam his head against the ground with force. Sosumi, watching, asked if he had always been like that. The crow replied that yes, he had always been exaggerated, and that was why the master had given him the nickname, Freak. The young man began laughing psychotically. The crow then remarked that she still wondered why the master had never given such a nickname to Luminous, who told her to shut up and not drag her into it. After slamming his head several times, Freak said he now felt reinvigorated. He thanked them for their presence and declared he would clean himself up and prepare to finally meet the master. The crow said that was fine. They would leave for now, and he could come afterward. Meanwhile, at the Contractors Association, Kim arrived with the group, carrying a huge magic stone. He told Logan that he had promised to bring it back. Logan thanked him but remarked that the stone was twice as big as the one he had received. Kim explained that many things had happened, and that it was better not to ask, just accept it. Earlier, Kim had summoned Black Cat precisely because of this. If he was right, there would be a massive floating mana stone buried on that island. That was what the Key Guardian had suggested. Thinking about it, it made sense. Several second-floor constellations had gathered in that place, all overflowing with mana, and yet, they didn't disappear. The only explanation for such an absurd concentration of mana on the island was a colossal mana stone. When Kim finally found it, he asked Black Cat to transfer that mass of earth saturated with magical power. He also warned him to be careful, since any mistake could make everything explode. Fortunately, the transfer was completed successfully. Right after that, Black Cat received a message from the ruler of the underworld. In it, he was informed that the constellations had located the last disciple, and that indeed he was inside the Sword of Light. But Kim didn't want to know exactly who it was. Since no other disciples used long swords, he preferred to confirm it for himself. He then told Logan he was leaving, and before departing, said that if Logan wanted to learn that technique, he should go to Valhalla. Later, they reappeared inside the director's office through a portal. However, upon arrival, a man was waiting for them. Black Cat found his presence in such a restricted place strange. The blonde man calmly introduced himself as Franz Rodmuller, commander of the Knights of Hostede. Black Cat commented that he had already heard of the order, recently founded. Franz confirmed and asked if they were aware of recent events. He explained that several constellations were gathering in a specific space, and both guilds and families had begun forming alliances or entering into conflict. Unlike America, where guilds held dominance, Europe had always been structured around great families. Therefore, they decided to act according to the Guardian Constellation's decisions. Franz revealed that the 9 great family constellations of Europe had formed an alliance, and the families followed suit, creating a union powerful enough to rival American guilds. At the top of that alliance was his family, the Rodmullers, who served directly under the King of Knights. However, he mentioned that the British Ventric family had refused to join. Black Cat said he understood the context of the alliance, but that still didn't justify Franz's presence there. The commander explained that he wasn't there just because of the alliance. He had received a direct order from his guardian constellation, the King of Knights, to collect all sacred relics of the sword type. According to him, because they were tied to that constellation, the Knights of Hostede had greater ease, handling sacred relics and constellations related to swords. The reason behind this mission was simple: to recover any sword-type relic that could represent a threat to the world. During this process, they had received information that the cursed sword, bearer of blood and massacre, was there in Valhalla. Franz declared that he could not simply ignore the situation while that sword was in the hands of Black Cat, someone he considered utterly untrustworthy. Therefore, he demanded that the sword be handed over to the Knights of Hostede. Black Cat, trying to remain calm, said that he respected everyone there, but Franz had crossed the line. At that moment, Kim intervened, saying he would handle it. He stared at the blonde man and said he was talking to the wrong person. The sword was now his, Kim Jews. Franz replied that he had already heard plenty about Kim, According to reports, Kim had captured villains, prevented calamities, and played important roles in containing monsters. Kim retorted by asking if they were stalkers, since they knew too much for just a group of knights. Franch argued that Korea was so lacking in talent that they had entrusted enormous responsibilities to a mere high school student. He added that this was a tragedy for the country, and Kim probably had no choice but to take on the burden of caring for the cursed sword. Now, he would take full responsibility for it. When Franch touched Kim, he was deeply irritated. Since his return, he had met many idiots, but this one surpassed them all. Even so, he clarified that he had not made any contract with the sword. Still, the sword was his. If Franche wanted to take it, he would have to defeat him. Simple as that. Franch, keeping his composure, said that as a knight he could not allow himself to face a mere student. Nevertheless, the battle was about to begin. Franch decided to impose a disadvantage on himself. He would fight without his own sword. Kim told him not to regret it later. Before the fight began, Kim called Black Cat and asked him to gather all the disciples. According to him, they had to put an end to that so-called King of Knights and finish this once and for all. Franch said he would go easy on Kim and that he just needed to cooperate and lose. Kim, in turn, replied that he would also go easy. Except, of course not. The first blow he struck, even with his sword still sheathed, made Franch feel its weight. Kim remarked that he had blocked the strike, which was interesting. No wonder he was the commander. Franch snapped back, calling him arrogant. He emphasized that he was the commander of the Knights of Hostede, Franch Roadmuller, and that he would not fall so easily. Kim, noticing the aura of his sword, recognized that the blonde had a lot of magical power, but still thought it was all ridiculous. Of all the people he had faced since his return, Franch was the most repugnant. Kim said all this while slicing in half the attack launched by Franch. He also remarked that the man kept boasting about chivalry and justice, but the moment he started losing, he channeled a massive amount of magical power just to attack a student. The next strike from Kim wasn't as explosive, since he waited for the right moment to apply an impact that hurled Franch against the opposite wall. Pushed back by the magic, Franch was impressed. He realized that at this pace, he might need to contact his constellation. Meanwhile, the King of Knights looked at Franch and called him a damned fool. Confused, Franch still tried to ask why, but Kim wouldn't give him time for conversation in the middle of combat. He had already advanced and landed a clean knee strike. Kim didn't want to drag out the fight. He wanted to finish it as quickly as possible. Franch realized that a simple move like that had already destroyed the wall, and he understood just how dangerous it would have been if he had taken the hit directly. Kim, in turn, said that although he was someone who usually explained everything in detail, he wouldn't waste his time talking to someone like Franch. At that moment, the poor mustached knight could barely defend himself. He thought he might have a chance if he borrowed the Constellations' power, but no response came. Confused, he didn't understand why the King of Knights wasn't answering him. In truth, the King of Knights was lying on the ground, pinned down by an aberration. Moments earlier, Luminous had received a direct order from her master. He had commanded her to locate someone called the King of Knights. Raven remarked that he probably wasn't among the opponents they had already defeated. She knew that constellation well. It belonged to the Rodmuller family of Germany. The knights who had followed that king in life had become constellations themselves, and the King of Knights had taken possession of sacred relics in the form of swords that contained the powers of those ancient warriors. He then turned them into his subordinates. Raven made it clear that she had no ties to that group. Thinking further, she remembered a man named Franch, who had been under that constellation for some time. He had formed an alliance led by his constellation, but the Ventric family had refused the invitation. Raven asked Luminous why they needed to find this man, and the answer was simple: the master commanded it. Everyone was to gather to beat him up. With that settled, Raven said she would pay the man a visit. Later, they relayed all this to Sosimi, the aberration, and the others involved. At the knight's sanctuary, several knights had gathered, discussing families and constellations. The table was full of knights bickering with each other, until one of them could no longer remain silent. Before the king, he complained about the chaos. The King of Knights himself said everyone was making too much noise. But then, something even louder happened. The aberration burst in, smashing everything around, growling like an animal, drooling, and demanding to know who dared disturb his master. Everyone went on high alert, not knowing who that being was. One knight recognized him as a follower of the martial god. He was an aberration. The first person who tried to confront him was violently hurled against the wall, his face dragged along it, barely given a chance to react. The others froze, completely paralyzed, not moving a muscle. The aberration then turned to the king and asked if he was the King of Knights. The king confirmed, confused. With terrifying speed, the aberration seized his head and slammed it against the ground, explaining that his contractor was interfering with the master's plans. Meanwhile, outside, the others didn't even bother to enter the building. Luminous commented that she was impressed with the structure. She had never imagined such a building could exist in the Great Void. Raven agreed. She said that although it hadn't been visible when they were chasing other constellations, she believed something like that could indeed exist. She also suspected that several hidden constellations had formed an alliance. Sosumi observed that the building had probably been built in the same way as the martial god structure. Given its size and complexity, it was evident that it hadn't been made by a single person, but by many. Curious, she then asked when they would finally go in. Only the priest was inside. Luminous remarked that it was better to let him have his fun for a while and only enter once the dust settled. Still, she wondered why the master had never given her the nickname Aberration. Raven found the question absurd but let it go. Since the noise seemed to have quieted down, they decided to enter the place. As soon as they arrived, the Aberration said he was almost finished there and was ready to hear the whole story from the man before him. He wanted to understand why he had ordered someone to try to extort the Sword of Light. The knights around immediately recognized the fanatics of the martial god sect, and Raven realized some members still remained. While she dealt with 2 of them, Sosumi handled 2 others, making it clear that she knew they weren't knights. If they tried to interfere, they would end up like the rest. They got the message and didn't dare move. The King of Knights, confused, asked what this accusation of extortion meant. He wanted to know if they weren't there to destroy the alliance. Luminous replied that he truly didn't understand the situation. She reminded him that he had sent a contractor to search for swords. The Aberration explained that said contractor had tried to take the sword where he resided, without any permission. Specifically, he was talking about the Red Fang. The king admitted he didn't know the sword's true name, but denied ever giving an order of extortion. He said he would never command such a thing. The Aberration then wanted to know why the contractor had acted that way. He stated that the man had challenged the martial god in order to obtain the Red Fang. While all this was happening, Kim kept beating Franch, who collapsed after another kick to the stomach. Franch realized he wasn't receiving any response from his constellation. Something seemed to have interrupted the connection. But suddenly, a message from the King of Knights arrived. He told him to abandon the sword and flee. He stressed that he had never ordered anything like extortion, but rather that they should negotiate politely. The king ordered the contractor to bow and apologize, and that was exactly what Franch did. He placed his head on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Kim asked if the constellation had truly commanded that. With his face pressed to the floor, Franche confirmed. Kim said he understood now. Since his blow had been strong, he would accept the apology. In exchange, he would deliver only 1 strike as punishment. Kim remarked that if fools kept picking meaningless fights, everything would become a nuisance. So he decided to make Franch an example. He struck a blow so powerful that Franch collapsed unconscious, like an empty sack. After that, Kim told Black Cat to take the man back to where he lived. Then he went to the Red Fang. Once again, he felt the magical power flowing from the sword. Now he knew exactly who was there, and said it had been a long time since he last saw him. The Aberration, in turn, said he was happy to see his master again. Someone there asked if he still had the habit of banging his head on the floor, since he was bleeding. But to him, that was important. He didn't even remember his real name, it had been erased. And he found it a bit bothersome to be called Aberration so many times, even if it did make sense. The Aberration said he was concerned about the way they called him. He explained that, if the master wished, they could continue using the old way of addressing him. Now, as a constellation, he had received the nickname Achuero, but Kim stated he would keep calling him Aberration anyway. It worked just fine. Then he asked why he had chosen a sword as his relic, knowing that he usually fought without weapons. The Aberration explained that his master used swords, and for that reason, he chose the Red Fang, since it represented his master well, and he wanted him to be able to use it whenever he wished. Kim understood and accepted the sword gladly. He said he would use it whenever necessary. He thanked the Aberration deeply, visibly moved and expressing his gratitude. Then he remembered something that had happened 300 years earlier. At that time, a boy had come before him, asking to learn martial arts in order to take revenge on those who had harmed him. At that moment, Luminous appeared, announcing that the meal was ready. She ended up witnessing the scene. Soon after, the others also appeared to deliver the same message, and found their master talking to a random child. Kim explained that he had no time to teach anyone at that moment. The boy retorted, saying, "Wasn't he the owner of a martial arts school?" Kim replied that his disciples had given it that name without his permission. It was true that, in the future, he planned to create a martial arts institute, but at the present he couldn't accept more disciples. The boy asked what he should do then. He said he had already knocked on the doors of several martial schools, and all had rejected him. That was why he had come here to the greatest martial arts master of all time. Kim commented that, lately, he hadn't been receiving many missions, so maybe he could consider the boy's request. The boy, determined, insisted relentlessly to be taught, even slamming his head against the ground in desperation. Kim sighed and said fine, but asked him to stop doing that. It was strange. Luminous, watching, asked if all it took to get what she wanted from the master was banging her head on the ground, and said maybe she would try it someday. Raven, hearing that, couldn't believe she was serious. Kim explained that, first, there had been a boy who wanted to create his own sword style and challenged him. Now another had appeared, wanting to learn martial arts and even banging his head on the ground. He warned that martial arts weren't learned overnight, so before anything else, he would give a small demonstration. He asked the boy if he knew where the teenagers who had beaten him were. Kim asked him to take him to them. When they arrived, the youths were gathered, planning what they would do with the money they had stolen. The boy explained that it was all the money he had saved. One of the gang members recognized him and said he was the same kid they had beaten earlier. They realized he had run to fetch an adult. The boy accused them of cowardice, since they were older and had all ganged up on him. One of them was about to hit him again, but one of the girls noticed that the man behind the boy wasn't an ordinary person. She recognized Kim, the great master of the martial god sect. Another gang member said he had heard of Kim. He claimed that this region belonged to him, but that recently he hadn't been accepting new disciples. He added that his group only had young girls, and Kim seemed kinda weird. Hearing this, Kim grew visibly irritated. He said he hated teenagers, and that it was time to teach them a good lesson. He remembered that he too had been poor as a child. He had been at rock bottom, with no money and no food. He survived by taking any job that came his way, working on farms, clearing fields, hunting monsters. He did everything he could to live, but unlike those delinquents, he had never stolen from anyone. He said he too had thought about making easy money, but he always knew that if he crossed that line, all the suffering he had endured would have been for nothing. Kim said it wasn't too late yet. If they returned the money now, they could walk away unharmed. Otherwise, they would be educated by force. One of the girls from the gang immediately ran away. Kim praised her, saying at least there was one smart one in the group. Then he looked at the boy and said that if he wanted to learn martial arts, he should watch carefully. The first delinquent who tried to attack him had his strike countered. He was thrown to the ground and, upside down, received a direct punch to the stomach. The next one, the bald one, took a blow that broke several ribs before being hurled away. After defeating the two, Kim said that what he had just shown were only basic martial techniques. Still, that was the foundation of his school. Simple but effective, with the minimum effort required. The boy was astonished. He said he no longer wanted revenge, he only wanted to learn martial arts. He again slammed his head against the ground, calling Kim master. Kim, surprised, said he had barely done anything and was already being called master. Even so, he decided to accept him as a disciple. While wielding the red fang, Kim remembered all of this. He thought that the boy had chosen to use a sword only because he himself had used one. Kim already had the Sword of Light, so he didn't necessarily need this new one, but he decided he would make good use of the red fang as well. Soon after, Black Cat returned and reported that he had already taken French back home. Kim asked if there had been any trouble along the way. Black Cat replied that no, but as soon as they arrived, apparently the King of Knights had restored the powers he had granted Franche. Kim wanted to know what had happened to the Knight Order he had led. Black Cat explained that, as far as he knew, none of that remained. The King of Knights and his followers had surrendered to Kim's disciples, and now, basically, they could ask any favor they wished of the king. Kim thought to himself that, with that, only one last disciple remained to be found. Meanwhile, before the Lord of the Labyrinth stood his two closest subordinates. He asked what had happened to those they had sent. The red-haired one replied that most of them had already been eliminated. The marks representing their presence on the map were disappearing worldwide, which indicated that people truly were growing much stronger, strong enough to face second-floor constellations. However, what worried the Lord of the Labyrinth most was the fact that the names of the constellations still hadn't returned. The spearman then remembered the conversation he had had with the guide. In that meeting, she revealed that, as part of an agreement between them, she would tell him a secret. She was intentionally obscuring the Lord of the Labyrinth's vision. She knew that at that moment, he couldn't fully see what was happening in the labyrinth. She suspected that they were relying on some magical object to gather information, or asking the Guardians what was going on. The spearman confirmed that a constellation was, in fact, providing information about the labyrinth. The guide then asked if the constellation in question was absent, because the Lord of the Labyrinth had sent it to face the calamity. The spearman, surprised, wanted to know how she knew that. She simply replied that she could explain later. She said she was obscuring the Lord's vision for a simple reason. All the names of the second-floor constellations were about to be eliminated at once. The spearman was alarmed and asked if they were planning to send an elite army against them. But the guide explained it would be exactly the opposite. Only a single person would be sent, and that was precisely why she was hiding the disappearances. If all the names vanished at once, the Lord of the Labyrinth would probably react and send third-floor constellations to Earth. With her spell, however, the names would disappear slowly, one by one, so as not to raise suspicion. The spearman asked why she was telling him all this. She replied that there were two reasons. The first was because she knew he carried a deep resentment toward the Lord of the Labyrinth. The second was that the person who would defeat all the demons was someone he already knew. The guide hoped he would help this person as well, because in the end, they might become allies. The spearman rejected the idea, saying it was a completely different problem. Even so, the guide said she would stop teasing him, but asked for one more small favor. Back in the present, the Lord of the Labyrinth remarked that he did indeed find it strange not to to feel the return of the constellations' names. The spearman understood that this suspicion was already forming in his mind. He also knew that the names weren't returning because they were being absorbed by the guide, but he had to remain calm. He then said he believed the names had simply gotten lost on their way back, something that had happened before. Sometimes, they took time to return to the main labyrinth. The Lord of the Labyrinth agreed. He said that, if he wanted, he could easily locate them himself, but he believed they would soon return on their own. There was no reason to worry for now. He then dismissed his two subordinates. On the way back, the red-haired one remarked that the whole thing had been strange. He said the spearman normally didn't talk that much. The spearman replied that he had only been answering the Lord of the Labyrinth's questions, nothing more. He reminded him that managing the names was his duty, and he was simply sharing information objectively. The redhead asked if that was really his excuse. The spearman replied that there was no need to worry, since he would never lose his own name the way the redhead had lost his. The redhead grew furious, but the spearman simply turned his back, unconcerned, and went on to fulfill his true role, tending to the names. On the same table where the magic globe stood, there was also the tree of names, from which fruits representing each of them sprouted. The spearman seemed uneasy about something as he observed it all. A few days later, at the Valhalla Stadium, Kim Ju was gathered with his visitors. He said he had promised to help, but hadn't expected all of them to come at once. Present were Adelia, Black Cat, and Logan. Black Cat, dressed in gym clothes and wearing a mask, looked out of place. According to Kim Ju, it would have been easier if he had just come in a suit. Logan said he was there to learn the single strike technique. Black Cat commented that he dropped by to learn more about spatial cutting. Adelia declared she had seen Kim Ju use the Constellations ability during the competition and wanted to learn that too. Kim Ju replied that it was fine. He had some time that day to teach them. The three followed him to the training room. Yuso remarked that the three of them were huge, yet still showed respect to Kim Ju. Seiyuk said he had already given up trying to understand, but he was sure of one thing. Kim Ju was far stronger than the three of them combined. Later, Kim Ju explained that he couldn't spend the whole day training with them, but he would point out the most important aspects for each skill they wanted to learn. He told Black Cat to take off that mask, since he was going to sweat a lot. Adelia, blushing, could hardly wait to see his face again. Black Cat, hesitant, asked if it was really fine. Kim Ju assured him it was. He said there was no surprise, only one truth. His face was irritatingly handsome. Logan asked if it was really okay to show his face like that. Black Cat replied that, since he was no longer working in the black market, it didn't matter. Besides, Adelia had already seen his face before, though she was visibly embarrassed to remember it. Kim Ju wanted to know what the problem was, and Adelia, without saying anything, just thought to herself how happy she was to have come. Kim Ju returned to speaking with Black Cat, saying that one of the points he wouldn't need to work on in his training was energy. On the contrary, in the last training sessions they had done together, his physical conditioning had proven to be very good. If he followed the proper routine, he could advance without difficulties. Black Cat then remembered the time when he had just been recruited by the ruler of the underworld. Back then, he had to strengthen himself alone, facing dungeons, monsters, and all kinds of threats to become strong enough for Kim Ju's return. Now he realized all that effort had been worth it. Kim Ju explained that the problem with his abilities wasn't raw power, but rather technique and how he applied them. Since the ruler of the underworld was a very talented constellation, Kim Ju would only give him the basics. He also said that, in his case, practicing martial arts and swordsmanship at the same time wasn't ideal. He needed to choose one. Black Cat replied that he preferred swordsmanship, since he wielded a sacred relic in the form of a sword. Kim Ju thought that made sense, especially since he wanted to master spatial cutting. Adelia's problem, on the other hand, was clearly related to energy and physical condition. She admitted that with her daily routine, she had almost no time to train her body. Kim Ju had already expected that excuse. He knew she was the contractor of the Raven Mask, and therefore was aware of the difficulties involved in using poison. Techniques like paralysis and numbness worked at long range, but to truly kill someone with poison, direct contact was necessary. So he asked if she had ever managed to melt an enemy from a distance. Adelia replied that she hadn't yet. Kim Ju said that would be her new goal. To reach that level, she would need a much stronger constitution, so he set up a daily physical training routine for her to follow. In addition, he would expand her martial arts abilities, since Raven, as a guardian constellation, fought with great mobility to apply her poisons. That required agility. Her main weapon was the dagger, and she had to be quick to use it well. He also remarked that Raven was very short, which contributed to her speed. Kim Ju asked if Adelia already practiced any specific martial art. She said yes. After the Raven Mask became the Ventric clan's guardian constellation, one of the clan's former leaders had studied how to use her powers. As part of the research, they managed to enter the Guardian constellation's mental world and learn poison techniques and martial arts directly from her. With that, the Ventric developed their own martial style. She had heard that this art had changed a lot since ancient times, but said she already mastered the basics. Kim Ju said that with this, he already knew what to do. He ordered Adalia to fight Logan. Both were surprised by the decision. Adalia asked if he realized that Logan was the #1 contractor. Kim Ju confirmed that he knew and asked her not to overdo it. He explained that the purpose of the fight was precisely to highlight each one's weaknesses. Logan was physically strong but struggled with magic. Adalia was the opposite. She mastered magic but had physical difficulties. Therefore, in the fight, Logan would use only mana, while Adalia would rely only on physical strength. Logan wanted to know if this was part of his training for the single punch technique. Kim Ju answered yes. By fighting Adalia, Logan would clearly notice the mistakes he was still making. Meanwhile, Black Cat, watching the preparations for the training, asked Kim Ju if he really thought all this would work. Logan wasn't sure if the fight would be fair. Kim asked why he was so concerned and wondered if he was close to Adalia, but Logan said no. He claimed he was just curious. Kim then asked him to just watch, as he would soon understand. Logan was faster in movement, but the Ventric family martial arts that Adalia was using had a defensive style that allowed efficient counterattacks. Kim knew this, although Logan didn't seem prepared. The Ventric techniques turned out to be much better than he expected. However, Logan's next strike was so fast that Adalia barely managed to block it and was thrown far away. Even so, when Logan tried to take advantage of the opening, he received a direct kick to the chin. Adalia didn't back down and kept pressing. Only then did Kim interrupt the fight and ask if Logan had realized what his biggest problem was. According to him, Logan was always arrogant, relied only on his own ability, underestimated his opponents, and never created a tactic for the fight. To make the combat fair, Kim had limited the magical level, forcing it into a hand-to-hand battle. In the end, Logan lost to Adalia, using only physical strength and technique. Kim acknowledged that physical constitution can be built with lots of training, so the fight conditions were still a bit unfair for Logan. Even so, he asked if Logan wasn't curious to know why he couldn't defeat Adalia, even when she was completely exhausted. Logan asked if Kim already knew the answer, and Kim confirmed. He said he could tell by the way Logan moved, and asked if he had ever learned martial arts. Logan replied yes, he had trained with his constellation. Kim explained that it was clear just from his movements. However, he added that it was precisely the fighting style taught by the constellation that caused his defeat. Then he began telling an old story. 300 years ago, a young monk appeared saying he would destroy a gigantic stone. He hit the rock to show it was real and solid, and claimed that with just one pill made of Buddhist energy, he could gather enough strength to pulverize it. After swallowing the pill, he focused his energy and struck the stone. At first, it seemed nothing had happened. Kim, who was only observing, already knew what the boy intended. A few seconds later, the rock began to crack until it completely disintegrated. The monk then declared that this was proof of the power of his secret pill, and announced he was selling each one for only 10 coins. Kim concluded that the boy had awakened a special ability. When Corvo asked what he meant by that, Kim explained it was something like her poison, or Luminous' dimensional slash. Some people are born with the talent to develop unique abilities, while others never awaken anything despite great effort. People without talent or with poor breathing techniques may spend their entire lives without discovering their true power. But others, like that boy, can awaken an ability naturally, without effort. The problem was that, even with this special power, the boy used it only to deceive others and make money. Later, the young monk was happy to have sold all the pills. When Kim Ju approached, the boy explained that they were already gone. At that moment, Kim Ju came even closer, and flicked the boy's forehead so hard it seemed like an ancient punishment. He scolded the monk for deceiving people with chants and sutras in everything he did, asking if he didn't feel ashamed before Buddha. The young man replied that he didn't, because all the money he was raising was to rebuild the temple where he had grown up. Kim Ju decided to check if this was true. So, he left his disciples behind and went with the monk to that temple. Along the way, the monk asked if those children with Kim Ju were his disciples. He confirmed and asked how the boy knew. The monk replied that he recognized him as Hyuno Kim, leader of the martial god sect, and said there were many rumors about a powerful man traveling with strange children. After that, he tried to introduce himself but said his name had been stolen and forgotten. Even so, Kim Ju said he would call him simply Monk, since that was the image he conveyed by deceiving people. The young man tried tried to explain again that he only did that to rebuild his temple. Kim Ju replied that normally he wouldn't get involved in such matters, but since he had been bored lately, he decided to investigate. He also said that if he discovered the temple story was a lie, the monk already knew what would happen. The boy assured him they weren't far, and along the way, he decided to tell his story. He explained that he hadn't chosen to become a monk. When he was a child, his parents sold him as a slave. One day, the chief monk of a temple, while going down to beg for alms, saw the boy's situation and decided to save him. He bowed his head before the slave trader and handed over all the alms he had collected that day. Fortunately, that monk was highly respected at the time, and the trader let the boy go. Kim Ju found that impressive and said he had never heard of slave traders respecting anyone. The young man replied that this respect was entirely because of the monk's name, who had saved him, Monk Hyundeok. Thanks to him, he was taken to the temple and allowed to live in peace. The place was simple and small but provided a tranquil life. This lasted until the day the temple was attacked by a giant golem. The venerable Hyundeok had sacrificed himself so the monk could survive. The temple was completely destroyed, and after performing a ritual in honor of his master, something new awakened within the monk. With this new power, he decided he wanted to rebuild the temple, not only as a sacred place but also as a sanctuary and a worthy tomb for the venerable Hyundeok. Determined, the monk explained that, for this, the method no longer mattered, even if he had to deceive people to obtain money. While they talked, Kim wanted to know what had happened to the golem. The monk was honest in saying he didn't know. The golem had simply disappeared into the mountains. After a long time, the two finally arrived at the hidden stone temple. Kim looked around the place and remarked that it even looked large and beautiful from the outside. The monk explained that he had used all the money he had gathered to repair only the facade. Inside, the situation was still precarious. Since Kim had accompanied him there, the monk offered him a cup of tea as a token of gratitude, but Kim refused. He said he was already leaving. Although he considered the monk's methods wrong, he acknowledged that the motive was noble. Even so, he advised him that next time, he should try to earn money the right way. He knew it might not be his business, but he thought it was important to give advice to the younger ones. The monk thanked him and promised to try. Suddenly, a very loud sound interrupted their conversation. It was the giant golem that had destroyed the temple. The monk was shocked. He recognized it as the same golem from before, but now it was even bigger. The monster attacked, but Kim blocked the strike with ease, as if it were nothing, and asked if it had returned to destroy everything again. Then Kim counterattacked and managed to knock the golem down, but explained that it was not yet defeated. Creatures like that are only vanquished when their core is destroyed. Kim deduced that the golem had been absorbing mana from somewhere to grow so much, probably from the mana stone hidden beneath the temple, called the Hidden Stone. Ordinary people couldn't sense it, but creatures made of mana tracked such sources as if they were food. This explained the golem's exaggerated size. The monk asked if, should they fail to defeat the golem now, it would come back to attack again, which would be tragic since he was working so hard to rebuild the temple. Kim replied that they could simply destroy it right there. He then began teaching the monk a technique. He told him to take a firm stance, rotate his torso and waist, and throw all the weight of his body into his fist. He asked the monk to remember the technique he had used to break the stone. For now, he would have to use it against the monster. He explained that everything has a first time, and instructed the monk to clench his fists, spread his legs properly, and concentrate all his mana into that single strike. When the golem attacked, the monk retaliated with a single punch, completely shattering the monster's arm from the inside out and destroying its core, causing the creature's body to crumble. Kim praised him, saying the monk had destroyed the golem with a single blow and recognized his talent. The monk, however, said he only managed it because Kim had transferred mana to him, but Kim replied that he was being far too modest. The monk, still shaken, reflected that if he had possessed that strength earlier, perhaps his master would not have died. Kim then asked if he would like to become his disciple. He explained that he wanted talented people at his side. The monk politely declined. He said he needed to keep protecting that temple and would not leave until it was finished. Kim understood and found that decision mature. Even without becoming his master, he promised he would come by from time to time to teach him a thing or two, especially about developing his own martial art. The monk's philosophy then came to be based on a direct and lethal style. One punch, one kill. That was the martial art of destruction. But Kim confessed that, in the end, he never saw how this ability developed, since the Tower of Destruction appeared soon after, and everyone knows what happened from then on. Even so, he gave himself another chance. Now it was time to work again. Everyone began training with dedication. Kim guided the three attentively, and by the end of the day, Adelia was completely exhausted. Logan was deeply grateful for the training. He had come expecting to learn only how to throw a punch, but never imagined his entire martial art would be restructured. Kim explained that he always regretted not having made this clear in the past. He said Logan should no longer limit himself to rigid, straight movements, but needed to become fluid. Black Cat also received guidance. He should pay more attention to his movements and stop wasting mana, releasing it only with quick and precise actions. Adalia, on the other hand, needed to keep strengthening her physical constitution. After that, they all left. Later, while walking back to the dorm alone, Kim reflected. He felt he could trust the team he had formed to deal with the calamity. However, the real problem was still to come. The demons from the third floor of the tower could invade at any moment. Kim imagined that the guide might say he would need another name, so he decided to stop completely absorbing the beings he had captured. In the middle of this, Brace contacted him, saying it would be better to put his own disciples on the line. The reason for the request was clear. Brace didn't want to be attacked again. Kim, surprised by his boldness, asked if Brace really thought he was in any position to demand anything. Instead of rejecting it immediately, Kim decided to listen. He wanted to understand why Brace was suddenly saying such things. He said that if the reasons were plausible, he might even consider giving him a chance. Brace then began to recount what had happened. He explained that, while checking the Great Hall, he had hidden behind his own door, while Kim's disciples were tearing everything apart. After things calmed down, he came out to assess the situation. Inside the Great Hall, no Constellation was present. They had probably already returned to their mental realms. However, Brace felt something strange. He realized that several constellations were gathered in one of the buildings of the Great Hall. As he approached, one of those constellations addressed him and called him Lord. That being was an inhabitant of the fourth floor of the Tower of Destruction. According to Brace, he was an individual known as the Silent Conspirator. Kim had never heard of that name, but Brace explained that this was natural, since the man's very nickname indicated his discreet nature. He also said that it was probably one of Kim's disciples who had faced him back in the time of the tower. Nowadays, the Silent Conspirator acts as the supervisor of the constellations of the Tower of Destruction. Kim, intrigued, asked how someone from the fourth floor had risen so high. Brace answered that he probably had no choice, and then recalled the nature of the tower. He confirmed that Kim remembered the structure. The higher the floor, the more powerful the entities. The Tower of Destruction had 6 floors. The first contained powerful but still ordinary monsters. On the second, beings with enough strength to receive a name appeared. On the third, there were exceptional names. The fourth held even stronger ones. On the fifth resided the 4 heavenly kings, chosen directly by the Lord of the Labyrinth. And on the 6th floor was the true master of the tower. Even so, the heavenly kings had not yet appeared, not even Brace, and that was why the conspirator was acting as leader. Kim wondered if, among all the tower's inhabitants, Brace was the only one who recognized that man. Brace confirmed he was. For Kim, the situation was a headache. If those entities were gathered in the Great Hall, they were probably also outside, acting as constellations. He wanted to know if Brace knew how many were currently being managed. The answer was no. Brace said the conspirator only looked at him and asked him to lead again. That indicated the others still didn't know that Brace had lost his power. Worried about what might happen if they found out, Brace simply replied that it wasn't the right time and fled. Kim began laughing, but it wasn't a light laugh. He cursed Brace, saying that even being weak, he could at least have gathered useful information. He called him useless, dead weight, and a disgrace. Kim then asked if Brace would like him to pay a little visit to his mental realm, implying he needed a good beating. But Brace replied that if he didn't allow it, Kim wouldn't be able to enter. Even so, Kim said he could simply send his disciples. He decided to leave the matter aside for now. He didn't know how many entities there were, but he knew that from the 5th floor onward, they were already acting as constellations. The guide had never clearly spoken about the numbers, but she had mentioned that sooner or later the entire Tower of Destruction would appear on Earth. Kim thought he might get a clearer answer if he asked the guide directly later. He recalled that she had said the names of those entities would descend into the world, and when a name descends, it can fully manifest, taking on a physical body and going beyond the limits of ordinary constellations. That was why it would be easier to destroy them before that happened. Then Kim asked Brace what would happen to a constellation if its sacred relic were destroyed. Brace replied he didn't know, since when he awakened, he was already inside the Sword of Illumination. Kim then suggested breaking the sword to find out, since he now had another. Brace begged him to calm down, saying he could just ask another constellation. Kim cursed him again, but inwardly acknowledged that Brace was a peculiar case. Even though he had lost his strength, Brace had not lost his name, and Kim still remembered him. He knew that, in the mental world, changing one's own perception was essential to accessing true power. But Brace showed no strength of his own. Kim began to wonder if perhaps the name Brace was a prison. What if he was trapped by that name? Still, he thought it best not to jump to conclusions. He also considered the possibility that Brace was lying. Kim Ju asked Brace for a favor. He wanted him to reassume leadership of the Tower of Destruction. The mission was simple: pretend he still had power, keep the constellations under control, prevent them from causing trouble, and report everything they did. If he refused, Kim Ju would make it clear what happens to a constellation when its sacred relic is destroyed. With no way out, Brace accepted the request. With that settled, Kim Joo decided to leave the Great Hall in Brace's care. The next day, he intended to ask the guide for more details about the relics. The following morning at the academy, Kim Joo went to Black Cat's room, where he found him talking with Lee Sang, who was not in a good mood. Kim Joo remarked that it had been a while since he last saw the instructor, and Lee Sang confirmed, saying he had heard that Kim Joo had been doing amazing things lately, and he hoped he would continue. Kim Joo then asked Black Cat what was going on. He explained that Lee Sang wanted to resign. Surprised, Kim Joo reminded him that he was the academy's head instructor. Black Cat confirmed and explained that Lee Sang had only mentioned it to him, without telling the other instructors, and that he planned to stay until the end of the year before leaving. It wasn't a discussion, just a notice. Kim Joo said he would deal with that later, since he had come to ask an important question. He wanted to know what happens to a constellation if its sacred relic is destroyed. Luminous was the one who answered. She explained that the constellation doesn't get hurt directly, but its mental realm disappears, and it is freed from it. However, instead of dying, it floats in the beyond like a ghost. She explained that any object with mana can become a sacred relic. This happens because the mana of the object can resonate with wandering constellations, allowing them to infiltrate it. Normally, these constellations are drawn to items they used in past lives, or to people with whom they had affinity. When they root themselves in an object, it becomes a sacred relic. In Luminous's case, the weapons she had used in life were preserved, so she easily obtained her relic. Kim Joo was impressed by her knowledge. Luminous told him that, upon becoming a constellation, the first thing she did was recreate the setting of the days she had spent with him, a dark, purple, melancholic subspace where monsters could emerge from the shadows. It was a desolate landscape, but one she remembered fondly. To Kim Joo, the memory seemed far too gloomy. She told him that when her first contractor saw that space, he asked if he could use it for something important. He was a merchant, and there he set up a shop. Over time, he began to control other merchants, and gradually formed what would become the Great Black Market. He became its first leader, the first Black Cat. As more constellations appeared, the market began trading sacred relics. It was in this environment that Luminous learned everything she knew, watching powerful constellations up close. She remarked that she was touched that Kim Joo had asked her that question. She thought she was his favorite. Kim Joo denied it. He said that ever since he had reunited with Sosimi, he had been followed by protectors, and had already asked her that same question before. But Sosimi didn't know the answer. That was when Luminous asked if she could kill her. But Kim Joo reminded her that constellations cannot kill one another, and she seemed to forget that. Thinking it over, Kim Joo realized that if the tower's enemies were constellations like the others, breaking their relics might not solve anything. Even so, he could still discover where they were, or find some clue about how to defeat them. Black Cat asked if there was anything else he wanted to know. Kim Joo then told the director himself that he wanted to talk to Lee Sang. He said it would be a shame if he really left. Meanwhile, Lilia passed by Kim Joo, completely enchanted. She thought she hadn't seen him since she joined the special class, and now, meeting him in the hallway, she felt it was fate. She saw him talking with Lee Sang, and decided to hide to listen better. When Kim Joo invited the instructor to have coffee and talk more calmly, Lilia chose to follow them. Later, at the cafe, Lilia showed up in disguise, trying to overhear their conversation. Lee Sang asked what the reason for the meeting was. Kim Joo said he wanted to understand better what the director had said, and commented that he heard Lee Sang wanted to leave his position as chief instructor. As soon as she heard this, Lilia, who was nearby, choked and ended up spitting out her coffee, drawing everyone's attention. Lee Sang remarked that the new director had a loose tongue, and confirmed it was true. He said that, for the first time since becoming an instructor, he was feeling empty, and he blamed Kim Joo for it. He had always been proud of being the chief instructor at Valhalla Academy. Before that, he was an active hunter in one of Korea's largest guilds, and he used his strength to turn that group into the legendary White Silver Guild, which became the most powerful in the world. Even though he was the best and his guild was unrivaled, the number of monsters never decreased. There were few contractors and even fewer hunters. That was when the founder of Valhalla Academy, Shin, came to him with a proposal. He wanted Lee Sang to become the first instructor of the new training institute, with the goal of raising a new generation of hunters. Shin also guaranteed there would be several sacred relics available to be shared with the students. Lee Sang accepted the proposal and became an instructor. Time passed, and he trained many students, shaping young hunters with the potential to change the world. He felt he was on the right path, but that feeling faded over time. Today, he sees a different trend. Students only want to take advantage of Kim Joo's presence in the special class, using it as a way to gain privileges, such as skipping regular classes. Students who once wanted to become real hunters were now becoming lazy. The special class is full of people who used to follow Kim Joo everywhere. Among them, even a matriarch. Lee Sang recognizes they all worked hard to get there, but but he also knows that without exception they are heirs of powerful families with strong constellations. Now, other students are desperate to contract with S-class constellations just to earn a spot in the special class. This new scenario made Lee Sang begin to feel that his work as an instructor had lost its value. Since Kim Ju appeared, it seemed the whole academy revolved around him. Lee Sang confessed that he had never been able to figure out the story behind Kim Ju, so he asked directly, who exactly was he? Had he contracted with such a powerful yet so unknown S-class constellation? Kim Ju, without hesitation, replied that if he was really curious, he could simply fight him. He said that by facing him, he would find out whether there was a contract or not. Lee Sang, surprised, asked if he truly dared to challenge an instructor. Normally, he wouldn't accept such provocation, but this time he made an exception. Before leaving the academy, he wanted to know who Kim Ju really was. The challenge was immediately accepted, and the two simply started fighting. Lilia, of course, followed them to watch everything up close. Meanwhile, Black Cat observed it all, thoughtful. At the moment, Kim Ju commented that it was a shame for an instructor to leave Valhalla. He himself realized he was about to do the same. The only reason he had enrolled there was because of a system mission. From the beginning, this mission indicated that his weapon was somewhere inside the academy. That was why he had stayed so long. Later, he realized that the missions that appeared were always near Valhalla, or required the institutional authority he had for being there. But now, the messages related to the academy had completely stopped. In other words, his connection with Valhalla had come to an end. Even so, during his time there, he gained new disciples, which made his life and training more practical. So he decided to stay a little longer. Wanting to better understand the environment around him, Kim Ju asked what kind of people the instructors there were. Black Cat offered their personal records, but Kim Ju said those were only superficial details. So, he requested one of the protectors of Simication to conduct a deeper investigation into the instructors' backgrounds. Most of them turned out to be decent, hard-working people. Some had complicated stories, but Lee Sang was solid in every aspect. Black Cat admitted this as well. He said that Lee Sang practically carried white silver to the top alone, which was why he was considered a legend among hunters. Kim Ju remarked that, surprisingly, this wasn't even thanks to a powerful constellation. No one knew exactly what his constellation was, but they said it was A-class or even lower. Even the school director had been shocked by this. In fact, Lee Sang had published an article criticizing the excessive reliance modern hunters had on the mana of their constellations. Nowadays, it was rare to find someone with that kind of thinking, and Kim Ju liked it. But at the same time, he acknowledged that the current trend was to select hunters based on the power of the constellation they carried. For that reason, Lee Sang had no choice but to adapt, compete, and teach according to the modern standard, or he would be left behind. Even so, Kim Ju realized that, just like him, Lee Sang was also starting to become a critic of Valhalla itself. Black Cat asked Kim Ju if he already knew all that. Kim Ju confirmed, saying he had already investigated it, reminding him that he had mentioned it before. Basically, he had hacked into the academy's systems, accessed the internal network, and swept through Lee Sang's entire email inbox. Black Cat, shocked, asked how he could do that, since it violated dozens of laws and contracts. Kim Ju replied that he must have seen it himself, right? In the messages, Lee Sang talked about the complaints regarding the way the academy was being managed. Black Cat explained that originally, Valhalla covered its operating costs through donations from influential clans. In return, they offered benefits such as access to higher-ranked dormitories or privileged admissions. Lee Sang seemed to accept these practices as a necessity within the academy's structure, but still submitted a formal suggestion saying that, at the very least, education should remain fair and equal for everyone. Former director Shin agreed with this and, of course, tried to follow that policy. However, at the beginning of that year, Lee Sang sent a more serious complaint against the donation-based admission system. Kim Ju remarked that the first complaint probably arose because of Rock Uventric. The instructor already knew that boy was unruly, and Adalia tried to cover up his messes in every possible way. During his investigations, Kim Ju discovered that this so-called Rockdill was not actually an exchange student. That was only a facade. He had been expelled from an academy in England and managed to enter Valhalla through a generous donation. The exchange story had been invented to cover up the truth. It was possible that Lee Sang had discovered this reality somehow, and from then on, began to feel that everything around him was collapsing. It seemed as if the academy was being manipulated by a single student. Lee Sang's frustration grew more and more, until it reached the current point. With Kim Ju's arrival, the entire academy began revolving around him. That feeling was probably similar to the one Lee Sang had when Rockdill was scheming those terrible things. Kim Ju said that, honestly, he didn't care if someone made a scene or even left school because of him. But in this case, it was different. They were talking about Lee Sang, and it would really be a shame if he decided to leave. Black Cat wanted to understand why. Kim Ju explained that he didn't want him to leave. Since his reincarnation and understanding that the Tower of Destruction would return, he had spent a long time reflecting on the mistakes of his previous life. The first thing he blamed was his own strength. The second was the low quality of hunters at the time. As for his strength, he knew it was inevitable. He had never had true talent, was never a genius. He had followed a completely wrong path for his own development since youth. Yes, he became strong, but he could have gone much further if he hadn't made so many mistakes in that stage of life. Even so, he founded a martial sect, trained talented disciples, and strengthened them as much as possible. But in the end, none of them stood a chance, all because of the Tower of Destruction. They could deal with the tower, but they couldn't do so while also fighting the calamities and monsters that appeared outside it. The hunters of that era were extremely weak. The consequences were devastating. The world entered what became known as the End Era, the Apocalypse. There weren't hunters strong enough to deal with threats on a large scale. Black Cat then asked how Kim Ju thought things would unfold now. Kim Ju replied that, certainly, there were more hunters in the current world. Hunter academies had spread all over the planet. He stated that today the floor is higher, but the ceiling lower. In other words, people take longer to become strong, and the maximum potential seems limited. In the current era, where everyone trains mana and depends on constellations, he believed that the sheer number of hunters itself was already an advantage, even if individual quality was lower. The real problem was that he couldn't train every hunter in the world. That's why it was essential to keep instructors like Lee Sang. If they wanted a future with truly strong hunters, they needed teachers who built that foundation. And if it was necessary to use his own fists to guarantee it, Kim Ju would. Black Cat thought that the fists part was indeed a bit scary, but deep down he was impressed. He hadn't expected Kim to care so much about that kind of thing. Thinking it over, perhaps he should apologize to him, and also say that this time he was serious about stopping the Tower of Destruction. Later, during the duel between Kim and Lee Sang, a crowd gathered outside, trying to peek through the door at what was happening. The commotion was intense. Everyone was astonished by the level of the fight. Yen Lang, not understanding who the opponent was, curiously asked about his identity. A nearby spider explained that he was a senior instructor at Valhalla, in other words, one of the most powerful. Lee Sang, in turn, commented that it had been a long time since he had faced a human opponent. His next movement was so fast that he appeared and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Kim's wooden sword was destroyed in the process, even though Lee Sang was also using a wooden sword. Kim thought that man was far too fast and considered that his constellation might be speed type. He was almost struck by an attack from behind, but managed to defend and counterattack, landing a direct hit on Lee Sang. Meanwhile, Yu So arrived, without understanding anything that was happening, since he hadn't been able to follow the fight. Yen Lang, on the other hand, could see clearly. She explained that the instructor was moving so quickly it was nearly impossible to follow. Even so, Kim was able to read all his movements. Lilia, who was also present, noted that instructor Lee Sang wasn't using his full strength, and at that moment everyone realized she was only there to watch and gossip. Lee Sang was surprised by Kim's performance. He said it was impressive that he could keep up with that speed. Kim commented that the instructor had been holding back until now. In fact, he had interrupted the strike when breaking the wooden sword, because he realized he might hit Kim's head. He was afraid of seriously injuring him, but Kim insisted there was no need to hold back. He wanted to face him for real. Lee Sang asked if a student was truly suggesting that he, an instructor, ignore his duty. Kim replied that it had been Lee Sang himself who said he wanted to discover who he really was. For Kim, that wasn't a duel between teacher and student, but between two people. Faced with this, Lee Sang accepted. His next attack was a direct thrust, but when Kim blocked, he changed his approach, delivering several rapid thrusts in succession. Kim's sword couldn't withstand it and broke completely. Despite forcing Kim to retreat with his following blows, Lee Sang still felt the pain from the earlier counterattack he had taken. When the smoke cleared, one of the other instructors noticed that Kim was completely unscathed, without even a scratch or dirt on his clothes. And that was even though his opponent's wooden sword had been imbued with mana. Lee Sang suspected that Kim had a contract with some constellation that repelled attacks, but Kim replied that he hated having to explain things. Still, he didn't want the instructor to misunderstand. He said he had no contract with any constellation. All the attacks had been repelled with mana alone. He explained that even if the sword wasn't strong enough, it was possible to concentrate mana in the palm of the hand and deflect the attack. He asked if that wasn't taught at Valhalla. Lee Sang admitted that he had never heard of such a thing. He had studied martial arts manuals from various countries to teach better at the academy, but none of them mentioned anything like that. Kim said it made sense, since that type of technique was developed for combat against people, not against monsters. And nowadays, learning to fight against humans humans was considered useless. Intrigued, Lee Sang asked what Kim meant by nowadays, as if he were talking about another era. He said it had been like that for centuries. Labyrinths full of monsters existed everywhere, and the Dangelos were spread throughout the world. Nations had only come to peace because of the monster threat. Before the end times, so they said, monsters appeared endlessly everywhere. That's why Academy duels focused on combat against creatures. Students even sparred with each other, but only to test mana control and physical endurance. They weren't taught to defeat or kill people. Only national police agents or criminals would have reasons to learn such things. Even so, Lee Sang noted that Kim didn't exude the dark energy common among criminals, nor did he resemble the police officers he knew. In the end, he asked aloud who the hell Kim really was. Kim thought there was no need to increase the number of people who knew about his true identity, so he said that if Lee Sang really wanted to know, he'd have to beat him in that duel. Lee Sang said fine. He admitted, a little embarrassed, that despite his age, he would show his most powerful attack. His body moved so fast it looked like he had created clones of himself. Kim acknowledged that it was truly frightening. Soon after, Lee Sang had to dodge Kim's counterattack, unleashing several thrusts in different directions, as if several people were attacking at once. It was like an army of one man. However, an instructor observing the fight noticed something strange. None of the attacks seemed to land properly. He suspected that Kim was already behind Lee Sang, and indeed, he was. Kim appeared behind the instructor and said it hadn't been so bad. He had perceived the attack quickly. Now it was his turn. Lee Sang realized his body was slower. He could have reacted, but a stab of pain, the result of the earlier counterattack, interrupted him. Kim hadn't really hit him at first. He had only thrown a punch, but the real impact came an instant later, knocking Lee Sang down for good. When he woke up, he was in the Academy's restroom at Valhalla. Kim was by his side, checking if he was all right. He explained that if the wound had been more serious, he would have taken him straight to the infirmary. But Lee Sang had probably reacted quickly enough to block the blow with mana. One of the instructors remarked that he knew Kim had held back with that strike. Even so, Lee Sang felt he was in trouble. He had used all his power against a student and still lost. As an instructor, maybe it really was time to retire. But Kim said that, in fact, he had come precisely to convince him otherwise. He apologized for having negatively affected the academy. He admitted that he hadn't foreseen the impact of creating the special class. Indeed, the students of that class weren't attending the regular lessons, but that didn't mean they were slacking off. The special class wasn't created to leave students idle. Lee Sang confirmed that he had noticed that. On the way to the duel hall, he had glanced at the training center and seen the special class students giving their all. He was surprised at the level of intensity. That wasn't something you saw every day. An instructor asked if it was Kim who had assigned those training routines. He replied yes. Each student had a personalized routine, because the Toros had very different martial styles and body structures. So he adapted the training so they would lose their weaknesses and maximize their strengths. Lee Sang admitted that Kim was even better than him as an instructor, but wanted to know why exactly Kim didn't want him to retire. Kim explained that he couldn't take care of the whole academy alone. He was terrible at teaching large groups. If Lee Sang left, it would be a loss not only for Valhalla but for the entire world. And he added that if Lee Sang left the academy because of him, then he too would leave Valhalla and end the special class. The instructor acknowledged that Kim had changed many things there, but said he didn't want him to go, so he asked the real reason for creating the special class. Kim replied ironically that he was asking too much for someone who had lost the duel, but then said he was joking. Since Lee Sang was the senior instructor, he would explain. He said the special class was, in fact, a strike force. He asked if the instructor remembered the calamity that happened months ago. He answered yes, since something like that wasn't common in Korea. However, it had been resolved so quickly that there was barely any news about it, aside from some reports and brief information. Kim then revealed that it was he and his special class who had dealt with the calamity. Their purpose was to respond faster than any other group, minimize damage, and eliminate the monster threat. That was the direction he wanted to take the special class. And he revealed something to Lee Sang that he hadn't told anyone else yet, saying it for his sake. Lee Sang, a little tense, asked if Kim was creating a private strike force with students. Kim admitted it could be seen that way. The instructor then asked if he was serious. A student leading a task force to deal with labyrinths and monsters? He said there were already guilds and a national alliance for that, and that those kids shouldn't be risking their lives like that. Kim, however, asked if Lee Sang knew how long it had taken the contractors to arrive at the calamity. 30 minutes. And when they arrived, the situation had already been resolved. There were no more monsters. The labyrinth had already been destroyed. That was why the special class bore its name. time. The people chosen for the special class were carefully selected. All members were far more powerful than the average contractor in Korea. Even so, Kim knew they still needed something greater, a strong society of hunters. And for that, he believed that the blood instructor, Lee Sang, was essential for this future. Calamities would become more frequent, more violent, more destructive. That was exactly why he wanted Lee Sang to remain at Valhalla Academy. According to Kim, Korea had only become a world power in hunters because of Valhalla, and because of Lee Sang himself. He also said that this was all he could reveal at the moment. He just added that Professor Lilia had been extremely sad upon learning that Lee Sang was going to leave. When the instructor asked how she knew, Kim dodged the subject. He said it was irrelevant, but he understood her reaction. After all, it had been Lee Sang himself who had personally hired her to become an instructor. In light of this, Lee Sang said it was fine. He would agree to remain at Valhalla Academy. He also admitted that there was no longer any need to shut down the special class. He did not completely understand what was happening, but it was clear that Kim was preparing something very big. Even without a contract with any constellation, Kim was stronger than him. And if he was leading a special class, it was not hard to imagine that those people would not be weak either. Still, Lee Sang believed that it was all very dangerous. If the situation got out of control, Kim should call for reinforcements, especially adult contractors. Kim agreed, but then asked what they would do about the morale of the other academy students. Lee Sang, inspired by the training he had seen the special class students doing, said that he had an idea. He wanted to put the plan into practice, but that would come later. For now, he needed Kim's help. Kim reflected that no one would ever imagine him swallowing his own pride to ask for someone's help. But that was the reality now, and he recognized that Lee Sang was indeed an incredible person. He thought that if there had been more people like him 300 years ago, the future would have been very different. It was at that moment that Brace contacted him. He said that he had put the plan into action but had forgotten to warn the disciples. Because of that, he had ended up being beaten, and this time Kim truly had forgotten to warn them. So, he admitted that it was his fault. After Kim's disciples had seen from a distance that he was being named as the new chief, they silently approached and secretly beat him up. Fortunately, another disciple hid them, so no one in the tower saw what happened. They only stopped hitting him after he explained everything. Kim commented that in that case, it was all fine, but he asked why his disciples were in the Great Hall, and who exactly was there with them. Brace replied that there were 2 masked women present. Kim was shocked to hear that, and asked why the masked Corvo and Sosimi were there, since he had given no such order. Brace found it strange, as he thought it had been Kim who authorized the movement. Kim, confused, asked what orders those were, and Brace explained that the 2 were rebuilding the sect of the martial god inside the Great Hall. Later, Brace went to meet the conspirator, who commented that it was already time for the leader to appear. But Brace wanted to know exactly what was going on. Before them, Mushinmun was being reconstructed. The conspirator said he would explain everything as soon as they were somewhere else. Meanwhile, the 2 masked women simply observed from afar. Sosimi remarked that the constellation beside Brace seemed to be one from the Tower of Destruction. Corvo agreed, saying that was why he looked familiar. Even so, she thought it strange, since that constellation was not among those they had directly faced. The 2 concluded that they had probably noticed the plans being put into practice, and were now acting from the shadows. That was why they decided to follow them discreetly to understand what was going on. The conspirator then took Brace to a very specific place. When he opened the door, Brace came upon the Tower of Destruction, exactly as it had been 300 years ago. The conspirator explained that the construction was possible within the mental realm, and that was why he and the others had been able to rebuild it. The floors were not as complete as before, but they served as a good foundation. Brace then asked what the conspirator meant by all of that. He wanted to know if that Mushinmun was the same one he had known 300 years earlier. The conspirator replied that he feared it was. After becoming a constellation, he had realized that the martial god had created a sect. Now, the former disciples were trying to revive that sect, after also becoming constellations. They were not openly recruiting, but their actions were already visible. For example, the constellations that had been in the Great Hall had been wiped out by them. Brace suspected that this had happened the same day. One of the disciples locked him inside his own mental realm. The conspirator explained that on that day, everyone from the Tower of Destruction had gone into hiding. They had never been many, but now the tower was almost empty. Brace concluded that maybe that was why the plans had been delayed, but he realized that was not exactly the reason, so he decided to give his first order. Before reviving the leadership, he wanted to take a head count. He asked that all current constellations of the tower be tracked and listed. The conspirator, as expected, recognized that Brace was immediately assessing the available forces and said he would start working on it. But he also informed him that some constellations were still inside the tower and that Brace could present himself to them again. It would be like a reunion. Brace replied that he would leave that for later. Then the conspirator disappeared. Brace reflected that, even without his powers, he could still feel the presence of magic. Most of it was dark magic, but two in particular felt familiar. One of them reminded him of Kim's energy. However, it was at that moment that Brace was beaten, and he finished telling this story in the present to Kim. Kim asked if, during all that, no one had mentioned Mushinmun. Brace replied that he had been too busy being beaten to ask questions. Kim said that could wait until later, but he wanted to know what kind of familiar magic he had sensed inside the tower. Brace explained that he had recognized the same magical energy that came from Dezera Ventric and from Choi Jinjian, Arin's brother. Kim said he remembered them and remarked that both had been completely obsessed with power. Brace agreed and said that the constellation behind that was probably not much different. Both energies were on the third floor of the tower. There was a high chance the two would appear in the next calamity. Kim was very grateful for the information and ordered him to continue tracking the two. Later, Kim asked Sosimi directly if it had been her idea to rebuild Mushinmun, and she confirmed it. When he asked why, Sosimi explained that, when dealing with the constellations inside the Great Hall, she had gotten carried away. Her older sisters also liked the idea. She suspected that Brace had told him, and therefore threatened to kill him, but Kim reminded her that constellations could not kill each other. Sosimi then apologized for having done everything without telling him, and said she would tear down the academy as punishment. But Kim replied that there was no need for that, and that she could continue with the initiative. In fact, he himself had already been thinking about reviving the sect of Mushinmun. The next morning, at Valhalla Academy, Lagoon asked Lee Sang if he was really sure about this. Nobody knew if it would work, but the head instructor said there was no better method, and asked if Legum had ever watched the special classes training. When he answered no, Lee Sang simply told him to stay quiet and observe. He needed to see with his own eyes the level of the special class, which was already prepared for the demonstration. Meanwhile, in the academy stadium, some students had gathered. Lee Sang appeared to announce that on that day they would have a special lesson. They would experience what it was like to live the routine of the special class. That was because many had been asking questions about how to join. The head instructor decided to show them directly what the students' routine was like. He said that whoever could keep up would be accepted, and that was the trick. Kim ordered everyone to put on their PE uniforms. Training would begin at full force. After stretching, they ran 20 kilometers at maximum speed. At that point, some students had already given up. Then they did 3 sets of 100 punches with dumbbells. After that, 2 sets of 20 tire flips. Kim said that was only the warm-up. Lee Sang pointed out that everyone could stop, since practically all of them had already run away. No one else wanted to enter the special class. With that, the problem of overcrowding was solved, and the head instructor was very grateful. Kim, in turn, said that he should be the one thanking him. After all, the students had only shown their normal routine. They had not even prepared any special activity. Lee Sang admitted that it was a whole different level. The head instructor said he was rooting for the special class and was eager to see what the future would bring. Kim sincerely thanked him for the support. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall, Corvo appeared at Sosimi's invitation. She acknowledged that she had been quite active in the last few days and asked why exactly she had been called. She wanted to know if it was to beat up Brace again or to destroy the academy. Sosimi replied that, in fact, the master had approved the reconstruction of Mushinmun. Corvo wanted to understand why the master had spoken to her first. She suspected Sosimi had used some trick to convince him, but Sosimi explained that she had simply asked to be called as well. The master had given a clear order to rebuild Mushinmun, but not as an ordinary sect. He explained that this new organization would have an important role in future plans. The master's goal was to form an alliance among the constellations that, 300 years ago, had followed the martial god. He already knew that these constellations could be both in the Great Hall and hidden in the Tower of Destruction. That was why he wanted to monitor all movements inside the hall. Corvo raised the possibility that this was precisely Brace's role, and Sosimi agreed. However, she said Brace was not enough to cover everything. In addition, the master also wanted to know who was truly on the martial god's side and who was not. He intended to gather allies and was even considering speaking with the King of Knights so they could leave the past behind and establish a friendly relationship. This was despite the humiliating episode in which they had all been defeated by the aberration. But before putting any plan into action, the master left an important warning. He said that using force to draw the constellation's attention was allowed, but building alliances based only on that was not acceptable. They needed true and loyal followers. Sosimi affirmed that this was indeed the priority for forming lasting alliances. Corvo thought it was fair and was grateful for the warning. She admitted she was not the best person to say this, but she was sure that the second disciple and the fourth disciple would have gone straight to torture if not for that reminder. Thus, both decided to start putting the plan into action. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Labyrinth was deep in thought. It had been quite some time since the constellations of the second floor had been defeated, yet their names had not returned. This indicated that something had happened. Perhaps it was a little early, but he was already considering releasing the third floor onto Earth. At the same time, in the Great Hall, Sosimi Simi and Corvo witnessed exactly that. The souls, the constellations of the third floor, were descending. They realized they were heading directly to the Tower of Destruction. Without wasting time, they rushed to pass this information on to the master. Meanwhile, on the training grounds, Yen Lang was doing her best to improve her punches. Kim Ju observed and remarked that she was firmer now. Yen Lang disagreed, saying that he seemed completely fine, but Kim Ju told her to look at the ground, where he had retreated 3 centimeters. Even so, Yen Lang insisted that this still meant he was doing great. Kim Ju acknowledged that the training was indeed producing results. It was possible to see the growth of strength in each of them. Arin and Yen Lang had already advanced to magic training and were doing very well. Yu So and Sayuk, on the other hand, had shown significant improvement in their physical conditioning since the beginning. Kim Ju thought that this was the true happiness of having disciples. Suddenly, the first protector appeared urgently, saying that the constellations wanted to speak with him. So Simi confirmed that the constellations of the third floor had already manifested. Kim Ju was intrigued, since he had not received any warning from the guide. He wondered what was happening. Although he was not very worried about the fight, he admitted he had made no preparations and asked how many constellations had descended. So Simi informed him that only 2. A large portal had appeared in the Great Hall, and only 2 names had crossed. She also said that Corvo had gone ahead to investigate the situation directly at the Tower of Destruction. Kim Ju concluded that if they could identify exactly which constellations they were, they could better prepare for the confrontation. So he contacted Brace, commenting that they were probably the 2 presences he had sensed earlier. Kim Ju suspected they were the constellations of Dizera and Choi Jingyeon, even though he knew they belonged to different factions. Still, there was a high chance that it was indeed those 2. Finally, he asked Sosimi if she happened to know 2 factions called the First Class Sect and the Monotheists. She confirmed that she did, and explained that those factions had tried to harm her, which was why she had gotten rid of them. Kim Ju explained that the constellations that had descended now seemed to be precisely the leaders of those 2 factions mentioned earlier. Sosimi was surprised by this, since she thought she had eliminated all the members of those organizations. She apologized for having let the leaders escape, but Kim Ju wanted to know if she knew who had received blessings from them. Sosimi confirmed that she did. Those who had been blessed had not died. They were merely being observed. Given this, Kim Ju decided it was time to act. He called everyone to prepare, for the real battle was about to begin. Meanwhile, Corvo had infiltrated the Tower of Destruction. There, she sensed 2 extremely powerful magical presences coming from the 3rd floor. It was likely that the constellations' names were fusing into human bodies at that very moment. To delay the process, Corvo unleashed her poison and spread it throughout the tower. However, one of the constellations mocked her, saying it was useless. They were already in the incarnation process, recovering their names, and now stood at a level far above hers. He called her a ridiculous, nameless constellation, saying that her poisonous energy could no longer even scratch his existence. Unfazed, Corvo said she had no idea what he was talking about, since her only goal there was to delay the incarnation process. She believed she had already bought enough time. From that moment on, it would be her master's responsibility. As the constellation finally completed its incarnation, the being known as the dragon that slays all appeared, coincidentally taking the body of the ancient constellation, Hannibal, long dead. But Kim Ju was already waiting for him. He arrived in full force, delivering a precise bicycle kick strike, straight to the creature's head. At that moment, a girl who happened to be there ran off in terror, and Kim Ju was confused about her presence. The dragon explained that the former owner of that body had tried to assault her. All he had done with the blessing he received was seduce women and rob them. He called such behavior pathetic, saying the dragon that slays all had a much greater purpose than that. Now, he intended to eliminate Kim Ju right there. Kim Ju found it interesting, but he was not impressed. He knew the martial god was not at his peak, but even so, when the dragon attacked with his claws, Kim Ju was already prepared. A single punch was enough to shatter the claws and tear off the creature's arm. He asked if the opponent finally understood his power. He reminded him that the last time, when the dragon had tried to occupy Choi Jingyeon's body, he ended up fleeing, which Kim Ju interpreted as fear. The dragon tried to justify it, saying it had been the body that reacted that way, not him. Even so, after thinking a little more, the dragon acknowledged that the martial god was indeed weaker than before. But even weakened, Kim Ju was able to break through his guard with a single kick and bury him under the rubble. The dragon was astonished, trying to comprehend what kind of power that was. He felt that there was more magic flowing now than there had been 300 years ago. Kim Ju confirmed it. At that time, he and his disciples had been restrained. They had never been able to show their true power. He said the dragon could believe it or not, but it would make no difference, since that would be his last day alive. The dragon retorted that constellations with names never die. During the battle, while dodging claw attacks, Kim Ju commented that the dragon could keep up only because he was from the 3rd floor. He then unleashed the Red Fang technique, which seemed to hit the enemy directly, but the dragon managed to dodge and counterattacked with his massacre wave, a blazing, shadowy beam that destroyed much of the building. The dragon seemed to be enjoying himself. He said that now he was sure he was not dead. Even with all the destruction, Kim Ju remained completely unscathed. The dragon declared that even if he died there, he would not inform the Tower of Destruction that he had reincarnated. He wanted to see the despair on the faces of those who depended on the tower. He thought it would be fun. Kim Ju, on the other hand, found it disgusting. He said the dragon was a pervert and affirmed that such a thing would not cause despair to anyone. He guaranteed that if he killed him there, his name would never exist again. When he finally cut the dragon in half, Kim Ju felt that the fight had ended, but then he immediately thought of the other enemies. At that very moment, a new constellation, known as the Regent, had also descended to Earth. Yen Lang, ready for battle, announced that they were there to beat that brat to the ground. The Regent, surprised at such audacity, thought they had lost their minds. He said they had clearly lost their sense of danger, since he was on a level completely different from ordinary contractors. Black Wave was a named constellation, a being that embodied the very tide of darkness. When he struck the ground with all his strength, Yen Lang thought he was just an idiot trying to intimidate them, but she almost realized too late that it was a real attack. Sharp stakes, made of bone, suddenly shot up beneath the group's feet. Yuso was impressed and wondered if that was truly his real power. Arin, however, explained that according to what she had discovered about Kim Ju, Black Wave was known as the Regent's Sword. Seyuk remarked that this was a serious problem, but Yen Lang declared it wouldn't be as long as she destroyed all the stakes. With her strength, she vaporized the blades in an instant. Black Wave's reaction was pure shock. He realized she possessed monstrous power. Even so, he launched another attack with pillars of blades, shifting their direction mid-air, but the group members were quick enough to dodge. Arin seized the chance to counterattack, creating an opening for Seyuk and Yen Lang to strike with full force. Their combined blows were enough to bring Black Wave down temporarily. So then delivered the final strike, causing a massive explosion. However, Black Wave had blocked everything with his blades. He asked if that was all they had. Yuso thought she had hit him with mana, infused into her sword, but even then, it caused no damage. Her blade was crushed by his strength, and she was grazed across the face. It was at that moment she understood the true power of an incarnated constellation. Kim Ju had warned them of the danger, but she hadn't grasped its gravity until now. As the battle raged, Black Cat watched everything through a portal. Kim Ju was also observing. He wondered if the group was holding up well, and to his surprise, they were doing better than expected. Even so, Black Cat reminded him they were facing a constellation, which meant the fight would be evenly matched, and indeed, it was. Yuso was already injured. Kim Ju remarked that this was exactly why he was only observing. If they needed his help, he would appear. However, he believed it was not yet the right time to intervene. He thought that if the constellations of the 3rd floor had descended a little later, dealing with them would be much easier, but there was no choice now. Black Wave fully regenerated the only wound he had received, saying that it had even entertained him. Arin noticed he had healed completely, which meant her strike still wasn't strong enough. Black Wave declared that he didn't like killing people so young, but now he would have to tear them apart. Yen Lang, determined, raised pillars of ice to shield the group from the enemy's blades, using her magic as protective walls. Black Wave found the ability irritating, as it reminded him of a certain person, but he added that, fortunately for him, that person wasn't there. Yen Lang, however, admitted that this temporary defense was weak. She thought she should have trained her defensive movements more, and asked the group what they would do once the ice shattered. Arin answered that she and the others would try to destroy the blades somehow. Seyuk would have to seize the opening created to land a devastating blow. Yen Lang then said the ice wall would only last 3 more seconds, and the countdown began. 3, 2, 1. The plan was set into motion. Black Wave, even struck by their swords, still endured well, but he didn't expect the direct punch to the stomach he received from Seyuk. That blow opened the perfect gap for Yen Lang to unleash all her ice power and finish the fight, channeling all her magic against the enemy. If you enjoyed this story and want to see how far these characters will go, don't forget to leave a like. It really helps me keep bringing this kind of content. And subscribe to the channel, because there's much more to come: epic battles, twists, and revelations you won't want to miss. Hit the notification bell, drop a comment about what you thought of this chapter, and if you'd like to support the project even more, check out the Members Club. See you in the next episode.